Chapter 1. The Irritable Youth. This narrative began as a casual endeavor, and upon receiving feedback from readers, I realized there were aspects I had inadequately addressed. In the process of creation, I did not contemplate deeply. Only later did I recognize that the female protagonist's personality might be off-putting to some. If one cannot accept her character, it suffices to remove the book from their shelf. There is no need for disparaging remarks such as disgusting. Such comments are equally distasteful to me. Constructive criticism is welcome, but I implore you to refrain from derogatory language. Hello, is anyone there? Chang-yi politely knocked on the door of a residence. After a brief pause, silence ensued. She lowered her gaze and dialed the number provided in the housing information, but there was no answer. This was the second to last house she was viewing. After much effort, she had finally carved out time to search for accommodation. With classes resuming tomorrow, it was imperative that she secure a place today. Living indefinitely in a hotel was not a viable solution. As Chang-yi pondered her situation and prepared to depart, eager to visit the next listing, she took a couple of steps when she heard the door behind her creak open with a distinct click. Hey! The voice that emerged was tinged with irritation and a hint of volatility. Chang-yi turned to see a disheveled young man, his attire casual and his short hair tousled, squinting at her with evident fatigue. The dark circles beneath his eyes suggested he had likely spent the previous night awake. The boy furrowed his brow, clearly disturbed from a slumber that had been rudely interrupted, and his mood was decidedly sour. He squinted, assessing the girl before him. She appeared delicate and youthful, petite in stature with a porcelain complexion and well-defined features, exuding an air of fragility. Had made it clear she was not one to provoke easily. Such a girl, he mused, could be easily reduced to tears with but a single punch. He inquired, looking for a rental? Chang-yi nodded slightly. Yes, I found your information online. She raised her phone, indicating the rental listings. The young man casually glanced at her phone, his gaze lingering on her finger, which was slender and fair. He took a step back, his tone languid. Come in and have a look. All right. Navigating through the cluttered living room, the young man pointed towards the secondary bedroom. That will be your room. It does not have a private bathroom, so you'll have to share with me. If that bothers you, feel free to seek elsewhere. I don't mind. The young man lifted his gaze, observing her eagerness to move in, harboring suspicions that she might be yet another superficial woman captivated by his looks. Chang-yi surveyed the bedroom. The light was ample, and though the space was modest, it sufficed. It was certainly preferable to a 100-yuan motel. She turned to the young man and declared, I wish to move in today. The young man furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze appraising her with a meaningful intensity. That's fine. The rent is 500, with a deposit of 1 month and 3 months rent in advance. All right, let us sign a contract, Chang-yi replied, pulling out her phone. Add me on WeChat, and I will transfer the funds. Her intentions were glaringly apparent. She had come straight in requesting his WeChat. Housing was merely a pretext. Her true aim seemed to be approaching him. The young man suddenly smirked coldly, retrieving his phone and opening WeChat. Chang-yi scanned the QR code, which directed her to his profile. His username was SY, and the profile picture was a selfie showcasing abs. Those abs. This young man certainly possessed a sense of vanity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource C exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status. Resource C exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status. Resource C exhausted. Chapter 2. The Irritable Landlord's Infamy. Alas. What a position. Impressive. Oh my. I can hardly bear it. See you lay on the bed, utterly sleepless due to the commotion. Gradually, her patience wore thin, and in a fit of irritation, she seized a pillow and hurled it at Lee Suyo. Lee Suyo shielded his head, exclaiming, Please, boss. I only came here to avoid being discovered at home. Someone is living next door, he continued. Just as he finished speaking, a knock echoed through the bedroom door. It seemed the neighbor had arrived. Suyo kicked in annoyance, instructing him, Go answer the door. Rubbing his waist, Lee Suyo hurried to open it. A stranger, Chang-yi, stood there, momentarily stunned. His gaze fell upon the indecent images displayed on Lee Suyo's phone, and after a moment, he quickly grasped the situation. Could you please lower the volume? I have classes tomorrow, and this ruckus is quite disruptive. Lee Suyo, taken aback by the sight of Suyu's tenant, a fair-skinned, delicate girl with a melodious voice, immediately tucked away his phone and scratched his head sheepishly. See, I didn't mean to disturb you. I was just telling Suyu to stop watching, but he wouldn't listen. Watching such videos is detrimental to one's health. I had just snatched the phone away, intending to delete it. Suyu, weariness etched on her face, could not be bothered to explain. She climbed out of bed, forcefully shoved Lee Suyo out, and with a resounding thud, slammed the door shut. Lee Suyo stumbled forward, nearly colliding with Chang'e. Lee Suyo steadied himself, gazing at the two tightly shut doors. His brow furrowed in contemplation. Was their synchrony truly this uncanny? On a Monday morning, Suyu from Class 2 of the second year visited the office of the director. As Chang'e approached the classroom door, she heard the announcement calling out Suyu's name, causing her to frown slightly. Could it be mere coincidence? She murmured to herself, preparing to enter, when she unexpectedly collided with a solid wall of flesh. Was she blind? The other party's tone was particularly displeased and quite fierce. Chang'e felt a sting at the tip of her nose from the impact and looked up to meet the gaze of the individual before her. He towered over her, and her sight ascended until she tilted her head back to finally discern his face. It was him, the irritable landlord. To her surprise, it was also her, the adorably naive rabbit. Suyu's brow was tightly knitted in disdain, his tone brusque. Are you blind? I apologize, I wasn't paying attention. Chang'e hurriedly replied, having already witnessed his volatile temper the day prior. Please move aside. Fearing retribution, she quickly stepped aside and bowed deeply. I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to. Without sparing her a glance, Suyu shoved his hands into his pockets and exited the classroom, unexpectedly colliding into his embrace. In sharing the same school and class, her motive for renting a room was indeed to draw closer to him. Such a superficial girl, were it not for her fair complexion resembling that of a rabbit and her modest charm, he would never have considered renting the place to her. As Chang'e remained unscathed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the classroom. The individual in question was notorious for being a school bully, infamous for his volatile temper. The last time someone inadvertently crossed his path, they were so frightened that they fell ill that very night and subsequently took 3 days off. Chang'e, you truly possess remarkable courage. That is the well-known hot-headed bully of our school. Are you not aware? As soon as Chang'e settled into her seat, her deskmate, Jin Rong, eagerly remarked. Chang'e, still feeling a tinge of apprehension, recalled several instances where she sensed he might strike her. She retrieved her textbook and nodded. Yes. I can sense his volatility. How did he end up in our class? Jin Rong, exasperated, replied, It seems your relentless studying has muddled your mind. He has been here ever since the class division. Just look over there. Jin Rong pointed to the last row. Do you see? A bully indeed, monopolizing the back row. Unmatched and unchallenged. He sleeps through class, awakening only at his leisure, and in his spare time, he stirs up trouble with his friends around the school. He, along with Lee Suyo and Shi Chuan from Class 3, have been dubbed the three swordsmen of the campus, following Jin Rong's gesture. Chang'e's gaze fell upon a solitary desk at the distant back. Ever since the class division, he had scarcely attended, and on the rare occasions he did, he merely slumbered at his desk. While she immersed herself in her studies, she had failed to notice his usual attendance, especially since he had not been reprimanded by the school in quite some time. Oh, she responded nonchalantly, pulling out the unfinished assignment from the previous night. He has once again been summoned to the office of the academic director. I heard that the class flower of Class 3 was harassed, and it was Suyu who did it. He even wrote her love letters, seeking to pursue a relationship. I suspect there's a high probability that Suyu is indeed behind this incident. Jin Rong was utterly convinced that Suyu was a person of considerable malice, and thus her actions were hardly surprising. Chang'e chose to ignore the conversation and continued her studies. Jin Rong wished to indulge in more gossip, but seeing Chang'e immersed in her work, she reluctantly fell silent. Jin Rong truly could not comprehend the allure of the academic elite. What joy could be found in study? Wasn't gaming far more gratifying? It seemed as if the teacher, too, had given up on Suyu, as if she were invisible. Continuing her lecture undeterred, Jin Rong leaned closer to whisper in Chang'e's ear, I forgot to mention, although Suyu is the school bully, she is also an unassailable academic prodigy, consistently ranking first in the grade, the very one who has always overshadowed you. It's rather astonishing. How can someone who sleeps through classes manage to achieve such high marks? Jin Rong expressed her envy, deeming it almost a superhuman ability for someone like her. Chang'e was taken aback, her gaze meeting Suyu's, which was decidedly unfriendly. She froze momentarily. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek new accommodations in 3 months. A landlord with such a volatile temperament was truly daunting. She feared the day she might inadvertently provoke this fierce landlady and face dire consequences. As Suyu ambled past her, the sun-soaked scent of his clothing filled the air. The morning class concluded, and he seemed to have awakened from his slumber. Step aside. Step aside. As Chang'e and Jin Rong made their way to the cafeteria, someone suddenly dashed past them like the wind, as though unable to halt their momentum, forcefully pushing both girls aside. Chang'e lost her balance and collided with the wall. Lifting her gaze towards the young man, she observed him rushing to Suyu's side, throwing an arm around his shoulders with a cheerful grin, expressing his gratitude. "Thanks, boss." Suyu shrugged off his hand, retorting, "In the future, don't use my name when chasing girls." The young man responded, "Isn't your name just perfect? If you want to eat something, feel free to use my meal card." It was indeed Li Shuyo. How rude of him not to apologize after bumping into someone. Jin Rong recognized the boy and voiced his displeasure. Chang'e rubbed her elbow, frowning slightly. Chapter 3. Handsome yet irritable evening. With the necessity of taking a shower looming and only one bathroom available, she pondered the awkwardness that might ensue if her irritable landlord had a penchant for exhibitionism. The proximity of the school to the rented apartment was a blessing, as it took merely a few minutes to walk. After purchasing some snacks on her way back, she ascended the stairs and unlocked the door with her fingerprint. Upon entering, she turned around and was taken aback to see Suyu emerging from the bathroom. You're here?" Chang'e exclaimed, staring at him in astonishment. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. Her landlord did indeed have an exhibitionist tendency. Chang'e stammered, her fair complexion flushing. "Is it permissible for me to wear pajamas?" Suyu, with a languid gaze, scoffed. "Isn't this exactly what you wanted to see?" "What?" Chang'e replied, perplexed, her expression clouded with confusion. "Such pretense." Suyu cast her a scornful glance, striding into his room clad only in a pair of shorts. Chang'e's brows furrowed slightly. What did he mean by suggesting this was what she wished to see? Did she want to behold him in his nakedness? Had her irritable landlord misinterpreted her intentions? As Chang'e contemplated, she realized she had not uttered any words that could have led to misunderstandings. With a sense of suspicion, she settled onto the sofa, turned on the television, and indulged in a drama while savoring her takeout dinner. Just as she was enjoying her leisure, her irritable landlord unexpectedly emerged from the master bedroom. Now dressed. "I'm stepping out for a while," he remarked, casting a glance at Chang'e. "Oh," she replied with a nod, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Suyu raised an eyebrow. Was this a case of feigned indifference? A deliberate display of coldness? Quite clever, indeed. Once the irritable landlord departed, Chang'e felt an immediate sense of relief. She pondered whether she had inadvertently done something to provoke his discontent, as his gaze had held an inexplicable disdain. Despite their lack of acquaintance, reflecting on their interactions since yesterday, she realized they had exchanged no words at all, leaving her perplexed. Regardless, she resolved that in 3 months, she would seek new accommodations. It would be best to distance herself from such a landlord. After finishing her dinner, she turned off the television, gathered her pajamas, and proceeded to take a shower. Following that, she immersed herself in reading and studying, retiring to bed by midnight. Not long after she drifted into slumber, she was stirred by noises emanating from the living room. Dismissing it, she clutched her pillow and turned over to continue her sleep. Suddenly, a loud crash jolted her awake, and she shot upright in bed. Descending from her bed, she opened the door and peered into the living room. It was shrouded in darkness, yet she could hear the sound of pained gasps. Her heart raced as she reached for the light switch. Instantly, the living room was illuminated, revealing Suyu sitting on the floor, leaning against the sofa, momentarily blinded by the brightness as he raised a hand to shield his eyes. Chang'e's gaze wandered around the living room, ultimately landing on the irate landlord sprawled on the floor by the sofa. "What is the matter?" she inquired. As she approached, she noticed the dark t-shirt he wore was soaked in blood, with droplets trailing from the entrance to where he lay. The once furious landlord was now devoid of his rage, clutching his abdomen, his face betraying his agony. Chang'e momentarily stood in shock. "Did you get into a fight?" The landlord's eyes, cold and piercing, lifted to meet hers. Despite his grievous injuries, his look retained its characteristic nonchalance mixed with disdain. "If you're scared, then go to bed." Fear, of course, enveloped her. It was her first encounter with such a scene. How could she not be afraid? Observing the blood still seeping from his abdomen, a severe wound indeed, Chang'e bit her soft lip and hurried into the room. Suyu muttered, "What a heartless creature. I rent my place to her at such a low price, and now, upon witnessing my serious injury, she runs off in fear." His expression softened considerably. At least she had some semblance of conscience. Chang'e returned with a medical kit, placing it upon the coffee table, retrieving saline solution and gauze. "You should sit on the sofa," she instructed. Suyu remained motionless. She averted her gaze, fixing it on the agitated landlord. His complexion was pale as he extended his hand. "Help me up." "What are you doing?" he asked, watching her lift his shirt, skepticism lacing his tone. Can you even do this? If not, let me handle it. Ignoring his words, Chang'e lowered her head, using a cotton swab to clean the wound with saline solution. Suyu gazed intently at her earnest little face, her eyes wandering restlessly. She possessed fair skin, a petite frame, and her hair was casually tied into a ponytail, with several strands gently cascading down her forehead. TSK, such a delightful appearance, indeed. Suyu licked the bruise at the corner of her mouth. His gaze lingering on her delicate lips, his voice languid. Have you ever kissed anyone? Hiss. Good heavens. Are you trying to cause me pain? Chang'e's hands suddenly trembled, the pressure intensifying, her cheeks flushing. Such a strong reaction suggests she likely has not. Suyu rested his arm on the sofa, a teasing tone in his voice. Shall we give it a try? If we do, we are no longer children. With a hint of mockery in his smile, Suyu leaned back on the sofa and stifled a yawn. As she gathered the papers, she noticed that the last row was empty. The irritable landlord had not attended class. This seemed to be a common occurrence. Indeed, our tempestuous school tyrant was a person of few words. When it came to physical confrontation, he preferred action over words. There was no way she could be unaware of the fights. After all, the irritable landlord had been less volatile last night. It was she who had tended to his wounds, and yet he had still managed to tease her. However, her deskmate was truly an extraordinary presence, seemingly aware of every little occurrence. With little interest, Chang'e remarked indifferently, "Is that what you call a fight? It's more like being beaten." He was quite handsome, and many girls at school admired him. However, his carefree demeanor made it difficult for anyone to approach him. Otherwise, I might have pursued him as well. Jean Rong, while speaking, succumbed to daydreaming, clearly enchanted by the irritable landlord who had captured her heart. Her irritable landlord, with skin unusually fair and features strikingly exquisite, yet he seemed indifferent to his appearance, never making an effort to dress up, perpetually appearing disheveled and drowsy. Nevertheless, this did not detract from his attractiveness. Rather, it lent him an air of nonchalance. Perhaps it was his good looks that rendered him handsome regardless of his demeanor. This is indeed a reality. As for him, handsome? Upon hearing Jean Rong's words, Liao Shu wore an expression of disdain, evidently opposed to the notion of Suyu's handsomeness. Shouldn't true handsomeness be exemplified by someone like us, who wear glasses and present ourselves neatly and tidily, embodying the essence of a refined youth? Jean Rong scoffed. You seem to have a misunderstanding of what it means to be handsome. Chapter 4. Why are you so short at noon? It was supposed to be just her and Jean Rong dining together, but today, Liao Shu joined them. Chang'e, did you have a quarrel with your family? Liao Shu reacted strongly, gazing at Chang'e with surprise. Chang'e, looking obedient, was unexpectedly rebellious, even arguing with her family. She lowered her head, concealing her emotions, the peculiar glint in her eyes unnoticed. Finally, she bit her lip and raised her head. They won tea worry. At least, they shouldn't tea. After all, it's not the first time. They seem indifferent to my whereabouts. Liao Shu appeared to sense Chang'e's discomfort with the topic and quickly shoved a piece of rib to silence Jean Rong's incessant chatter. All right, if you can't even stop talking during meals, the mock exam is approaching. How is your revision going? Huh, so annoying. Why are you discussing this with a slacker? Liao Shu, I shall tutor you shortly, striving to prevent you from being relegated to the last row. How vexing, Jean Rong lamented, pouring forth the grievances of numerous underachievers. Contemplating a visit to the convenience store for a notebook, she took a detour towards it. From a distance, she spotted Suyu and others standing at the entrance of the store. It turned out he had come to school. Li Shuyo felt a faint fragrance wafting past him. Sensing that a beauty had just passed by, he immediately diverted his gaze from his phone and leaned forward to peer into the store. The girl, not tall, was on her tiptoes, stretching her delicate white arms to reach for the notebook above. Goodness, Suyu, your little tenant. Shichuan also lifted his gaze, his eyes wandering over several girls in the store before settling on Chang'e. TSK, how many tenants has our leader had now? I wager she won't last more than a month. I bet 10 yuan she won't last half a month. Suyu removed her earphones, casually casting a glance at the little bunny. Too short. Thus, even on tiptoes, she couldn't reach the notebook above. Judging by sight, she was around 160 centimeters tall. That waist is extraordinarily slender. He frowned slightly and took a step towards Chang'e. After struggling for a while, Chang'e still hadn't touched the edge of the notebook and was becoming frustrated. Just as she was about to give up, a distinctly skeletal hand reached out. Chang'e felt someone draw near from behind, the warmth causing her to tense up. So short. Above her, the landlord's mocking voice rang out. Chang'e, thank you. as she took the notebook from his hand. After receiving the notebook, she was about to turn away. Upon turning around, Suyu discovered that Suyu was still maintaining her previous posture. The two stood face to face, with her barely reaching his chin. She reached out to nudge the irritable landlord, then sidestepped through the gap to depart. Suyu turned back, observing her exit with a notebook in hand, leaving without a trace of sentiment. It seemed that, from beginning to end, she had not cast a single glance in his direction. After some contemplation, Suyu felt she could not be blamed. After all, he had just realized she only reached his chin. At a level with her, he would meet her collarbone, making it entirely normal for her not to see his face. This was not her fault. It was merely a consequence of her unintentional short stature. Little sister, what is your name? Chang-yi turned around, recognizing him as the boy who had shared a flirtatious moment with Suyu that evening. Oh, you are that perennial second best. Chang-yi. Li Shuyang quickly recognized his blunder and immediately stammered an apology. I didn't mean it that way. What I meant was, how can you always be overshadowed by Suyu? No, that is not what I meant either. I meant to say that you excel in your studies. While Suyu often dozes off in class, and sometimes even skips entirely, you should be able to surpass him. The phrasing of his words struck an odd note. Chang-yi, too, was curious as to why Suyu consistently held the title of top student despite seemingly not paying attention in class. Clutching her notebook, she quickened her pace. Thumping up the stairs, Li Shuyang stood there, momentarily stunned by the girl who swiftly ascended, noting her surprising speed, as she seemed impervious to his striking appearance. Without his school uniform, he stood out remarkably in the classroom. Upon reaching her seat, she succumbed to slumber, utilizing her pink backpack, presumably belonging to the girl in front of her, to shield her eyes from the light. A wave of sympathy washed over Chang-yi for the girl seated before the irritable landlord. Her daily existence must be fraught with turmoil. Chang-yi, how do I solve this problem? I can't even comprehend the question. She gazed intently at Jean Rong, who had passed her the exercise, and proceeded to elucidate each point. The self-study period was anything but tranquil, as most students engaged in hushed conversations. The most discernible voice belonged to a gentle little rabbit, whose tone was exceedingly soft. So you cast aside the backpack atop her head? Leaning onto her desk and tilting her gaze toward the girl seated in the first position of the first group, the girl was diligently explaining the problem to her classmate. Occasionally, her hair, which was tied up, cascaded down, prompting her to tuck it behind her ear as she patiently continued her explanation. Had the irritable landlord just been observing her? What could his interest possibly entail? How peculiar. Chang-yi, about that problem, could you explain it to me again? I seem to have forgotten. This one is straightforward. Simply apply the formula and carry out the calculations. Most of the questions on the mock exam are recycled. Just remember them, Chang-yi advised. Jean Rong scratched her head, pondering the origins of mathematics, which seemed to be her undoing. Listening to Chang-yi, she nodded in a daze. All right, I shall give it a go. Chang-yi acknowledged her with a nod and turned her attention back to her own problem. Chapter 5. The short legs moved swiftly despite having the option to take the back door. He chose to remain closer to her. Even though he could have traversed the corridor between the second and third groups, he inexplicably hesitated. Moreover, by some twist of fate, she found herself traversing the corridor between the first and second groups. Chang-yi was rummaging through her desk, searching for the unfinished paper from last time, when an unexpected thought about a third method of solving the problem struck her. Just as she located the exam paper, a sudden clatter echoed as her books tumbled to the ground. The noise drew the attention of several classmates, but upon realizing the protagonist was Suyu, they hastily averted their gazes. Chang-yi stared at the scattered books, her brows knitting together, before she lifted her gaze towards the culprit. Suyu glanced at the books on the floor, furrowing his brow slightly, then cast a look at Chang-yi's fair visage. I didn't notice. The lack of sincerity was palpable. Chang-yi observed him. He could have easily exited through the back door, yet the irritable landlord chose to leave through the front. The path from the second group to the exit was evidently closer, yet he opted to take a longer route towards her side. He knocked her books down without uttering a single apology, not even the perfunctory 3 words that lacked any genuine remorse. She looked again at her books on the floor, her expression turning cold, and chose not to pick them up. Instead, she lowered her head and tightened her grip on the pen, resuming her work. Beside her, Jean Rong was taken aback. Was Chang-yi expecting Suyu to help her retrieve her books? But he was the notorious school bully. This was an outright provocation. Chang-yi, don't blame me for not being a good friend. I fear for my own safety, Jean Rong thought, shrinking back and pressing himself against the wall, wishing to meld into it. Suyu glanced at the books by his feet, then looked at the pouting Chang'e, who resembled a disgruntled little bunny, quite adorable in her fury. Yet, Chang'e remained indifferent, not even lifting her head. Still upset, perhaps? Suyu paused momentarily, compelled by an inexplicable force to meticulously arrange the books one by one, placing them neatly on her desk. Jin Rong was taken aback, as were the rest of the class. It was already quite remarkable for the notoriously irritable school bully to pick up the textbooks. Yet he astonishingly organized them neatly on Chang'e's desk. Upon witnessing him restore the books to their original order, Chang'e finally lifted her gaze and uttered a soft, "Thank you. Thank you." Indeed, such a polite little bunny. Suyu fixated on her delicate, elongated neck, licking her lips. Perhaps this was her unique way of attracting his attention? After all, her eagerness to stay at his home was undeniably indicative of her interest in him. A desire to get closer. Suyu averted her gaze and slowly replied, "No need for thanks," before departing the classroom. This incident evidently transformed into a legendary tale within the class. The only person capable of prompting Suyu to bend down and pick something up was likely Chang'e alone. As for the reason, the others glanced at the gentle and unassuming Chang'e, pondering that perhaps the volatile school bully could not bear to strike her. A single punch would likely leave her in tears for quite some time. Chang'e, seemingly unfazed by the commotion, remained engrossed in her studies. Behind her, Liao Shu tugged at Jin Rong's sleeve, whispering, "I was terrified just now, fearing Suyu might deliver a punch to Chang'e." Given Suyu's grim expression, it seems Chang'e's days ahead may be challenging. Offending her is akin to offending a living demon. Jin Rong nodded fervently. It appears things will not go well from here on. Chang'e, she too felt apprehensive. Unintentionally, Chang'e swallowed hard, tightening her grip on the pen. Resolute, she decided to visit the library after school that evening. She selected a chemistry book and settled down. In a moment of impulsiveness, she had chosen the sciences without much thought, simply rebelling against conformity. Not long after she sat down, she felt her phone vibrating. Moments later, the caller rang again, prompting her to hang up and switch off the device. After spending a full 2 hours in the library, Chang'e finally left, making her way toward her residence. The surroundings were residential, somewhat chaotic, and the night was inherently restless. As she turned into an alley, she heard a commotion ahead. A group of stylishly dressed young men seemed to be encircling someone, brandishing baseball bats threateningly. They pushed the surrounded individual until he was cornered against the wall. Chang'e clenched her clothing tightly, hesitated briefly, then quickened her pace, attempting to pass by them swiftly. The individual in the center was taller than the others and strikingly handsome, making him stand out conspicuously. Alone, he was surrounded, and it appeared that his 2 companions were absent. Having been injured the previous night, he was now embroiled in another altercation. Did he have a death wish? Furthermore, it was evident that his assailants were part of a gang. Could a mere high school student possibly contend with them? Did he not feel the pain of his injuries? As she approached a corner, Chang'e paused. The distance was considerable, and she could only discern that they were questioning Suyu, though the words were indistinct. Suddenly, the leader of the group, a punk, erupted in anger, calling his companions to brandish their bats at Suyu. After what felt like an eternity, the cacophony gradually subsided. Soon, a bright and cheerful voice of a boy rang out. "You did well, boss. Even with an injury to your abdomen, you still struck so swiftly. Thankfully, we arrived in time. With so many of us, no matter how impressive you are, you can't hold your ground." Li Shuyao chuckled mischievously, his demeanor far from serious. "If your face gets marred, how will Zheng Huiming not weep inconsolably? You rascal! Get lost!" Li Shuyao cursed, kicking out playfully. The two engaged in a light-hearted scuffle, chasing each other until they faded into the distance. From their banter, it seemed the irritable landlord had not been at a disadvantage after all. Suddenly, Chang'e felt a jolt of alarm, inexplicably flustered, and instinctively sought to flee, only to be called back by someone behind her. "Where do you think you're going?" Chang'e halted, biting her lip before turning around. As she did, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Suyu, whose gaze conveyed a languid indifference. Evidently, he had not only avoided loss but had also emerged victorious in this raucous brawl. Suyu's eyes scrutinized her legs, his tone dripping with disdain. "Short legs. Yet you run surprisingly fast." Chapter 6. With those short legs, I'll grant you a 5-minute head start. Chang'e felt a twinge of defiance, glancing at his long limbs. She noted not only his height, but also the length of his legs. Turning her back on him, she chose to ignore his presence and headed toward her residence. Suyu followed closely behind, his gaze fixed intently on her slender silhouette. She appeared so delicate that a mere gust of wind might whisk her away, evoking an instinctive urge to protect her. Chang'e sensed his stare, feeling an odd discomfort that made her heart race. Why was the irritable landlord so intent on observing her? Recalling his nefarious deeds, Chang'e often felt a surge of panic and fear. Gradually, her gait became somewhat irregular, transforming into a peculiar synchronization of limbs. Behind her, the irritable landlord suddenly erupted into laughter, the sound echoing in her ears, causing her delicate brows to furrow slightly. "You're moving in unison." He took a long stride to her side, his tone resembling a benevolent reminder. Despite his short stature, his temperament was decidedly fierce. So you suppressed a laugh and nodded. "Indeed, but it appears rather clumsy. That is of no concern to you." Chang'e could not help but quicken her pace. She was nearly running, yet Suyu effortlessly kept up with her, evoking a wave of insecurity within her. In comparison, her legs seemed undeniably short. Suyu was also scrutinizing her legs, and to his astonishment, he discovered that the petite rabbit's 2 steps equated to one of his. Indeed, her legs were short. The irritable landlord's reasoning was remarkably clear, leaving her momentarily speechless. Noticing that the little rabbit was ignoring him, Suyu reached out and grasped her ponytail. Chang'e continued to walk briskly, seemingly miffed, when suddenly her ponytail was yanked. She felt a jolt of pain, her body instinctively tilting backward. She had assumed that the irritable landlord, despite his lack of decorum, would still catch her. However, he made no effort to reach out, and she lost all control, tumbling backward. Fortunately, her reflexes were quick. She turned her body and propped herself up with her hands. Suyu, with an expression of indifference, raised his hand and said, "Apologies, I have an injury on my hand," gritted her teeth and, disregarding the pain in her palms, rose from the ground. She brushed off the dust from her clothes, glanced at her palm, shot him a look, and without uttering a word, turned to leave. Suyu reached out again to tug at her ponytail, mindful of the previous incident, positioning himself deliberately in her path. With a furrowed brow, commanded, "Let go." Suyu immediately released his grip, observing her furious expression, and momentarily entertained the thought of witnessing her tears. However, this notion was fleeting. "Have you eaten? Let me treat you to a meal." "I don't want to." "What's wrong? Are you angry?" "I have an injury on my hand. If you don't believe me, take a look." He extended his hand before, revealing a genuine wound, bleeding and deep. At that moment, she was consumed by a singular thought. How had she not managed to defeat the irritable landlord? "Come on, we are roommates. We can't remain at odds. We must foster a bond. Let me take you out to eat." Without allowing a chance to refuse, he swiftly placed his hand on her shoulder and led her to the snack street. He treated her to spicy hot pot. She cast a glance at the irritable landlord, her gaze fixated on the hot pot before her, feeling somewhat uneasy. Eventually, hunger overcame her hesitance, and she picked up the disposable chopsticks to begin eating. Suyu had long finished his meal, reclining in his chair with his eyes narrowed, intently observing her. She ate gracefully, but perhaps the spice was overwhelming. As her lips turned a fiery red, she licked her lips and continued to eat, truly a serene little girl. Finally, when the heat became unbearable, suddenly raised her head and asked, "Could you buy me a bottle of water? I'll pay you back." Suyu's brow twitched slightly as he averted his gaze to another direction. She feigned indifference as she pretended to hear his voice, casting a casual glance in her direction. Her lips, tinged with a fiery red, appeared slightly swollen, and her eyes shimmered with a misty haze. The spice had brought her to tears. Was it truly that fiery? "Could you procure a bottle of water for me?" she implored, but it seemed he had not heard her, prompting her to repeat the request. How bothersome. Suyu shot her a disdainful glance before rising to fetch the water. "Here," he said, handing it to her. Hastily, Chang'e seized the bottle and attempted to twist off the cap, only to find it had already been opened. She gazed at the irritable landlord, perplexed. Suyu, languidly eyeing her, smirked with a hint of sarcasm. "Don't overthink it. I merely feared your fragile appearance might render you incapable of even twisting off a cap." Though his words were harsh, he had indeed assisted her. Pausing momentarily, she muttered a thank you before eagerly gulping down the water. Was it truly that spicy? Why did he, consuming the same dish, not feel the heat? As she observed the girl leave, Suyu picked up her chopsticks, dipped them in the broth, and tasted it. Not spicy at all. Suddenly, a realization struck him as he glanced at the adorable white rabbit chopsticks she had used. Could this be considered an indirect kiss? Startled, Suyu abruptly set down the chopsticks, straightened up, and with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "You're here. Your legs are short, so you may go ahead by 5 minutes." Indeed, the irritable landlord had long legs. Just as Chang'e was about to inquire who would shower first, Suyu swiftly passed her and entered the room. After a moment's contemplation, she took her clothes and locked herself in the bathroom. He bore injuries, his hands showing signs of distress. Would he handle them on his own? Seemingly indifferent to his plight? It was late. She decided it was time for sleep. She powered on her phone, plugged it into charge, and lay down on her bed. Just as she began to drift off, her phone vibrated. Reluctantly, she sat up to glance at the screen and hesitated before answering. Hello? Xiaoyi, are you asleep? Not yet. Her voice was soft, her eyelashes fluttering momentarily. Please don't blame your father and mother, nor your grandmother. This matter, sigh. On the line, Chang Wei-hua sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. I do not hold any resentment towards you. After all, it is you who raised me. I am grateful to you, and how could I possibly blame you and mother? In truth, you need not worry. I can manage on my own now, father. There is no need to be concerned about me. I am well, and I must sleep now. Good night, father. Just as Chang'e was about to hang up, Chang Wei-hua suddenly spoke. Xiaoyi, I will never abandon you. You will always be my daughter. Chang'e lowered her eyelids, yet joy eluded her. Chapter 7. I thought they were going to steal my milk. The alarm rang at 6 o'clock, then again at 6:15, and once more at 6:30, continuing until 7. Chang'e relished the luxury of sleeping in, the type who found it difficult to rise in the morning. Thus, when the alarm sounded at 6, she could indulge in a few more moments of slumber, and when it chimed again at 6:15, she could steal a bit more sleep. It was a rather foolish form of self-deception. However, rising in the morning posed a genuine challenge for Chang'e. At 7 o'clock, she struggled to pull herself from the bed, donned her school uniform, and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. At that moment, her irritable landlord was likely lost in dreams. By 7:10, she had completed her morning routine and stepped outside. Upon exiting the alley, she encountered a vendor selling breakfast. Each morning, she made it a habit to enjoy a glass of milk. Having purchased 2 steamed buns and a carton of milk, Chang'e turned to make her way to school. However, to her surprise, not far away, her irritable landlord was indulging in fried dough sticks at the breakfast stall. As Suyu finished his soy milk and raised his gaze, he spotted the little white rabbit. Her tiny frame was enveloped in a school uniform jacket, making her appear as if a child were playfully donning an adult's clothing. She radiated a sense of protectiveness. Are all girls this adorable? Thus far, she was the only one he had encountered, possessing such a gentle demeanor, with fair skin and a petite stature that was utterly charming. Suyu took a bite of the fried dough stick, holding it in his mouth as he used one hand to grab a tissue to wipe the grease from his fingers, while the other hand flung his jacket behind him. He then fell into step behind the soft-spoken little white rabbit, silently trailing her. However, he soon realized that her short legs moved at a rather leisurely pace, and before he knew it, he was nearly upon her, prompting him to slow his stride. With her head bowed, Chang'e was busy swallowing her bun, cradling the milk in her arms, while her other hand struggled to pull the straw from the carton. The task proved somewhat challenging for her with just one hand. Noticing her difficulty, Suyu took a confident step forward, gently taking the milk from her grasp, deftly tearing open the straw and inserting it into the carton with fluid grace. He then placed the milk back into her hands, completing the action with ease. Chang'e stared at the milk in her hands, slightly bewildered. Just moments ago, she had thought her irritable landlord might have been attempting to snatch her milk, only to discover he had merely come to assist her with the straw. Thankfully, she refrained from uttering the words, "Don't take my milk," lest it lead to an awkward situation. Yet, the notion of him taking her milk was indeed something he could very well do. Chang'e often wished to express her gratitude, only to realize that her friends had already joined together and dashed off to the playground. Chang'e, have you seen the recently popular variety show We Are in Love? As soon as she sat down, Jean Rong eagerly grabbed her arm, bubbling with excitement about this trending celebrity dating show. Have you watched it? You absolutely must. I adore the pairing of Su Man and Xiaoyu, even in silence. Their chemistry is undeniably sweet. The way Xiaoyu gazes at his sister is just heart-melting. It's so delightful, it truly satisfies my youthful romantic fantasies. I long to be in love, Jean Rong exclaimed, clasping her hands together, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Chang'e, distracted and absent-mindedly chewing on her straw, replied with a nonchalant nod. Ah, yes, that does sound sweet. Liao Shu, overhearing Jean Rong's mention of romance, immediately interjected, dating? Just think about the upcoming mock exam. Yan Feishui shrugged. I believe Liao Shu has a point. The seating arrangements for this mock exam might be rearranged, so you'd better be careful. Jean Rong's face flushed with indignation, feeling unfairly targeted for being a less academically inclined student. As the morning study session concluded, Suyu entered through the main door. Chang'e, keeping her head down and secretly fixated on her phone, noticed that the little rabbit had brought forbidden items, suggesting she wasn't as innocent as she seemed. Suyu's gaze swept over her, casually passing by. Suddenly, he stumbled, colliding into Chang'e. The desk in front of her shook, and a shadow loomed over her. Hastily, she tucked her phone away in the desk drawer and turned her face, inadvertently bumping noses with him. Startled, she quickly recoiled, gazing at Suyu in astonishment, her cheeks flushing without her realizing it. What is wrong with you? Chang'e gazed at Suyu, who was propping herself against her desk and the one behind her, leaning in so closely that it felt as though he were enveloping her in his embrace. Her heart raced unexpectedly. She caught a whiff of laundry detergent clinging to his clothes, and his breath brushed against her face. Suyu fluttered her eyelashes, her gaze deepening slightly. As she composed herself and straightened up, casually reaching for Chang'e's book. Are you seeking death? The textbook thudded against Chenche's desk, creating a resounding noise that echoed throughout the classroom. An immediate hush fell, and all eyes turned towards the commotion. Chang'e trembled slightly from the shock. Chenche, unfazed, looked up at Suyu and remarked, "Who knew you were coming over?" It turned out that Chenche had inadvertently tripped Suyu, which was why the irate landlord had fallen. Suyu picked up her fallen jacket, nonchalantly dusting it off, and smiled as she asked, "Was that unintentional? Which of your eyes saw it as intentional?" Chenche retorted, looking up at her defiantly. The other students in the classroom were intrigued, after all. Chenche was known to be an excellent student, kind to others. How could he be at odds with Suyu, behaving as if he were a different person? A simple apology could have resolved the matter, yet the tension between them seemed to escalate. Sensing the brewing conflict, Chang'e grasped Suyu's hand firmly. Chenche surely didn't mean it. Besides, the aisle over there is closer to your seat. Why do you always walk this way? Upon hearing Chang'e's words, Chenche slowly curled his lips into a smile. The landlord, however, was once again on the verge of losing his temper. Fool. Subsequently, Chang'e turned and walked away, leaving those two words behind. Chang'e, you didn't just kiss Suyu, did you? Jean Rong, recovering from the shock, hurriedly inquired. No, she replied. It was a close call. Her nose had merely brushed against the irritable landlord's. Chang'e pressed her lips together, slightly bowed her head, and upon opening her palm, she was startled to discover bloodstains. Chang'e, how did you get hurt? Jean Rong exclaimed. It's not me, Chang'e said, pulling out a tissue to wipe her hand. She quickly turned away, clutching her clothing tightly. Chapter 8. The adorably naive little rabbit indeed has feelings for him. As they witnessed the imminent conflict dissipating, the entire classroom of students collectively breathed a sigh of relief. However, they thought little of it. Class resumed, and the students returned to their playful antics, allowing the moment to pass. Chang'e rested her head on the desk, glancing at the bloodstain on the tissue, and felt a penetrating gaze from behind her that sent a shiver down her spine. The look the irritable landlord had cast her way was quite frightening. Their physical education class was rather lackadaisical. After forming lines and listening to the teacher speak a couple of sentences, it quickly turned into free play. Suyu was different. He didn't even bother to line up. Chang'e, let us play badminton. There is no win today. It's perfect for it, Jean Rong said, picking up a racket and addressing Chang'e. I'll play. Liao Shu suddenly appeared out of nowhere, snatching the racket from Jean Rong's hands. Jean Rong immediately erupted in frustration. Liao Shu, what are you doing? I want to play with Chang'e. I have something else to do. You two go ahead, Liao Shu replied. Chang'e watched as Suyu, with an air of indifference, walked deeper into the playground. She touched the tissue in her pocket and, after uttering those words, hurriedly followed after him. Where are you going, Chang'e? Jean Rong inquired, his face etched with confusion. Liao Shu tugged at Jean Rong, exclaiming, Come on, let us play ball. The loser treats the winner to milk tea. Jean Rong's interest was piqued immediately. All right. A deal is a deal. May the best player win. As Chang'e trailed behind, she soon discovered Suyu lying on the grass with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep or perhaps merely resting. Hesitating for a moment, she approached him. With headphones adorning his ears, it appeared he was oblivious to her presence. Just as she was about to speak, he unexpectedly reached out and grasped her ankle. Taken aback, Chang'e's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you doing here? Suyu languidly opened his eyes. Your hand, she replied, stepping back. It's bleeding. Don't worry about it. He dismissed, sitting up and leaning against the railing. With his eyes closed in weariness, the corners of his mouth subtly lifted, forming a faint smile, not easily noticeable. Ah, so you've come to get closer, he mused, recognizing that the innocent little rabbit could no longer contain itself. He had always sensed that this naive bunny was not as simple as she appeared. Chang'e glanced at his hand. But it's bleeding. It's nothing serious, Suyu responded nonchalantly. Chang'e chose not to argue. Sitting beside him and directly taking hold of his hand. You. He seemed incredibly reluctant for her to touch him, radiating disdain. Chang'e slightly furrowed her brow. If it weren't for the furious landlord and the intimidating gaze from Qin Che when he nearly clashed with her, she would never have approached him to improve her standing. Did he truly believe that she was willing to touch him? Chang'e bit her lip, suppressing the urge to flee, and spoke. Allow me to wrap your hand in paper. Do refrain from rubbing it, lest it bleed again. It will scab over. And if you disturb it, won't it hurt? Does it not hurt? Unexpectedly, the first person to express concern for his pain was a stranger. A girl with whom he was only slightly acquainted. Suyu tilted his head back, gazing at the overcast sky, and extended his hand towards her. Be gentle. I fear the pain. Ah, how changeable the weather is. Chang'e held his hand, lowering her gaze to examine his injury closely. His fingers were remarkably long, far exceeding her own, with well-defined bones that were quite aesthetically pleasing. He was exceedingly pale. Chang'e believed herself to be quite fair, yet Suyu was even paler, leaning towards a cooler hue. As Suyu opened his eyes and noticed her fixated on his hand, a cold smile graced his lips. Have you not yet wrapped my wound? Huh. Yes, I have. Chang'e awkwardly bit her lip. Her gaze lowered as she held his hand. Could you perhaps cooperate a little? Your hand is rather large. Or perhaps your hand is simply too small. Chang'e. Well, indeed, her hand was significantly smaller in comparison to his. With limited resources, she only had tissues at her disposal and had to use them to wrap his hand, ensuring he would not recklessly disturb the scab. All right, I shall take my leave now. Raising her eyes, she found the irritable landlord had once again closed his eyes. She quietly stood up and departed. Sensing the person beside him had left, Suyu slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the small white rabbit's retreating figure, and then at the bow on his hand. A soft smile escaping his lips. Alas, it appears that there is indeed a semblance of affection directed towards me. Even the bow is fashioned in the shape of a heart. Suyu retrieved her mobile device, capturing the serendipitous heart-shaped formation as evidence. Not long after Chang'e departed, her path was obstructed by an individual. Xiao-yi, is there something you wish to discuss? Chang'e averted her gaze from Qin Che. What is your relationship with Suyu? I noticed an unusual dynamic between you two just now. Chang'e furrowed her brow. It was curious that her foster parents showed no concern for her, yet he felt entitled to. Her expression soured slightly. We're not very acquainted. Did you have yet another quarrel with your uncle and aunt? Qin Che inquired. That is none of your business, Chang'e retorted coldly, attempting to walk away, only to be halted by Qin Che's grip. How can it not concern me? Xiao-yi, we have grown up together. What does growing up together prove? You are you, and I am I. My affairs are not your concern, nor do you possess the authority to meddle in them. Taking a deep breath, Chang'e shook off Qin Che's hand and made her way towards Jinrong. Qin Che watched her retreating figure, his fingers clenched tightly. Chang'e, come here quickly. Liao Shu is lost and must treat us to milk tea. Chang'e, momentarily lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by Jinrong's loud call. Look at how smug you are. If it weren't for the sudden gust of wind, I would never have lost to you, Liao Shu exclaimed, setting down his racket with a huff. Jinrong, wearing a triumphant grin, stuck out his tongue at Liao Shu. Regardless, I emerged victorious. I want a cup of herbal jelly. What about you, Chang'e? What flavor of milk tea do you desire? I suppose I'll have the brown sugar pearl, she replied. Another brown sugar pearl? Chang'e, would it kill you to try a different flavor? Jinrong felt overwhelmed upon hearing the term brown sugar pearl, since her acquaintance with Chang'e. She had exclusively indulged in this particular variant of milk tea. The depth of Chang'e's affection for brown sugar pearls truly perplexed her. It was evident that Chang'e's singular devotion to this drink spoke of her loyalty, in stark contrast to Jinrong's capricious nature, sampling different flavors each day. Today, taro balls. Tomorrow, some milk-cap concoction. Oh, how fickle. What concern is it of yours? Tomorrow, I shall certainly have my milk tea, Jinrong retorted, pouting, finding Liao Shu devoid of gentlemanly grace, and thus refrained from further debate. Chapter 9, Is the landlord enamored with her? Not long after physical education class concluded, the weather took a turn. The skies gradually darkened, and the wind arose, carrying the scent of damp earth. Chang'e glanced upward, sensing rain was imminent. She had left her umbrella behind that morning. Indeed, as they arrived at the cafeteria for lunch, the downpour commenced, akin to a torrential deluge. After finishing her meal, Jinrong could not contain herself, exclaiming, It's fortunate the rain held off until after gym class. Otherwise, that old man Zhao Xuanli would surely have turned it into a study period. Liao Shu chimed in. You didn't even study during study periods. Liao Shu, you deserve a slap. Jin Rong seethed, gritting her teeth. Chang'e felt that had Jin Rong not been holding her meal, she would have chased Liao Shu down the streets. Choosing not to partake in their verbal skirmish, Chang'e settled into a corner. Chang'e, look. Suyu has actually come to the cafeteria for a meal. Jin Rong suddenly exclaimed, excitedly tugging at her sleeve and pointing behind her. Just as she was searching for a place to sit, she realized, oh no, this is disastrous. Chang'e, shall we switch spots? Suyu is heading this way with a group. It seems that Jin Rong completely disregarded her words, fixated solely on Suyu and her companions. It is not surprising, for beside Suyu stood the tall and handsome Shi Chuan and Li Shuyao, naturally drawing attention. Chang'e, shall we change our seats? As she observed Suyu and her group drawing nearer, Jin Rong hastily picked up her lunchbox, intent on fleeing. Liao Shu, standing nearby, retorted, what are you thinking? They merely noticed there was space next to us. Do you believe Suyu has come to confront you or to express affection? Jin Rong, in truth, wished for Suyu's affection, yet she must possess the capacity to endure it. You are so talkative. Jin Rong shot Liao Shu an exasperated glance and settled back down. Chang'e let out a helpless sigh. Meanwhile, the rain outside intensified. Initially, they could have hastened their meal and dashed to the classroom while the rain was light. But with Jin Rong and Liao Shu's commotion, they might now end up drenched. As Chang'e pondered this, someone sat down beside her. From a half-meter distance across the aisle, she sensed the menacing aura of her irritable landlord. How could her fate be so tumultuous? Having left home to rent a place, she ended up with a landlord of foul temperament. Nervously biting her chopsticks, Chang'e stood with her unfinished meal. Hey, Chang'e, have you finished eating? Jin Rong asked, puzzled by the untouched food. You all eat. I have something to attend to. No. It was only because Chang'e was present that Jin Rong had the courage to sit next to Suyu. With her departure, a chilling breeze enveloped Jin Rong. Hastily gathering her belongings, she pursued her, leaving Liao Shu to eat alone. TSK, your little tenant has fled, boss. Li Shiyu gazed at the petite figure of Chang'e, a playful smile dancing across his face as he exchanged knowing glances with Suyu. She possessed a striking appearance, quite unique, with her fair complexion and seemingly docile demeanor. On the side, Shi Chuan offered his commentary, pondering how long she might stay. Our leader has had several tenants drawn by others. She does not seem to fit that mold. Doesn't seem to? Suyu retorted, her lips curving slightly upwards. What makes you think she isn't here for someone else? This was due to the fact that they were oblivious to the eager, endearing bunny who longed to cohabit with him. Surely, this adorable bunny harbored feelings for him. What? Do you believe that Chang'e is here to rent because of you? The tone of Suyu suggested there was a story to unravel, igniting Li Shuyo's curiosity. Shi Chuan shook his head, earnestly deducing, I do not think so. Since our leader appeared in the cafeteria, her gaze has not lingered on him for more than 2 seconds. Just moments ago, when her friend pulled her away, she glanced at our leader, but it was merely a fleeting second. She hardly regarded him. Hardly regarded him? Suyu chuckled, her smile broadening. Yet today, she tended to his wounds, and the bow she tied was a symbol of her affection. Suyu looked at the bow secured on his hand, her expression brimming with delight. She appears to possess a conscience. The expense of that spicy hot pot was not in vain. Perhaps Chang'e is simply a bit shy? Look at how demure she is. She embodies the image of a well-behaved girl, possibly too reserved. Li Shuyao speculated. Shi Chuan shook his head again, expressing his dissent. Even if she is reserved and shy, her eyes cannot deceive. Based on my experience of having dated 18 girlfriends, she is undoubtedly uninterested in the boss. How can I possibly agree with your statement? I do not concur with you either. The two engaged in a fruitless argument, ultimately directing their gaze towards Suyu. Boss, what do you think? Suyu, absent-mindedly inserting his chopsticks into the rice, impatiently replied, enough with the gossip between two grown men. Time will reveal one's true character. Shi Chuan nodded knowingly, elongating his tone. Time? Which kind of time? Regardless of the kind, I firmly believe this innocent girl has feelings for our boss. Suyu glanced at his chair, his eyes half closed as if still waking, his mind wandering to the adorable little bunny residing next door. The distance felt both near and far, a game of cat and mouse. In a good mood, he chose not to expose her intentions and decided to indulge her a bit. Such antics were clearly characteristic of a young girl. Li Xiao interjected with a few clicks of his tongue. Boss, I think Zheng Huiming is quite remarkable. She's beautiful, with a stunning figure, and has pursued you for so long. Why not just give in? Be quiet. Suyu frowned in displeasure, taking a considerable amount of time before adding, I do not fancy that type. I do not like the sultry and fiery ones. What are you thinking, boss? Suyu glanced at the bow on his hand, lazily rising to leave. I'm off. Enjoy your meal. Class 2 of the second year. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, abruptly silencing the whispers that filled the air. Everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the commotion at the back row. Suyu was nonchalantly kicking a chair, a haphazard stack of textbooks in his hands. Having moved from Group 3 to Group 1. Chang'e, look, the irritable school bully has joined our group, someone remarked. The tempestuous landlord seemed to have lost his mind, as he had inexplicably transported his solitary desk to their group. His classmates in the front row appeared rather displeased. Chapter 10. The road ahead that evening. The rain fell in a sparse drizzle, showing no signs of abating, and instead intensified. Jean Rome, having his mother come to pick him up, departed early, leaving Chang'e to wait for a bus at the school gate. She clutched the strap of her backpack, her head lowered as she stared at her shoe-tips, her frail silhouette exuding a sense of solitude. Xiaoyi, you need not worry, Qin said, furrowing his brow with concern. Why shouldn't I be worried? Xiaoyi, please don't sulk. Even if uncle and aunt have their own children, they will never abandon you. Will they really not abandon her? Chang'e remained silent, her gaze fixated on the puddles at her feet, where raindrops created ripples. She sniffed, feeling a slight congestion, her voice tinged with a delicate nasal quality. After speaking, she sensed a towering shadow enveloping her, and she initially assumed it was Qin. Just as she was about to speak, he beat her to it. The bus has arrived. To her surprise, it was the irritable landlord, who also bore no umbrella. Qin's view was obstructed by Suyu's figure. He had intended to speak, but Chang'e had already boarded the bus. Habitually chose a seat by the window, gently placing her backpack in her lap as she settled down. The vehicle jolted briefly before resuming its steady course. She unzipped her backpack and retrieved her textbook. Flipping it open, Suyu cast a glance in her direction before taking a seat behind her. Today, it was no surprise that the innocent little bunny had come to Qin's defense. They were acquainted, and their relationship seemed rather significant. Suyu furrowed her brow, donned her headphones, and leaned back in her seat, half-heartedly gazing at the adorable little bunny in front of her. The girl was dabbing at her nose with a tissue, her face lacking vitality. Was she unwell? Suyu glanced at her frail figure, raising an eyebrow. Was she already sick? From her conversation with Qin, it appeared she had run away from home. Ah, who would have thought that someone so seemingly well-behaved would possess such a rebellious spirit? Actually leaving home? Was it because of him? Had a quarrel with her parents prompted her to flee and take refuge in his home? With such a delicate constitution, how could she venture out on her own? And given her striking appearance, what if she encountered ill-intentioned individuals? Thankfully, she had him, a person of integrity. Yet, Suyu remained indifferent. She feigned interest in her book, though not a single word registered in her mind. Soon, she would become a forsaken child, parentless and homeless. Bit her lip, her eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears as she lowered her head and began to weep. Suyu observed her trembling shoulders, frowning slightly. Was she crying? What could possibly cause her tears? The vehicle came to an abrupt halt and wiped her tears before heading towards a dilapidated building with a case of beer from the supermarket in hand. This place was in close proximity to her foster parents' home, a refuge she often sought during moments of distress. This place has unmistakably become her secret sanctuary, her most tranquil retreat. Suyuma quietly followed her at a measured distance, momentarily taken aback when he noticed her purchasing beer from the supermarket. It appeared that even the adorably naive little rabbit indulged in alcohol. Observing her venture toward an abandoned building, he trailed behind her. Clearly, she was well acquainted with this locale, as she promptly found a spot to sit down and cracked open a can of beer, taking a hearty swig. Suyumo removed his headphones and approached her. Upon seeing the irritable landlord, Chang'e paused in surprise, quickly wiping away the tears from her face, her voice trembling. What are you doing here? I came to my secret base. Chang'e dabbed her eyes, lowering her head, her fingers tightly gripping the beer can. This was undeniably her sanctuary. When had it become the domain of the irascible landlord? Furthermore, considering how far this place was from his residence, how could he possibly have a secret hideout here? Why are you crying? Suyuma inquired as he sat beside her, unceremoniously opening a can of beer, his tone neither warm nor cold. You look rather pitiful. With that, he added. Chang'e sniffled and shook her head. It's nothing. There is just one problem I can't solve. Suyumo gazed at her in silence for a prolonged moment before seemingly accepting her explanation. You want to ask me? Oh, I'll give you the problem tomorrow. Looking at her, Suyumo suddenly uttered two ungracious words. Fool. Chang'e clenched her clothing, suppressing the urge to punch him, yet defiantly retorted, You're the fool. TSK. Daring to talk back? Suyu took a sip of beer, licking the corner of his mouth, his gaze languid and tinged with displeasure. It was only then that Chang'e realized she had inadvertently called him a fool. Unable to suppress her tension, she tightened her grip on the pull tab of the can, appearing both timid and apprehensive. What are you afraid of? I do not strike women, Suyu remarked, his eyes cast down upon her delicate fingers gripping the beer can. Leaning back slightly, his interest waning. I only tease girls. Chang'e swallowed hard, recalling his words from the last time she tended to his wounds. Hit kiss. Such a phrase was indeed a product of his imagination. Sensing the girl beside him becoming increasingly tense, Suyu scrutinized her form with half-closed eyes. His mocking tone unmistakably irksome. However, you are rather flat, not to my taste. Do not worry, though, there is still an opportunity for redemption. Chang'e felt a tightness in her chest, instinctively covering it with her hand as her cheeks flushed. Suyu's spirits lifted. A girl who blushes easily is truly something special. Would you like to know how to redeem yourself? Chang'e, not entirely naive, was well aware of the implication behind his words. I do not wish to know. Suyu raised an eyebrow playfully. Heh. Upon hearing his light laughter, Chang'e could not help but lift her head, puzzled. What are you laughing at? Suyu looked at her with utmost seriousness, then suddenly chuckled. I laugh at your foolishness. Perplexed, she thought to herself, I am not foolish. It was only after the rain ceased that Suyu abruptly stood and departed. When she saw her father's name flashing on her phone, Chang'e hesitated for a moment before ultimately answering the call. Xiaoyi, I could not find you at school today. Did you bring an umbrella? Did you get caught in the rain? Please be cautious while you are out alone. As soon as the call connected, the anxious voice of Chang Weiwa resonated. Are you feeling unwell? A bit, but it's not severe. Chapter 11. Growing up together as childhood sweethearts, Xiaoyi instinctively tightened her grip on the phone, replying softly, I understand, Dad. Please do not argue with Mom. I will behave well on my own outside, take good care of myself, and ensure my safety. However, 2 months prior, his wife had discovered her pregnancy. Everyone in the family, except for him, wished to send Xiaoyi away. Chang Weiwa adored Xiaoyi immensely, naturally. He was reluctant and found it difficult to part with her. Yet, Xiaoyi was sensible and did not want to place him in a difficult position, so she chose to leave home instead. Chang Weiwa, a man over 40, found himself moved to tears upon hearing Xiaoyi's mature words. He wiped away his tears and managed a smile, saying, I will hang up now, Xiaoyi. Make sure to sleep early and do not stay up late. Tomorrow, I will bring you something delicious. After ending the call, Xiaoyi also wiped away a tear and buried herself in her blanket, softly sobbing until she eventually drifted off to sleep. In the morning, Xiaoyi nearly overslept. Several alarms rang, yet she remained oblivious. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, she jolted awake from her slumber, with her first instinct being to check the time. It was 7 o'clock, still manageable. She swiftly got out of bed to change her clothes, only to realize her head felt heavy and her nose was congested. It seemed she had caught a cold. After a quick wash, Xiaoyi stepped outside. The rain from the previous night had cleared, leaving the air fresh and invigorating. Chang'e, with a gentle sniffle, approached the breakfast stall to purchase a carton of milk. Inserting a straw, she sipped while hastily making her way to school, aware of the impending tardiness. Ultimately, she entered the classroom just as the bell rang. As she settled into her seat, her breath still unsteady, Jean Rong tugged at her sleeve, inquiring, What a rare occurrence today. Why are you so late? Chang'e rubbed her nose, feeling somewhat unwell, her head heavy with the weight of a severe cold, her voice soft and fragile. I overslept. What's wrong with you? Caught a cold? Were you up to mischief last night? Last night. She recalled the vexatious landlord who had once again teased her. Even referring to her as a smooth stretch of land, she had cried, uncertain whether the irritable landlord had witnessed her tears. Jean Rong, skeptical yet intrigued, nodded, about to speak when someone interrupted. Xiaoyi, this is for you. Chinche extended his hand, offering her a box of cold medicine. What happened yesterday? Did you get caught in the rain? Have you taken any medicine? I have warm water. You should take it now. At that moment, Jean Rong's eyes widened as if a revelation struck her. Could it be that Chinche harbored feelings for Chang'e? After all, why else would he address her so affectionately? With a curious glint in her eyes, she gazed at Chang'e, who, feeling dazed, was busy wiping her nose. Just then, the classroom door was abruptly kicked open, and Suyu arrived fashionably late. Upon entering, she spotted Shinche standing at the desk of the little rabbit, a cup of water in hand, while several boxes of medicine lay on the desk. Perhaps she had caught a cold from being out in the cold last night? Chang'e raised her head and shook it gently at Shinche, saying, "Thank you, but..." Shinche, sensing her hesitation, promptly interrupted. "This medicine is from my uncle. He asked me to bring it to you and said you should seek him out." "Oh, I understand. I will fetch the water myself." Jean Rong, unable to contain her curiosity, seized Chang'e's arm and inquired, "Chang'e, do you and Shinche know each other from before? I get the impression that you two are exceptionally familiar." Chang'e fluttered her eyelashes, lowered her gaze, and spoke in a subdued tone. "We grew up together." "Childhood sweethearts?" Jean Rong exclaimed, her voice tinged with envy. Such a beautiful phrase, childhood sweethearts, growing up together. No wonder Shinche looks at you differently. He lives across from my house. We are merely neighbors, Chang'e clarified, dismissing the notion of childhood sweethearts. "Just neighbors," Jean Rong nodded knowingly, adopting an expression that suggested she understood everything. "But why do I feel like Shinche has feelings for you?" Chang'e furrowed her brow slightly. "You are mistaken. No, I possess discerning eyes." In the back row, Suyu's gaze was fixed intently on Chang'e, observing her engage in hushed conversation with her seatmate. "Whispers. Girls seem to have an affinity for whispering," he mused, suddenly curious about what the little white rabbit was discussing in secrecy. Suyu frowned, bemused by such peculiar thoughts, and draped his jacket over his head to sleep. After the morning study session, Chang'e made her way to the office of the headmaster. She entered. Upon hearing a sound, she pushed open the door and stepped inside. "Xiaoyi, you're here. Come over quickly. I noticed from your voice last night that you seem to have a cold. Did Shinche bring you the medicine? Have you taken it?" As soon as Chang Weihua saw Chang'e had arrived, he immediately set aside his current task and stood up. "I've taken the medicine," Chang'e replied, her tone tinged with fatigue. Among her foster family, Chang Weihua was the one who cherished her the most. During her junior high years, her academic performance was lackluster, yet she felt compelled to strive for excellence, fearing her adoptive parents' disappointment. Lacking inherent talent for studies, she relied solely on relentless effort. Any lapse in diligence would result in a decline in her grades. Thus, she tirelessly tackled exercises, read voraciously, listened attentively in class, and diligently took notes. Initially, it was arduous and exhausting, but she eventually acclimated. Her voice was thick with nasal congestion as Chang Weihua took her hand and gently inquired, "Is your cold quite severe? Would you like to take a leave of absence to see a doctor?" Chang'e shook her head, asserting, "No. I cannot afford to fall behind in my studies." Observing her maturity, Chang Weihua felt a pang of sorrow and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Xiaoyi, I am sorry. Your father is powerless and unable to persuade your mother. I feel ineffectual. Please don't say that, father. Thank you and mother for raising me until I am 17. I promise to repay you both in the future." A bittersweet sensation enveloped Chang'e as she recalled the moment when Chang Weihua and his wife adopted her from the orphanage at the age of 7. She had believed she would finally have a family of her own, but little did she anticipate that Guan'en's recent pregnancy would lead to her being unwanted. Chang Weihua let out a helpless sigh. "Go ahead. If there's anything, just tell your father." "I understand," she replied. Chapter 12. Living with the irritable school bully? Jean Rong looked at her with concern. She was suffering from a severe cold and appeared quite listless. Her frail body swayed slightly, making him fear she might faint at any moment. Chang'e also felt her nasal passages blocked, which was exceedingly uncomfortable, and her head felt heavy, making her desperately crave sleep, her eyelids too heavy to lift. "Jean Rong, could you please help me get some water? I need to take my medicine," she requested. "Sure. Wait for me," he replied, grabbing her water cup and dashing out. Chang'e rested her head on the desk, her eyes growing heavy as she sought a moment of respite. Suddenly, a coat was draped over her head, followed by the irritable voice of her landlord. "Put it on." Chang'e removed the coat from her head, lifting her gaze to meet his, managing to reply, "I'm not cold." In fact, she felt quite warm. "Just put it on when I tell you to. Why all the unnecessary chatter?" Suyu frowned, not sparing her a glance as he walked to the back, leaving her with a disdainful remark, "You have a cold. We are sharing a space. What if you infect me? If you develop a fever, I cannot simply ignore you." "Can I?" Chang'e bit her lip, regretting the fleeting moment when she thought her irritable landlord was somewhat considerate. It turned out he was merely concerned about catching her cold, fearful of having to care for her should she fall ill. She lowered her head slightly, her lips curling as she muttered under her breath, "What a person, so lacking in grace." Despite her words, Chang'e still donned his coat. In an instant, the aura of the irritable landlord enveloped her. Chang'e experienced a fleeting discomfort, yet upon donning her coat, warmth enveloped her body, and she felt considerably better. She lowered her head, inhaling the scent of the coat, before quickly lifting her gaze. Surprisingly, it was rather pleasant, not the pungent odor of a boy's sweat, but rather a subtle fragrance reminiscent of laundry detergent. "Chang'e, Chang'e, Chang'e, the water's ready. Quickly take your medicine." Jinrong rushed in, clutching a cup of water. Upon placing it down, he stared at her attire, momentarily taken aback. That coat looks strangely familiar. "Ah, I remember now. It's the school bully Sue's. How did he end up giving it to you?" What could she possibly say? That Suyu was, in fact, her irritable landlord, and that his gesture of offering her the coat stemmed from concern over her catching a cold, fearing she might develop a fever, and his reluctance to care for her? After a brief pause, she replied, "Just a display of camaraderie among classmates, right?" "Camaraderie, my foot," Jinrong exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he cast a glance towards the back row where Suyu sat, lowering his voice. "You actually think the irritable school bully shows camaraderie? Are you out of your mind, Chang'e? How could Su, the school bully, ever exhibit kindness towards a classmate? He's more likely to harm them than anything else." However, this was of little consequence, as she had more pressing matters at hand. Rumor had it that the bully was once again preparing to engage in a brawl, this time with an outsider. "You seriously believe he shows camaraderie? Are you kidding? Was another fight on the horizon?" Su was currently immersed in his music with headphones on, head bowed as he fiddled with his phone, seemingly engrossed in a conversation. "What is he looking at?" Jinrong pondered aloud, and then, with sudden realization, added, "Oh, Chang'e, you can't possibly have feelings for Suyu, can you?" Chang'e frowned. "What would make you think that?" "I was merely speculating. Perhaps Suyu has an affection for you, otherwise she would not have lent you her coat. It is not as if we wear uniforms, and in our school, only 3 individuals do not don them: Suyu, Shi Chuan, and Li Su Yao. Since Li Su Yu and Shi Chuan do not belong to our class, I deduce that this coat must indeed belong to Suyu." Jinrong, with her brash demeanor, often speaks without consideration, and Chang'e feared she might indiscriminately share information, thus she decided to reveal the truth to her. "He is my landlord, and upon noticing my cold, he was concerned I might develop a fever. Not wishing to tend to me, yet unable to ignore my plight, he simply offered me his coat. However, his attitude towards you appears to be different." Suddenly, Jinrong seemed to grasp something, her expression one of astonishment. "What? You are cohabiting with Suyu?" This exclamation from Jinrong resonated throughout the classroom, immediately drawing the attention of their peers. Even Suyu, seated at the back, raised her head in their direction. Upon removing her headphones, she caught wind of the statement, her languid eyes flashing with disdain. Realizing the hushed whispers of the timid girl were in fact gossiping about her, Chang'e felt a jolt of shock, her head throbbing in response. She had anticipated that Jinrong would prove unreliable. Jinrong quickly covered her lips, blinking innocently, questioning whether she had misspoken. "What did you just say? Chang'e and the school bully are cohabiting?" Liao Shu swiftly pieced it together, hastening to inquire of Jinrong. This was indeed sensational news. How could the well-behaved girl possibly be involved with the hot-headed bully? Jinrong hurriedly waved her hands in denial. "How could that be true? You must have misheard." "Misheard? I was merely rambling. Please do not take my words seriously." Ing Fei Shiwei gently adjusted her glasses and remarked, "Jinrong, your incessant chatter lacks decorum. This is quite inappropriate." He chuckled, "I promise it won't happen again," as he scratched his head. The entire class was well aware of Jinrong's carefree nature, often dismissing his ramblings as mere frivolity. However, Su, the school tyrant, held a different opinion. Her mind was consumed with the notion of the innocent little rabbit and her deskmate whispering about none other than himself. Thus, they had just been engaged in a discussion centered around him. Su raised her gaze, scrutinizing the fair and unassuming Chang'e. Realizing that even the adorably naive rabbit harbored affections for him, to such an extent, Shi Chuan disregarded the math teacher, Xia Meijin, at the front of the class. Poking his head in from outside and beckoning to Su, "Boss, come out, there's trouble." Xia Meijin had always held a grudge against Su and her clique, and Shi Chuan's actions were tantamount to inviting disaster. Xia's expression darkened immediately, and she snapped, throwing down her chalk with a sardonic tone. "Students who are disinterested in my class need not attend. If one refuses to listen, one should not disturb others." This statement was undoubtedly directed at Su, The classroom fell into an abrupt silence, all eyes turning toward the back where Sue, the school tyrant, yawned languidly. She cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Meijin and then abruptly rose from her seat, exiting the classroom through the back door amid the collective gaze of her peers. The atmosphere within the classroom became palpably tense. Xiao Meijin, trembling with rage, declared, "Students, let us use Su Yu as a cautionary example. In our classes, we must adhere to classroom discipline and refrain from mingling with students from other classes. Su Yu has been sleeping during lessons and disturbing female classmates. Such behavior is utterly deplorable." Upon hearing this, Jin Rong swallowed hard, realizing that their negative example was, astonishingly, the top student of the entire grade. Such a misguided role model is unworthy of respect. Chapter 13. Struck by a ball, however, after receiving the exam paper. He estimated that he would submit it in about 20 minutes. Xiao Meijin cast a disdainful glance at his retreating figure as he exited the classroom towards the playground. Yet she remained silent, for he had long dominated the top position in the grade. There was little to say regarding his studies. It was a matter of attitude. Considering that Su Yu's parents were neglectful of their child, her words would hold no weight. Furthermore, Su Yu's parents had never attended a parent-teacher meeting, likely opting for a hands-off approach that had resulted in this unruly child. As Xiao Meijin pondered this, she picked up Su Yu's exam paper, noting that there were no blank answers, and she surmised that he had likely answered all the questions correctly. Only then did her furrowed brow relax. How could someone submit their paper so quickly? Seeing another student submit their exam, Jin Rong, who was struggling academically, felt a surge of anxiety. He scratched his head in frustration, staring at the questions, realizing he not only couldn't solve them, but also found them incomprehensible. He murmured to himself the mantras of the academically challenged. For 3 long and 1 short, choose the shortest. For 3 shorts and 1 long, opt for the longest. For 2 longs and 2 shorts, select B. If they are of equal length, choose A. If the lengths vary, pick D. And for an uneven distribution, go with C. His strategy relied heavily on copying, supplemented by guessing. A combination of both would surely lead to passing. Finally, he added a prayer, hoping it would help him scrape by. He found the exam questions rather straightforward, many of which had been previously discussed by Xiao Meijin. After reviewing her answers, she submitted her paper right after Su Yu and proceeded to the library. The rain had long ceased, yet the sky remained overcast and the air retained a dampness, mingled with the earthy scent of wet soil, creating an indescribable aroma that invigorated the spirit. As Chang'e strolled past the playground, she noticed Su Yu engaged in a game of basketball with Shi Chuan and Li Suyo from Class 3. Despite the cessation of rain, puddles still lingered on the court. Yet they appeared unbothered, holding a ball sullied with mud. Chang'e paused momentarily to observe. Shi Chuan lifted his gaze and spotted Chang'e, who was leaning against the railing, seemingly lost in thought, her expression distant, suggesting an inner turmoil. "Your little tenant is watching you." She was petite, wrapped snugly in his jacket, resembling a primary school student who had pilfered her parents' attire. Occasionally, she would glance down and kick at the pebbles at her feet. A rather childish gesture. Su Yu averted his gaze, caught the ball, and nonchalantly remarked, "Keep watching. You look handsome. Oh, that jacket looks somewhat familiar." Li Suyo wiped the sweat from his brow, his curiosity piqued. "Boss, where is your jacket?" His eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Wow, it seems our boss has a situation. Aren't you the one who despises others touching your belongings? Why, then, did you lend such a personal item to your little tenant?" Su Yu replied, "She has a cold." Shi Chuan inquired, "And then?" Su Yu continued, "It's overcast, rainy, and breezy. I fear she might develop a fever." Shi Chuan pressed, "So?" Li Suyo immediately seized the opportunity to speak. "So, do you not understand? The boss, in his tenderness, bestowed his coat upon his future girlfriend." Su Yu kicked at him. "Get lost." Li Suyo rubbed his backside. "Did I say something wrong?" Su Yu glanced at him with a cool detachment, raising her hand as the basketball soared towards him. Li Suyo caught it effortlessly. "Heh, didn't hit me. Wow, my son has such a mischievous grin. There's always a son wishing to become a father. Your behavior is quite audacious." Shi Chuan, "If you have the guts, stand still. Watch me not knock you out." "A son striking his father? You rebellious child." "Damn. Shi Chuan, you wretched boy." Observing the two engage in their playful banter, Su Yu slightly furrowed her brow, accustomed to their antics. After all, these two had always aspired to be each other's fathers. Meanwhile, Chang'e, lost in her thoughts, was oblivious when a basketball unexpectedly struck her head. She let out a muffled groan, clutching her head, and glared at the ball rolling at her feet before meeting Su Yu's gaze with indignation. The naive little rabbit had finally snapped. Licio froze, realizing he had inadvertently caused trouble by hitting the boss's little tenant. See? You wouldn't listen to your father, and now you've hurt someone. With no time to continue his banter with Sichuan, he was about to apologize to Chang when he noticed her bending down to pick up the ball and hurl it back in their direction. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air before hurtling towards Suyu. Oh no! Li Suyo gasped, instinctively shutting his eyes. Suyu was utterly taken aback, forcibly receiving the ball from Chang Yi, and it struck her face. Sichuan. Li Shuyo. Suyu. Li Shuyao swallowed hard. At that moment, the boss took the blame for him. Suyu furrowed her brows. The girl who had just been furious had already turned and walked away. Cough, cough. Boss, you've taken the fall. Li Shuyo approached anxiously, glancing at the mark left on Suyu's face by the ball, feeling both nervous and amused. Sichuan wore a look of amusement. Alas, boss. Did you do something to her? Otherwise, why would she single you out among the three of us? Suyu was not angry, merely surprised. The little white rabbit had become frisky. You all play, I'm off. Li Shuyao watched Suyu's retreating figure and gossiped. Does our boss have a crush on her? Sichuan chuckled knowingly. Who can say? Changyi sniffled and turned to enter the library, with her head down, rubbing her nose. She completely failed to notice Chang Weiwa passing by her side. It was Chang Weiwa who stopped her. Hearing the sound, she slowly looked up. All right. Changyi shook her head. No? In the presence of Changyi, Chang Weihua always felt a sense of guilt towards her. When his wife discovered her infertility, she planned to adopt a child from an orphanage. He preferred girls, and upon seeing Changyi for the first time, he was convinced she was the one. She knew she was adopted, hence she was well-behaved and understanding. Chang Weihua understood all these little thoughts of hers. She feared that if she misbehaved or was ungrateful, they would send her back to the orphanage. I understand. Bit her lip and nodded. Well, you may go in now. She turned and walked into the library, watched her enter before he sighed helplessly and departed. He felt an overwhelming sense of unease at the thought of a young girl like being alone outside. However, had never experienced such a sense of powerlessness before, feeling profoundly guilty towards. Chapter 14. The fiery school bully moves out. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. I feel like I did poorly on the exam. Slumped over her desk, her hair disheveled from her anxious fiddling, a result of the mental strain from the recent test. When have you ever done well? Interjected, dousing with a bucket of cold water, leaving her feeling chilled to the bone. As a self-proclaimed underachiever, shot him an angry glare. If you keep quiet, no one will mistake you for a mute. I'm merely stating the truth. I will eventually silence that insolent mouth of yours. Fueled by her temper, raised her hand as if to deliver a playful slap to. At that moment, their classmate chimed in. Why does this feel like a classic case of bickering lovers? Be careful, or you might find yourselves in a predicament. Perplexed, asked, a predicament? What predicament? Quick to understand, swiftly changed the subject. Could you help me with this problem? I'm at a loss. Frowned and turned to, complaining, is being utterly unbearable. Let us keep our distance from him in the future. Rested her head on the desk, feeling lethargic, listening to the bickering between and. She had little interest in joining the fray, feeling somewhat unwell and drowsy. Jean Rong, noticing her wan appearance, reached out to touch her forehead. Changyi, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Changyi shifted her position and continued to lie down. It's nothing, Xiaoyi. Chen Che observed the jacket she was wearing, approached her, and gently lowered his gaze, suddenly reaching out to check her forehead, concerned she might have a fever. Changyi tensed up and quickly recoiled. It's just a cold, nothing serious. I appreciate your concern. Chen Che adjusted his glasses and spoke softly. Xiaoyi, you need not be so formal. With a loud bang, the back door was abruptly kicked open, interrupting Chen Che's words. The only person bold enough to do such a thing at the school was none other than the notorious Su, the school bully. Everyone turned to the back door, eager to discover the cause of the bully's ire. They then beheld the bully's face, marked with a bruise shaped like a ball, complete with contours and lines. Yet it did not detract from his appearance. Who dared to strike the school bully with a ball? It seemed he had not yet exacted his revenge. Otherwise, his expression would not be so grim. At that moment, the bruise on the bully's face was a testament to her handiwork. Had the irascible landlord become enraged after being hit by her? Changyi shivered slightly. How petty of him. After all, she had been struck too. She turned her head and swallowed hard. Xiao-yi. Chen Che suddenly called her name. Changyi looked up. What is it? I have noticed that you have been getting quite close to Suyu lately. He has a notorious reputation. Please be cautious. Changyi paused momentarily. Although the irritable school bully was her tempestuous landlord, They had not grown particularly close, especially not within the confines of the school. Nonetheless, she did not dwell on it and merely nodded in acknowledgement. As soon as her words faded, a commotion erupted from the rear. Those who had originally been in her group had now migrated to the fourth group. Suyu's two male classmates appeared utterly despondent, as if on the verge of tears. It was rather abrupt. Sitting in front of the school bully was decidedly uncomfortable, akin to feeling the piercing gaze of a wolf. Chang'e instinctively withdrew, sensing a chill along her spine. Surely, the wolf's gaze was directed at her. Suyu, perplexed by her own irrationality, found herself inexplicably unsettled by Chun Che's presence, to the extent of urging the innocent little bunny to be wary of him. It felt reminiscent of a parent warning their child against associating with a supposedly mischievous peer. The sentiment was undeniably disconcerting. She wiped the remnants of sweat from her brow, leaning wearily against the wall at the back of the classroom. With arms crossed and resting languidly on her desk, she assumed a posture reminiscent of a languid mountain king, much to the dismay of her front-row classmates. For reasons unknown, the atmosphere around the school bully seemed particularly oppressive. "Boss, Zheng Huiming is looking for you," a voice murmured softly, yet it resonated clearly in the silence of study class. Strangely, a few students in the classroom appeared to be stirred by the whisper. Among them was Jin Rong, who turned with an inquisitive expression. "Chang'e, do you know Zheng Huiming?" Chang'e shook her head. "I do not. How could you not know this?" Zheng Huiming, an outsider, seems to embody the spirit of a societal matriarch, harboring a particular interest in Su Xiaoba, suggesting a connection that transcends the ordinary. "Do you think they might end up together?" Chang'e paused momentarily, then shook her head, expressing uncertainty. Her nonchalant response left Jin Rong feeling rather disenchanted, devoid of any intrigue. Nevertheless, her fervent curiosity remained unabated, akin to a blazing fire. "What do you think?" Jin Rong gazed at Chang'e, who was clad in Su Xiaoba's jacket, her smile laden with meaning. "Could it be that Su Xiaoba has feelings for you?" "Quite frankly, this is not a treatment afforded to just anyone." Jin Rong's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had stumbled upon a monumental revelation. Suddenly invigorated, she lowered her voice and whispered, "So, do you like Suyu?" Chang'e felt herself drifting into slumber, offering a perfunctory nod before collapsing onto her desk in sleep. Goodness, is this mutual affection? Suyu had draped his jacket over Chang'e, which, when considered generously, equated to an expression of liking her. Furthermore, Chang'e had just nodded, clearly indicating her fondness for Suyu. My word, this demure girl and the school tyrant. Jin Rong's heart raced with excitement, yearning to share this delightful secret with someone. Later that evening, as school concluded, Jin Rong observed that Chang'e was still not fully awake. Truly, a diligent student enjoys certain privileges. The recently arrived principal had discovered Chang'e napping, but had said nothing. Had it been Jin Rong, she would undoubtedly have faced a soul-crushing lecture. Jin Rong gently nudged Chang'e. "Wake up, Chang'e, school is over." "Goodness. Chang'e, are you feeling unwell?" "Awaken. My mother has come to pick me up. Please allow her to take you to the hospital." "No need." Chang'e, in a daze, stood up, gathered her textbooks, and walked toward the door. Chapter 15. Who is so unfortunate to be the ideal type of the school bully? "Chang'e, are you truly not going to let my mother drive you?" As Jin Rong's mother's car passed by, it came to a halt, and Jin Rong leaned out of the window to inquire. Observing her swaying figure, it was indeed disconcerting. "No, my father said he would come to pick me up." Chang'e waved her hand dismissively. "Very well, I shall take my leave then." Chang'e nodded and waved goodbye, holding her backpack. Chang'e waited at the bus stop for nearly half an hour without sight of anyone, ultimately only receiving a phone call from Chang Wei-hua. "It's all right, Dad. Mom is more important." After hanging up the phone, her previously dazed mind suddenly became alert. Silently clutching her backpack and enveloped in her oversized coat, she made her way home. She felt like a pitiful dog abandoned. Lowering her gaze, she suddenly felt a sting in her nose. A gust of wind mixed with light drizzle swept by, causing her frail body to sway. "I do not wish to repeat how I feel about you, but I must ask, would you be my boyfriend?" As she passed a narrow alley, a girl's impatient and domineering voice rang in her ears. This location was not far from the school, and it was common for students seeking forbidden encounters to clandestinely meet here, so Chang'e paid it no mind. However, shortly after, an incredibly languid voice replied, "Not interested." The voice was surprisingly reminiscent of an irritable landlord. Chang'e, unable to suppress her curiosity, turned her head to glance over. Indeed, it was the irritable landlord, leaning against the wall of the alley. clad in a simple black t-shirt that accentuated his strikingly fair complexion. The girl standing before him appeared to be confessing her feelings, despite his temper. The landlord possessed many admirable qualities. His countenance certainly attracted attention. "Suyu, I ask you one last time, will you be my boyfriend?" The girl erupted in frustration. "Zheng Huimeng, how many times must I say it? I am not fond of your type." The girl named Zheng Huimeng, undeterred, pressed on. "Then what kind do you like?" Suyu hesitated for a moment. He did not possess any specific criteria for the type of girl he favored. Such matters were often dictated by fate, and he found himself attracted to those who simply caught his eye, even if they were as captivating as a blooming flower. Recently, however, there had emerged a rather exceptional girl in his life. She was fair-skinned, petite, soft-spoken, and appeared somewhat naive, an academic achiever. Suyu recounted the qualities he admired in Chang'e. To him, she embodied the image of an endearing girl, deserving of affection. Yet, the thought that such a delicate girl harbored feelings for him caused a smile to play upon his lips, which he hastily covered with his hand. Bowing his head to conceal his amusement, Zheng Huiming stood frozen in place, realizing that she had perfectly avoided the attributes Suyu had outlined. Soon, a realization dawned upon her, and she inquired, Do you have someone you like? How else could you have such precise standards?" Suyu's patience was beginning to wane. He had no connection with Zheng Huiming. Why should she meddle in his personal affairs? As he turned, he spotted the adorable little white rabbit. She stood at the mouth of the alley, clutching her backpack, her petite frame still clad in his oversized jacket. Wearing an expression of innocent curiosity, Suyu furrowed his brow and approached her. Suyu, Chang'e, in a daze, her mind sluggish, as an onlooker, was somewhat intrigued by who the unfortunate soul might be that the irritable landlord favored. "Suyu, what is this rumor?" She merely wished to enjoy the gossip, yet Suyu sensed that this little girl was probing him. Asking if he liked that so-called class beauty seemed a way to ascertain whether he was single and what type of girl he preferred. A smile played at the corners of Suyu's mouth. "Why? Is it important?" Chang'e instinctively nodded. TSK. The little white rabbit was indeed interested in him. What he liked was undoubtedly significant to her. Suyu neither affirmed nor denied her inquiry. He removed his arm from her slender shoulder, instead grasping her shoulder to keep her in place. Then, he surveyed her from head to toe before shifting his gaze and speaking in a disinterested tone. "The class beauty of class 3 is not as lovely as you. How could I possibly be attracted to her?" Chang'e found his words rather peculiar. Was the irritable landlord suggesting she was unattractive or praising her beauty? It was difficult to decipher. She rubbed her congested nose, her voice thick with nasal tones. "Are you saying I am more beautiful than the class beauty of class 3? Indeed. Should I thank you for that? Of course. Then I thank you. No need." Chang'e often reminisced. It was her first encounter with such an audacious landlord. Despite suffering from a severe cold that showed no signs of improvement overnight, she washed the coat lent to her by the irritable landlord and hung it up to dry before heading to school with her backpack. Upon arriving at the school gates, she spotted Chang Weihua, who wore an expression of regret. Chang'e cast a glance at him, but feigned ignorance, lowering her head as she entered the school. Within the institution, no one was aware of the nature of her relationship with Chang Weihua. To everyone, they appeared to be strangers. He was the director of education, and she was a second-year student in class 1. Their relationship remained undisclosed, and their interactions at school were minimal. Since the moment she stepped through the doors of the Chang household, Chang'e understood her mother, Guanan, had a preference for boys. It was Chang Weihua's resolute desire to adopt her from the welfare institution. He had a fondness for girls, and in truth, he treated her with exceptional kindness. Having never experienced paternal love, Chang'e perceived this attention as a manifestation of it. Over the years, Guinan had sought medical treatment in various hospitals, striving to restore her health in hopes of conceiving her own child. Her relentless efforts bore fruit, as she finally became pregnant. However, with this new development, she no longer wished to keep Chang'e. Ultimately, Chang Weihua walked a short distance behind Chang'e until they reached a secluded area. "Xiaoyi, I apologize for last night. It was not my intention to disregard my words. Your mother suddenly experienced severe abdominal pain and nearly had a miscarriage, which compelled me to rush her to the hospital." Chang'e nodded. "I understand, Dad. I do not hold it against you. It is indeed challenging for Guanan to conceive at her age, and she must also confront the risks associated with advanced maternal age. This predicament is precisely why Chang Weihua finds himself torn between his daughter and his wife, a woman who has devoted so many years to him, enduring countless hardships to bear his child, suddenly presents signs of miscarriage. How could he possibly refrain from rushing to the hospital at the first opportunity? Although Changyi was initially adopted from the welfare institution, they have shared many years of life together, and he is acutely aware of how precious this child is to him. Chapter 16. Love Triangle. However, as a man, he has always been apprehensive of his wife Quinn-Anne. This household does not fall under his dominion. All he can do is quietly care for his daughter while grappling with his feelings of guilt. Xiaoyi, I am truly sorry, is a phrase Chang Wei-Hua has uttered countless times in his helplessness. Yet, witnessing his daughter's understanding and obedient nature only deepens his sense of indebtedness to her. Regardless of whether she is his biological child, from the moment he brought her home from the welfare institution, he should have treated her with utmost care. Nevertheless, he never anticipated that one day Quinn-Anne would successfully conceive, nor did he foresee the dramatic shift in her attitude towards Changyi following the pregnancy. Such is the capriciousness of fate. Ultimately, Chang Wei-Hua let out a resigned sigh. He intended to say more, but the words caught in his throat. Throughout the morning, Changyi felt a heavy fog clouding her mind, an overwhelming desire for sleep, and she absorbed not a single word of the lessons. Jin Rong, noticing her unusual state, reached out to touch her forehead, only to find it burning hot. Changyi, did you go to the hospital last night? Wait here. I shall fetch your medicine from the infirmary. Just as Jin Rong was about to head to the infirmary, he spotted Chen Che approaching, holding a box of antipyretics. First it was cold medicine, and now it was fever-reducing medication. Who would believe this was mere coincidence? Xiao Yi, this is antipyretic medication. You should take it quickly. Thank you, Chen Che. As Chang Yi's words of gratitude echoed, the back door of the classroom was violently kicked open, prompting them to turn their attention to the commotion. There stood Suyu, one hand holding his jacket, earbuds in place, chewing gum, exuding a nonchalant and lazy demeanor akin to that of a delinquent. No wonder the rumors surrounding him in school were increasingly outrageous and frightening. Chen Che cast a disdainful glance at Suyu before refocusing his concern on Xiaoyi. You have always had a frail constitution. If it becomes unbearable, we should take a leave of absence and I will accompany you to the hospital. Chen Che's sudden elevation in tone made Jin Rong feel as though his words were directed at someone in particular, most likely at the school bully, Su. The sudden appearance of a childhood friend, Chen Che, who had nearly come to blows with Su previously, suggested a fierce loyalty possibly fueled by romantic sentiments. A love triangle. Perhaps? Jin Rong raised an eyebrow, casting a knowing glance at Chen Che. Very well, but do remember to take your medicine. I will go deliver the homework to the office. Clearly, Chen Che harbored feelings for you. After all, he brought you medicine and displayed genuine concern. And the way he looked at you just now is unmistakably different. Thus, this peculiar incident has found a reasonable explanation. While Chen Che excels in the humanities, he has chosen to pursue the sciences, a perplexing decision that, as it turns out, was motivated by you. Just the other day, he nearly had a confrontation with the formidable Su, and it was also for your sake. TSK, Changyi, I believe your affection for Suyu is well-founded. While Chen Che may possess charm, he pales in comparison to Su's dominance. Upon hearing this, Changyi nearly spat out the medicine she was about to swallow. What? When did I ever express that I liked Suyu? Just yesterday. Changyi furrowed her brow, shaking her textbook in disbelief. Liking the tempestuous landlord? Have you lost your mind? Yesterday, I asked if you fancied Suyu, and you nodded. Changyi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to recall such an exchange from the previous day. Su rested his head on the desk, eyes closed, the music in his headphones long paused, leaving only the murmurs of the two girls. The classroom had emptied, with only the three of them remaining. Suyu caught fragments of the girls' conversation, presumably about Chen Che's affection for Changyi, but the latter part was too quiet for him to discern. He was surprised that such a seemingly unremarkable girl like the innocent little rabbit could attract someone's affection. Unconsciously, he lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at the adorably naive little rabbit. It wouldn't be fair to say she lacked individuality. She simply exuded a gentle and soft demeanor, akin to an ordinary girl. A mere gust of wind could send her into a fit of illness, so fragile. So you couldn't help but feel a tinge of disdain, shifting his position to continue his slumber. Jin Rong gently caressed his flat stomach, feeling the urge to indulge himself a little. Changyi, I am heading to the cafeteria. What would you like me to bring you? Changyi, having taken her medication, fought against the drowsiness and kept her head lowered, fixated on the unfinished exam paper. No need. I have some bread. Very well then. Jin Rong shrugged in resignation, unable to comprehend the world of academic achievers. He shook his head and departed for the cafeteria. After all, they were all food enthusiasts. How could a food enthusiast exist without a passion for food? Compared to solving problems and reviewing exercises, Jean Rong found greater pleasure in dining. With Jean Rong's departure, the classroom was left with only her and Su Yu, the irritable school bully. Chang Yi's mind was entirely occupied with the final complex question on her exam paper, completely oblivious to the sudden quietude enveloping her surroundings. However, a single sneeze shattered this tranquility. This sneeze disrupted not only the stillness but also the pleasant dreams of the irritable landlord. Su lifted his gaze from the crook of his arm, observing the innocent little rabbit's frail figure, delicate and fragile. Hey, hey. His displeased voice echoed once more, and this time, it seemed to be very close. Chang Yi blinked in surprise. Are you calling me? Is there another person here? Su sighed in exasperation. This naive little rabbit was not only foolish but also slow to react. Yet, that was to be expected, given her naivety. It was amusing to think that such a naive girl would want to pursue him. Chang Yi glanced around the classroom and realized that it was indeed just her and the irritable landlord present. She stared at him in confusion. Then why did you call me? This question momentarily caught Su off guard. Indeed, what is it that he has summoned the little white rabbit for? Merely upon hearing her sneeze, he approached her. Su diverted her gaze from the dazed expression on her face and spoke with an air of indifference. I recall you tearfully lamenting your inability to solve a particular problem last time. This incident had long slipped from Chang Yi's memory, yet unexpectedly, the irritable landlord remembered it. To request him to elucidate the problem for her would surely startle the onlookers. Hastily, Chang Yi waved her hand and shook her head. No need, I have figured it out. The dual gestures of denial were, in essence, affirmations. She was playing hard to get, so he, in his benevolence, decided to offer her a morsel of sweetness and show concern. Chang Yi intended to resume her focus on the problem, but sensing that the individual beside her had not departed, she raised her head and queried with curiosity, Do you have something else to attend to? Are you running a fever? The tone of the irritable landlord bore no semblance of concern. It seems so. It is, indeed. What does seems so even mean? It is what it is. Fool. Chapter 17. Seated before the irritable landlord, Chang Yi clenched her teeth, her fingers forming into a fist. Once again, he called her a fool. She was on the verge of wishing to deliver a punch to him, lacking grace and possessing a sharp tongue. Boss, it's time to eat. Outside the classroom, the voice of Li Shuyao arrived before his presence, and then he rushed in like a gust of wind. Upon seeing someone enter, Chang Yi gradually relaxed her fist. It was not that she was cowardly. How could she possibly contend with two? Upon spotting Chang Yi, Li Shuyao's eyes instantly brightened. Oh, YISNT classmate Chang Yi heading to the cafeteria. I'm not hungry. Li Shuyao prided himself on his understanding of girls, believing that when a girl claims she is not hungry, it signifies her intention to lose weight. He scrutinized the slender figure of the girl before him and chuckled nonchalantly. You don't need to diet. You're so thin you hardly have any curves. Chang Yi remained silent, while Su Yu furrowed her brow. It was at this moment that Li Shuyao realized he had misspoken, questioning how he could possibly tease the girlfriend of his superior. Was he courting disaster? Just a joke. Just a joke. I'll head to the cafeteria now. Goodbye. With a sheepish laugh, he made a hasty retreat. Su Yu cast a glance at him, but said nothing before also heading to the cafeteria. Although Chang Yi was indifferent to the issue of her own flatness, she couldn't help but glance at her chest a couple of times. How outrageous, to be subjected to such personal attacks. Yet perhaps there was some truth to it. Maybe she was indeed rather flat. In her heart, she sought solace, reminding herself that she was merely in her teenage years and would undoubtedly develop further. Surely, when the results of the mathematics placement test were announced, Jean Rong stared at her failing score on the verge of tears. This is it. My mother will surely kill me. With that, she wept as she altered her score of 79 to a 99 with a red pen. Liao Shu glanced at her antics and shook his head with a wry smile. If I were your mother, I would have already given you a sound thrashing. Will you both just be quiet? Jean Rong retorted, turning her gaze to Chang Yi's paper. Exclaiming in awe, Chang Yi, you were so close to a perfect score. I just saw that you ranked first again. Are you going to be seated next to the school tyrant? Upon hearing this, Chang Yi felt an overwhelming aversion. Sharing a desk with the tempestuous landlord, how could her life possibly improve? They were engaged in discussions about the matter when the seating arrangement was announced. Contrary to the initial proposition, this arrangement merely swapped the front and back rows, leaving her deskmate still as Jean Rong. Due to the uncontrollable nature of Su, the campus heartthrob, his name was conspicuously absent from the list, as he would never abide by any imposed order. As for his seating, the entire back row belonged to him. He could choose to sit wherever he pleased. This new arrangement meant that students who previously occupied the front row would now find themselves relegated to the second-to-last row, which displeased some. Why should I sit at the back when my grades are commendable? They grumbled, though they ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce to the new order. With the change in seating, Jean Rong felt a wave of relief wash over him, stretching languidly. Finally, he could engage in his little distractions with peace of mind. While it was termed the second-to-last row, it was virtually indistinguishable from the last row since Su Yu occupied it alone, seated at his own desk. Positioned at the tail end of the fourth group, Chang Yi, situated in the first group, effectively rendered herself in the last row. Jean Rong glanced at his deskmate, Chang Yi, and sighed. One must admit that a top student is indeed a top student, for whenever one looks her way, she is perpetually engrossed in her studies. This must be the realm of academic excellence. As the seating in the classroom underwent significant adjustments, Su Yu unexpectedly entered through the back door. Discovering that the little white rabbit had taken a seat at the back, he surveyed his desk. Yet again, he had relocated. Jean Rong's body trembled slightly, feeling a shiver of trepidation. This was disastrous. The campus tyrant had moved in behind them. Jean Rong discreetly poked Chang Yi's arm, whispering, Chang Yi, the academic overlord is right behind us. The irritable landlord's movements were anything but subtle. It was impossible for her to ignore them. Without Jean Rong's reminder, she was painfully aware that someone had seized her ponytail, an exceptionally rude action that caused her to lean back. Jean Rong, embodying a sense of loyalty, immediately shrank in response to witnessing his desk mate being bullied. The perpetrator was the school tyrant, a figure not to be trifled with. Jean Rong withdrew into himself, raising his textbook to shield his identity, feeling a deep-seated sympathy for Chang Yi. Su Yu lazily reclined in his chair, speaking in a nonchalant tone. I didn't complete the Chinese exam. Chang Yi frowned, responding sharply, what does that have to do with me? You will let me copy yours. His indifferent demeanor conveyed a sense of righteous entitlement. Chang Yi was genuinely curious about how someone could be so audacious. Can't you write it yourself? Don't feel like thinking? Not a chance. So you couldn't help but chuckle at the rejection. It seemed he was inviting trouble. His eyebrows arched slightly, his voice tinged with a hint of menace. Immediately, Chang Yi produced his exam paper, slapping it onto Su Yu's desk just as the irritable landlord was about to count to 3. Su Yu gazed at the elegantly penned paper before him and suddenly remarked, I have no desire to copy anymore. You shall write it for me. Chang Yi gritted his teeth, realizing that the irritable landlord was indeed pushing his limits. He couldn't afford to retreat any further, lest he face the consequences. You may have the answers, but you must write it yourself. Su Yu leaned back, adopting an air of superiority. I'm too tired to lift a finger. Meanwhile, Jean Rong, trembling in fear, felt that Su Yu was being excessively unreasonable, practically a tyrant, deliberately tormenting Chang Yi. However, the individual in question is Su, the school bully, and she cannot assist Chang Yi in standing up for herself. Thus, she can only offer her moral support. After all, they are residing in his home, and he is a prominent figure in the school. Despite her reluctance, Chang Yi has no choice but to acquiesce, holding the test paper handed to her by Su. She grinded her teeth. Su watched her with a mixture of annoyance and amusement, relishing her evident fear and unwillingness to resist. Having a notorious reputation is not entirely detrimental. At least everyone is wary of him. While Chang Yi dutifully filled out the paper for the bully, she vowed silently that she would eventually seek revenge. It seems that only he could so brazenly flaunt forbidden items while disregarding classroom decorum. Just as Chang Yi was about to hand him the paper after he finished his phone call, he abruptly stood and hurriedly exited the classroom. The moment he left, Jean Rong let out a sigh of relief, her taut nerves finally relaxing as she patted her chest, exclaiming, he has finally gone. His presence gave me chills. When Liao Shu had not switched seats, he sat behind them. After the exchange, he became their front desk neighbor. In any case, Jean Rong felt as though he was a lingering specter, which was quite bothersome. Chapter 18. A cornered rabbit will bite. She had been tense and unable to absorb anything. Even with Su sitting right behind her, she heard nothing. Liao Shu remarked, it seems that was a call from his mother, and his tone sounded particularly unpleasant, impatient, even. The irritable landlord's mother piqued Chang Yi's interest. He lived alone in a house, and she had never seen his parents visit. The irascible landlord was still quite young, living independently at such a tender age, which naturally aroused her curiosity about his family situation. Moreover, he engaged in fights without anyone intervening, and when he sustained injuries, there was no one to express concern. It seemed as though he, like her, had been forsaken by his parents. Chang Yi held her textbook, her thoughts entirely consumed by the conversation between Liao Shu and Jin Rong. Jin Rong remarked, "From what I gather, Su, the school bully, appears to have parents who are divorced. It seems he lives alone, without their support." Liao Shu was skeptical. He is still a student. How could he afford to live on his own? Who knows? Perhaps his parents send him money each month. I heard it from someone else. But its veracity remains to be verified. Where do you acquire such gossip? Liao Shu couldn't help but find Jin Rong's knack for rumors rather peculiar. Her curiosity piqued. Jin Rong, brimming with pride, replied, "I have an abundance of inside information. I even know what underwear you are wearing today." Liao Shu retorted, "You." As Liao Shu and Jin Rong exchanged whispers, the school day came to an end before they realized it. Just as Chang'e finished packing her books and prepared to purchase some study materials, Chen-Che approached her. "Is Su bullying you?" Chang'e glanced at him and shook her head. No. She always felt that Chen-Che's concern for her was excessive, which felt rather strange. After all, they were merely neighbors and classmates. Their relationship had yet to reach such intimacy. Undeterred, Chen-Che pressed on. "I saw him pulling your hair. Is he indeed bullying you? You are overthinking it." Chang'e picked up her backpack and attempted to leave, but Chen-Che reached out to stop her. Indignation etched across his face. "Xiaoyi, if he bullies you, you can tell me, and I will stand up for you." "Thank you, but that won't be necessary." Chang'e swiftly crossed over his body, casting a distant glance at him before departing the classroom. Upon exiting the school gates, she found herself surrounded by a throng of students. Those who had previously passed her by suddenly scattered, as if they had encountered a fearsome beast. Chang'e halted, gazing up at Li Shuyao and Shi Chuan, both towering over her, and instinctively took a step back. These two were certainly not of good character. Li Shuyao wore a nonchalant smile, making an effort to appear harmless. "Chang'e, do not be afraid. I merely wish to inquire about our leader." "Where is our leader? Where is our leader? Where is our leader? Are you a bloody recording machine?" Shi Chuan shoved aside Li Shuyao, donning a friendly facade as he addressed Chang'e. "Little Bunny, have you seen our leader?" The moniker Little Bunny irked her to no end. She shook her head, replying, "I do not know. I haven't seen him." Shi Chuan pressed further. "Aren't you in the same class as him? Damn. Where has our leader gone? On a date?" Li Shuyao nearly leapt in surprise, but quickly realized the absurdity of it. After all, their leader had no girlfriend to date. Chang'e paused momentarily before continuing her pretense. "I'm not sure. He didn't mention it, but he seemed quite cheerful when he left." Shi Chuan stroked his chin, scrutinizing her. She glanced at the duo and asked, "Am I allowed to leave now?" Of course. Li Shuyao cheerfully waved her off. After Chang'e had departed, he turned to Shi Chuan and questioned, "Has our leader gone on a date?" Shi Chuan scoffed. "He doesn't even have a girlfriend. Who would he be dating? A ghost?" Chang was not the type to lie. Shi Chuan, however, remained unconvinced. "We shall see what the boss has done to them. When a rabbit is cornered, it not only lies but also bites." Not far from the school stood a bookstore. Within a few steps, Chang'e effortlessly acquired the papers, paid, and set off for home. Along the way, she purchased a baked pancake, munching on it as she walked. She traversed the familiar narrow alley, savoring the pancake while making her way when suddenly a deep, furious roar pierced the air. "I do not need your concern. We share no connection." This time, the scene revealed not the irritable landlord and an infatuated young girl, but a young, attractive woman dressed in a fashionable manner. Her appetite was still unrefined. Chang'e was not one to eavesdrop on others' conversations, yet her legs seemed inexplicably rooted to the ground. "Ah, you, please don't act this way. Could you not remain calm? You're still young, and I worry about you living alone. Why not move in with me?" The woman's voice was oddly familiar to Chang'e, evoking a sense of recognition she could not quite grasp. She stood at the mouth of the alley, craning her neck to peer inside, chewing intermittently on her pancake. Her cheeks puffed up, her inquisitive eyes fixed intently on the scene within, resembling a curious bystander. Positioned at a distance, she could not discern the landlord's expression. Only the sound of the conversation reached her ears. It was evident that the landlord was quite agitated, his voice sharp and loud, resonating clearly, while the woman's words remained a vague murmur to her, just as she was about to take a bite of the sesame cake. The irate landlord suddenly erupted with a furious roar. "What right do you have to meddle in my affairs? Did you ever consider this when you abandoned me? You went off to lead your glamorous life, while I remained your clandestine, unsightly secret. From this moment on, we share no connection. Be gone. Ayu, please give me another chance." She pleaded. "Leave." Despite standing 20 meters away, the force of his shout sent a tremor through her being. Thus far, Chang'e remained unclear about the nature of their relationship, but the dialogue hinted at an extraordinary bond. This striking woman, adorned in fashionable attire, appeared far too youthful to be the irate landlord's mother. Chang'e stood dazedly in place when the landlord abruptly turned, and in that instant, their eyes met unexpectedly. Chang'e was taken aback. If she had not misjudged, the landlord's eyes glistened with a hint of redness. So you also momentarily froze? Who would have thought she was eavesdropping? Eavesdropping? Instinctively, Chang'e shook her head, denying with a guilty heart, no. Suyu cast a glance her way, snatched the half-eaten sesame cake from her hand, and took a bite. If you have nothing to hide, why the guilt? Oh, that was the piece I had bitten, Chang'e murmured, watching her food being taken away. She reached out to grab it. But upon seeing the landlord devouring her sesame cake, her voice gradually faded. Chapter 19. The ill-mannered and sharp-tongued landlord, he consumed the piece she had already bitten into without a care. Does that not count as an indirect kiss? However, her primary concern was that he had taken her savory pancake, which constituted her dinner for the evening. Return my pancake to me. At that moment, Chang'e resembled a small wildcat fiercely guarding its meal. Suyu raised his hand above his head, making it impossible for her to reach. Standing at approximately 1.6 meters, Chang'e was quite tall among her peers, yet beneath Suyu's towering height of 1.85 meters, she appeared childlike. She made valiant attempts to tiptoe and grasp the pancake, but Suyu seemed to delight in teasing her by holding it aloft. During this playful exchange, he utilized his other hand to gently press against her head, preventing her from jumping. How stingy. I treated you to spicy hot pot last time. That does not justify you stealing my pancake. After a few futile jumps, Chang'e, feeling exhausted and breathless, finally came to a halt, her cheeks flushed. Suyu looked at her with a mocking expression, patted her head, and took another bite of the pancake, saying, you should grow taller quickly, otherwise your future boyfriend will have a hard time. Chang'e cast a puzzled glance at him, unable to comprehend his meaning. The irritable landlord took another bite of her pancake, simultaneously tugging at her backpack strap as he walked ahead. If you have to bend down every time you kiss, that is not good for your back. Chang'e stumbled slightly as she struggled to keep up with his swift pace. Not only was she unable to match his speed, but he also clutched her backpack strapped tightly, dragging her along. With a furrowed brow, Chang'e exclaimed, could you please loosen your grip? I won't let go. I've given you the pancake. What more do you want? The irritable landlord was indeed a source of endless vexation. Nevertheless, it was merely a piece of flatbread, which she would dismiss as having been snatched away by a famished stray dog. Yet, the more she contemplated it, the more incensed she became. On what grounds did the irritable landlord take her food? Chang'e clenched her fists, lifting her gaze to the towering figure of the irritable landlord. But ultimately, she faltered. She simply could not envision herself leaping up to deliver a punch to his face. Success would be quite impressive, yet failure would be exceedingly embarrassing. Look how petty you are. I merely took a piece of your bread. Another day, I shall treat you to a grand meal, she thought. Suyu lazily cast a glance her way, his gaze trailing down to her short legs struggling to keep pace with him, and out of a sudden act of mercy, he finally released her. Short legs, he muttered with a particularly biting tongue, lacking any semblance of grace. Initially, Chang'e had believed the landlord was merely irritable, but now she realized he possessed not only a fiery temper but also a remarkably caustic wit, devoid of elegance. She chose to ignore him, unwilling to provoke trouble. For the irritable landlord was indeed quite volatile. If he were to become enraged and strike her, the pain would be considerable. Gripping her backpack tightly, she quickened her pace towards her residence. Suyu observed the girl hurrying past him, shrugging his coat from behind onto his shoulders as he nibbled on the flatbread. Keeping pace with her, with a smirk of derision on his face, he thought that following those short legs would not take much time at all. Upon returning to her abode, Chang'e shot a fierce glare at the retreating figure of the landlord before decisively slamming the door shut. As Suyu listened to the sound of the closing door, a slight frown creased his brow. The noise was neither overly loud nor particularly soft, yet it starkly contrasted with the delicate, timid demeanor of the petite figure who had just left. TSK, what an irritable temperament. Was it truly such a slight offense to have consumed a piece of her flatbread? How petty. He turned his gaze toward the firmly shut door, amused by the image of the short-legged figure eavesdropping at the alley's entrance. She harbored feelings for him yet refrained from expressing them directly. If she were to speak plainly, he might very well reciprocate. Why engage in such convoluted antics, renting, strategically distancing herself, and eavesdropping when it was all unnecessary? Biting into his flatbread, Suyu settled onto the sofa and deliberately cranked up the television's volume. In her room, Chang'e, engrossed in her studies, found her concentration shattered by the commotion outside. Anger flickered across her fair features, her brows knitted tightly, and the pin in her fingers was gripped with increasing intensity. Though not one to instigate trouble, she was hardly the type to silently endure. The tempestuous landlord exhibited questionable character, engaging in brawls and flirtations. And even daring to tease her, he was undeniably a threat. She needed to swiftly seek alternative accommodations. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she fashioned a makeshift earplug from paper and stuffed it into her ears, hoping to muffle the external clamor. Alas, the paper contraption proved utterly ineffective. With her studies disrupted and her patience worn thin, Chang'e finally rose and flung open her bedroom door. "Are you deaf? The volume is unbearable." Hearing the girl's indignant voice, Suyu merely slouched languidly deeper into the sofa, casting her a nonchalant glance as if to say, "This is my home. However, it is not just you who resides here. I have paid the rent, and as a guest, you ought to consider the feelings of others. I need to study." "Do you not study as well?" "Study? So you found it amusing. Do I strike you as someone who is particularly studious?" This remark left Chang'e momentarily speechless. Indeed, Chang'e opened her mouth, yet words eluded her for quite some time. Ultimately, after much deliberation, she managed to utter, "But I need to study." In response, she was met with the disdainful gaze of an irritable landlord, accompanied by an expression of contempt and a tone reminiscent of someone overly self-important. "Not my concern." With that, he adjusted his posture, reclining like a lord, legs crossed atop the coffee table, remote control in hand, incessantly flipping through channels. The cacophony of various sounds assaulted Chang'e's ears, leading her to feel as though her head might explode from the noise. She clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. She must endure, for she was powerless to retaliate. Observing the girl's frustrated silence, Suyu discreetly smirked. "If you prefer that I refrain from disturbing your studies, it is certainly feasible." Chang'e regarded him with a hint of caution in her eyes. "What do you want? Do you wish for me to assist you with your homework?" Suyu raised an eyebrow. "Do you truly believe I am someone who completes homework? Then why did you leave your Chinese test paper with me, asking me to write it for you?" "Because I desire to." Chang'e thought to herself that, at that moment, she had already cursed him 180 times. In order to spare her father the discomfort of being caught between her and her mother, she decided to leave home, initially intending to rent an apartment and focus on her studies to gain admission to a prestigious university. However, her circumstances took a turn for the worse. Her landlord turned out to be a school bully and her deskmate. To make matters worse, the landlord possessed a sharp tongue and bullied her relentlessly. The more she pondered her predicament, the more stifled she felt. Chapter 20. The irritable landlord. Is she drowning in heartache over her first love? Gradually, tears welled in her eyes, as the girl remained silent for an extended period. Suyu couldn't help but cast a curious glance towards her. She noticed the girl's fist clenched tightly, her eyes slightly reddened. It seemed she was on the verge of tears. How pitiful it must be to see such a delicate girl reduced to tears by bullying. Surely, she would appear quite unattractive in such a state. Suyu was not one to easily feel sympathy. After all, girls tend to be melodramatic, constantly whining and creating a nuisance. With a casual flick of her eyelids, Suyu raised the corners of her lips in a faint smile, leaning languidly against the sofa. With a teasing smirk, she remarked, "Come over and kiss me, and I won't disturb your studies." Chang'e frowned, exclaiming, "You must be out of your mind." With a sharp sound, the bedroom door slammed shut. Suyu pondered, wasn't this little rabbit fond of her? What a splendid opportunity for intimacy. Yet she failed to seize it. What was this? Was she dissatisfied with just a kiss? Was she casting a long line in hopes of reeling in something greater? Suyu raised her brows, relishing the moment. My irresistible charm, it seems, always attracts admirers. She suspected that she was being teased, and the situation seemed perilous. A solitary male and female cohabiting in a room, with an irascible landlord who was far from being an admirable peer. Chang'e couldn't help but shiver, recalling the landlord's remark, which had momentarily put her at ease. Suddenly, the sound of the television outside ceased abruptly, followed by the sound of a door closing. The irascible landlord appeared to have left. The environment returned to tranquility. And it was then that Chang'e rummaged through the test papers she had just purchased today, only to discover that the landlord's Chinese exam paper was still among her belongings. Considering the landlord's socially inept demeanor, she couldn't suppress her irritation and crumpled the paper into a ball, tossing it into the trash bin. Yet, this action did not provide her the solace she sought. Instead, it left her with a tinge of apprehension. She feared that the landlord might demand the test paper the following day, and if she were unable to produce it, His temper could very well lead to an outburst. Smoothing out the paper and laying it flat, she noticed that there was no name inscribed in the designated spot. And without hesitation, she wrote her own name. The next morning, as was her routine, Chang-yi set out for school at 7 o'clock. Zhao Xunli, their biology instructor and class head, though stern in appearance, possessed a certain humor infused with a subtle accent during his lectures, which endeared him to the students. The contrast was charming, and the rapport he shared with the class led them to affectionately refer to him as Old Zhao. As Old Zhao animatedly delivered his lecture, his words flew like droplets of saliva, reminiscent of a solo comedic performance, while the students below engaged in hushed whispers. Jean Rong remarked softly, "Ha! Well, this is great. We won't have to endure Old Zhao's verbal spray anymore." Chang-yi remarked, "That is hardly a mere spittle bath. It is Old Zhao imparting knowledge to you." Jean Rong quickly waved her hand in dismissal. "No, such knowledge is utterly unnecessary." It was only halfway through Old Zhao's lecture that the irascible landlord arrived fashionably late. As the school bully, he did not come to attend the class. He merely dropped off his belongings. After placing them down, he clutched a basketball, disregarding Old Zhao entirely, and swaggered out through the back door. Jean Rong gazed at him enviously. Indeed, the school bully enjoys unrestrained freedom. What can I say but to envy him? He skips class, yet consistently ranks first in exams. Liao Shu, who had been yearning to speak, finally released his pent-up words, feeling considerably relieved. Jean Rong curled her lip. Some individuals study diligently every day, yet they show no signs of progress during exams. And besides, I was conversing with Chang-yi. Why are you interjecting? She shot Liao Shu a disdainful glance, choosing to ignore him, and continued, "It is not that Old Zhao neglects him. Rather, he discovered that such efforts were in vain. I heard that Old Zhao summoned Su, the school bully, to his office for a session of ideological education, but ultimately, Old Zhao managed to resolve his own emotional turmoil, while Su absorbed not a single word. The next day, he was late again and skipped class as usual. Later, he even invited his parents, who, despite their wealth and mysterious nature, did not attend. Eventually, the school opted to overlook his absences due to his commendable academic performance. Jean Rong was a person of boisterous exuberance, enthusiastic about everything except studying. There was no gossip she was unaware of, nor was there anyone she did not know. Chang-yi had always found her deskmate quite intriguing. After listening to Jean Rong's words, curiosity began to stir within her. The relationship between the woman she had seen in the alley yesterday and the volatile landlord was certainly peculiar. The landlord, with his wild demeanor, clearly bore the marks of neglect from absent parents, leaving him to his own devices. What was his connection with that woman? Could it be that he was being supported by her? After class, Chang-yi made her way to the convenience store. As she walked alongside Jean Rong, their conversation flowed. Though it was primarily Jean Rong who regaled her with gossip about Su, the class's notorious figure, and the sensational rumors surrounding him, Chang-yi simply listened, absorbing the tales. From Jean Rong, she learned that Su's reckless and free-spirited behavior stemmed from being abandoned by his first love, leading him into a state of despondency and aimlessness. It was rather surprising to discover that someone so young had already experienced a first love. It seemed to align perfectly with the volatile landlord's character. Chang-yi recalled witnessing a girl confessing her feelings to the landlord in the alley, only to be rejected. That must have left a lasting impression tied to his first love. "Chang-yi, don't you live with Su? Haven't you met his parents?" she asked. "I haven't met them," Chang-yi replied, furrowing her brow. "It's not living together. I'm renting from him." Jean Rong regarded her with sympathy. "So, Su hasn't he made things difficult for you?" Upon arriving at the convenience store, Chang-yi's attention shifted away from Jean Rong's chatter to Su Yu, who stood out since he was not in uniform. Aside from him and his friends, no one dared to defy the dress code. The figure was slender and tall, with skin that glimmered under the sunlight, almost blinding. He was engrossed in his phone, his bangs cascading down to obscure his eyelids, utterly absorbed in whatever captivated his attention. "Are we pulling an all-nighter tonight?" "I've leveled up in glory," Li Suyo remarked. Shi Chuan grinned mischievously. "Call me daddy, and I'll take you to the next level. Get lost. I have no son who would dare to disrespect me," Li Suyo retorted, as Shi Chuan and Li Suyo playfully wrestled beside him, to which he remained completely indifferent. Perhaps due to the intensity of her gaze, Siyu seemed to sense it, lifting his head to look in her direction. Chang-yi suddenly experienced a mental lapse, finding herself locked in an unexpected gaze with him. It was quite sudden. Her heart raced in a flurry of panic, and she feigned nonchalance, casually averting her eyes as if it were merely a coincidence. Chapter 21. Which relative has come to visit? Chang-yi. Jean Rong noticed the marks on her pants and pulled her aside, whispering, your aunt has arrived. Oh no. This is incredibly embarrassing. The irritable landlord was right in front of her, his gaze wandering over her, and her turning around only exposed her further. Wait here for a moment. I've brought some sanitary pads, and we'll see if I can find a coat, Jean Rong said. Chang'e attempted to reach out to her, but her fingers brushed against empty air as Jean Rong dashed away. With Jean Rong now out of sight, Chang'e turned to observe the wall beside her, moving slowly until her back rested against it, standing upright like a child in timeout. Class is in session. Damn it. My game isn't over yet, Li Suyo exclaimed, clutching his phone. Sichuan, attending class doesn't hinder gaming. Why are you so anxious? Father remains unfazed. Damn. Scram. There will always be sons who aspire to be fathers. Li Shuyao put away his phone, kicked Sichuan, and swiftly ran away. Chang'e. These two are rather too raucous. He then tucked away his phone, lifted his gaze, and observed the girl leaning against the wall with impeccable posture. He had long been aware of Chang'e. Ever since she appeared at the entrance of the convenience store, her eyes had been fixated on him, seemingly unending. It was all due to his damnable charm. The little bunny was practically enamored with him. Look at her, so captivated that she neglects her classes. Chang'e raised her head, only to find the irritable landlord standing before her, though she couldn't discern when he had arrived. Her mind momentarily faltered before she grasped the meaning of the landlord's words, which were undeniably self-absorbed. How could he possibly perceive that she had been watching him when she had kept her head down, which I had caught sight of her? Surely, he must be delusional. It was an excessive degree of narcissism. Classes are in session. What are you doing standing here? Suyu's tone was exceedingly nonchalant as he carelessly adjusted his headphones. Chang'e was about to speak when a wave of heat surged through her. Her nerves suddenly taut. Biting her lip, she clutched her school uniform pants, her fair cheeks flushing crimson, her blood seemingly boiling. Oh no, in this state. Her pants were no longer presentable. Suyu raised an eyebrow. What about you? Chang'e felt utterly mortified. She wished for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. Of all people, she had to encounter this exceedingly self-absorbed and irritable Suyu. Su glanced at the girl's flushed face, which bore an expression of embarrassment, and suddenly comprehended something as his gaze fell upon her trousers. Has a relative come to visit? Chang'e's face turned even redder, but at that moment, she disregarded her shyness and nodded gently. Yes. Which relative? He feigned ignorance, a mischievous grin spreading across his fair face. Chang'e clenched her fingers and took a deep breath. Take it. Before she could fully grasp the situation, a coat was draped over her head. Return it to me after you've used it and washed it. When Chang'e removed the coat, she looked up to see Siyu with his hands in his pockets, casually making his way toward the classroom. Hesitant for a moment, she tied the coat around her waist and hurried toward the restroom. However, a sudden thought struck her, causing her to halt. She had no sanitary napkins, nor any tissues on her. Chang'e, Jean Rong rushed over, panting, glancing at the coat on her and then at the one in his hands. Where did you get that? A classmate lent it to me. Emerging from the restroom, Chang'e held her stomach as she walked towards the classroom. Climbing 3 flights of stairs, she spotted Suyu. He was seated on the steps, engrossed in a mobile game, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. After a moment's hesitation, she approached him and paused. Thank you. Suyu did not lift his head, appearing indifferent. Just remember to wash it and return it to me. Chang'e nodded and stepped past him towards the classroom. Her gaze fell upon the coat of her previous irritable landlord, still in her possession. Both garments were of a blue hue, suggesting the landlord's apparent fondness for the color. Thank you for lending me your coat last time. I neglected to return it, she said, neatly folding the coat and placing it beside him. You never gave it back, and I thought you might be keeping it for yourself. Suyu did not spare a glance towards Chang'e, her eyes fixated on her phone, her tone defiant and teasing. Chang'e frowned slightly, then weakly shook her head. I simply forgot. Is it clean? Suyu inquired. Chang'e nodded, quite clean. I even soaked it in laundry detergent. Was it disinfected? No. Is it filthy? Does it require disinfection? Shouldn't you be considering a mouthwash for your own words? Chang'e felt that if she continued to reside there, she might eventually lose her temper and strike him. Very well, Suyu replied, putting away his phone and finally looking at her. Come, I shall treat you to a meal. Though Chang'e intended to decline, he wasted no time, dragging her out the door, his arm around her shoulders as they headed towards a nearby street food stall. The array of culinary delights was abundant. As night fell, the stalls brimmed with options such as spicy hot pot, crossbridge rice noodles, yellow braised chicken, duck blood vermicelli, and barbecue treats. Sichuan affectionately ruffled Li Suyo's hair. So eager to find a daughter-in-law for your father. My dear eldest son is truly filial. Li Suyo swatted Sichuan's hand away, retorting with a fierce expression, get lost. Today, I shall make you call me father. My son, this is sheer rebellion. Sichuan and Li Suyo were playfully teasing each other, laughter echoing around them. Chapter 22. The Fool Who Cannot Tolerate Spicy Food. Upon her arrival, she discovered that the irritable landlord's brother was also present. The two sat at a barbecue stall, indulging in food while discussing the attractive girl from their school. Upon seeing Chang-yi, Li Suyo broke into a carefree grin and exclaimed, "Oh, Chang-yi has actually come. Don't be shy about ordering whatever you like. It's my treat," with the boss footing the bill. Li Suyo's demeanor clearly indicated he was rather sociable. Although Chang-yi had only encountered him a handful of times, his tone implied a long-standing acquaintance. "Boss, we weren't sure what you liked, so we ordered you some duck blood vermicelli." Seated beside them was Sichuan, whom Chang-yi had only seen twice. Unlike the exuberant Li Suyo, he was more reserved and composed. Chang-yi felt somewhat awkward, sitting there like a shy schoolgirl. She was not particularly extroverted, possessing a temperament that could be described as one of non-aggression, and her fair complexion and soft-spoken voice contributed to an impression of fragility, reminiscent of a delicate student. Jean Rong often remarked that even if she were to commit the most heinous of acts, her innocent appearance would render her unlikable, as it instinctively invoked a protective instinct in others. Chang-yi had not anticipated the presence of the irritable landlord's brother, leaving her momentarily speechless, even forgetting to exchange a simple greeting. "Go ahead and eat. Don't hold back," Li Suyo urged, enthusiastically placing a skewer in her hand. Chang-yi nodded and took a bite of the barbecue skewer. In their eyes, Chang-yi's manner of eating was exceedingly refined, remarkably ladylike. It had been quite some time since they had encountered a girl who consumed food with such grace. It was indeed peculiar. The little bunny did not exude an air of pretentiousness. Li Suyo gazed at Chang-yi, his mind swirling with some rather twisted thoughts. He averted his gaze, silently scoffing at the absurdity of it all. "By the way, have you heard about Zheng Huiming?" Sichuan turned to Suyu and inquired. Suyu shot him a glance, remaining silent, before abruptly rising and striding towards a nearby duck blood vermicelli shop. As she lifted her eyes, she noticed the girl's lips flushed red from the spice, as if they might bleed. A fool who could not articulate her inability to handle spice. Suyu leaned back in her chair, perpetually appearing restless and languid, before reaching for the skewers in front of Chang-yi and taking a bite. Observing this, Li Suyo remarked, "Boss, that S for Chang-yi. Why are you eating it?" Suyu cast a glance at Li Suyo and replied, "I am simply pleased." At that moment, Li Suyo fell silent. Shortly thereafter, the duck blood vermicelli that Suyu ordered was served. He pushed the dish towards Chang-yi, saying, "Eat. Don't starve yourself. A full stomach will keep homesickness at bay." Chang-yi did not hesitate, picking up her chopsticks and diving into the meal. Indeed, a full belly wards off longing for home. Sichuan took a sip of his drink, wiping his mouth as he said, "Boss, you turned down Zheng Huiming last time. She mentioned seeking someone to teach you a lesson." Li Suyo added, "Yes, boss, perhaps you should just give in to Zheng Huiming. You know well enough that she is connected in the underworld, with countless brothers backing her." Suyu let out a light laugh, speaking with indifference. "Do as you wish." "Huh? I would like to, but Zheng Huiming doesn't fancy me," he replied. "Why are you being so cowardly?" Sichuan remarked, "If it comes to worst, just settle it with a fight." What began as a serious conversation became increasingly frivolous with Li Suyo's comment. Suyu kicked at him in annoyance and said, "Either eat your skewers or close your mouth." Li Suyo immediately mimicked the action of sealing his lips, then complied. Zheng Huiming must be the girl who had boldly confessed to the irritable landlord in the alleyway, the very first time she laid eyes on her. That girl was indeed quite brave, daring to declare her feelings to such a tempestuous landlord. Being the girlfriend of an irritable landlord would surely mean enduring his sharp tongue daily. Chang-yi lowered her head, quietly consuming her duck blood vermicelli, opting not to engage in their banter. After all, they were not well acquainted, and there was little to contribute. She preferred to listen to their conversation. Li Suyo couldn't help but shiver, his skewers slipping from his grasp in fright. "It's over, Zheng Huiming has arrived." Sichuan shot him an exasperated glance. "What are you afraid of?" Having not seen the girl's features clearly from a distance last time, Chang-yi felt a pang of curiosity and glanced up. The girl had a head of curly hair dyed in perhaps 3 different colors. Clad in a crop top and shorts, her face adorned with makeup, and her lips painted a striking red, an unmistakable style of a spirited youth. Trailing behind her were 3 other girls, all dressed in a similar fashion. Suyu, I shall ask you once more, would you be my boyfriend? The spirited girl rested one leg upon the chair, gazing down at Suyu with an air of superiority. Unperturbed, Suyu did not even glance her way. Reaching across to seize a skewer from Chang Yi's hands, declaring, "Was my previous explanation not sufficiently clear? Who is she?" Zhang Huiming turned her attention to Chang Yi. Her brow furrowed in inquiry. She was aware of Su Yu's notorious reputation at school, where no girl dared to approach her. Yet, astonishingly, one girl sat calmly between them, indulging in food. Chang Yi furrowed her brow, tilting her head as she shot a fierce glare at Su Yu. Ever since the spirited girl had approached, Chang Yi had adopted a stance of indifference, striving to render her presence negligible. Initially, this tactic worked well, as the spirited girl's focus remained solely on Su Yu, oblivious to her. It was only when the irritable landlord snatched a skewer from in front of her that Zhang Huiming finally acknowledged her existence. Li Shuyo, known for his tender-heartedness towards girls, quickly interjected, "This is my cousin." "Your cousin?" Zhang Huiming inquired skeptically, her gaze scrutinizing the girl unfriendly. Chang Yi felt exceedingly uncomfortable under her gaze, shrinking back and remaining silent. Shi Chuan glanced at the fair-skinned girl, wary of embroiling this innocent soul in any trouble, and said, "She is indeed Li Shuyo's cousin. What is the matter? Do you think she is the girlfriend of our leader?" "Li Shuyo, when did you acquire a cousin? She looks rather foolish, doesn't she?" A girl behind Zhang Huiming chimed in, followed by a chorus of laughter. Chapter 23. Do you like her? The girl's comment seemed to strike a chord with several others, prompting peals of laughter from a few as they doubled over in mirth. Chang Yi thought to herself, does she truly appear foolish? She merely shrank back, lowering her head and remaining silent to avoid trouble. Her brow furrowed slightly, and her fingers tightened ever so slightly, while she did not seek conflict should anyone provoke her. With a sharp sound, Suyu dropped her chopsticks and coldly glared at the group of girls who were laughing heartily. "Can't you speak?" Their laughter ceased abruptly. One girl with red hair chuckled and said, "Suyu, what's wrong? Can't take a joke?" Li Suyo felt a pang of anxiety for this girl. A joke? Surely he and T misheard? How dare she jest with the esteemed Su and mock her tenant? Suyu raised an eyebrow, her demeanor languid. "I was wondering why the air suddenly turned foul. It turns out someone had a rather unpleasant late-night snack." The red-haired girl was rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Not everyone is fair game for jokes. As Shi Chuan remarked, she was not one of them. Zhang Huiming scrutinized Chang Yi, recalling Su Yu's description of her preferred type: fair-skinned, petite, soft-spoken, and seemingly naive, a scholar at heart. The girl before them embodied nearly all those traits. "Is she from your school? How are her studies?" Zhang Huiming inquired of Li Suyo. After observing Chang Yi for a moment, she turned to Su Yu and asked, "So, do you like someone like her?" Chang Yi tilted her head in confusion. What did it mean to like someone like her? Was it a disgrace to prefer someone of her kind? Her brows knitted tightly together as she regarded Zhang Huiming with displeasure. Su Yu, growing impatient, interjected, "Do you live by the sea?" The interference is truly excessive. Zhang Huiming felt utterly humiliated by such remarks, especially since she had confidently proclaimed in front of her friends that Su Yu would be her boyfriend. Yet now, Su Yu spoke of her in such a manner for the sake of another girl. The heavy makeup on her face only accentuated her displeasure. Chang Yi stood silently behind Su Yu, following him as they walked away under Zhang Huiming's seething glare. Zhang Huiming watched the two figures vanish around the corner, her eyes filled with jealousy and malice. What is that girl's name? What is her relationship with Su Yu? Shi Chuan interjected, "There is no connection. But let me caution you, that girl is off limits." Zhang Huiming, don't blame me for not warning you. Our leader has rejected you, which unequivocally signifies his disinterest. He is not one to succumb to pressure, so do not provoke him. Li Suyo, with skewers of grilled meat in his mouth, mumbled indistinctly, "There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why fixate on a single flower? Look at me. I am no less than the leader." Chang Yi trailed behind Su Yu, her mood far from cheerful. She had been coerced into dining out, and for no apparent reason, she was being called foolish and ridiculed. Such treatment would be unsettling for anyone, wouldn't it? Her fingers clenched into tight fists as she bit her lip. So you continued ahead, leaving the noisy night market behind, and the surroundings fell into silence. Throughout the journey, Chang Yi remained mute, while Su Yu could only hear her footsteps, leisurely trailing behind him, occasionally kicking at stones on the ground. Suddenly, he inquired, "Are you upset?" Raised her gaze to observe his towering silhouette, If someone were to call you a fool, would you feel pleased? Suyu shook his head. No, I would not. Then that settles it. Call me brother, and I shall avenge you. Suyu gradually slowed his pace, adding, I do not strike girls. But should you address me as brother, I might consider making an exception. Furrowed her brow slightly, glanced at him without replying, and quickened her steps. Suyu watched as the girl hurried past him, momentarily stunned. Ah, so you have a penchant for mischief? Early in the morning. Arrived at school to find an unexpected breakfast on her desk. She set down her backpack and inquired of, Is this yours? Slumped over his desk. Weakly waved his hand, Not mine. I'm puzzled as to who might have bought you breakfast. Surveyed the breakfast and the surrounding scene. Classmates were either eating, chatting, or studying. All seemingly normal. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled one person who might deliver breakfast to her, thus alleviating her curiosity. Suddenly, straightened up and suggested, Could it be? Paused, noting that seat was empty, and shook her head. I doubt it. He hasn't arrived yet. Retorted, He was here before I arrived. I saw him as soon as I entered, and then this breakfast appeared on your desk. Initially, assumed the breakfast was delivered by, but upon hearing's remark, she considered the possibility that it was indeed who had placed it there. Though she repeatedly denied Jean Rong's assertion that Chinche harbored feelings for her, she was well aware that his disposition towards her was somewhat distinct. Suddenly, the breakfast in her hands felt burdensome. She had no affection for Chinche and had not contemplated the notion of romance. After all, they were still young, grappling with a plethora of things they did not comprehend. At their age, engaging in love felt akin to playing house. She set aside her breakfast, contemplating returning it to Chinche upon their next encounter. Chang'e, here's your Chinese exam paper, King Fei Shui remarked, turning to place a sheet on her desk. Jean Rong abruptly sprang up, exclaiming, Oh no, I've completely forgotten that I have another Chinese paper to submit. It was nodding Fei Shui who had prompted the collection of papers. Chang'e had forgotten herself. The Chinese exam paper had been assigned a couple of days prior, with a collection deadline set for Saturday, and it had entirely slipped her mind. As she flipped through her own papers, she discovered an extra sheet. It took her a moment to recall that the irritable landlord had requested her to complete it, and she had yet to return it, leaving it in her possession all this time. Chang'e did not linger over it. She merely collected the papers from her classmates and handed them to the office. During the afternoon Chinese class, the irritable landlord dozed in the back, oblivious to the world outside, solely focused on meeting the Sandman. The Chinese teacher was a formidable figure. Even more so than the infamous Xia Meizhen, her expression soured the moment she entered the room. Today, while grading the papers, she had discovered that some students had written for others. Chang'e, please stand and explain why there are two of your exam papers. Called upon. Chang'e froze for a moment before rising to her feet. She recalled the last time she had written an exam for her irritable landlord. Out of spite, she had inscribed her own name on the paper. After a couple of days, she had completely forgotten about it. This was the first time she had been called out by a teacher for such a reason, and her mind went blank, leaving her at a loss for words. For a long moment, she found herself utterly speechless. Chapter 24. The presence of calamity. In retrospect, her actions truly appeared foolish. She had intended for the irritable landlord to submit the exam himself, an event as rare as a once-in-a-century occurrence. She believed that when the teacher reviewed the submissions, her name would be noticed, prompting inquiries directed at Suyu, thereby revealing that Suyu had coerced her into writing the exam. However, she had completely overlooked the fact that he would never submit the exam at all, nor did she remember that the paper was still in her possession. At that moment, she became the focal point of the entire class, with all eyes fixed upon her. Chang'e fidgeted with her fingers, her gaze cast down, opening her mouth, yet unsure of what to say. Jean Rong, seated behind her, discreetly prodded her, clearly anxious. Say something. This is worse than facing the notoriously harsh Summer Meizhen. It wasn't that she was unwilling to speak. Rather, she was too afraid. Given her knowledge of the irritable landlord, she knew that if she spoke up, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. Living under his roof, she had to tread carefully around Suyu as well. That exam paper belongs to me. Suyu, removing the coat draped over her shoulders, lifted her gaze to glance at the girl who had attempted to refute her, casually rising to her feet. I coerced her into writing the exam. Suyu had not anticipated that this foolish girl would have inscribed her own name on the paper. It was difficult to explain that it had not been intentional. The little white rabbit does not appear to be as meek and submissive as one might expect. Master Mia, taken aback, glanced at Suyu and then at Chang'e, her gaze softening. She was well acquainted with Chang'e, a well-behaved and kind-hearted student. Whereas Suyu was notorious in the school for her mischief. It was entirely normal for them to be seated in close proximity and for Changyi to be bullied. Suyu, the school has refrained from expelling you out of consideration for your parents. So do not presume that your academic prowess grants you the liberty to act as you please. You must adhere to the school's regulations. Bullying your female classmates is far from commendable. Given her understanding of the irritable landlord, she feared he might, in a moment of caprice, declare, "I relish this," leading to an imminent confrontation. Fortunately, the irritable landlord was in a half-asleep state, appearing dazed and did not seem to register Master Mia's words, opting instead to continue his slumber. Observing that Suyu did not retort against the teacher, Master Mia's expression softened considerably. "Changyi, please take a seat. Should such incidents occur again, do not hesitate to inform the teacher." Changyi nodded and sat down. It seemed the entire school was aware of her predicament with Suyu, as she often caught sympathetic glances from peers in the cafeteria. How peculiar it was that being bullied by the school tyrant warranted universal sympathy. A group of girls had been observing her for quite some time, as if they had something to say, but just as they approached, they noticed Suyu and her entourage coming forth, prompting them to retreat in alarm. Make way! Make way!" Li Shio shouted, clearing a path for Suyu. "Are you all blind? Can't you see our leader has come to the cafeteria herself?" As they approached the window over here, Changyi stood frozen in place. Suyu, with her head bowed, focused intently on her phone, halting just behind her. Chuan gestured towards the nearby window, saying, "Boss, there's nobody over there." What does he mean by nobody? Clearly, they were frightened away. Suyu put her phone away and cast a glance at the girl in front of her, whose back exuded a peculiar blend of timidity and stubbornness. "I'm queuing right here," she stated. To her surprise, the notorious Suyu was queuing behind them. Jin Rong, standing beside Changyi, felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart. Were it not for Changyi's presence, she would have retreated far away like the other students. She had intended to step aside but had been firmly held back by Changyi. If Changyi was willing to risk it, why drag her along? Suyu glanced back, observing how a crowd dispersed at their sight. He furrowed his brow, pondering why they seemed to treat him as if he were a plague. "Let them come over and queue," he commanded. Li Shiyu called out to the crowd, "Come on, line up for food." The students exchanged glances, hesitantly gathering together. What is the boss having? His attention was entirely on Changyi, and he casually replied, "Whatever." Changyi felt an unsettling awareness of someone watching her from behind. And she didn't need to think hard to realize it must be the irritable landlord, likely plotting her revenge. A sense of foreboding settled in her heart. She feared the days ahead would not be easy. "Changyi, I'll find a spot to wait for you," Jin Rong, equally anxious, quickly grabbed her meal and slipped away, fearing that Suyu might inadvertently harm the innocent. As Jin Rong departed, Changyi felt a shiver run down her spine, her grip on the lunchbox tightening involuntarily. "Changyi, is such a meager portion sufficient to satiate your hunger?" "I am quite full," she replied, her body momentarily stiffening before she walked away with the lunchbox. Clearly, it was intentional for him to inscribe his name on her examination paper. Otherwise, why would he exhibit such guilt? Was the little one reluctant to complete his assignments? Li Shiyu watched as Changyi fled in haste, a pang of sympathy striking him. "Why do you always bully Changyi? What? Are you unwilling to accept it?" Li Shiyu quickly backtracked. I concede. Su, the school tyrant, had not attended class all afternoon, his whereabouts unknown, yet his belongings remained quietly on the desk, as if abandoned by their owner. Jin Rong stretched languidly, exclaiming, "Heavens! With Su absent, I feel utterly liberated." Indeed, enduring daily life before the irritable landlord was rather stifling. One dared not make grand gestures or speak too freely for fear of disturbing his slumber during class. His absence this afternoon afforded them a welcome reprieve. "Xiaoyi, your uncle is looking for you," Chen Che announced as he paused beside Changyi to collect assignments. Changyi hesitated for a moment, glanced at him, and nodded, understood. Jin Rong observed the two with an expression brimming with curiosity and pink bubbles. Their interaction suggested a remarkable closeness. After school, Changyi sought out Chang Weiwa, and Chen Che was present as well. She paused at the office door before pushing it open. "Dad, Xiaoyi has arrived. Have you recovered from your cold and fever?" Listening to the concerned tone in his voice, Changyi found herself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. For she had long since recovered. She nodded, affirming her well-being. Yet, inexplicably, a silence had settled between her and Chang Weiwa. As if the very distance meant to create beauty had instead forged an insurmountable chasm, particularly in the context of their current relationship. Observing her, Chang Weihua sensed her growing estrangement, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. Chang'e, I have heard that Suyu has been troubling you? He inquired, attempting to breach the gap. The playful banter among classmates was to be expected, yet he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How about I come to see your place? It would ease my mind to know where you are living, especially since you are on your own. No need. Chang'e replied, lifting her gaze to smile softly at him. You need not worry, father. I can take care of myself out here. And I share an apartment with other girls. It wouldn't be convenient for you to visit. Chang Weihua hesitated, then smiled. Then, how about I take you out for a meal? It's been ages since we dined together. His face lit up with a hopeful grin, and Chang'e recognized the effort he was making to please her. Ultimately, though not by blood, any kindness shown to her felt like a precious fortune, compelling her to acquiesce. On a sultry summer evening, the air was thick with warmth, and the golden rays of the setting sun enveloped them in a gentle heat. Chang'e gathered her tousled ponytail into a neat bun, leaning against the car window as the warm breeze flowed in. A frown creased her brow as she fell silent, pondering his understanding of her plight. He only perceived Chang Weihua's concern for her, yet failed to recognize that she was, in fact, being cast out. Her impression of Chen Che was neither particularly good nor bad. He was, at most, a friend and a classmate. However, she despised the notion of an uninformed individual commenting on her affairs. This sensation irked her greatly. Shall we? Chen Che called her, dismissing him. Yet he spoke her name once more. Chang'e furrowed her brows, turned her head, and closed the car window. The air conditioning inside the vehicle provided a refreshing relief from the sweltering summer heat. Chang'e responded with a nonchalant "oh." This solitary utterance left Chen Che momentarily at a loss for words. Chang Weihua, driving, listened to the exchange between the two young individuals without interjecting. Chang'e was not particularly chatty. She merely rested her chin on the window, gazing outside. Through the glass, she spotted the irritable landlord standing at the roadside. The car suddenly halted at a red light, revealing Suyu alongside the same youthful, fashionable woman from before. The woman, adorned with sunglasses and a mask, exuded an air of mystery, yet her attire suggested that she was indeed an attractive lady. Suyu, on the other hand, wore an expression of palpable annoyance, even exhibiting a hint of disdain in his eyes. Were they a couple? Yet the woman appeared significantly older than Suyu. Nevertheless, what was beyond the capabilities of the irritable landlord? As the car resumed its journey, it sped past Suyu and vanished around the corner. Annoyed, Suyu donned his headphones and hastily crossed the street, with the woman closely trailing behind him. Ayu, could you do me this favor? Please look after my sister. Ayu, I am acutely aware of my shortcomings. I have failed to bestow upon you the affection you deserve, yet I find myself ensnared by circumstances beyond my control. The woman stood still, her expression tinged with melancholy. In the second year, Class 1, Suyu made her way to the office of the disciplinary head. The moment Chang'e entered the corridor, she overheard the irritable school bully being summoned to the disciplinary head's office once more. It was unclear what had prompted this latest call. Oddly enough, there had been no reports of Su, the bully, causing any trouble. Why then, was she being summoned so early in the day? Jean Rong's information was typically accurate. She asserted that Suyu had not misbehaved, suggesting there was a high probability that she had not. However, being called to the disciplinary head's office did not necessarily imply reprimand. The examination papers were as pristine as her complexion. The loudspeaker repeatedly announced Suyu's name before falling silent. Chang'e reached into her desk and discovered breakfast awaiting her. Surely, someone had delivered her morning meal again? She surveyed the 2 buns and a carton of yogurt, nodding in acknowledgement. Who could it be? Jean Rong's expression shifted dramatically as she suddenly lowered her voice. Chang'e, your breakfast couldn't possibly be poisoned, could it? Chang'e merely sighed. It was evident that Jean Rong had indulged too much in suspense dramas, her mind filled with peculiar notions. Dismissing the thought, Chang'e placed her breakfast into her desk. As the morning classes neared conclusion, the school bully finally arrived, appearing as though she had just awoken from slumber. It was nearly noon, yet one still appeared drowsy, leaving one to ponder the whereabouts and activities of the previous night. As he stifled a yawn, he settled down, resting his head upon the desk, drifting back into slumber. Jean Rong lowered his voice and whispered, "What do you think our school bully was up to last night?" Liao Shu replied, "What else could he possibly have been doing? Surely, it was nothing good." Chang'e nodded in agreement. Ing Fei Shue, with a serious demeanor, gently pushed back, expressionless as she remarked, "You all are far too curious. Ing Feishua added, curiosity killed the cat. Jin Rong dismissed this notion. I am not a cat. Liao Shu quipped, has he ever woken up at all? Chang Yi nodded in affirmation. Jin Rong conceded, that's true. Cus eyelashes fluttered as he listened with closed eyes to the discussions unfolding in front of him, searching for that soft and tender voice. Yet, throughout the entire conversation, there was no sound from the little white rabbit. Was he mute? Not a word escaped his lips. As an admirer, did he really care where his object of affection had been the night prior? Suyu furrowed his brow, cursing inwardly. Why did he care at all? During this time, Li Shuyao and Shi Chuan had peeked in to find him, only to be scolded away. Jin Rong, sitting apprehensively in front of the school tyrant, was tense and focused during the class. As expected, Suyu remained seated behind Jin Rong, ensuring that Jin Rong's grades would undoubtedly soar. Finally, during a brief intermission when the school bully stepped out, Jin Rong dared to speak. Has Su, the school bully, turned over a new leaf? He has been in the classroom all afternoon, which has made me quite anxious. The capricious landlord's thoughts are rather elusive, leaving Chang Yi perplexed about his intentions. She casually remarked, perhaps he is not quite right in the head. I concurred with a nod. Jin Rong, catching a glimpse of Suyu standing behind them, was suddenly startled. Did she overhear their conversation? Jin Rong straightened up immediately, pretending to immerse herself in her textbook, feigning a devotion to her studies. Meanwhile, Chang Yi remained focused on her English vocabulary, oblivious to Jin Rong's peculiar behavior, until she felt a sudden tug at her bond. Chapter 26. Who calls adults? Who has a brain like dough? Being caught gossiping about someone else is as awkward as it gets. Chang Yi shrank back slightly, shaking her head. No, it's not anyone. So you raised an eyebrow, TSK? You dare to speak ill of me? Aren't you afraid I might hit you? Following her words, Chang Yi felt a wave of regret. Why did she say that? The irritable landlord is known for his unpredictable nature. What if he decided to hit girls from now on? Observing the girl's conflicted demeanor, he chuckled. Who says I wouldn't hit a girl? Indeed. Chang Yi bit her lip, timidly asking, so would you hit me? Who could say for sure? She was inherently soft and delicate, and her hesitant tone when inquiring if he would strike her genuinely made him reluctant to act. After all, he possessed great strength and could be quite forceful. If he were to inadvertently harm the little white rabbit, her incessant whimpering would be unbearable, a true nuisance. Suyu paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, I would not hit you. She cast another glance at her. You don't count as a girl. Jin Rong was perplexed, and the classmates in the classroom shared her confusion. However, Chang Yi understood. They had fortuitously crossed paths and even shared a residence, prompting Chang Yi to contemplate a casual greeting. Suyu shot her a glance, completely ignoring her. This response was to be expected, after all. She had spoken ill of Suyu, and it was only natural for her to be disregarded. Chang Yi purchased some snacks from a nearby stall, silently following Suyu's footsteps. With her long legs, Suyu walked briskly, disappearing around the corner in no time. Chang Yi couldn't help but quicken her pace. Suddenly, a group of girls emerged from a side alley, swiftly surrounding her. The leader, whom Chang Yi recognized, was Zheng Huiming, the girl who had been rejected by the irritable landlord during her last confession. You're Chang Yi, right? Trying to steal our Meng Jia's man? You must be tired of living. Chang Yi was taken aback, and before she could react, she was pulled into the dark alley. Suyu felt a twinge of curiosity. Why was this little one behind her so silent? Such a splendid opportunity for bonding was being squandered. However, the remarks about him had indeed captured his attention. To say he was unwell took quite a bit of audacity. In truth, if she liked him, she could simply confess, and he might consider it. Perhaps it was typical of a young girl to be shy and hesitant to express her feelings. Suyu unconsciously slowed his pace, pondering that even a short-legged girl could catch up quickly, yet there was still no sound from behind. This was likely a case of him overestimating her abilities. Hey, can you hurry up? As Suyu turned his head, he discovered nothing but emptiness behind him. Not even the little short legs that had been trailing him were in sight, let alone a single shadow. The area where he resided was rather chaotic. An old district filled with narrow alleys, some houses abandoned and uninhabited, leading to gatherings of ruffians engaging in brawls. At first glance, the little short-legged girl appeared unremarkable. Yet upon closer inspection, she possessed her own unique charm. Her skin was fair and delicate, her speech soft and gentle, exuding a warm and inviting demeanor. Although her figure did not boast pronounced curves, she had an allure that would tempt any boy to tease her. Chang Yi held a skewer of spicy hot pot in her hand when she was jostled, losing her balance and stumbling against the wall to regain her steadiness. A group of girls encircled her by the wall, regarding her with contemptuous gazes. Pa, is it really her? Suyu likes her? One girl in a high school uniform laughed mockingly. Just her? Lee Suyu's cousin? She doesn't look like much. How could Suyu possibly like her? Meng Jia pondered how to teach her a lesson. Zheng Huiming raised her eyes, sizing up the girl before her, her pale complexion evoking a sense of pity. Strip her of her clothes. Chang Yi's mind went blank. This was her first encounter with such a scene, before knowing the irascible landlord. She had been a well-behaved student who neither provoked others nor was provoked herself. However, it seemed that Zhang Huiming had mistakenly inferred that the irritable landlord had affections for her. She took a step back, her fingers tightly gripping the packaging of the spicy hot pot. Damn it, I detest pretending to be innocent. Strip her of her clothes. One of the girls cursed as she moved forward. Ah. Suyu tossed aside the brick he held and brushed off his hands. What skill is it to bully someone with short legs? Well, since they have come to rescue him, let us not dwell on it for now. Suyu, how could you possibly strike a girl? Suyu cast a glance at the girl who spoke, suddenly bursting into laughter. I do not indulge in pity based on gender, whether you are male or female. I shall strike regardless. Suyu, you are doing this for her. Zheng Huming pointed at Chang Yi, looking at Suyu. Isn't that so? A true leader speaks with such audacity that the girl he confronted was left at a loss for words. Suyu tilted his head, his gaze drifting past the group of girls to land on Chang Yi. The little one was covered in dirt. Her blue and white short-sleeved top was stained. And at that moment, she still clutched some food in her hand. She displayed a commendable spirit, not shedding a tear despite being bullied. It was rather heart-wrenching to behold. He waved at Chang Yi. Come here. Chang Yi remained still. Suyu, losing his patience, said, Do I need to come fetch you? Chang Yi glanced at Zheng Huiming, then at the other girls, and seeing the expressions of a few who were angry yet dared not voice it, she finally trudged over slowly. Suyu reached out and patted the dust from her hair. What happened? Did you not know to call for an adult? Chang Yi. There is no one. Then why did you not call for me? Chang Yi, you left too hastily. The other girls dared not intervene, merely watching helplessly as the two departed. Meng Jia, are we really just letting that girl leave like this? Zheng Huiming lit a cigarette and placed it between her lips, squinting slightly. It would be unwise to offend Suyu. It would be prudent to let her be for now, and perhaps teach her a lesson another time. Chapter 27. I gift you yogurt. For fear you may not grow tall, Chang Yi was acutely aware of her disheveled state. Having just been shoved by Zheng Huiming, she stumbled and fell, only to be thrust against the wall moments later. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the irate landlord, her predicament could have been far worse. Yet, who was the architect of her misfortune? Was it not him? Had he not insisted on taking her out to dinner, she would not have encountered Zheng Huiming. Nor would there have been any misunderstanding regarding their relationship. Clearly, this matter was far from resolved. Zheng Huiming's ire had yet to be satiated, and it was likely she would obstruct Chang Yi's path once again. Suyu remained silent, instinctively walking ahead of Chang Yi, his long legs affording him an advantage. However, he suddenly slowed his pace, allowing Chang Yi to lead. With her head bowed, she reflected on the scene of Zheng Huiming and her group of girls pushing her around, a bitter taste lingering in her heart. She was not the type to hurl vulgarities or display reckless arrogance. Having lived in an orphanage until the age of 6, she had formed bonds with the other children and later, upon being adopted, found herself in a nurturing environment. With Chang Weihua as a teacher and Guo Nan as an artist, both of whom instilled in her the values of politeness and propriety. Such a background molded her into a gentle and timid soul. Suyu perceived an overwhelming sense of solitude emanating from the girl's back, accompanied by an indescribable feeling. He simply felt an intense urge to protect this unfortunate child. The thought of her being bullied by a group of people stirred a discomfort within him. The girl, though he was particularly acquainted with her, always exhibited a certain stubbornness. What was the matter? She appeared listless. It's nothing, she replied, her voice soft with a faint nasal tone. Suyu was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what to say. He was not adept at comforting girls, especially one like her. She did not seem like the type to weep easily, unless she was genuinely aggrieved. Having just been bullied by a group of people, she indeed felt wronged, for she had done nothing to deserve it. Suyu raised his hand and gently patted her shoulder, saying, There's no need to look so morose. Chang Yi furrowed her brow and quickened her pace while clutching her backpack. Damn it, handsome looks are all I have, aside from my inability to comfort girls. Later that evening, as Chang Yi prepared to retire for the night, her phone vibrated twice. Upon checking, she discovered a message from her irritable landlord next door. SY, How did Jing Huiming bully you just now? Tell me, and I'll avenge you. She had added the irritable landlord's WeChat when she rented the place. But they had never conversed, save for a single transaction record. Over time, his WeChat had been buried beneath others, yet tonight, he unexpectedly reached out to her. Chang'e, as long as you understand this, please inform that girl clearly that it is not me whom you are fond of. Irritable landlord, too lazy to explain. The next morning, before her alarm rang, Chang'e rose from bed, quickly washed up, and stepped outside. She did not encounter the irritable landlord. Likely still lost in dreams of beauty at that hour, Chang'e gently closed the door behind her and made her way to school, stopping along the way to purchase breakfast, which she always accompanied with a box of yogurt. After paying, she unexpectedly encountered the irritable landlord. He too was procuring breakfast. A bun clenched between his teeth while cradling a carton of milk in his hands. His short legs seemed to waddle slightly. Instinctively, Chang'e felt inclined to pause. But then reconsidered. Why should she acquiesce to being called short legs? Wouldn't that imply her tacit acceptance of such a label? She glanced down at her legs. Clearly not short at all. Holding the yogurt in her hand, she looked at the irritable landlord with confusion. Is this for me? Suyu cast a fleeting glance her way. After all, you were bullied last night because of me. I was unsure how to compensate you, and considering your stature, I thought some yogurt would suffice. Well then, in light of the yogurt, she decided to overlook his constant jibes about her height. Chang'e accepted the yogurt without further formalities. You should find a moment to explain things to that girl, she suggested. Suyu deliberately slowed his pace to fall and step behind her, observing her slender, fragile silhouette. Today, her hair was styled in a bun rather than a ponytail, revealing her fair, elongated neck, with some errant strands casually cascading down. The girl ambled slowly towards school, clutching the yogurt he had given her. He finally understood why she always rose so early. With her short legs, the journey required considerable time. After a while, he broke the silence. Explain what? That girl mistakenly thinks I have feelings for you, Chang'e replied. Suyu glanced at her, pausing before responding. Isn't this little short-legged one fond of herself? Why the haste to disassociate? She is becoming increasingly enigmatic to me. Chang'e felt a pang of distress. You should clarify. She has misunderstood. She had been staring intently at the yogurt since he handed it to her, not once glancing at herself. Is this what it means to have affection for someone? Shouldn't one be elated upon receiving a gift from the person they admire? Yet, this little short-legged girl seems wholly fixated on the yogurt. Is it shyness or embarrassment? That seems reasonable. She does appear to be a girl easily prone to bashfulness. Suyu averted her gaze, looking elsewhere. All right, I will go explain. Only someone as naive as she could believe that an explanation would resolve matters. How charmingly innocent. Chang'e bit down on the yogurt straw and moved forward. And thereafter, neither spoke. Were it not for the leisurely footsteps trailing behind her, she would have thought the irritable landlord had long since disappeared. Xiaoyi. Upon reaching the school gates, she heard someone calling her name. Chang'e looked up to see Chun-Che running toward her. Chun-Che glanced at Suyu and handed Chang'e the breakfast he had purchased. Have you eaten yet? I bought this for you. You still adore yogurt, don't you? I got quite a bit. As she gazed at the buns and milk before her, she finally realized that it was Chun-Che who had been bringing her breakfast daily. Not Chang Wei she had assumed. Chang'e did not extend her hand to take it. I know you struggle to rise in the morning, so you likely have no time for breakfast. From now on, I'll bring you breakfast every day. Chun-Che smiled as he pressed the meal into her hands. I'll handle the yogurt. You take care of your breakfast. Returned the breakfast to him, expressing her gratitude but requesting that he refrain from bringing her breakfast in the future, as she was now capable of rising early and procuring her own meals. They were not children anymore, being around 16 or 17 years of age, a time when one begins to experience the stirrings of affection. However, was solely focused on her studies, dismissing all else. Chapter 28. She only wishes to study diligently. Though feelings began to arise, she remained steadfast, recognizing the years of care and support she had received. She was no ingrate and would not forget their kindness. In the future, should and require assistance, she would gladly provide for them as a means of repaying her gratitude. Perhaps it was the tender age of 16 or 17 that rendered emotions somewhat nebulous, yet they were no longer the innocent children of 3 or 4 years. Though did not articulate his feelings directly, understood well enough. She also realized that it would be prudent to resolve impossibilities sooner rather than later. Their conversation was laden with unspoken complexities. Upon witnessing the yogurt she had gifted to the short-legged girl in Dupin's hands, felt a twinge of displeasure but chose to remain silent, walking past the two into the school gates. He vowed never again to bestow gifts upon the short-legged girl. Questioning the logic of her passing items received from others to him. Was it akin to offering flowers to a deity? Was truly deserving of such reverence? With the irritable landlord gone, felt liberated to speak her mind. You are unaware of my family's circumstances, so it would be best if you no longer concern yourself with my affairs. Gazed at her, expressing his concern as a girl. I worry for your safety when you are alone outside. Yet, sensing her emotional distance, he opted for silence and returned the yogurt to her. In the classroom, the only sound that punctuated the silence was the voice of old Zhao delivering his lecture, occasionally accompanied by the faint buzzing of a fly perched on the window. The summer heat tended to induce drowsiness, and coupled with old Zhao's monotonous Mandarin, it rendered the students lethargic, with most barely able to keep their eyes open. So sleepy. I really want to sleep. I'm so tired. I just want to sleep. Jean Rong murmured through yawns, voicing the sentiments of many. Chang Yi also yawned in response, affirming the contagiousness of such fatigue. And yet he can still rank first. I feel like Su, the top student, is not human. Jean Rong whispered conspiratorially. It seemed somewhat abnormal, yet Su's achievements were undeniably impressive. Thank goodness class is finally over. I felt like I was in a daze. Jean Rong exclaimed, suddenly invigorated, as if she had been revitalized with a jolt of energy, her demeanor a stark contrast to her earlier somnolence. Chang'e, shall we head to the convenience store? Are you coming? Chang'e nodded in agreement. Yes, let us go together. They had only recently become acquainted in high school. With Jean Rong's academic performance hovering around the middle tier, neither exceptional nor poor. She was a good person, albeit a bit unreliable, yet fiercely loyal. Well, except when it comes to Su, the top student, she added. Tell me about your experience living with Su. He hasn't bullied you, has he? Jean Rong inquired with a mischievous grin. The idea of a young man and woman together brought forth thoughts of innocent romantic entanglements, and Jean Rong, ever the lively optimist, was filled with curiosity regarding the nuances of such youthful affection. One's living environment can indeed profoundly influence one's mindset. Had her family been as harmonious and fulfilling as Jean Rong's, surrounded by maternal affection and paternal love, she would not find herself burdened by the thought of repaying debts at such a tender age. She often feels that the money provided by Chang Wei-hua is a weight she must bear, even if she cannot refuse it. Chang'e remains ensconced in her own thoughts, offering no reply. What occupies her mind? Nothing of significance. Jean Rong raises her eyebrows, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Are you thinking about Su, the campus bully? Chang'e frowned slightly. Why would I think of him? Jean Rong believes that aside from his irritable temper and penchant for fighting, Su possesses many admirable qualities. After all, he is quite handsome, and sharing a roof at their age often fosters affection. Yet, she understands Chang'e well. The mere wrinkle of her brow reveals that she harbors no particular feelings for the campus bully. Indeed, given how Su had tormented Chang'e last time, who would willingly seek out someone who delights in bullying them? Jean Rong inquires, has he ever bullied you privately? Chang'e nods in response before darting into the nearby convenience store. She purchases a popsicle, breaks it in half, and shares it with Jean Rong, each holding a piece as they savor the treat. Upon exiting the store, they catch sight of Li Shuyao playfully teasing a girl. Unsurprisingly, Li Shuyao is accompanied by Shi Chuan and Su Yu, who are also present. Su Yu naturally radiates an aura that keeps strangers at bay, and even acquaintances hesitate to approach him. There are no girls nearby, not even a creature of any kind. In contrast, Li Shuyao and Shi Chuan enjoy considerable popularity. Surrounded by several girls eager for their attention, Jean Rong frequently indulges in daydreams, exclaiming, I find Shi Chuan exceedingly handsome, just a smidgen more so than Li Shuyao. Shi Chuan may lack Li Suyo's exuberance, yet he possesses a certain gravitas that is undeniably appealing. So handsome, were it not for the impending class. Chang'e mused that Jean Rong would remain lost in her infatuation. After a considerable time following the conclusion of evening study sessions, the petite figure still had not emerged. Su Yu, ostensibly occupied with a mobile game to pass the time, was gradually losing her patience. Do girls always dawdle so? It's utterly exasperating. Li Suyo peered out, surveying the school grounds, and inquired with curiosity, do you think the boss is waiting for someone? Shi Chuan replied, I have no idea. Surely, the boss cannot be waiting for Chang'e. Perhaps he has taken a liking to her. Whoa, why did you kick me? Before Li Suyo could finish his thought, he was met with a swift kick. Did I speak out of turn? Su Yu diverted her gaze from her phone, casting a glance at him. Me? Like her? You must be mistaken. She scoffed at the very notion that he could harbor feelings for the petite girl. As Suyu lifted her eyes, she fortuitously spotted the petite figure ambling leisurely outside. She tucked her phone away and turned towards the nearby stationery shop. Sichuan observed the pin in Suyu's hand, astonished. Goodness, the boss is actually purchasing a pin. Chapter 29. The petite figure's affections shift. The notion of the boss buying a pin seemed almost ludicrous. After an entire semester, it remained uncertain whether she would manage to write more than a few words. Li Suyo, equally intrigued, leaned in to scrutinize the pen in the boss's possession, wondering if he might indeed be afflicted with some sort of visual impairment. He couldn't have been mistaken. The usually homework-averse leader had unexpectedly ventured into the stationery store to purchase a pen. One might have assumed he was aware of the recent magazine releases and had come to acquire a couple to peruse during moments of ennui, perhaps to admire the beauty within. Leader, are you lost in thought? Can you truly find utility in such an item? Su-yusin, somewhat distracted, casually picked up a pen while her gaze drifted toward the school entrance. To her surprise, the little short-legged figure had yet to emerge, lingering as if in a daze. She glanced aimlessly at notebooks and erasers, rifling through other items until the short-legged one finally appeared. Su-yusin nonchalantly grabbed a notebook, paid, and departed from the stationery store. Sichuan stood bewildered, grappling with confusion and curiosity. Their leader, who seldom engaged in homework and typically brought only companions to class, was here purchasing a notebook. Such an occurrence was as rare as a once-in-a-decade treasure or a century's first spring. Li Shuyao inquired, "What do you intend to do with this?" Su-yusin replied, "Utilize it." Sichuan asked, "How do you intend to use it?" Su-yusin answered, "To complete homework." Sichuan responded with silence. Today, the leader is certainly acting unusually. The little short-legged figure walked slowly, even stopping at a street vendor to buy a piece of cake, confirming her status as a true foodie. Occasionally, she would lower her head to take a bite of the pastry, then sip from a carton of yogurt. Chang'e was lost in her thoughts when suddenly someone tapped her shoulder, startling her. Turning around, she was met with Li Shuyao's beaming face. The unexpected visual shock compelled her to instinctively take a step back. "I spent a while at the library," she remarked. Sichuan playfully nudged Li Shuyao, saying, "Son." You startled her. Whenever Chang'e raised her eyes, she would spot the other two members of the trio. Suyu, wearing headphones, glanced at her nonchalantly and was somewhat surprised to see the yogurt he had given her that morning still in her hand. During the day, he had not noticed any yogurt in the short-legged desk and had assumed that Chun-Che had taken it away in the morning. Thus, he believed that the short-legged girl had given his gift to someone else. Now, seeing the yogurt still in her possession brought an unexpected sense of relief to Suyu. "The yogurt has not been consumed yet?" The irritable landlord suddenly spoke, catching Chang'e off guard. She nodded slightly and replied, "Not yet." Sichuan regarded the two with a meaningful glance, remaining silent. "Did the boss buy this yogurt?" Li Shuyao, bashfully clinging to Suyu's arm, exclaimed, "Oh, the boss is biased. He has never bought me yogurt. How unfair." Suddenly, Chang'e recalled her first night in the irritable landlord's home. Witnessing Li Shuyao and the landlord sharing a room, watching an adult film, and even rubbing his waist. And now, seeing Li Shuyao clinging to the irritable landlord's arm, playfully pouting, was quite bewildering. "Boss, I also want to drink yogurt. Please buy me some." Sichuan could no longer tolerate it and kicked Li Shuyao's backside, saying, "For heaven's sake, act normal. You're making a fool of yourself." "No, I have accompanied the boss for so long, and he has never bought me yogurt. I want yogurt, boss. Please buy me yogurt." Suyu furrowed her brows and pushed Li Suyo away, her expression one of impatience. "Just because your legs are short doesn't mean mine are too." Chang'e opened her mouth, only to suddenly find that the yogurt in her hand had lost its appeal. This was a personal attack, a cruel blow to the innocent. Li Suyo and Sichuan's homes were not along the same route, so at the next intersection, the four of them split into pairs. Throughout the journey, Chang'e found herself at a loss for words. Yet, she couldn't help but notice something peculiar: the irritable landlord, who previously derided her for her short legs and slow pace, had always walked ahead of her, leaving her far behind. Today, however, he was trailing behind her. With a look of confusion, Chang'e stole another glance at him. Surely, he had no use for that notebook, did he? Her subtle movement did not escape Suyu's keen observation. However, Chang'e's curiosity about the notebook was misinterpreted by the irritable school bully, who believed that the little short-legged girl was secretly glancing at him. A smirk slowly crept across Suyu's face, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Let the little short leg gaze a bit longer. After all, unrequited love was a painful affair, where one could only act in secrecy. Did you buy that notebook for homework? Suyu inquired, casting a glance. Is it obligatory to buy a notebook solely for homework? Indeed, that could be the case. Perhaps he intended to use it for crafting paper airplanes, engaging in a contest with his friends to see whose could fly the farthest. She nodded and fell into silence. Given that she had little to converse with the irritable landlord, their earlier exchange had merely been awkward small talk. Judging by his tone, he seemed uninterested in continuing the awkward dialogue, so she chose to remain quiet. Noticing the sudden silence from the little short leg, Suyu couldn't help but glance at her. Was she really that foolish? Now they find themselves alone. Yet he cannot muster the courage to seize the opportunity for a few casual exchanges. He harbors grave suspicions regarding whether this petite girl truly harbors a secret affection for him, or if she initially liked him before shifting her affections to that Shinche. It was evident their dialogues were imbued with a certain intimacy, as if they had been acquainted since childhood, almost as if they were the closest of friends. Does this petite girl not understand the virtue of unwavering devotion to a single affection? How could she so easily develop an interest in another? TSK, it's quite perplexing. Outwardly she appears quite obedient, yet perhaps she is not as virtuous as she seems. Could this also be part of her cunning strategy? A retreat to advance. She seems to possess a rather intricate mindset. I am compelled to write a love letter. Suddenly, he spoke up. Oh, Chang'e responded softly, a mere gesture of politeness. Suyu frowned, and indeed, it appears she has transferred her affections. He indifferently remarked, recently. I've noticed a female classmate from class 5 who possesses quite an appealing charm. She fits my type perfectly. Chang'e nodded. Ah, then I wish you well. Suyu furrowed his brow further and continued. The task of writing love letters is entrusted to you. Remember to imbue it with deep emotion. Chang'e looked up. Why? Chapter 30. The love letter written by the school tyrant for the petite girl. It seems he can no longer contain himself. He mused. How could this petite girl possibly so easily transfer her affections? That Shinche, was he not someone she had known for a long time? Is he truly so captivating? So you cast her a disinterested glance. If I ask you to write, then write. What reason is there to question? Why must I write love letters when pursuing a girl? I want to write it. Suyu removed his headphones, frowning. Say that again. Chang'e opened her mouth, contemplating resistance, but ultimately succumbed. It was merely a love letter. She could easily copy one from Baidu. Taking a bite of her biscuit to steady her nerves, she nodded. All right then. Sometimes, taking a step back opens up a world of possibilities. Enduring a little might lead to tranquility. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Chang'e could not comprehend why she had agreed to write a love letter for her irascible landlord. Yet, the thought of moving in 3 months made her reconsider. Chang'e, shall we go to the restroom? Chang'e intended to decline, but every time Jean Rong invited her to the restroom after class, despite her reluctance, she found herself wanting to go. It was quite peculiar. Class is over. As Chang'e stood, she was suddenly knocked aside by a rushing male classmate. Her books scattered from the desk. The boy, Ding Feiyang, was notorious for his mischief, often bullying female classmates, yet he was no match for the formidable school bully. Nevertheless, he was not to be underestimated. As Chang'e stumbled from the collision, someone abruptly grasped her bun with a rough motion, preventing her from falling. Ouch! Chang'e felt a sharp pain in her scalp and glanced at the one who had tugged her hair. Suyu immediately released her grip, as if to explain. It was an emergency. Rubbing her scalp, Chang'e remarked, should I thank you then? No need for thanks. As she bent down to retrieve her textbook, a voice called out, what is this? A love letter. The girl picked up the envelope that lay scattered nearby and exclaimed, who would have thought that the good girl is secretly in love and writing love letters? Her voice rang out high, imbued with a hint of arrogance, clearly intentional. Yet, who truly cared? The other classmates were solely interested into whom Chang'e had pinned her love letter and its contents. Chang'e furrowed her brow tightly. Reaching out to snatch it back, return that to me. The girl retracted her hand. What's your rush? Let us see how the top student composes her love letter. Jean Rong interjected, Fong Man, you are going too far. Fong Man raised an eyebrow. Why are you upset? I'm merely taking a look. It's nothing significant. She unfolded the paper and read the contents aloud with great enthusiasm. Hello, classmate. I am delighted to meet you. I have liked you for a long time. Is this a love letter? It reads more like an introduction. Suyu, having returned to her seat and preparing to doze off, was suddenly roused by the sound of the girl's haughty laughter. Is this the love letter that the little shorty wrote for him? It certainly aligns with her style, gentle, serene, and demure. However, even a little rabbit should not be underestimated. As Suyu prepared to rise, he watched in astonishment as the little rabbit abruptly lifted her textbook and hurled it at Fong Man. The book landed squarely on Fong Man's face before tumbling to the ground. Jean Rong was taken aback. Damn, are you seeking death? The girl cursed and lunged toward her. Instinctively, Chang-yi raised her hands to shield herself, but the next moment, they heard the girl's pained groan. As Chang-yi finally opened her eyes, she discovered that Fong Man had already fallen to the ground, having overturned a desk in the process. What exactly transpired remained a mystery to Chang-yi, who had kept her eyes closed. However, Jean Rong witnessed the entire scene unfold with clarity. Just as Fong Man was about to lunge at Chang-yi, Su Xiaoba suddenly intervened, delivering a kick that sent her flying. While striking a girl is undeniably an unseemly act, Jean Rong felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Fong Man had long considered herself the queen bee of the class, despite the presence of Su Xiaoba, a formidable figure who rarely engaged with their peers. Thus, Fong Man had been allowed to reign supreme, which was quite irksome to others. Today, Su Xiaoba had effectively quelled Fong Man's arrogance. With Su Yu's sudden involvement, the onlookers dispersed, leaving Ding Feiyong, who had knocked into Chang Yi's desk, to timidly retreat. Su Yu yawned, squinting slightly at Fong Man, and asked, "The love letter is mine. Do you have any objections?" Chang Yi looked up, taken aback by Su Yu's words, remaining silent. Fong Man's bravado dissipated in an instant as she shook her head and replied, "No objections. I didn't realize it was written to Chang Yi." Su Yu paused momentarily and did not elaborate further. "Do you think it resembles a self-introduction?" he inquired. Fong Man shook her head vigorously, insisting, "Not at all. Not at all." She rose from the floor, casting a fierce glare at Chang Yi, but mindful of Su Yu, she refrained from saying anything further. The classmates who had been affected by the overturned desk quietly righted it, and those engrossed in their studies resumed reading, while others continued their conversations, as if nothing had occurred. Just now, Fong Man mentioned the love letter written by the school bully Su to Chang Yi, and Su offered no explanation. At that moment, Jean Rong was eager to gossip about it, but suddenly felt an urgent need and dashed out of the classroom. "I went to the restroom." Due to Fong Man's remark, it seemed everyone in the classroom assumed that it was Su Yu who pinned the love letter to Chang Yi. Chang Yi wanted to clarify, but everyone was wary of the school bully and refrained from discussing gossip in her presence, fearing she might report to Su. Thus, no one dared to speak about it in front of her, leaving her at a loss for how to explain the situation. If she were to bring it up herself, it would appear too deliberate. Jean Rong was bursting to speak. She wasn't afraid of Chang Yi reporting to Su, but she was apprehensive of Su's reaction. Finally, when school was dismissed and she saw the school bully leave, Jean Rong couldn't contain herself. "Really? Is it true that the school bully wrote you a love letter?" Chang Yi replied, "No," as she gathered her belongings. She explained, "He has taken a liking to a girl from class 5 and asked me to help him write a love letter. It got caught in a book, and when the book was knocked over, the letter was discovered. Then, due to Fong Man's misunderstanding, the irritable school bully intervened and claimed the letter was his, leading to the confusion that it was written to me." In conclusion, Chang Yi summarized, "Although I wrote the love letter, it was originally intended for him to give to a certain girl from class 5. Do you understand?" Jean Rong shook her head. "I don't understand." Chapter 31. Can you really deal with this girl's foolishness? The matter of Su intending to write a love letter to Chang Yi became widely misunderstood, and soon all the classmates were aware of it. When Chen Che noticed that Chang Yi had not yet departed, he approached her and inquired, "Xiao Yi, you and Su Yu." Chang Yi glanced at Chen Che, and before he could finish his sentence, she interjected, "We are merely classmates." Her cold and distant demeanor left Chen Che feeling quite awkward. Jean Rong, sensing the uncomfortable atmosphere, chuckled awkwardly and remarked, "Chen Che seems quite concerned about Chang Yi. But the truth is, that love letter was not intended for her." Chen Che offered an embarrassed smile, replying, "Oh, is that so?" Chang Yi gathered her belongings and stood up to leave, saying, "Jean Rong, I'm leaving now. Goodbye." Chen Che watched her retreating figure, his expression tinged with melancholy. Upon exiting the school gates, Chang Yi lifted her gaze and spotted the irritable landlord and his companions at a small shop across the street. Observing this, Su Yu discarded the eraser in his hand and exited the shop. Li Su Yao, looking puzzled, asked, "Have you noticed that the boss has been acting strangely lately?" She nodded, glancing at Chang Yi walking a short distance ahead and replied, "Indeed, it is peculiar, even quite abnormal. Do you know the reason?" "I do not," came the response. Such a foodie. Chang-yi had an unsettling feeling that someone was watching her, and she sensed imminent trouble, likely stemming from Zhang Huiming's previous grievances. Unconsciously, she quickened her pace towards her residence. Perhaps due to her short stature, in Suyu's eyes, her sudden acceleration made her legs appear to be flailing, an amusing sight. "Boss, look, isn't that Bai Huani? How did he end up here?" Li Suyo, with his keen eyes, spotted a group of local delinquents across the street. A nearby internet CAF had recently opened, and these individuals frequented it daily. Yet, instead of remaining inside, they were now causing trouble outside. Sichuan remarked, "This Bai Huani is the cousin of Zhang Huiming. If he's not at the internet CAF at this hour, he must be here to stir up trouble." Zhang Huiming's cousin? Su Yu's brow furrowed as she cast another glance at the group of ruffians. They had already abandoned their previous location and were now approaching the short figure. Chang-yi felt an unsettling premonition, her fingers gripping the strap of her backpack tightly, ready to flee. Despite the tension causing her scalp to prickle, she remained silent and resolute. Why should she run? Chang-yi raised her eyes to the approaching figure, only to find it was not Zhang Huiming, but a young man with dyed red hair. A sense of foreboding washed over her, and she instinctively took a step back, but it was too late. The red-haired man seized her chin with one hand, took a drag from his cigarette, and squinted at Chang-yi with a fierce expression. "You dare to covet the man my cousin fancies? You ought to know who I am." With a forceful shove, he pushed Chang-yi away. She had always believed that kindness begets kindness, yet she never anticipated that encountering an aggressive landlord would lead to such turmoil. Who was this red-haired man? Had Zhang Huiming sent him? As Chang-yi braced herself for an imminent collision with the ground, someone grasped her shoulder and steadied her with a firm grip. She had not even had the chance to express her gratitude, nor to glimpse her savior, when the person had already shielded her behind him. He was tall and slender, yet his silhouette firmly protected her. Just look at this girl, so fair and delicate, with an innocent demeanor. How could Bai Huani bear to lay a hand on her? The tone of voice was unmistakably that of an irate landlord. Chang-yi felt a mix of gratitude and anger, yet since he had come to her rescue, she reluctantly accepted his bumbling demeanor. Bai Huani exhaled the smoke from his mouth and nudged Siyu. "Is Siyu blind? My cousin is not unappealing." The red-haired man's underlings were numerous, while the irate landlord had only 3 companions. Chang-yi anxiously clutched Suyu's shirt, shrinking behind him. With a small creature trembling in fear, how could Suyu possibly remain oblivious? This subtle gesture, for reasons unknown, felt quite peculiar. "Have you not heard me speak? You bastard." The incessant curse from the red-haired man was decidedly irksome to Suyu. Without knowing where he procured a brick, he hurled it at the red-haired man, who instantly suffered a blow to the head. "Damn it! How dare you strike our boss? Brothers, go, finish them off." Upon witnessing their leader being attacked, the red-haired man's subordinates rushed forward in a frenzy to defend him. Chang-yi, having never encountered such chaos, turned pale with fear and sought refuge beside a trash bin. If the irate landlord were to be injured, she could wait for this group to disperse before taking him away. After a considerable while, the sounds of the altercation finally ceased. Feeling a sense of trepidation, cautiously extended his head to observe the scene. The red-haired individual, having sustained injuries, fled with his companions as if escaping for their lives. Suyu, too, bore wounds, leaning against the wall with his head bowed, utterly motionless. Li Suyo and Sichuan were also injured, their exposed arms displaying a tapestry of crimson and bruised hues, with blood seeping from their wounds. With a flutter of anxiety, Chang-yi rose and approached Suyu, gently prodding his arm. "Are you all right?" Suyu lifted his gaze, and it was then that Chang-yi noticed the furious landlord's face, marred by an unknown assailant's brutal blows, his nose broken and the corners of his mouth bruised, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Yet, remarkably, he seemed unfazed, wearing a nonchalant expression as he remarked with a hint of humor, "There's a matter at hand." "Oh, I see. Is it possible for you to speak normally? You didn't seem to express any pain during the fight." Sichuan, unable to tolerate Li Suyo's whiny demeanor, gave him a light smack, inadvertently aggravating his arm's injury, eliciting a pained yelp. "Ouch. That hurts. I understand now. I shall be more gentle." Chang-yi found Li Suyo and Sichuan rather amusing, displaying such bravado during the altercation, yet now flinching at the application of antiseptic. Truly, the antics of these jovial youths were a source of endless entertainment. "Enough noise. Can you not be quiet?" From the side, a prominent figure, reclining against the sofa with eyes closed, interjected with evident irritation. The two chatterboxes, sensing their leader's impatience, promptly silenced themselves, forgetting their pain. Chapter 32. A misunderstanding of oneself. Chang Yi intended to first disinfect Su Yu's injuries, recognizing the severity of his wounds warranted immediate attention. However, as he reached out to grasp Su Yu's hand, he was met with a firm refusal. Firstly, attend to their wounds. Once treated, urge them to leave promptly. The feeling of being scorned by one's own superior must be rather unpleasant, I presume. The expressionless faces of the two indicate they have grown accustomed to the landlord's irritable disposition. Chang Yi nodded and approached Shi Chuan and Li Shuyao with iodine. Their injuries were not severe, merely the result of unavoidable scrapes during a scuffle, scratches on their arms with a bit of blood. After a brief disinfection and applying band-aids, Su Yu dismissed them. They complied without hesitation, departing swiftly and decisively. Chang Yi closed the door, glanced at the irritable landlord, and fetched a new cotton swab, presenting herself before him. I'll attend to your wounds and then retire for the night. It's quite late. Su Yu, not lacking in intelligence, readily discerned her intent. He nodded and urged, then hurry up. His tone bore a subtle command, which Chang Yi found tolerable. Had it not been for the landlord's timely intervention today, she might have found herself languishing in some refuse bin. Su Yu observed the girl drawing closer, feeling an unexpected discomfort. Although he had encountered many attractive women, none had approached him in such proximity. This somewhat clumsy little figure was a first. In this close proximity, he noticed her skin resembled that of a peeled egg, fair and delicate, with minuscule pores. Her breath occasionally brushed against his face, perhaps due to consuming an excess of yogurt. Su Yu couldn't shake the impression that she carried a hint of its tangy scent. Su Yu's gaze inadvertently fell upon the girl's delicately pursed pink lips. He awkwardly shifted his eyes downward, landing on her chest, feeling a surge of embarrassment. He could swear it was an accident. He was a person of utmost propriety. Certainly not a lecherous individual, unless provoked. Chang Yi sensed the inappropriate direction of his gaze and frowned, inquiring, "What are you looking at?" Chang Yi's face flushed crimson with indignation as she raised her hand and aimed a punch at his face, exclaiming, "Pervert! Damn it!" Su Yu shielded his face, letting out a groan of despair. For quite some time, Chang Yi struggled to accept the reality that she had just struck Su Yu. Had she truly lost her senses to the point of confronting an irritable landlord? Clutching a cushion, she glanced at the side mirror, which reflected her own face, scrutinizing it like a wounded creature. That was unintentional. Who told you to stare? What the hell am I supposed to look at? Just that little bit of flesh on your chest. The irate landlord was instantly incensed, his fierce demeanor nearly terrifying Chang Yi to death. With her fingers nervously entwined, she spoke in a voice as soft as a kitten's. "Why, yes, I'm sorry. I was perhaps overly confident in myself." There was nothing wrong with having self-confidence. Upon hearing the girl's suddenly gentle tone, Su Yu's anger dissipated in an instant. Her voice was akin to a gentle kitten's paw scratching at his heart, igniting a peculiar sensation within him. "You seem to have a misunderstanding about yourself." "Yes, I have a misunderstanding about myself." Chang Yi nodded obediently, hoping to diminish the landlord's ire further. The effect was immediate. The girl's sudden display of obedience took Su Yu by surprise. "All right, hurry over and disinfect my wound." Chang Yi proceeded to cleanse his injury, ultimately applying a band-aid across the bridge of his nose, thus completing her task. While gathering her textbooks, she stumbled upon a love letter she had penned for the irritable landlord. Realizing he must be eager to deliver it, she promptly decided to hand it to him. His room was steeped in dark hues, predominantly black, white, and gray. Chang Yi leaned against the doorframe, listening intently for any sounds within before finally mustering the courage to knock. She seldom knocked on the landlord's door, as she possessed no inclination towards self-inflicted distress. Yet, as the sound of her knock echoed, a flicker of trepidation coursed through her. Just as she contemplated retreating, the door swung open. "What is it?" After a brief pause, noticing his slightly agitated expression, Chang Yi timidly extended the love letter, stating, "It's ready. You can give it to that girl from class 5 tomorrow." Su Yu leaned against the door, his weary gaze fixated on her hand. There, in front of him, her delicate, pale arms were raised, fingers clenching the letter tightly. Awaiting his acceptance, Su Yu furrowed his brow. Did she truly harbor feelings for him? If so, how could she write a love letter for another girl? His eyes roamed over Chang Yi, and he couldn't help but admire her cunning nature. This strategy of retreating to advance was quite clever. He almost fell for it. Huh. Chang-yi blinked in confusion, raising her gaze to meet his. Why not? I worked hard on it. Suyu replied. It reads like a self-introduction. Polite and demure, hardly my style. Chang-yi innocently inquired. So what is your style like? Suyu found it somewhat amusing, pondering whether this was genuine naivety or a feigned ignorance. Could he truly not discern the intentionality behind such words? Despite his apparent intelligence, his emotional quotient seemed lacking. Perhaps he was simply straightforward. With a serious demeanor, he contemplated, writing like this, I've fancied you for quite some time, longing for you. Chang-yi's face flushed. She thought, isn't this rather inappropriate? This is my style, she replied. Suyu observed the girl's silhouette, unable to suppress a chuckle. She was rather endearing in her clumsiness, exuding a charmingly foolish innocence. In class 2 of the second year, Suyu made his way to the office of the headmaster. He arrived once again at the office, where Chang-yi stood before Chang Weihua, her head bowed in silence. Chang Weihua sighed in exasperation. Xiao-yi, have you fallen in love too soon? That Suyu is nothing but trouble. How could you possibly date him? It's not that I'm trying to control you. But even if you were to engage in early romance, it shouldn't be with Suyu. Chang-yi fidgeted with her fingers, taking a while to respond. No, I am not in a premature romance. The incident with the love letter had been misunderstood, leading her classmates to believe that Suyu harbored feelings for her. Such matters typically circulated among students and would eventually fade with time. However, now that Chang Weihua was aware, if this was merely a coincidence, what about the previous incident where she was bullied by Suyu? While it was not a significant issue, it became evident that someone had informed Chang Weihua about it. Chapter 33. The endearingly naive appearance. Chang-yi had already surmised that someone had informed Chang Weihua of all the happenings. She had not anticipated that her first summons to the headmaster's office would not be due to her scholarship or her exemplary grades, but rather because of a budding romance. Yes, I understand, she replied. Xiao Chang, you sought me out. Just as she finished her statement, the office door was unceremoniously kicked open, and Suyu, looking somewhat dazed, entered. She cast a fleeting glance at Chang Weihua, exchanged a casual greeting, and then plopped down onto the sofa. Xiao Chang. The familiarity of the address and her utterly nonchalant demeanor suggested that she treated the headmaster's office as if it were her own home. Perhaps her frequent visits had fostered such a sense of belonging? Look at how you're behaving. Stand up, Chang Weihua exclaimed, irked by Suyu's brazen entrance and her relaxed posture on the sofa. Given his volatile temperament, it was improbable that he would rise to his feet. However, his gaze scanned the office and landed on the little short legs of Chang-yi, compelling him to obediently stand up. His unexpected compliance took Chang Weihua back. He had never been so amenable before. What? Am I to be reprimanded for fighting outside of school during dismissal? He retorted, his displeasure evident as he pressed his lips together. In truth, he had no authority over his altercations outside school grounds. Did you write a love letter to Chang-yi? Su-yi, with a languid expression, cast a glance at Ching-yi and remarked, look at her foolishly adorable demeanor. She lacks elegance, has no remarkable figure. And while her fair complexion is decent, her modest bust is rather excessive. Do you truly believe I would write her a love letter? Ching-yi. Ching-wi who? Ching-yi was curious to know if he would utter such words if he were aware that Ching-wi who was her father. Only he could speak so flippantly in the presence of someone's elder. What did you say? Ching-wi who paused momentarily, then grasped the gravity of the situation. His daughter was being described in such disparaging terms. Such frivolous remarks from Su-yi were laden with disdain. Ching-yi chose not to engage. A virtuous woman does not quarrel with a man over trifles. The love letter was not intended for her. Su-yi yawned and lazily regarded Ching-wi who. Is everything settled? If not, I shall retire. This was Ching-wi whose first encounter with such a troublesome student, and he waved his hand in dismissal. All right, you may leave. Then I shall attend my class. Ching-wi who glanced at Ching-yi, hesitating momentarily before nodding. Yes, go to class. If you need anything, just speak to your father. Yes, I understand. Later, during evening study, Ching-yi rewrote the love letter as per Su-yi's instructions, ensuring it was as coarse as possible. The contents were blunt and straightforward, merely stating, I want to date you, whether you desire it or not. It exuded a dominating, assertive tone, the kind that could frighten a child. This was the signature style of a tempestuous school bully. An unexpected occurrence unfolded as an individual. typically absent from evening study sessions, made an appearance. Is sleep at home unsatisfactory? Is the bed not comfortable? Jean Rong cast a glance at Su Yu and remarked in a low voice, Chang'e, surely you are not destined to be perpetually bullied by Su, the school tyrant? Chang'e sighed and sought to comfort herself. He merely requested assistance in composing a love letter. It hardly qualifies as bullying, does it? Jean Rong playfully flicked her forehead. Last time, he had you write an exam paper. This time, a love letter. Who knows what he might demand next? Chang'e, cradling her forehead, pondered over Jean Rong's words. She recognized the truth in them. With each concession she made, the demands grew ever more unreasonable. The tempestuous landlord was the sort to beam radiantly at the slightest kindness. However, she found herself utterly incapable of standing up to him. In the end, it seemed she could only endure the bullying. Do you wish to exact revenge? Jean Rong inquired with an air of mystery. How? How would one undertake such revenge? Chang'e stammered. Jean Rong chuckled sinisterly, reminiscent of the wicked stepmother from Snow White. Jean Rong, your laughter is rather unsettling, Chang'e remarked. In a fit of mock indignation, Jean Rong hurled a book at her. Silence. You wretched tome, if you refrain from speaking, no one will mistake you for a mute. Ing Feishue adjusted her glasses and interjected calmly, do not harm the innocent. Ing Feishue, possessing commendable academic prowess, sported her habitual low ponytail and glasses. Though her smile was delightful, she chose to maintain a stoic demeanor daily, speaking with succinctness. Jean Rong had even taken to clandestinely referring to her as a non. I am not his biological parent, Ing Feishue retorted. What? What on earth are you saying? Ing Feishue, with a hearty laugh, Jean Rong burst into uncontrollable mirth, exclaiming, Ah, Ing Nunnery, indeed you are remarkable. What do you call me? In a moment of carelessness, Jean Rong inadvertently uttered the nickname given to Ing Feishue in private, offering an awkward chuckle. Ing Nunnery, I believe it quite suits your temperament. You resemble a celestial being traversing the realms, devoid of earthly desires. Liao Shu interjected, Ing Nunnery. Haraha, I'm laughing so hard it hurts. Keep your voices down. If you awaken Su Xiaoba, who knows what will happen with Chang Yi's admonition? The previously uproarious group fell silent, their laughter dissipating as swiftly as it had emerged. This warning had a more immediate effect than announcing a teacher's arrival. What is there to fear? I just saw that old Zhao Isnt here, chimed in a boy from the adjacent group, named Lu Jing, whose very name seemed to reflect his elusive nature. Often accompanied by an eerie presence, he frequently shared chilling ghost stories that left others in a state of fright. Although not in the same group, he would often approach theirs after class, enjoying playful banter with Liao Shu, thus becoming an unofficial member of their circle. Leaning forward, he peered intently towards them, conspiratorially whispering, Do you believe in ghosts? Initially, they were skeptical, yet something about his demeanor and tone made the atmosphere grow palpably colder. Jean Rong shivered, drawing his arms closer. Chang'e opened her mouth, remarking, You certainly seem quite ghostly yourself. Liao Shu remarked, Lu Jing, we are all tired of your ghost stories. Can't you refrain from trying to frighten us? Lu Jing responded with a peculiar smile. Just so happens, I have a new tale to share. Would you care to listen? Chapter 34. The Enigma of a Girl's Thoughts. Jean Rong's interest was piqued. Do tell. Lu Jing, suddenly invigorated, glanced towards the doorway, ensured no one was watching, and promptly dragged his chair over to sit in the corridor. He theatrically brandished a pen and notebook, ready to feign a scholarly need for assistance should a teacher appear. A maneuver he had perfected. His group was equally supportive of Lu Jing, providing him with the necessary cover. Come on, speak up, Jean Rong urged impatiently. The story unfolded within the confines of a girls' dormitory at Yuzhou University, specifically room 4104, where 4 young women resided. Jean Rong, Chang'e, Ing Feishue, and Liao Shu. Jean Rong furrowed her brow. Why are you using our names for your ghost story? Lu Jing replied, Don't interrupt. It adds a sense of immersion. Liao Shu interjected, Wait. Isn't it a girls' dormitory? Lu Jing continued, It's not that there aren't enough girls. Your friendship is simply being parroted. Chang'e acquiesced. All right, proceed. At the stroke of midnight, a candle was lit, and an apple was to be peeled in front of a mirror. The apple's skin must remain unbroken, lest trouble ensue. Following her roommate's instructions, Chang'e sat before the mirror, peeling the apple meticulously. Suddenly, Lu Jing's eyes widened, his smile morphing into a sinister grin, which then twisted into a grotesque expression. The temperature plummeted around them, enveloping the atmosphere in an eerie chill. In creating an atmosphere, Lu Jing is truly a master. Suddenly, what happened? Liao Shu, startled, shrank back, clutching a book to shield herself. Abruptly, a hand rested upon Chang Yi's shoulder, followed by a voice. In an instant, that hand was cut by a knife, and blood flowed incessantly from Chang Yi, leading to her demise. Chang Yi furrowed her brows, feeling a heaviness in her heart. Why was she written to meet such an end? Upon noticing that Su, the school tyrant, had awakened, Lu Jing hastily made his escape, faster than anyone else. Lu Jing's incessant chatter gave her an unsettling feeling. Jin Rong pointed to his own head. Ing Feishua remarked, "We must embrace science. It is the 21st century." Liao Shu replied, "It is better to believe in the existence of the mysterious than to dismiss it. Stop talking about such frightening things. I need to walk home at night." Unbeknownst to them, the evening self-study session had concluded. As Chang Yi gathered her belongings and turned around, she noticed the prominent figure rise, stretch lazily, don headphones, and cast a disinterested glance in her direction before departing through the back door. Such is the nature of the prominent individual, whose disdainful gaze reveals their superiority. In recent days, it has become rather fortuitous. Each evening on her way home from school, she encounters the irascible landlord, a stark contrast to the past when the streets were devoid of any presence. As Chang Yi passed by Su Yu, contemplating whether to greet him, he spoke first. "Huh. Oh." Chang Yi nodded, glancing around, but noticing that Li Shuyao and Shi Chuan were absent. "Where's your brother?" "He*s dead." Well, it seemed he had no desire for conversation. Chang Yi chose to remain silent, lowering her head and hastily making her way home. Su Yu deliberately walked behind her, his gaze occasionally landing on Chang Yi. Initially eager to connect via WeChat, he had never engaged her in conversation. Was this fool truly enamored with her? The intricacies of a girl's heart are indeed perplexing. "Ah Yu, may we converse for a moment?" The woman, whom Chang Yi recognized from a previous encounter, approached. Observing the tumultuous exchange between the irate landlord and the striking woman, she could tell the latter had something urgent to communicate. Thus, she quickened her pace to afford them some privacy. Su Yu, upon seeing the woman, wore an expression of palpable annoyance. "What is there to discuss? Is there anything worth talking about?" The woman stepped closer, grasping his hand with a pleading look. "Please, don't be like this. Can we have a moment alone? I won't take up too much of your time." "I don't have any time to spare," Su Yu retorted, shaking off her hand. His eyes then fell upon the small figure who had ventured 50 meters away. Did she not fear that Zheng Huiming and her entourage would come after her? "Hey, you foolish girl, stop right there." Chang Yi halted involuntarily, recognizing the irate landlord's voice. Had she indeed heard correctly? Had he just referred to her as a fool? Since her acquaintance with this irascible landlord, her labels had multiplied. She had been called everything from a little white rabbit to short legs, and now she was being dubbed a fool? Yet, if she ceased her stride, would that not imply her acceptance of such a moniker? Ignoring him, she continued forward. "Damn it," Su Yu cursed under his breath, watching the small figure persist in her defiance. Truly fearless. Just as he prepared to pursue her, the woman stepped into his path once more. As the woman walked further away, disappearing around the corner, Su Yu impatiently acquiesced. "I understand. I will take care of her for just 2 months." "Ah Yu, thank you. I owe you an apology." Observing the woman on the verge of tears, Su Yu furrowed his brow. "Enough of that. I will pick her up tomorrow. Provide me with the address. I am quite occupied, so do not seek me out again. We have long since severed our ties." With that, Su Yu brusquely pushed the woman aside and strode in the direction where Chang Yi had vanished. The woman reached out, attempting to grasp Su Yu, but her fingertips merely grazed his clothing, ultimately finding emptiness. Su Lianying nodded and then entered her vehicle. For so many years, she had felt indebted to Su Yu. In her youth, driven by impulsiveness, she had chosen a path in the entertainment industry, callously abandoning her child for the sake of fame and fortune. After Su Yu's father remarried and had other children, he neglected Su Yu entirely, leaving the child in her care while she was preoccupied with filming, lacking the time to nurture him. Thus, Su Yu had grown up under the guardianship of his aunt. Reflecting on this, a wave of guilt washed over Su Lianying. Had she not forsaken Su Yu, perhaps his disposition would have been different. Chapter 35. No need for pity. As Chang Yi walked, she felt someone tugging at her bun. "Why are you pulling my hair?" she exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. Instead of releasing her, Su Yu tightened his grip, pulling harder. "Just wanted to." Chang Yi, infuriated, bit her lip and shot him a fierce glare before shaking off his hand and walking away. Su Yu followed, finding her temper amusing. "Ah, You have quite the spirit. Chang-yi chose to ignore him. What is the matter? Are you still not going to acknowledge me? Chang-yi remained indifferent to him, her temper evidently flaring. It was her first encounter with such unabashed audacity in a young man. Not only did he engage in brawls, but he also bullied girls. Surely, they would part ways. Yet Suyu would be etched in her memory. Suyu was not one to seek unnecessary conflict. Seeing her angry silence, he chose to refrain from speaking further. As Chang-yi was about to enter her room, she heard the domineering voice call out, "Come here and change my bandages." Was he addicted to issuing commands? Such behavior should not be tolerated. Do you not have hands? Suyu furrowed his brow, genuinely incredulous that this seemingly loyal young man could utter such words. Have you forgotten how I was injured? Just yesterday, I risked my life to help in a moment of injustice, and now you act as if it never happened. If it weren't for me, who knows where you would be, crying? Chang-yi was taken aback by his furious outburst, shrinking back slightly. Was she truly ungrateful? Yet, he failed to consider why she had gotten entangled with that group. It was precisely because he had insisted on dragging her out for a meal, leading to misunderstandings. Now, it seemed as if she were at fault. Though her thoughts aligned with this reasoning, her actions remained obedient. She dutifully hurried to fetch adhesive bandages and iodine. His hands were strikingly beautiful, well-defined bones, slender and fair, yet marred by a scar. He appeared utterly unconcerned, flaunting it before her. What do you think? Is this scar not manly? Chang-yi nodded. Yes, it is quite manly. He seemed rather optimistic about it. She found herself increasingly curious about the domestic circumstances of her irritable landlord. Having resided there for quite some time, she had yet to catch a glimpse of his parents or any other relatives. Was he, like herself, forsaken, fighting without intervention and nursing injuries without care? Nonetheless, Chang-yi believed herself to be fortunate. At least Chang Weihua truly cherished her. But what of him? Chang-yi lowered her gaze, meticulously tending to his wounds with antiseptic. If left untreated, these injuries would soon heal on their own. It was rare to see the little white rabbit so compliant. Suyu couldn't help but steal a couple of glances at her. The way she focused on dressing his wounds struck him as increasingly peculiar, reminiscent of a nurturing mother. What expression is that? Do you regard me as your son? Chang-yi paused, suddenly aware that her fleeting sympathy for the irritable landlord's plight had softened her demeanor. Why was it that, in the presence of this irritable landlord, her expression resembled that of a mother gazing at her child? She had no intention of taking advantage of him. No, I simply find you quite pitiful. Pitiful. Suyu was momentarily taken aback. No one had ever deemed him deserving of pity, as most considered him abominable. He had bullied her so mercilessly. What made her see him as pitiable? What makes you think I am pitiful? Is my bullying not sufficient? Chang-yi glanced at him before returning her focus to applying ointment on his hand. Because you have never mentioned your parents. Do they not care for you? Suyu's expression shifted. I have no parents. Chang-yi looked up, her innocence shining through. Are you also an orphan? Gazing upon her innocent visage, adorned with the stars twinkling in her eyes, Suyu retorted, Is that so? You are an orphan? Chang-yi lowered her head, gently nodding. Yes, I lived in an orphanage until I was 6, then I was adopted. However, my adoptive father treats me very well. She continued, Thus, I assumed you were also an orphan, and I felt a twinge of pity for you. I do not require pity. After completing her morning routine and tending to her affairs, Chang-yi climbed into bed. Yet, sleep eluded her. Her mind incessantly replayed the irritable landlord's words. I do not require pity. It was the first time she had witnessed such a frigid expression upon his face. What could have transpired in his life? Might it be connected to the woman he had sought out that very evening? Chang-yi raised her hand to pat her head. Am I losing my mind? Unable to sleep over someone else's affairs? How ridiculous. Alas. Chang-yi, could you lend me your math homework? I'll copy yours. The benevolent Liao Shu offered his own work to Jin Rong. Jin Rong cast a disdainful glance and promptly tossed the assignment aside. Who needs yours? I want Chang-yi's. How presumptuous. Liao Shu dashed after his scattered homework, exclaiming, Damn. My kindness met with ingratitude. Handing her homework over to Jin Rong, Chang-yi began to eat her breakfast. She had risen late that morning, failing to awaken despite several alarms. This breakfast had been thrust into her hands by the irritable landlord on the way. As she bit into her bun, she glanced at the seat behind her, which was empty. This person had risen quite early, yet had not graced the classroom with their presence. Could it be that someone in class 5 is delivering a love letter to a certain admired girl? Chang-yi turned her head to observe Jin Rong, who was fervently copying, beads of sweat forming on her brow. In front of them, Ing Feishua urged. Hurry up. I need to deliver the homework to the office. Ing Feishua added. It's just you, come on. Jean Rong had already transcribed the questions the previous night, leaving blank lines for the answers. Her pace was swift, and soon she had copied everything that needed to be done. A sense of accomplishment washed over her as she sighed in relief, tossing the homework to Ing Feishua. Turning to Chang-yi, she proposed, Chang-yi, tomorrow is a holiday. Shall we go out and have some fun? Liao Shu quickly chimed in. I want to go too. Count me in. Jean Rong shot him a glance. This is a gathering for my girlfriends. What are you doing here? You're not invited. Chang-yi inquired. Where to? Jean Rong's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. I'd like to see your new residence. I'm quite curious. Chang-yi held her book and regarded her. If you dare to go, I'm not sure I can bring you along. Jean Rong continued. Actually, I was thinking, since you live with Su Xiaoba, who is inseparable from Sichuan, could you possibly help me get Sichuan's WeChat? Jean Rong's face was a charming shade of crimson as she subtly suggested. Well, Chang-yi hesitated. I don't often see Sichuan, but if I do, I'll help you out. Truly, you are my good sister. I'll leave this matter in your hands. Today, I'll treat you to lunch. Just use my meal card. Chapter 36. Does she treat you to ice cream? Encountering an irritable landlord often leads to the sight of Sichuan. Upon seeing him, one could request WeChat from Jean Rong. However, today it seems that only Li Shuyao is present. Chang-yi gazes at Li Shuyao's smiling face, momentarily taken aback, and absent-mindedly shakes her head, saying, Oh? No. It's no trouble. It feels quite peculiar. How could this be an inconvenience? This task is a directive from the boss. You cannot decline me. Otherwise I will have no explanation for the boss. Li Shuyao suddenly experiences a moment of clarity. Now that you mention it, it makes sense why the boss has been lingering at school these past few days. In the past, he would have vanished without a trace. It seems he is concerned about Zheng Huiming causing you trouble. Upon hearing Li Shuyao's words, Chang-yi comprehends the situation. However, I wish to purchase a few items nearby. It's nothing, really. Li Shuyao dismissively waves his hand. I will accompany you. Li Shuyao is quite a decent person during their last meal together. When Zheng Huiming inquired about her identity, he likely sensed her misunderstanding and came to her defense. Noticing the injury on his arm, still swollen, Chang-yi hurried into a shop as they passed by and bought a bottle of ice water, handing it to him. Here you go. You are too kind. Li Shuyao accepted it, twisting off the cap and taking several large gulps. Chang-yi opened her mouth, intending to inform him that it was meant to reduce swelling. But seeing his evident thirst and knowing that a little would not harm him, she refrained from intervening. Once he had capped the bottle, Chang-yi finally remarked, I noticed your hand is swollen. You could use this bottle of ice water to alleviate the swelling. Oh, is this for reducing swelling? Li Shuyao awkwardly scratched his head and glanced at his arm, shaking it dismissively. It's just a little swollen, no need. Chang-yi nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Li Shuyao observed her quietly, feeling an increased fondness for the girl due to her thoughtful gesture of providing him with ice water to reduce the swelling. She seemed attentive and caring. Being her boyfriend would surely be a blissful experience. Chang-yi went to a nearby library to purchase a set of practice papers. Li Shuyao, uninterested in such matters, waited for her at the entrance. Although Chang-yi initially intended to select a couple more sets, she refrained, fearing it would take up too much of his time, and quickly emerged with her purchase. As they walked past an ice cream shop, she suddenly craved a treat. No, I can't. The boss instructed me not to, she said, conflicted. But I really want some ice cream. Would you mind waiting? It won't take long, I promise. I'll treat you, okay? Her earnest tone, accompanied by a gesture towards a newly opened ice cream shop across the street, was quite persuasive. Li Shuyao had only encountered girls who spoke in crude and boisterous manners, interested solely in beer and barbecues, showing little regard for others' feelings. This was the first time he met someone so gentle and charming, her voice soft and melodious. Seeing the pleading expression on her face, he realized he was tempted as well. All right. They entered the shop together, and Chang-yi approached the counter to order 2 servings of ice cream. As she followed Li Shuyao's gaze, she was surprised to see their irritable landlord, accompanied by a little girl. What a coincidence. Do you remember me? I'm your brother. Shuyao, he said, gesturing with his chin. She invited me for ice cream. Suyu followed the direction in which Li Shuyao gestured and observed a short-legged figure settling into a spot before opening the examination paper. Suyu inquired, Did she invite you for ice cream? Li Shuyao nodded. Yes, what of it? A frown creased Suyu's brow. It was rather unusual for the short girl to have ever treated him to ice cream. The more she pondered, the more vexed she became. Brother, you should eat. Chang-yi was drawn by the sweet, childish voice calling out to brother. She lifted her head to see the little girl beside Su-yu, her face tilted upwards. Beaming as she called out, brother. The girl's voice was melodious, yet the irritable landlord remained unmoved, indifferent to her charm. Well, if your brother ignores you, you can come to your Shuyao brother. The more Su-yu thought, the angrier she grew, turning her gaze to Li Shuyao. Li Shuyao, are you even human? Allowing a girl to treat you to ice cream? Li Shuyao appeared bewildered. She said she wanted to treat me. Could you not offer to treat her instead? Li Shuyao, utterly perplexed, stammered. I can just treat her next time, can I? This person was utterly nonsensical. Next time? Su-yu, do you truly expect there to be a next time? Li Shuyao, flustered, replied, did I say something wrong? Su-yu paused, waving her hand dismissively no. Li Shuyao scratched his head, silently lamenting, what on earth is wrong with you, boss? He polished off the ice cream completely, stood up to leave, only to discover that Chang-yi's ice cream remained largely untouched. Deciding to wait, he began to entertain himself with his phone. Due to her petite stature, she constantly stood on her tiptoes, striving to raise her hand before Su-yu. Seated in his chair, engrossed in his mobile phone, Su-yu paid no heed to the girl. She blinked her large, dark eyes and said, brother, you should eat too. Only then did Su-yu turn his head. Glancing at the spoon before him, the ice cream now melted and smeared all over the girl's hands. With a look of disdain, he turned away and said, scram. Chapter 37. Is this how a brother behaves? Here was a little one, adorably calling him brother, yet he responded with contempt, telling her to go away. How could he be so harsh to a mere child? Would it not shatter her tender spirit? Have you finished? Wait for me, I'll be done soon. She lowered her head and quickly devoured her ice cream. As they left the shop, the irritable master still had the little girl in tow. Chang-yi had no intention of waiting for them and departed with Li Shuyao. Boss, we'll take our leave. Li Shuyao waved at Su-yu. Watching the girl leave with Li Shuyao, Su-yu felt a surge of displeasure at being left behind. Chang-yi had just emerged from the bathroom, clad in a modest two-piece pajama set, drying her hair with a towel. She raised her gaze and saw the irritable landlord push open the door, a dirty little girl following closely behind. It is unclear what transpired on the road. At the ice cream shop, the girl was adorned in a pristine floral dress, her hair neatly arranged, and her round face radiated a delicate pallor. However, now it seems as though she has stumbled into a coal mine. Her hair is disheveled. Covered in dust, the little dress is soiled, and her cheeks, stained with remnants of ice cream, appear grimy. Chang-yi momentarily froze, pondering, who is she? It would be better if she simply did not exist. Su-yu cast a gentle glance in her direction. The girl, unafraid of strangers, darted from behind the irritable man and approached Chang-yi, tilting her soiled little face upwards, smiling as she introduced herself. Hello, sister, my name is Su-in. My nickname is N, pronounced in the fourth tone. Su-in, with her nickname N, also confirming with the first tone. Ah, this is rather unique. Su-yu must be her elder sister, yet this girl bears no resemblance to her whatsoever. Chang-yi observed as the girl's grimy hands reached out, and she did not flinch, bending down to point at the little dress and inquiring, how did it get so dirty? Su-yu frowned. Do not speak nonsense and tarnish my reputation. I was saving you. Su-in nodded earnestly. Yes. It was because N did not see the car coming, and my brother tried to prevent me from being hit. Such self-destructive heroics can only be executed by an irritable landlord. Chang-yi glanced at little Su-in, squatted down, and asked, shall I take you to wash up? Su-yu, engrossed in a video game on the sofa, paid no heed to little Su-in's words and thus did not respond. Su-in blinked her puzzled eyes. Brother? Without waiting for her brother's consent, the elder sister encouraged, come, let me take you inside to wash up. Su-in hesitated, casting a glance at Chang-yi. But my suitcase has been misplaced by my brother. I have no clothes to change into. Chang-yi rose and surveyed the living room, failing to locate Su-in's suitcase. How utterly unreliable could a landlord be to misplace such a sizable item? Hey, where's your sister's suitcase? She exclaimed. What on earth? Li Shuyao, are you incompetent? You let such a feeble opponent escape. Chang-yi furrowed her brow, addressing Su-yu. Where has your sister's suitcase vanished to? Damn it. Shichuan, where are you? I have gone through great lengths to assist you in capturing someone. Could you at least cooperate? This was the first time Chang-yi encountered such a negligent brother. She couldn't help but nudge his leg, asking, where are your sister's change of clothes? Previously, if anyone interrupted him during a game, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Yet now, upon lifting his gaze, he found himself confronted with an angry visage that, oddly enough, held a certain charm. In that moment, he felt his anger dissipate entirely. "It's lost," he replied nonchalantly, then returned his focus to controlling his character in the game. Chang-yi felt a mix of frustration and helplessness as she glanced at Su-in, who appeared as though she had just fled from a disaster. With a deep sigh, she reassured herself. Why should she meddle in their affairs? This was a matter between siblings. Why should she bear the burden? Hearing the door close, Su-yu lifted his eyes to the firmly shut door, then turned to observe Su-in, who stood frozen in place. Little Su-in gazed at him with a pitiful expression. "Brother." Su-yu looked at her face, which bore a striking resemblance to Su Lianying's, with evident disdain. "Don't look at me like that. It's really annoying. I'm done. I have things to do." At that moment, his phone emitted a wail from Li Shuyao. "Don't, boss. I haven't even logged into Glory yet." Su-yu exited the game, and Li Shuyao's cries abruptly ceased. He stood up and stepped out, seeking his suitcase. Ultimately, he ended up knocking on the door. "Little short legs, lend me a hand." Chang-yi awoke early in the day. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of a plump, cherubic face, accompanied by the gentle sound of a snoring little nose and tiny arms wrapped around her own. The sensation was indeed delightful. Chang-yi carefully descended from the bed, cautious not to disturb the adorable creature. The stark contrast between her sweet little sister and her fierce brother was quite remarkable. After changing her clothes, she exited the bedroom, pondering that since it was vacation time, the big guy must be sleeping soundly. Jin Rong inquired, "Do you have Sichuan's WeChat?" With sparkling eyes, Chang-yi replied, "No. I didn't see Sichuan yesterday." Jin Rong remarked, "How foolish. Why not ask Suda?" Chang-yi paused, recalling the big shot's pleading demeanor from the previous night. Shivering involuntarily, "Asking him is probably not a good idea. I'll just ask Sichuan whenever I see him." Jin Rong responded, "That's fine. Just help me get it. By the way, shall we go out to play today?" Chang-yi agreed. "Sure. Let us discuss it later. I need to freshen up." Chang-yi set her phone down and headed to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. Just as she was halfway through, the irritable landlord stumbled in, lifting his shirt and preparing to unfasten his trousers. "Hey, what are you doing?" Recalled a moment when she was blinded by a sudden fright, causing her to drop the toothbrush in her hand. Chapter 38, a spectacle to behold. "I know, but I am still inside," she confessed. Su-yu cast a sidelong glance at her, seemingly mocking her naivety. Indeed, this was a scene she had never encountered before. "Then why do you linger here? Do you wish to admire this magnificent spectacle?" Su-yu scoffed. Magnificent spectacle? She feared she might develop a nervous twitch. Hastily rinsing her mouth, Chang-yi fled the restroom. Once she had escaped and the door had closed behind her, Su-yu smirked disdainfully and closed her eyes, surrendering to a sense of indulgence. Surely, she wished to see it. Her shyness was the only barrier. This must be the case. After breakfast, Chang-yi prepared to leave, having arranged to meet Jin Rong at 8. It was already 7:30. "Where are you headed?" Su-yu inquired as she watched the girl gather her belongings. The sudden eloquence of the little short legs nearly took Su-yu by surprise, almost leaving her breathless. Never mind, she decided. It was better not to dwell on it, lest she end up in tears. "Be careful while you're out. There are often delinquents around here." Chang-yi looked at him and retorted, "Aren't you one yourself?" Su-yu frowned, wishing to strangle the little short legs for her audacity. She appeared so innocuous, so easily bullied, and yet he was merely concerned for her safety, worried she might encounter trouble. How could she be so oblivious, turning the tables and calling him a delinquent? Who came to her aid when she was in danger? Who treated her to spicy hot pot? Who? She had never invited him to enjoy ice cream with her, unlike how she had treated Li Shuyao. The more she pondered, the more her irritation grew. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder." Su-yu cast a glance at her. Upon hearing the girl's sweet and gentle tone, his anger unexpectedly dissipated. Enough of this. A gentleman should not quarrel with a lady. If he were to strike, the little girl would likely cry for quite some time. Su-yu waved his hand at her, his expression weary, as if urging her to leave promptly. Just as Chang-yi stepped out, the door to her room swung open, and little Su-in emerged, rubbing her eyes. She looked at Su-yu and asked, "Brother, where is sister? Will you stay home with me? I have matters to attend to." "And will I be alone at home?" "Yes, but..." Little Su-in blinked, her small face pleading. "Last time I was home alone, I accidentally knocked over the hot water bottle and almost burned myself. Could you please stay with me? Mother prepared many candies for me, and I can give them all to you." Su-yu remained unyielding, Do not touch things recklessly. What if I get hungry? So you pointed to some bread nearby. Eat that. And what if I'm thirsty? There is water next to the bread. All right. Little Sue-in lowered her head, looking dejected. Suyu did not spare her another glance and left the room. However, Chang'e had already reached the designated meeting place with Jean Rong after a short walk. As she approached, Jean Rong eagerly waved her over. Chang'e, over here. Where are we headed? To the internet CAF. She was aware of a nearby internet CAF that Su and his companions frequented, and perhaps she might chance upon Sichuan there. Chang'e hesitated for a moment. An internet CAF? Jean Rong gazed at her with sincere eyes. Chang'e, my dear sister, accompany me. There is a possibility we might run into Sichuan. Wouldn't you agree? Chang'e felt that Jean Rong had become completely infatuated, while Sichuan was undeniably handsome. It hardly warranted such obsessive devotion from others. She herself felt indifferent towards Sichuan, yet she could not resist Jean Rong's entreaties and decided to join her. This marked her first visit to an internet CAF, and naturally, she found herself somewhat disoriented, but fortunately, Jean Rong was by her side. Upon entering, Jean Rong began to scan the room for Sichuan's presence, ultimately locating him at the far end. Elated, she paid the fee and rushed over. As she approached, the scene before her was astonishing. A certain prominent figure was present, accompanied by his younger sister. He was engrossed in a game, while Xiao Suan was watching cartoons, the image exuding an almost surreal harmony. Goodness, is Chang'e also here to surf the internet? Li Suyao exclaimed, his surprise evident. If one were to consider a diligent student, such a place would hardly seem fitting, would it? His astonishment prompted Sichuan to look up as well. Chang'e glanced at Jean Rong, who was making exaggerated gestures at her. I came to look up some study materials. Sichuan. Li Suyao. Chang'e nodded. All right. Sichuan chuckled mockingly. Oh, so you're still doing homework? Quite a rare sight. Li Suyao kicked him, urging him to leave. Get lost, get lost. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Jean Rong had not yet taken a seat. She was preoccupied with thoughts of how to sit beside Sichuan. With Li Suyao now assisting Chang'e with homework, the two found a corner to sit, fortuitously leaving an empty spot next to Sichuan. After a moment of hesitation, she approached and settled down. Sichuan was unfamiliar with the girl. In fact, he did not know her at all. He had merely seen her in the company of Chang'e on several occasions. When Jean Rong sat down, he paid her little mind, wholly engrossed in his game. Jean Rong observed his unwavering gaze fixed upon the computer screen, where a game she had never encountered unfolded. After much deliberation, she finally mustered the courage to speak. What game are you playing? It looks quite enjoyable. Is it fun? I would like to play too. Could you teach me? Sichuan paused briefly. Wait until I finish this round. Okay. Jean Rong lowered her head, a smile playing on her lips, typically brash. She now appeared surprisingly demure, like a refined lady. Brother, I'm hungry. Little Su-in tugged at Su-yu's sleeve, her large, dark eyes sparkling as she attempted to employ her charm to win over her brother. However, he remained indifferent. Su-yu was entirely absorbed in his game, oblivious to the little one's presence. Only upon hearing her lament about hunger did he finally lift his gaze, intending to head to the bar for a cup of instant noodles. Rising, he noticed the little short legs sitting closely beside Li Suyao, their bodies nearly touching. The little short-legged one, unaware of the nuances of the situation, tilted her head earnestly as she explained the problems to Li Suyao. Explain the problems? So you couldn't help but furrow her brow. What was Li Suyao up to? He rarely paid attention in class, and now he was allowing the little short-legged one to elucidate the problems for him. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? Chapter 39. The mysterious background of the big shot. Upon entertaining this notion, Siyu felt as though she had lost her mind. If he liked her, what did it have to do with him? Brother? Siyu paused for a moment, glanced in Chang'e's direction, and then raised her hand to point. You should go find that sister and ask her to take you to buy something to eat. Little Su-in innocently nodded and descended from her seat, making her way toward Chang'e. Chang'e was wholeheartedly engaged in explaining problems to Li Suyao, yet he appeared to be completely disengaged. He was either chewing on the end of his pen while chatting with her idly or lost in thought, his mind wandering far away. Chang'e suspected that Li Suyao's request for her to explain the problems was merely a ruse. In the end, Li Suyao found himself with a headache, not from a lack of attention, but from an inability to comprehend the string of incomprehensible explanations that Chang'e was providing. It made him feel drowsy. Chang'e, undeterred by whether he was truly listening, was determined to fulfill her promise to explain the problems. Once she completed this task, her obligation would be fulfilled. Li Suyo, bored, lay his head on the desk, aimlessly doodling on a piece of scrap paper, and after a considerable hesitation, he shyly admitted, Chang'e, I actually don't want to hear you explain the problems. I just want you to help me with my homework. Chang'e took a deep breath, preparing to refuse his request, when suddenly a small, adorable figure appeared by her side. Sister, I'm hungry. Could you please take me to eat something? Chang'e, without much thought, readily agreed. All right, let's go. I'll take you out to eat. Thank you, sister. Perhaps it's best not to disturb him. As Chang'e prepared to leave, Li Suyo grew anxious. Chang'e, could you do me this favor? Chang'e replied, I'm sorry, but I cannot assist you with this. Please, sister, I beg you. Li Suyo clung to her leg, kneeling in desperation. Chang'e nearly burst into laughter at his antics, ignoring his lamentations as she took little Su in to buy some food. Just as she departed, so you beckoned to Li Suyo, come here. Li Suyo felt an unsettling intuition, though he couldn't pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Nonetheless, he approached with a beaming smile. Eager to please, boss, what do you need? Let's duel. Observing his lecherous grin, Suyu's annoyance deepened. How could this scoundrel entertain the notion of pursuing someone with such short legs? Was he dreaming? Li Suyo was momentarily taken aback. No, it can't be. Why would the boss want to challenge me? A duel with Suyu was synonymous with seeking punishment. Reluctantly, Li Suyo logged in, forced into a duel, only to find himself repeatedly defeated, spiraling into despondency. He harbored grave suspicions that the boss was deliberately tormenting him, focusing solely on eliminating him without even attempting to push the towers. Thus, he faced an endless cycle of respawning and dying. Little Su-in tugged at her dress, trailing behind her, and innocently asked, Sister, why doesn't T-brother like me? Chang'e pondered for a moment. I'm not certain. Perhaps your brother is currently experiencing a rebellious phase, making him rather impatient. The elder brother has always held a disliking for me. The little creature appeared dejected, and mother remarked that it is quite natural for the elder brother to feel this way. Upon hearing Xiao Suin mention her mother, Chang'e's curiosity was piqued. After all this time, she had only encountered the family of this formidable individual. Where is your mother? Why has she entrusted you to your brother? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Suin seemed to behold something, her eyes instantly sparkling as she pointed with her small hand towards a poster across the road. Mother. Chang'e followed her gesture, and on the poster was a strikingly beautiful woman endorsing milk, none other than the popular star Su Lianying, from a nearby convenience store. Zhang Huiming emerged with her entourage of little followers after making their purchases. The girls, adorned in flamboyant attire, sported faces painted whiter than ghosts, with vibrant red lips and hair of various hues, each more flamboyant than the last. Do you see that girl ahead? Zhang Huiming chuckled as she lit a cigarette and placed it between her lips, her gaze heavy as it fell upon the not-so-distant Chang'e. She reached out and patted Fong Man beside her. Fong Man glanced over and scoffed. Oh, her? She's from our class, a little flirt who only pretends to be innocent. I've never liked her. She even hit me once. Damn it, if it weren't for Suyu protecting her, I would have dealt with her long ago. Zhang Huiming exhaled a puff of smoke, her eyes darkening with malice. How dare she compete with me for men? She shall be the first. Let us go? Through Xiao Suin's words, she gleaned a fragmented understanding of the formidable family dynamics at play. The narrative unfolds with a figure who, having departed from parental guardianship at an early age, finds himself navigating life under the influence of others. The precise events leading to his solitary existence remain ambiguous. Regarding the character of Xiao Suin, she claims her mother is Su Lianying. However, this assertion warrants further investigation. Upon delving into Su Lianying's background online, Xiao Suin discovers that she is 30 years old and unmarried. Yet, she has frequently encountered rumors about Su Lianying, none of which have been substantiated. If the esteemed figure is indeed Su Lianying's son, he would be around 16 or 17, a discrepancy that undermines the credibility of the claim. Conversely, Xiao Suin, upon spotting posters of Su Lianying, enthusiastically calls out mom, leaving one to ponder the enigmatic origins of the esteemed figure. Upon arriving at the internet CAF with Xiao Suin, they are soon met with a chorus of curses. Damn it, filthy wretch. The sudden outburst terrifies Xiao Suin, causing her to collapse onto the ground in tears. The CAF owner seems unperturbed by such occurrences, merely advising them to refrain from damaging the computers, choosing not to intervene further. Located near Sanzhong in an older district, this internet CAF attracts a plethora of unsavory characters. The proprietor himself was once a local delinquent from Sanzhong, expelled for fighting. With age, He grew weary of a life of aimless wandering and decided to open an internet CAF, not a lucrative venture, but sufficient to sustain him. Consequently, the establishment frequently attracts an eclectic mix of patrons, and as a businessman, he finds it impractical to evict them, opting instead to maintain a hands-off approach as long as the computers remain unscathed. Over time, scuffles would frequently erupt here. However, upon glancing at the girl being shoved and then at Zheng Huiming, the boss remained unfazed. He had witnessed many altercations involving girls. Yet the one being assaulted did not appear to be the instigator. Zheng Huiming, cigarette in mouth, approached Chang Yi, fixating on the defiant expression of the girl before her, and could not help but sneer. With Suyu absent today, I wonder who will come to your defense. Chapter 40. The innocence of young love. Chang Yi furrowed her brows, resting her hands on the chair, and gazed at Zheng Huiming's heavily made-up visage, coupled with the overpowering stench of cheap perfume that made her wince. It was rather overwhelming. Little Su-en, sobbing, picked herself up from the floor and instinctively clutched at the hem of Chang Yi's clothing. In that moment, Chang Yi felt a flicker of emotion. It was touching to realize that there would always be someone steadfastly by her side. Zheng Huiming, observing the little girl before her, frowned in annoyance and directed her disdain towards the minion behind her. Get this brat out of here. After all, such disturbances had become commonplace. It was merely an inconvenience for those attempting to browse the internet. He stood up and shouted towards the door, "Hey, if you want to fight, take it outside. Don't disrupt my internet time." Upon hearing this, Zheng Huiming raised her eyes towards the source of the voice, and upon recognizing it was Suyu, she exchanged a knowing glance with Fong Man. Fong Man, initially taken aback, quickly regained her composure, yanking Chang Yi towards her and attempting to cover her mouth. In a moment of desperation, Chang Yi called out, "Suyu." As Suyu had just seated himself, he heard his name being called, short and urgent. The voice reminiscent of a little rabbit. He could not help but glance towards the doorway, where a throng of people was preparing to depart, bustling about in a lively manner, yet he could not spot the diminutive figure among them. However, as this crowd dispersed, the sound of a child's wailing became distinctly audible. Little Su-en was utterly terrified. Having been pushed by someone, her knee was scraped, and she ran sobbing to her brother, clinging tightly to his leg. Suyu fixed his gaze upon little Su-en and suddenly realized something, springing to his feet in an instant. Nearby, Li Shuyang, who had been overwhelmed by a one-on-one confrontation, was startled. Before he could inquire about the situation, he witnessed the leader darting out of the internet CF like a gust of wind. Jin Rong, who had been lost in the sweetness of solitude with his idol, finally sensed the unusual commotion and, observing the figure that vanished swiftly at the entrance, asked in confusion, "What happened? What is going on?" Li Shuyang shook his head. "I don't know either. It just..." Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the pitifully crying little Su-en, and he immediately understood, slapping his thigh in realization. Oh no. That was Zheng Huiming. Zheng Huiming is causing trouble for classmate Chang Yi again. Shichuan exclaimed, "Damn it. Why are you hitting my thigh?" As Suyu rushed towards the crowd, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. It seemed true that a cornered rabbit would bite. Otherwise, he would not have seen little Su-en brandishing a brick, her gaze fierce as she glared at the onlookers. She resembled an irate kitten, crouched low and poised to strike. Yet, no matter how fierce she appeared, to him, she still looked adorably fierce. He just could not fathom why he felt so anxious. Perhaps it was because this situation had arisen from him. Damn it, had he known, he would have chosen to be a bit more scruffy instead of looking so handsome. Being favored by girls can indeed be quite troublesome. Zheng Huiming, are you deaf? I have told you countless times that I have no interest in you. Do you not understand, or are you simply incapable of hearing? Suyu's voice suddenly rang out, drawing the attention of all those involved in the brawl. Zheng Huiming was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that Suyu would show up. They had known each other for nearly 2 years since he transferred to the first high school. At that time, she had just dropped out and was loitering around the school. Suyu was a student at that high school, excelling academically yet rebellious, frequently skipping classes and spending time in internet cafes. Although he was not one to shy away from trouble, he typically refrained from instigating it. However, for this girl, he made an exception. To claim that the girl had no significance to him would be difficult for Zheng Huiming to believe. Until now, she had only faced private rejections. Hearing Suyu openly declare his disinterest left her thoroughly embarrassed. It was well known within their circle that she harbored feelings for Suyu, and her friends believed they were a perfect match. Suyu was regarded as the big brother, while Zheng Huiming was universally acknowledged as the big sister. Everyone assumed that Suyu reciprocated her feelings. Yet, upon hearing Suyu's words today, she realized that he had no affection for her at all. Infuriated and humiliated, Zhang Huiming retorted, Suyu, are you blind? Am I not better than her? Suyu cast a disdainful glance in her direction, a look of distaste evident on his face. Just look at yourself. Your makeup is a fright. I thought a ghost from the horror movie I watched last night had come to life. At this remark, even Zhang Huiming's companions struggled to stifle their laughter. Su yawned and sincerely stated, if you wish to pursue a romantic relationship, seek someone else. I do not engage in premature romance. Yet, when these words escaped his lips, the notion of refraining from early romance felt utterly incredulous to Chang'e, especially considering he had previously requested her assistance in penning a love letter. All while maintaining an air of utmost seriousness, Zhang Huiming interjected, so, what exactly is your relationship with her? Irritated, Su was not one to indulge in explanations. He preferred actions over words. Had it not been for the involvement of the petite figure, he would not have been so verbose. In truth, he cast a fleeting glance at Chang'e and replied nonchalantly, she is my newly appointed junior, assisting me with my homework. However, it seemed that following this intervention from the esteemed individual, Zhang Huiming would likely refrain from causing her further trouble in the future. Jean Rong inquired, are you all right? How did you get entangled with Zhang Huiming and her group? She had previously attended our school but dropped out, lingering around the vicinity afterward. Her family was not particularly affluent, and after her father's illness led to his passing, the family lost their financial support, prompting her to leave school, a rather pitiable situation. Jean Rong was quite the well-informed individual, even able to enlighten herself regarding Zhang Huiming's circumstances. Chang'e remarked, there is often a reason for one's misfortunes. Indeed, Jean Rong conceded, Zhang Huiming is hardly a virtuous person. Take care in the future. Nonetheless, I must extend my gratitude to you, Su, for your assistance. Otherwise, I would have been in quite a predicament. Had it not been for you, I likely would not have attracted such troubles. The pair, one tall and the other short, stood before her door. Chang'e exchanged puzzled glances with them for a moment before looking questioningly at the esteemed individual. Is there something you need? Help her bathe. A distinguished individual is indeed a distinguished individual. When seeking assistance, they exude an air of entitlement. The young one, having secured her little duckling, was filled with excitement. Thank you, sister. Well, one is requesting help while the other is busy expressing gratitude. This harmonious interaction is quite fitting for siblings. There was no opportunity for refusal, although she would not have declined. Chapter 41. The remarkable individual turns out to be the son of a popular star. After a refreshing bath, little soon drifted into slumber. Chang'e gazed at the peacefully sleeping cherub, feeling a sense of wonder. Her delicate face, fair and round, with long, dark lashes, resembled a porcelain doll. Chang'e gently tucked Soon in and, after stretching her limbs, ventured into the living room to pour herself a glass of water. Is she asleep? Ah? Chang'e was taken aback to find the distinguished individual still awake at this hour, lingering in the living room without even turning on a light. As she flicked the switch, she heard a voice, startling her. Chang'e instinctively patted her chest. You're asleep. Why aren't you in bed yet? Am I disturbing you? Perhaps you should sleep in my room? And where would you sleep? I'm a man. I can manage sleeping on the sofa. A man. At 17, he claims to be a man. For some reason, it makes her want to chuckle. His sudden kindness left Chang'e feeling uneasy, and she quickly waved her hand. No need. It's fine. She is very well behaved and sleeps soundly at night. Suit yourself. Suyu lowered his head, fixated on his phone, and fell silent. No need. Oh. Chang'e glanced at the clock on the wall and then turned her gaze to the esteemed figure before her, curiosity prompting her to inquire, aren't you going to sleep? It was rather unusual for him. Was not slumber his greatest love? He seemed to embody the very essence of a somnolent deity. Suyu lifted his eyes to meet hers. What? Do you wish to sleep beside me? Chang'e opened her mouth, momentarily taken aback by his interpretation. Had he truly misconstrued her innocent curiosity as a longing to share his repose? She shot him a look of silence before reaching out to extinguish the light. Yet, in the next moment, she flicked it back on again. This incessant toggling of the illumination irked the distinguished gentleman. With a frown of discontent, he scrutinized her. What is it you are doing? Chang'e hesitated. I merely wish to inquire if Su En is your biological sister? No. Half-sister? No. Different fathers? No. Different mothers? Suyu diverted his gaze from the screen of his phone, Fixing his eyes upon her once more, "What are you trying to convey?" Chang'e, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stammered, "Please don't misunderstand. I am not meddling. I am simply curious. Today." Little Su-in pointed at the poster of the actress Su Lianing and called her mama, which was quite surprising, especially since you both share the surname Su. "Both share the surname Su," Su remarked, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, "and what of it?" Chang'e pondered, however. The Baidu Encyclopedia states that Su Lianing is 30 years old, while little Su-in is merely 5, being her daughter. Yet, you are already 17. If you are indeed Su Lianing's son, the ages seem incongruous. Is it permissible for a female celebrity to misrepresent her age? Chang'e, not one to indulge in gossip, felt compelled to inquire further after Su Yu's remarks. How old is Su Lianing? 37. Chang'e was momentarily taken aback, but then deemed it reasonable. Many contemporary female celebrities appear quite youthful, and with proper maintenance and adornment, one could easily lose track of their true age. If Su Lianing is indeed 37, it seems plausible that her age aligns with that of the prominent figures. However, having a child at 20 does seem rather premature. Unbeknownst to Su Yu, who did not hear Chang'e's departing footsteps after her curiosity was satiated, she glanced up at Chang'e. "Is there anything else you wish to know?" Observing the aloof demeanor of the prominent figure, Chang'e was startled and quickly waved her hands. "No, nothing more. Please rest early. I must also retire, as I have classes tomorrow." Appearing drowsy, Chang'e harbored deep suspicions that he was perhaps the reincarnation of a sleep deity. "Xiaoyi." Upon hearing her name called, Chang'e raised her head to look. She held no fondness for Chen. Though they were said to have grown up together, that was not entirely the case. Guanan had always harbored disdain for her, and Chen-Chei's incessant complaints had further tarnished her reputation in Guanan's eyes. Chang'e was well aware of Chen-Chei's actions, but had refrained from confronting him directly. She pretended to be oblivious, gradually distancing herself from Chen-Chei, seldom seeking him out for study sessions. Chang'e nodded slightly, uttering a simple acknowledgement before dismissing him. Observing this, Chen-Chei felt his smile slowly fade. "Then I shall wait for you at the school gate tonight, and we can go together." Chang'e agreed. "All right." She feared that Guanan would likely be present at dinner that evening. Although Guanan, her stepmother, had not treated her particularly well, she had nonetheless raised her for a decade, which was, in a way, more than what her biological parents had done. She ought to feel some gratitude, shouldn't she? "By the way, Xiaoyi, English has always been your weak point. There's an English quiz the day after tomorrow. Would you like me to tutor you?" Chang'e initially intended to decline but hesitated. English had always been her Achilles heel, and her grades had never improved. With the quiz approaching, she wondered if performing well would please Guanan. "All right, thank you." Chen-Chei smiled. "Why be so formal with me? Wasn't it I who tutored you throughout middle school? Back then, I didn't hear you express such gratitude. I was younger then and lacked manners. You needn't be so polite with me in the future." As Chen-Chei spoke, he raised his hand to ruffle Chang'e's hair, but just as he was about to make contact, his gesture was abruptly intercepted by an outstretched arm. A certain prominent figure in the back row, having just awakened, leisurely stretched his arms, inadvertently reaching over to Chang'e's head. Chapter 42. A little note. Su Yuru nonchalantly yawned, stood up from her seat, and exited through the back door. In the wake of recent events, Chang'e kept her head down, oblivious to her surroundings. She observed Chen-Chei standing motionless beside her and inquired once more, "Do you have anything else to attend to?" Chen-Chei smiled and shook his head. "No, nothing at all. Don't forget, I'll be waiting for you at the gate after school." The school bell had already rung, and 3 individuals still strolled leisurely across the playground. Although the second year was not as urgent as the third, there was still a sense of preparation for the upcoming challenges. Yet, these 3 exhibited no semblance of urgency in their struggle against fate. Rather, they appeared relaxed and exceedingly cheerful. As Chang'e passed the playground, they greeted her. "Hey, why is classmate Chang'e running so fast? Class is starting," Li Shuyao called out. "Is it?" She replied, bemused. Did he not notice that everyone else had already dashed off, leaving only the 3 of them? The comparison was infuriating. While they dared to skip class, she felt too timid to follow suit. Chang'e waved goodbye. "I'm off to class." With a chuckle, So you observed Chang'e's little legs scurrying away and found it amusing. For some reason, he felt that his sense of humor had recently diminished. "What are you laughing at, boss?" Li Shuyao asked, puzzled. Ignoring him, so you continued towards the classroom. Li Shuyao remained curious about the reason behind the boss's laughter and nudged Sichuan's arm. "Hey, what was the boss laughing about just now?" "It was a bit odd," Sichuan replied, The weather is about to change. Li Shuyao tilted his head towards the sky. Not at all. The sky is clear and the sun shines brightly. Simpleton. Report. She had scarcely taken her seat when a prominent figure entered through the back door. Xia Meizhen cast a discontented glance, yet chose to remain silent. As she turned her head, she felt someone tugging at her ponytail. Clenching her teeth, she tightened her grip on the pen and inscribed the character for Endura on her notebook. The individual was a notable figure. She could not overpower him, so she must endure. However, the audacity of the act was beyond reproach as he tugged at her ponytail once more. When Xia Meizhen mentioned her name, Chang Yi instinctively shrank back. Suyu, leaning on the desk, observed the girl's indignation mixed with helplessness and buried her face in her arms, shaking with laughter. Chang Yi thought that since Xia Meizhen had called her out, Suyu would refrain from further antics. Yet, moments later, the tugging of her hair resumed. Frowning, Chang Yi tore a sheet from her notebook and discreetly tossed it backward. Suyu, reclining in her chair with her legs crossed, idly twirled her pen until a crumpled note landed in her palm. Raising her gaze to the girl with the short legs, she suddenly smiled. A note being passed? Suyu unfolded the piece of paper, which read, "Could you please refrain from pulling my ponytail?" Just by reading those words, Suyu could envision the soft, pleading tone of the short-legged girl. It was evident that she was easy to bully. Suyu replied, "Call me brother, and I want tea pull." The note flicked away, landing at Chinche's feet. He let out a cold laugh, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the girl before tossing the note into a nearby trash bin. In the end, no matter the rank, there was always a certain scent. That evening, after school, Chang Yi spotted Chinche at the entrance. The thought of meeting Guanan in the evening filled her with immense pressure, as she feared saying something wrong or acting inappropriately, thus displeasing her. "Do not worry," Chang Yi reassured with a nod. Chang Weihua had been waiting at the restaurant entrance for quite some time, and upon seeing Chang Yi approach with Chinche, he immediately went to greet them. "I know," Chang Yi replied, her fingers fidgeting with nervousness. "Let us go in. Rest assured, your father is here, and he will certainly support you." As they entered the private room, Chang Yi was met with the graceful presence of Guanan. Overcome with anxiety, she averted her gaze and murmured, "Mom." Guanan, noticing the lack of expression on Chang Yi's face, simply nodded in response, seeing the atmosphere grow tense. Chang Weihua quickly interjected with a cheerful tone, "Chinche is here too. Chinche, please take a seat." "Xiaoyi, why are you standing? Come sit beside me." Chang Yi cast a hesitant glance at Guanan before moving to sit beside Chang Weihua. A pang of sorrow struck her. Calling Guanan mom after such a long time felt strange, as their relationship had grown distant. Perhaps it was because she was not her biological mother. Yet, she had always been aware of this fact and had never let it trouble her. She could regard Guanan as her own mother, but it seemed that Guanan cared about their connection more than she did. With her head bowed and fingers entwined, Chang Yi remained silent, unsure of what to say. She longed for Guanan to affectionately call her by her childhood nickname, but that moment never came. Chang Weihua broke the silence. "Xiaoyi, shall we eat? I have ordered all your favorites." The dining table was indeed filled with her beloved dishes, which she recognized immediately upon entering. However, she found herself lacking an appetite. "Auntie, recently Xiao Yi has been diligently studying, ranking second in her grade. If she maintains this trajectory, she could eventually gain admission to one of the finest universities in the country." Chinche spoke on behalf of Chang Yi. Ever since she entered high school, her academic performance has been remarkably stable, consistently securing the second position. Chapter 43, The Ugly Cry. Guanan's words left Chang Yi feeling quite embarrassed. For parents, there is perhaps no greater pride than witnessing their child's academic success. Throughout her life, regardless of how hard she studied or how much she endeavored to please Guanan, it seemed to elicit little response. There would be no affectionate embrace, only the admonition that doing well in exams should not lead to complacency. For gaining admission to a prestigious university was her ultimate task. To Chang Yi, it wasn't so much about blaming Guanan for her strictness. She was a student, and her responsibility was to learn. Yet, in high school, despite her relentless efforts, she always found herself in second place, which only intensified Guanan's indifference towards her. Chang Weihua furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. What's wrong with being second? Xiao Yi has consistently performed well. Achieving a good university with her second-place score is hardly a challenge. Being second is not disgraceful, but remaining second can be. Otherwise, how else could the phrase "forever the second" come about? Indeed, Auntie, Chinche interjected, I too have often lingered around third and fourth place. Guan Yin abruptly slammed her cup down, addressing Chang Weihua with icy disdain. Enough, Chang Weihua. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm pregnant, and the sight of these greasy dishes is making me nauseous. Chang Yi felt as though she was losing her mind, never realizing that the very dishes she adored could also be a source of discomfort for others. I remarked, how peculiar it is for you to extend such a gracious invitation for a meal. It seems you wish to broach this matter. Guinan leaned back in her chair, her loose garments still revealing the curvature of her abdomen. It was her own decision to leave, and I had never uttered a word against it. Upon hearing Guanan's statement, Chang Yi felt an urge to laugh and cry simultaneously. Guanan had never explicitly stated that she wanted her to depart. However, the cold indifference she exhibited was far more cruel than any words could convey. Chang Weihua understood this truth well, and upon hearing Guanan's words, he felt a surge of anger. While you may not have insisted that Chang Yi move out, your demeanor is hardly that of a mother. Each day, you present her with a frosty visage. Is that not indicative of your true feelings? What do you mean, Chang Weihua? I have endured hardships alongside you for 20 years of marriage, yearning for a child that belongs to us. Is that a sin? Indeed, you are not at fault. Yet you should not entertain thoughts of discarding our child upon discovering your pregnancy. Observing the escalating argument between Chang Weihua and Guanan, Chang Yi abruptly stood up. Enough. With tears in her eyes, she gazed at Guanan. Mother, it has not been easy for you to raise me for a decade. Now that you are finally expecting, it is indeed a joyous occasion. Father, please do not allow my presence to incite anger in mother. I am quite content living independently. I am grateful for your nurturing over the years, and I will repay you both in due time. Literally, as Chang Yi dashed out, Chang Weihua contemplated pursuing her, but was interrupted by Guanan's exclamation of abdominal pain. My stomach hurts. Chang Weihua, if anything happens to the child within me, we shall divorce. Chang Weihua wore a troubled expression and turned to Qin Shi, saying, Qin Shi, I must trouble you with Xiaoyi. Rest assured, uncle, I will safely escort Xiaoyi to her residence. Qin Shi replied with a nod before hastily pursuing her. Siyu had just exited the internet CAF when he unexpectedly collided with a small figure. Upon recognizing the person, he furrowed his brows and remarked, in such a rush, Are you hurrying to be reborn? Initially, Siyu imagined that the petite girl would be glaring at him in anger. However, to his astonishment, she leaped into his arms, her body trembling slightly. Was she crying? Who had wronged her? Siyu, taken aback, found his hands awkwardly suspended in midair, his body rigid as he allowed her to weep against him. Qin Shi, having caught up, paused across the street upon witnessing Chang Yi and Suyu's embrace. He clenched his hands into tight fists, his gaze icy. Little Su-in tilted her head, a look of confusion on her face, and asked, Brother, what happened to sister? Be quiet and go play, he retorted. Little Su-in blinked her innocent, wide eyes, took a bite of her bread, and replied, All right then. The girl cried silently, her shoulders trembling incessantly, and soon Suyu felt a damp patch forming on his chest. She was crying so sorrowfully. Could it be that Zheng Huiming had bullied her again? Yet, he distinctly recalled hearing that Chun Che was waiting for her at the school gate earlier. Could it be that Chun Che had mistreated her? Hey, your snot is on my clothes now. Chang Yi straightened up, wiped her tears, and in a soft voice said, Yes, I'm sorry. As she wept like a small kitten, Su Yu's heart softened, and he averted his gaze, crying so fiercely, it was quite unbecoming. I apologize for allowing you to witness such an unappealing sight. Su Yu furrowed his brow. Even in her tears, she found the energy to spar with him. Who has wronged you? I shall seek vengeance on your behalf. Chang Yi shook her head. I appreciate your concern, but there's no need for that. I shall take my leave to spare you the sight. Watching her petite form rub her eyes as she turned to depart, Su Yu felt an unexpected surge of irritation. He had long contemplated provoking her to tears, yet witnessing her sorrow left him feeling unsettled. She did not appear as delicate as one might assume. Rather, she exuded a stubborn strength. Su Yu was suddenly reminded of a saying, Every girl possesses many facets. If you treat her poorly, she may manifest as a shrew. But if you shower her with affection, she reveals her gentle and endearing nature. Her disposition hinges on your treatment of her. Yet, he cursed inwardly. This was the dynamic of a post-marital relationship, and he was contemplating matters too far afield. Little Su-in tugged at Siyu's hand. Brother, why is sister crying? This is an adult matter. Children should not interfere. Little Su-in replied, But mother says that you are also a child. Nonetheless, I am older than you. Little Su-in nodded earnestly. Brother is much taller than I am. When I grow up, I will be as tall as you. Siyu scoffed disdainfully. You? Not a chance. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to find rest. The phone on the bedside table rang twice before falling silent. Father, shall we? I apologize. The decision for you to meet your mother today was made too hastily on my part. I had hoped it would ease the tension between you and her, but alas, reality has proven otherwise. This is not your fault. It is your mother's misunderstanding. She believes you are not her biological child, fearing that her investment in your upbringing will go unappreciated when you grow older. Yet, I hold a different view. I see you as a wonderful child, always considerate and striving to please us. I have noticed your efforts. I shall not arrange such gatherings again. Focus on your studies. If you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to tell me. There is no need for formality between us. It pains me when you are overly polite. If your mother rejects you, it matters not. I will always cherish you. I will forever be your father. Be good, sleep well, and do not stay up late. Chapter 44. The Contest of Misery's Sister. May I come in? Brother said I could sleep with you. Upon hearing the tender voice of little Su-in at the door, Chang-yi rose, wiped her tears, and took a tissue to clean her nose before rushing to open the door. Little Su-in, with her big, dark eyes sparkling, entered with a beaming smile. Come in, Chang-yi said, preparing to close the door when suddenly a hand reached out. Why are you crying? Chang-yi rubbed her eyes and shook her head. I'm not crying. Su responded. Your eyes are so red. It's clear you have been. Chang-yi insisted. I simply have not cried. Su replied, fine. If you say you haven't cried, then so be it. Chang-yi affirmed, indeed, I have not cried. Su remarked, I understand. If you say you haven't, then you haven't. Chang-yi briefly glanced at him, only to realize he had been gazing at her all along, leading to an unexpected moment of eye contact. Flustered, she averted her gaze, her face resolute. I wasn't crying to begin with. A light chuckle escaped Su-yu's lips. You truly are a master of denial. Chang-yi, noticing he was blocking the door, insisted, remove your hand. I need to close the door and sleep. Can you even sleep? Xiao Su-in interjected, raising her hand with a smile. Sister can't sleep, so I will lull her to rest. Su-yu frowned. Silence. Su-in playfully stuck out her tongue and obediently complied. Brother is so fierce. Yet, her fondness for him remained unchanged. Chang-yi felt as though she had lost her senses, succumbing to the whims of the irritable giant, and found herself, late at night, changing clothes and rushing out. The bus had already departed, and the irritable giant somehow procured a bicycle, whisking her away to a nearby unfinished building. With one hand grasping a beer and the other pulling her along, they ascended 6 flights of stairs in one breath. The unfinished structure was a mid-rise, and they soon reached the top. The darkness enveloped them, but Su-yu navigated with ease, retrieving a lighter from his pocket to ignite a candle that had been left there previously. Welcome to my secret base. Chang-yi felt a smile tugging at her lips, pondering why so many children had secret hideaways, as if the mysteries of youth were concealed within. It resembled a tree hollow in that regard. With the flickering light, she ventured further inside, taking stock of her surroundings. It was evident that this place was frequently visited, littered with empty beer bottles. The concrete walls bore chalk drawings, intricate high school math equations, and motivational phrases scrawled in haste. I yearn for a complete home. I aspire to study diligently, gain admission to a prestigious university, and prove myself to him. I long to celebrate a birthday. Alas, the final phrase, go to hell, reveals that the child's wishes remain unfulfilled, much like her own. Chang-yi stood in a daze when suddenly a hand appeared before her. Su-yu raised the juice in his hand. Chang-yi did not reach for it, instead glancing at the beer in his other hand. I want to drink beer. Su-yu looked at her and said, don't drink alcohol. You are a good girl. The words felt strange coming from his lips, for he was hardly a model child, yet he admonished others to be virtuous. Chang-yi took the juice, sipping it before asking, do you come here often? Yes, he replied nonchalantly, offering no further elaboration. Are you trying to comfort me? Chang-yi inquired, gazing at his profile. No, I am merely comparing our misfortunes. He tilted his head back, gazing at the stars, his sharply defined profile appearing exquisitely refined. I do not consider myself unfortunate. I am simply a bit sad. I was adopted at 6. My adoptive father loves me dearly. My adoptive mother, though indifferent, still deserves my gratitude. However, upon becoming pregnant with her own child, she no longer wanted me. Perhaps it was not that she did not want me, but rather that I was not her flesh and blood. They would have to invest in my upbringing, and I suppose she feared I would never understand gratitude. My adoptive father has been incredibly kind to me. He is the best person I have ever known. Su remarked, since I am not her biological child. It matters not whether I am kept or not. The biological one isn't much better off. Chang'e shook her head, insisting it's not the same. Suyu turned his head, using the dim candlelight to observe the girl's fair cheeks. She took a sip of juice and licked her lips. Shouldn't the rent be reduced a bit for me then? Chang'e quickly waved her hand. No, it's already quite affordable. Besides, you are alone. If it were any cheaper, you wouldn't even have enough for living expenses. I am not short on money. Chang'e looked at him, puzzled, suddenly recalling that his mother was the famous star, Su Lianying. How could he possibly lack funds? What is your background? After a moment of hesitation, she asked curiously as she watched him finish a can of beer. Do you wish to know about me? He replied, his tone surprisingly agreeable. As Chang'e stood to leave, Suyu grasped her hand. I have heard that Su Lianying met that man when she was just a teenager. Because he was poor, her family opposed their relationship, and they eloped. Perhaps it was youthful folly. The subsequent reality was rather harsh, no matter how much love they had. It could not withstand the trials of poverty. After she gave birth to me, she left, claiming to be off to film. She would earn a few hundred a day in minor roles. As for that man, he quickly remarried, finding me a burden, and handed me over to Su Lianying. By then, she had gained some fame, and my existence became a stain upon her reputation. She did not want me. However, that man was no saint either, threatening her that if she abandoned me, he would expose her past of having a child. Later, Su Lianying was compelled to leave me behind. Yet I resided with my aunt, for that house belonged to her. She passed away at a tender age. Chapter 45. The subtle affection he addressed Su Lianying by her name instead of calling her mother. Even when referring to his father, he substituted that man with another term. Chang'e pondered how he had endured his childhood. Perhaps it was even more tragic than hers. With utmost caution, Chang'e inquired, was your aunt kind to you? No one has been as good to me as she was. The time spent with her was the happiest of my life. She owned a supermarket during her lifetime, which she left to me upon her passing. I had never wept, except when she died. I cried more hideously than you. He chuckled, yet despite the laughter, Chang'e could still discern the glimmer in his eyes, a reflection of unshed tears, swirling within their confines, unspilled. Chang'e opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. She was not adept at expressing tender sentiments. She asked again, how old were you then? 15, I believe. And how old were you when you went to live with your aunt? 9. Did your parents never come to see you after you moved in with your aunt? What do you think? Chang'e, feeling a bit embarrassed, retracted her head slightly. I apologize, my questions are excessive. I was merely curious. Wait a moment. Chang'e dashed to the wall, picked up a piece of chalk from the ground, inscribed a few words in the blank space, and then hurried back to Suyu. Let us go. What did you write? Well, I won't tell you. Observing her enigmatic expression and the playful mystique she maintained, Suyu raised his hand and lightly tapped her forehead, remarking, childish. You'll understand next time. Well, I certainly don't wish to return anytime soon. Why not? Isn't this your secret haven? I have more than one secret haven, and I only come here when I'm in a foul mood. When you suggest coming again, do you intend to worsen my spirits? This reasoning, while seemingly sound, left one rather speechless. Let us go. In the tranquil night, the dilapidated streetlights emitted a faint glow, casting their light upon the youthful figures of a boy and girl. Suyu pedaled his bicycle, his gaze fixed on his waist, while the girl, feeling constrained, clutched his shirt tightly. Suddenly, he accelerated sharply, prompting Chang'e to instinctively wrap her arms around his waist. What are you doing? She exclaimed. Oh right, did you blow out your candle? Why are you pinching my abs? I feel that the boss has been acting strangely lately, and quite severely at that. When has he ever waited in line? If memory serves, that window was for sweet and sour ribs, right? Isn't that his least favorite dish? Li Shuyo poked at his rice, shaking his head. I can't quite put my finger on it. It just feels off. As Shi Chuan concluded a game, he put away his phone and glanced towards Suyu, equally bewildered, rendered momentarily speechless. This is normal. Li Shuyo pondered. What is normal about it? The leader does not indulge in sweet and sour ribs. Instead, he surprisingly approaches that counter, and he never waits in line. Yet today he is queuing, which is even more infuriating. As I attempted to serve him a meal as usual, he told me that he wanted to be self-reliant. Is this what he means by self-reliance? Shi Chuan gazed at Li Shuyo with a look of bewilderment. Can't you see it? See what? Li Shuyo responded. Shi Chuan smiled knowingly. Suddenly, Li Shuyo grasped the situation and exclaimed, the leader has feelings for Chang'e? Shi Chuan, in exasperation, covered his face, deeming him a foolish teammate. Why are you shouting? Are you afraid others won't hear you? Li Shuyo quickly covered his mouth, glancing around. Fortunately, the cafeteria was bustling, so it seemed no one had overheard. Lowering his voice, he expressed incredulity. No way. Is that true? But it makes sense. The leader has so many tenants. All young and beautiful girls, yet only Chang Yi remains. Sichuan shook his head, disagreeing from my perspective. Chang Yi seems to be the type who would be eager to move out. So, the leader has affections for Chang Yi, yet she harbors no such feelings for him? Sichuan replied, it's not just that she has no interest, she may not even be aware of the leader's feelings for her. Li Shuyo nodded knowingly, a mocking expression on his face. So, the leader is pining after her in silence, without confessing, secretly pursuing her? They're coming. They're coming. Stop talking. Li Shuyo immediately shut his mouth and quietly continued to eat. If the boss were to discover that he had just mocked him for not confessing his feelings to someone he likes, he would undoubtedly face the consequences. Upon seeing Suyu take a seat, Li Shuyao feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, boss, I've noticed your relationship with classmate Chang Yi has been quite pleasant lately. Why aren't you dining together? You appear far more handsome when you are silent than when you speak." Suyu shot him a disdainful glance, brandishing a pair of disposable chopsticks which, upon a sharp tap against the table, revealed the other end from its packaging. He gazed at the sweet and sour ribs with little appetite, and after a moment, tossed the chopsticks aside in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it. She actually said there isn't enough space for everyone." Li Shuyao turned his attention towards Chang Yi's table, noting, "Indeed, it is rather crowded. I didn't realize classmate Chang Yi was so well liked in your class. I wish I could join you." At that table sat not only Jin Rong, Liao Shu, Ying Fei Xue, and Lu Jing, who often accompanied her, but also Chen Che. A frown creased his brow, if he was not mistaken. Chen Che certainly seemed to have an interest in the short-legged girl, and now, dining together, it appeared he was trying to present himself in front of her. So you turned away, choosing to ignore the sight. Sichuan, observing him, inquired with a smile, "Boss, do you have a crush on that girl?" So you raised his gaze, regarding him with a frosty stare. "You should be more concerned about the food obstructing your mouth." Seeing the boss floundering in front of classmate Chang, he brought Li Shuyao to the brink of laughter. "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. It's my first time witnessing the boss pursuing a girl, and he is behaving so awkwardly like a girl himself. Classmate Chang Yi is indeed something special." So you frowned? Have you been living too comfortably lately? Li Shuyo hastily shook his head, exclaiming, No, life has been quite unfortunate lately. Let us eat." "Let us eat, Sichuan. Hurry up and eat." Suyu stared at the sweet and sour ribs, hesitating to take a bite. Ultimately, she stood up, packed the ribs away, and left the cafeteria with the takeout in hand. Li Shuyo glanced up, observing his leader's series of perplexing actions, and remarked to Sichuan, "I've heard that individuals in love often experience a decline in intelligence. However, I was unaware that unrequited love could also have such an effect." Chapter 46. Damaging his reputation. Jin Rong had been watching Sichuan's table with an unwavering gaze, and upon seeing Suyu leave the cafeteria without eating, she nudged Chang Yi with her elbow. "Chang Yi, I find Su Daolao rather peculiar. Do you think he might have feelings for you?" Coughing lightly, Chang Yi wiped her mouth with a tissue and looked at Jin Rong in disbelief. "What makes you say that? Is it because he keeps tugging at my hair?" Liao Shu, appearing quite experienced in matters of romance, commented sagely, "When a boy frequently teases a girl, it often indicates a desire to capture her attention and enhance his presence." Lu Jing, with a look of sheer horror, interjected, "If that is the case, does it mean that the girl will develop feelings for the boy? Is she inclined towards self-harm?" "Chang Yi, you seem so normal on the outside. Surely, your inner self isn't so twisted?" "Chang Yi," Ying Fei Xue added, "love holds infinite possibilities." Lu Jing shook his head. "No matter how infinite those possibilities are, I doubt Chang Yi possesses any tendencies towards self-harm." "That may not be the case," Liao Shu chuckled. "Chang Yi seems perfectly normal. Perhaps she secretly enjoys being teased." Chang Yi often found herself at a loss for words. Was it not a form of self-deprecation to enjoy being bullied? Was she not perfectly normal? Jin Rong remarked, "I believe Su is fond of Chang Yi." Ying Fei Xue countered, "As for early romance, I doubt Chang Yi would engage in such affairs." Liao Shu added, "In fact, the journey from school uniform to wedding gown is quite romantic, wouldn't you agree?" Lu Jing interjected, "But what if they were to break up halfway? Wouldn't that mean nurturing someone else's girlfriend for several years?" Chang Yi remained silent. Jin Rong replied, "What do you mean? That was Su asking Yi to write for another girl." Lu Jing continued, "If it's for someone else, Doesn't that imply Su doesn't actually like Chang'e? Ingfeishua disagreed. I see it otherwise. Liao Shu concluded, a true leader is enigmatic. Their thoughts are elusive. Chang'e found herself the unintentional center of their spirited discussion, yet she could not find a moment to interject. Their chatter was merely casual banter, a harmless gossip. After all, the matter of whether Su liked Chang'e was likely known only to Su himself. Moreover, considering why he was referred to as a leader, could an ordinary person truly fathom his thoughts? The conversation among the group was lively, yet the listeners were intent. Chen Che remained detached from the discourse, quietly dining in his seat. Chang'e attempted several times to clarify her stance, but the group did not afford her a chance to speak. After multiple failed attempts to insert her voice, she ultimately resigned herself to silence. Chen Che raised his gaze towards Chang'e and said, Xiaoyi, do you remember our previous discussion regarding your English tutoring? Let us commence this evening. Chang'e nodded in agreement. All right. Observing that Su Yu was attending his class, Zhao Xuanli felt a twinge of emotion in his aging heart. As the homeroom teacher, he was aware of Su Yu's family circumstances and had always thought this child had it rather tough. However, what was the situation with a student from another class attending his lesson? Zhao Xuanli set down the glass teacup in his hand and pointed towards the seat beside Su Yu, asking, which class is that student from? It was then he noticed a student from a different class sitting next to Su Yu. It was one thing for the prominent figure to attend class himself, but he had also brought along a guest. The latter smiled warmly and waved at her. Hello, Chang'e. Chang'e immediately turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge him. Why was Li Shuyao, whose own class was less than engaging, so enamored with another's lesson? That student, I am referring to you. Li Shuyao replied earnestly. Oh, please, teacher. I genuinely admire you. My admiration for you is as boundless as the mighty Yangtze River and as unstoppable as the overflowing Yellow River. Zhao Xunli was not swayed by such flattery and promptly called Li Shuyao as homeroom teacher. Li Shuyao, in search of assistance from Su Yu, pleaded, Boss, I wish to learn. Su Yu chose to ignore him, reaching over to take Chang'e's textbook, opening it, and placing it atop his head before resting his head on the desk. Li Shuyao could only watch in silence. The class resumed its normal proceedings. Jin Rong discreetly pointed at the book resting on Su Yu's head, reminding Chang'e, your book. Jin Rong expressed profound sympathy for Chang'e, nudging her book towards the center. Look at mine, please, just don't disturb the slumbering school tyrant. Two boys in the back row of group 4 regarded her with empathetic gazes, simultaneously relieved to have escaped the clutches of Su Yu, the domineering figure. They were immensely grateful for Chang'e's presence, even offering her a distant salute with clasped fists. Jin Rong remarked, the esteemed Su Yu is not one to show tenderness. Do indulge in my book for a moment. She believed she had lowered her voice adequately, assuming the esteemed individual was asleep and would not overhear her words. Little did she know, he was merely resting with his eyes closed, fully aware of everything she had uttered. Thus, his reputation was tarnished in that instant. Suddenly, Su Yu sat upright and returned the book to Chang'e. Upon witnessing Su Yu's awakening, Jin Rong's face turned ashen. It was over. She had just spoken ill of the great Su Yu, and he had awakened. He had not been asleep at all, had he? Everything she ought not to have said had been heard, hadn't it? Jin Rong immediately straightened her posture. You. She trembled slightly, her strong sense of conviction providing her with some solace, assuring her that he could not possibly be addressing her. However, the next moment, he called her out by name. Jin Rong, after class, meet me at the staircase. Me? Jin Rong felt on the verge of tears, vowing never to speak recklessly again. Yes, just you. All right. Chang'e looked at Jin Rong with sympathy, making a gesture of encouragement. Chapter 47. A note worth keeping behind her. Su Yu rose from his seat, reminding her not to forget to find him at the stairs before he departed. Chang'e, your friend has left. Jin Rong wailed, embracing Chang'e. Chang'e patted her shoulder in consolation, saying, It's all right. At school, he shouldn't resort to violence, right? That's not necessarily the case. Given your big mouth, Liao Shu interjected, dousing her optimism with cold water. Ingfeishua adjusted her glasses and urged her, hurry along. Don't keep Su Yu waiting too long. What must come will come. Jin Rong had already devised her strategy for pleading for mercy. Upon reaching the staircase, she saw the formidable figure and, with tears in her voice, cried, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken ill of you. I won't dare do it again. Please spare me. Just admit your mistake, Su Yu affirmed with a nod. As long as you understand not to do it again. But you wouldn't hit me, would you? I'm so terrible? So you frowned, questioning her. Jean Rong, frightened, hastily waved her hands. Not terrible at all. So you narrowed his eyes at her. If I'm not terrible, why tarnish my reputation? Jean Rong trembled, stammering. I didn't tea. Yet, she had merely spoken the truth. Suyu casually weighed the brick in his hand and remarked nonchalantly, I'll let you off this time. In the future, make sure to spread good rumors about me, such as how handsome I am, how fit my physique is, and how I always come in first. Jean Rong nodded vigorously. Yes, I will. From now on, I'll only speak well of you. I promise not to slander you. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Seeing him acquiesce, Jean Rong turned and fled. Thoroughly frightened, Jean Rong patted his small chest, his little heart racing wildly. How is it? Suyu didn't trouble you, did he? Jean Rong's face remained pale as he wiped the sweat from his forehead, shaking his head. No, not at all. Chang'e inquired, Did he threaten you? Jean Rong shook his head again. No, he didn't. Liao Shu, growing anxious, pressed, Then what did he do to you? Jean Rong replied, He asked me to fabricate his virtues. 3 boys were vying for a single basketball, drawing the attention of several girls. He was indeed handsome, akin to the school's heartthrob, yet the girls dared not entertain any unwarranted thoughts, merely gazing from a distance. Suyu mused that he must be insane to allow his short-legged deskmate to speak of his merits. What a peculiar notion, merely to enhance her impression of him. Boss. Li Shuyo exclaimed, Oh my. Boss, you cannot blame me. How can one concentrate on playing basketball while thinking of some girl? Shichuan wiped his sweat and handed him a tissue. Suyu stood at the school gate, feeling the small note in his pocket. He examined it once more. The girl's handwriting was elegant and beautiful, just like her. This was the first time a girl had written him a note, worthy of keeping. He glanced back at the now empty schoolyard, finally spotting the short-legged girl strolling out leisurely, accompanied by others. Suyu's gaze darkened as he observed Chen Che, watching the girl with her head slightly bowed, engrossed in conversation with him. Suyu tucked the note away and turned to leave. Without a moment's thought, declined. No. There's a milk tea shop nearby. Let us go there. Chen Che masked his disappointment with a smile and nodded. Very well. Let's head to the milk tea shop you mentioned. On their way, little Su-in tilted her head and gazed up at him. Brother, could you please come to pick me up earlier next time? Suyu replied. It is already quite commendable that I can come to pick you up. Little Su-in, with an innocent expression, asked, Then can you take me to kindergarten earlier tomorrow? I am always late, and the teacher has scolded me. Suyu responded, It is already quite commendable that I can take you. Little Su-in blinked her starry eyes and inquired, Brother, can you come to fetch me earlier after school? The elder brother at the internet CAF only arrives after all the kindergarten children have left. Suyu cast her an impatient glance. You are quite bothersome. Little Su-in blinked her eyes and suddenly understood her brother's extreme impatience. Her little face instantly crumpled. Suyu frowned and sternly threatened, Do not cry. You really should not have been born. Little Su-in did not comprehend her brother's words. Her big, watery eyes were filled with fear. Observing her distressed expression, Suyu felt an inexplicable softness in his heart. As little Su-in noticed her brother's demeanor gradually soften, she timidly asked, Brother, why don't you like me? Because you are that woman's daughter. Are you referring to Mother? Mother is very good. Very good? In what way? Sleeping with the director for the sake of acting. Otherwise. Do you think? How could you lack a father? Your father was merely playing around with your mother. Do you understand? No. I have a father. Little Su-in suddenly burst into tears, her tears cascading down like an unrestrained waterfall. In that moment, Suyu felt like a villain, uttering such words to a child. Yet, what he said was the truth. That woman, in pursuit of her career and her acting endeavors, had forsaken him, even resorting to unsavory compromises, which left him feeling disgusted. As Chang'e and Chen Che made their way to the milk tea shop, they encountered Suyu, who was bullying little Su-in. The child's cries were so loud that it was impossible for them to ignore. Wait for me, she said to Chen Che, before rushing towards Su-in. Su-in had fallen to the ground, her head tilted back as she wept sorrowfully, feeling deeply wronged. Meanwhile, her brother stood impassively by, his expression cold. Chang'e knelt down, embracing Su-in, and looked up at Suyu with a furrowed brow. Why are you bullying her again? She is just a child. Suyu's expression hardened. I am educating my sister. It is none of your business. But she is crying so heartbreakingly. How many times has she cried after I bullied her? Chang'e was left speechless. Rather than continue the futile argument, she chose silence, recognizing that it would lead nowhere. Be good, don't cry. Your little face is all wet with tears. You are the strongest little girl, aren't you? If you keep crying, you'll grow up to be ugly. Later, I'll take you to buy something delicious, all right? Thankfully, during her time in the orphanage, she had often interacted with younger children, and she had a way of comforting them. Gradually, the cries of little Suin diminished, likely due to her sense of injustice. As her small hands clung tightly to Chang'e, refusing to let go, her tear-streaked face was nestled against Chang'e's clothing. A mixture of tears and mucus smudged across her school uniform t-shirt. At that moment, Chang'e paid little heed to the mess. Her gaze directed towards the indifferent figure standing nearby. What happened? Shin-Che approached, observing the situation before him. Do you know this little girl? She is Suyu's younger sister. Shin-Che turned his attention to Suyu, a mocking expression on his face. Suyu, how could you bully your own sister? I do as I please. Suyu shot Shin-Che a disdainful glance, growing increasingly irritated by his presence. Unfazed, Shin-Che smirked and addressed Chang'e, Little E. Don't meddle in our affairs. We still have tutoring to attend. Little Suin shook her head, her hands gripping Chang'e with unwavering determination. But sister truly has matters to attend to. Little Suin continued to shake her head, clinging to her unyieldingly. What is going on? Shin-Che masked the change in his demeanor with a smile. She just can't be away from me right now. A bus happened to arrive, and Shin-Che boarded it. Adjusting his glasses on the bridge of his nose, he concealed the coldness lurking in his eyes, replacing it with a smile as he waved goodbye to Chang'e. Suyu quietly trailed behind, observing the girl holding onto the little one. She had not even spared him a glance moments ago. All right, sister will give you a bath, and then we'll go into the room, okay? Okay. Then, can sister fetch you that pink nightgown? Sure, I will listen to sister. As Suyu stepped through the door, he observed Xiaoyi preparing pajamas for the little one's bath. He approached and swayed slightly, seeking a semblance of acknowledgement. However, Chang'e seemed to regard him as though he were naught but air. Come here, sister will help you bathe, she called out. Watching the bathroom door close, Suyu sank onto the sofa, commencing a moment of self-reflection. Had he erred in speaking to a child so oblivious to the world? Yet, she had been rather noisy, and his disdain for the little imp had surged, leading to a momentary lapse in judgment. Then, as he reclined on the sofa, he patted his forehead. Perhaps it was not entirely detrimental. Had the little one not cried, she would likely have accompanied Shin-Che for supplementary lessons. However, it seemed his rapport with her might have diminished by 1 point. Sighing, he mused that one must sacrifice something to gain another. Relinquishing a little was hardly a grave matter. Recently, Suin had taken to sharing her slumber with him, and Chang'e suddenly found great pleasure in sleeping alongside little Suin. The latter's soft form was a delight to embrace, and her cherubic voice was utterly charming, devoid of any sophistication. At the table, Chang'e busily engaged in her homework and exercises, while Suin remained quietly ensconced on the bed, diligently sketching in her drawing pad, never uttering a word nor causing any disruption. Such a well-behaved and obedient little Suin was truly a marvel. Chang'e could not discern any flaw in her that would provoke the irritable landlord's disdain. Could it be due to Suin's father? In recent years, rumors surrounding Su Lianying had proliferated, yet none had been substantiated. Who, then, was Suin's father? The little one had already tucked herself snugly under her covers, sound asleep. Her cherubic face so irresistibly plump that one couldn't help but wish to pinch it. Chang'e tidied up her books, thoroughly checked the exam papers and assignments she needed for the next day, and packed them into her backpack before heading to bed. She had a habit of glancing at her phone before sleep and was surprised to find an unread WeChat message, sent around 9 o'clock by SY, the irritable landlord next door. SY, has she gone to sleep? Chang'e, yes, she has. Regardless of how much you dislike her, it's unjust to bully her like this. She is merely a child, still so innocent. However, just as she was about to set her phone down, it vibrated again. Suyu was tossing and turning in bed, unable to find slumber. Outside, rain was falling, a weather he despised. The raindrops pattered against the glass, intensifying his irritability. Suyu opened her WeChat profile and discovered that this girl was utterly unremarkable. Her WeChat name was a mere dot. Her signature was blank, and her profile picture was a plain white image. She was the laziest, least feminine girl he had ever encountered. Other girls often chose whimsical names like Strawberry Jam, Cute Little One, or Fairy, adorned with cute anime avatars and insightful quotes about life, love, and longing. Yet, she had none of that. Was this truly a girl's WeChat? Just as Suyu finished his thought, his phone vibrated once more. To his astonishment, the little one was still awake. Suyu, today she is the one bothering me. How else could I be dubbed the irascible overlord? It's simply because of my temper. Su-in, being a child, is bound to be a bit mischievous and noisy, which easily ignites the fuse of my irritation. Chang-yi. All right, this matter doesn't concern me much. It's just that seeing the little one cry so pitifully tugs at my heartstrings. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Suyu abruptly halted her thoughts mid-sentence, subsequently deleting all the edited content and tossing her phone aside. No matter how she scrutinized the situation, Little White Rabbit appeared to harbor no affection for him. Even if she were to possess ulterior motives, one would expect her to initiate some form of subsequent interaction at this juncture. Yet, she remained indifferent, neither engaging in conversation after acquiring his WeChat nor seizing the opportunity to draw closer while sharing the same space. What could possibly be occupying her mind? Chapter 49. A warm embrace. Chang-yi scrolled through WeChat, perusing her friend's updates. Jean Rong proclaimed, "In my next life, I shall never be human." Lu Jing warned, "If someone knocks at the door in the dead of night, do not answer." Liao Shu lamented, "Heavens, the questions are so challenging. I cannot do it." Suyu commented, "Tonight's rain is even heavier than the day I borrowed money from Yipping and her father." Her WeChat contacts were few, limited to a handful of schoolmates and acquaintances, alongside Chang Wei-Wat and Gwenan. Gwenan rarely reached out. Her chat history stagnant since March of this year. In contrast, Chang Wei-Wat consistently messaged her daily, inquiring whether she had eaten and reminding her of the importance of balancing work and rest. Although she had moved out from that household, he still found ways to express his concern. Early in the morning, as the sky began to reveal its pale underbelly, Chang-yi rose from her slumber. Observing Su-in still in repose, she feared that the alarm would ring too early and preemptively canceled it. Struggling to overcome her inclination to rise early, she had set multiple alarms. Having adjusted the settings, Chang-yi prepared to leave the room. However, before she could reach the door, a soft, endearing voice called out from behind her. "Sister, did I wake you?" Su-in rubbed her eyes and shook her head. "No, I woke up on my own. It's still early, you should sleep a bit longer. Can you take me to school, sister?" However, the kindergarten does not open at this hour. Typically, classes begin at 8 o'clock, and it was only 6:30. If she were to drop Su-in off so early, she would have to wait at the entrance for an hour. It is unsafe for a little child to be left alone outside. Su-in blinked her eyes and glanced towards the door, her expression tinged with fear, as if a ferocious beast lurked beyond it. "But my brother takes me to kindergarten every day, and I always end up late." Chang-yi opened her mouth, wanting to inform little Su-in that not only does her brother make her late for school, but he himself also arrives late. "All right then." Sensing Chang-yi's dilemma, the little one thoughtfully lowered her head. "Then I'll have my brother take me. Can you please tell him not to be late anymore?" "Yes, I will tell your brother. Now you should continue to sleep." "Thank you, sister." After completing her morning routine and gathering her belongings, Chang-yi hesitated at the door of the irritable landlord's bedroom. It was still before 7. Waking him at such an early hour might not be considerate. Yet, she had promised Su-in. As she hesitated, her hand instinctively knocked on the door. There was no response from within. Having already knocked, she felt emboldened to do so again. With determination, she bit her lip, steeled herself, and knocked more forcefully on the door. However, in the next moment, the door was unexpectedly flung open. Chang-yi, who had been knocking, found herself propelled forward by the force of her own momentum. "You are seeking death," she exclaimed, her voice abruptly silenced as she clung tightly to the irritable landlord's waist, gazing up at him with wide, fearful eyes reminiscent of a startled doe. The atmosphere grew awkward. Suyu, disturbed from his slumber, radiated an air of annoyance. The instant the door swung open, someone had thrown themselves into his embrace, causing his fiery temper to dissipate. What a fortunate start to the day. He lowered his gaze, his bangs obscuring the corners of his eyes, casting shadows upon his prominent nose. "What? Can't contain yourself any longer?" Realizing the situation, Chang-yi swiftly extricated herself from his grasp, inadvertently brushing against his well-defined abdominal muscles. Oh, despite his slender and tall appearance, his physique was surprisingly solid to the touch. "I merely came to remind you to send Su into school a bit earlier, so she won't be late again." With that, Chang-yi clutched her backpack and exited the room, feeling quite embarrassed. Given her understanding of the irritable landlord, she knew he would misconstrue her earlier gesture. She smacked her forehead in frustration. "Xiaoyi." Chen Xie had approached her, yet she remained oblivious until she heard his voice. Upon lifting her gaze, she finally noticed him. "Why are you daydreaming while walking?" "No, it's nothing," Chang-yi replied, shaking her head as she looked at him. Is there something you need? This is my notebook. It might be useful to you. Chen-Che extended his other hand, offering her breakfast as well. This is for you. Thank you for the notebook. As Chang-Yi gazed at the breakfast, she refrained from taking it, frowning at him. I've already told you, don't buy breakfast for me. Chen-Che's eyes, concealed behind his glasses, dimmed slightly, yet his lips curved into a smile. This isn't from me. It's from my uncle. He asked me to give it to you. If you don't believe me, just take a look. Chen-Che pointed to the sticky note atop the breakfast. Chang Weihua had previously bought her breakfast and always left a note. The handwriting on the sticky note was unmistakably his. Only then did Chang-Yi extend her hand to accept it. Thank you. No need to be polite. She smiled at him and lowered her gaze as she walked towards the classroom. Good morning, Chang-Yi. As she and Chen-Che walked side by side, someone suddenly rushed over, slinging an arm around her shoulder and pushing Chen-Che aside. Chen-Che, momentarily displaced, adjusted his glasses, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Good morning, Li Shuyao. It seemed she had become the companion of Li Shuyao, who casually draped his arm around her, and strangely, she didn't mind. Li Shuyao, grinning broadly, patted her shoulder. By the way, what is the name of that girl sitting in the front row when I visited your class last time? She recalled that the girls in the front row were Liao Shu and Ying Feishua. He must be referring to Ying Feishua. Chang-Yi looked at him curiously. Why do you want to know that? Li Shuyu unabashedly chuckled. I just think she's quite special. Chang-Yi, not naive, instantly grasped his implication. She shook her head. No way. Ying Feishua won't agree to that. You should give up. Oh, her name is Ying Feishua. Ah, Chang-Yi often feels utterly foolish, having inadvertently revealed the name of Ying Feishua to Li Suyo. Although Li Suyo is not a bad person, he lacks seriousness. At this age, most relationships are merely fleeting. Aren't they? Once they graduate and go their separate ways, how many will manage to maintain contact? Li Suyo comfortingly patted her on the shoulder, saying, Do not worry. I shall not disclose that it was you who informed me of her name. I simply wish to befriend her. What's wrong with making a friend? Chang-Yi replied. But she. What about her? I have stated that it is simply a matter of friendship. With my charm and warm demeanor. Would I ever bully a girl? I possess far more grace than our leader. Such words seemed rather dubious. For there exists a certain truth to the adage that birds of a feather flock together. Chapter 50. Are you two embracing? Is that not Li Suyo? The girl beside him must be from your class, one girl remarked, nudging Fong Man with her elbow and gesturing towards the two in front of them. Is she still trying to flirt with Suyu? Such audacity. Another girl chimed in. Fong Man laughed, her gaze fixated on Li Suyo's hand around Chang-Yi's shoulder. Not only that, the last time I encountered Zheng Huiming off campus, Suyu broke up with both her and Zheng Huiming for her sake. I had not heard that Suyu and Zheng Huiming were ever together, Fong Man countered, casting a sidelong glance at the girl. Who possesses more knowledge, you or I? The girl immediately fell silent. However, it was true that there had been no rumors of Suyu and Zheng Huiming being in a relationship. The young woman, Gu Ji Fong Man, considered her amicable relationship with Zheng Huiming and dared not offend her. Thus she kept her thoughts to herself. Chang-Yi was in the same class, and upon ascending the stairs, she soon arrived at the classroom. Just as she was about to enter, Li Suyao unexpectedly cautioned her. Well, Chang-Yi, it would be prudent to behave yourself lately and avoid provoking him. If he makes any requests, it would be wise to acquiesce rather than resist. Chang-Yi was utterly perplexed by his words. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Li Suyao showed no intention of clarifying. Instead, he gently patted her shoulder, stating, Our leader, while short-tempered and lacking in charm, is not without his merits. Aside from these flaws, he is quite decent. Chang-Yi remained bewildered, gazing at him in confusion. Li Suyao placed his other hand on her shoulder and patted it again, his expression grave as if he were trying to persuade her. Oh, there is nothing wrong with being our big sister-in-law. Our leader is handsome, tall, and possesses the largest supermarket in the small town. His six-pack abs are at your disposal. Chang-Yi found his remarks increasingly absurd and brushed his hand away before stepping into the classroom. Although she had arrived early, several classmates were already present, all regarding her with expressions of surprise, disbelief, and shock. Everyone knew who Li Suyao was. He was notorious for brawling outside school and harassing girls within, committing unpardonable misdeeds. Chang-Yi, however, was regarded as an exemplary student, a model of virtue. How could she possibly be acquainted with Li Suyao? Xiaoyi, keep your distance from Li Suyao. You should be well aware of his character, Chen-Che remarked as he passed by her. Chang-Yi glanced at everyone before making her way to her seat. As she lowered her head to concentrate on her work, someone suddenly rushed over, causing her desk to shake and making her pencil slip, resulting in a mistake. Why the rush? Jean Rong, breathless and still trying to catch her breath, hurriedly exclaimed. Changyi, I just overheard someone in the restroom from class 3 saying that you have a crush on Li Suyo. They even claim to have seen you two arriving at school this morning with your arms around each other, completely unashamed. Come on, even if it were true. Couldn't you keep it discreet? Don't you know the school forbids early relationships? Changyi felt a bit bewildered. She hadn't anticipated that the events of the morning would circulate so quickly. In truth, it was entirely unfounded. After all, there was nothing to hide. But you two were seen with your arms around each other. Couldn't it just be friends? Or siblings? Jean Rong placed a hand on her forehead in exasperation. A boy and a girl together, who would believe they are merely friends or siblings? Changyi nodded. I believe it. Jean Rong was utterly defeated by Chang's innocence. So naive. Let me put it this way. If you were seen with another guy, no one would think twice. But if it's Li Suyo, it's a whole different story. Do you understand? Changyi nodded. I understand. Jean Rong eyed her with suspicion. What exactly do you understand? Who told you this? I don't know. I overheard it in the restroom. A few girls were gathered. And one of them is quite close with Fong Man from our class. Jean Rong suddenly recalled, exclaiming in astonishment, could it be that the incident with Fong Man was sparked by you hitting her with a book last time? She must be spreading rumors at school. Perhaps, Changyi replied nonchalantly. She was indifferent to the gossip. At their age, they were in the throes of adolescence, brimming with restless emotions. Any minor disturbance would quickly escalate into a frenzy of speculation. Each day, tales of who was working late and who was involved with whom circulated through the school. And in time, they faded into obscurity. Last time, due to the love letter incident, there were whispers in class about how Su De Lao had an affection for her. Yet that too had passed. As long as it did not disrupt her studies, it was of little concern. Jean Rong glanced at Fong Man's seat, noticing her absence, and conspiratorially whispered, It's over, Changyi. You're in trouble. Fong Man is quite the wild one. She knows a few ruffians outside school. And she must be holding a grudge. Why do you keep provoking these people lately? Just as Jean Rong finished her sentence, the door was kicked open with a loud bang, revealing the irate figure of Su Yu, his face shadowed with displeasure. Given the state of the door, it was remarkable it had survived intact. Oh no, it's that thoughtless one who has angered our Su De Lao again. Jean Rong had always feared Su Yu, especially since the incident where he was caught for speaking ill of him, making her more cautious than ever. Changyi felt a strange unease. Ever since the tumultuous figure had taken a seat behind her, she sensed a pair of cold, piercing eyes fixed upon her. As she received the test paper, she hesitated and glanced towards Jean Rong. Jean Rong waved her hand and shook her head. Sister, perhaps you should give the test paper to De Lao. Changyi held the test paper, remaining motionless for an extended moment. In truth, she was not particularly afraid. It was merely the unsettling gaze of the esteemed individual that caused her discomfort. Give it to me. Changyi hesitated, and Su Yu extended his hand before her. Oh. Here you go. Changyi handed him the exam paper, only for him to suddenly grasp her wrist. Startled, Changyi looked at him in disbelief. What are you doing? Su Yu tilted his head, his expression cold, his eyes reflecting a hint of wildness. Were you embracing Li Shuyo? What? When did I ever embrace Li Shuyo? Changyi responded, perplexed. This morning. The rumor had escalated to absurdity. There is a distinction between embracing and merely linking arms. After all, Chapter 51, No Embrace or Not. Su Yu's gaze was fixed intensely upon her. Damn it, doesn't she like me? Why did it seem as though he was the one forced to cling to her? This fickle-hearted creature would inevitably learn the consequences of her capricious affections. Changyi glanced at his hand, then at him. His temperament was not only irritable, but also domineering. Considering they were in school, and within the classroom, such antics could easily attract the attention of others. No embrace. Changyi frowned, her voice softening. Could you please let go? Su Yu had not initially intended to relent, but the pleading tone in her voice, sweet and tender, stirred something within him. Ultimately, he released her hand. As Changyi picked up her pen to inscribe her name on the exam paper, a warning echoed from behind her. You better not have embraced. Changyi knitted her brows, bewildered by the erratic behavior of this esteemed individual. She had just seized her hand and refused to let go, exhibiting such a fierce and domineering demeanor. Changyi suddenly recalled the scene from her first night in the big shot's residence and immediately understood. It turned out that the big shot was afraid she might steal Li Shuyao away. Well, perhaps she would explain it to him when the opportunity arose. She would never, under any circumstances, take Li Shuyao from him. Beside her, Jean Rong sensed the tantalizing air of gossip but dared not voice it, feeling as if she might burst. Finally, during lunch, she could no longer contain herself and pulled Chang Yi aside, exclaiming, "Chang Yi, I truly believe the big shot in the back row has feelings for you. This time, I am serious. He undoubtedly has an interest in you." Jean Rong spoke with such sincerity, it was as if she were about to swear an oath. "The school has been buzzing about your relationship with Li Shuyao, which is why he was so enraged when he questioned whether you two had embraced. If that isn't affection, what is? Goodness. The notion of a virtuous girl and a delinquent boy is a narrative I can get behind." Observing Jean Rong's inexplicable anticipation and excitement, Chang Yi felt a flutter in her eyelid. The idea of the tempestuous big shot harboring feelings for her was utterly shocking. Moreover, how could one discern such affection? Shouldn't someone who loves another be gentle and considerate? Yet, this irritable landlord had not treated her in such a manner. Additionally, the last time he was in a room with Li Shuyao, he emerged with a pained expression, leaving their relationship shrouded in perplexity. Chang Yi replied, "That can't be true. Please refrain from making such assumptions." Jean Rong mimed zipping her lips and made an okay gesture, assuring her, "Fear not. I would never dare to speak carelessly about matters concerning the big shot. The last time I spoke ill of someone was a rather valuable lesson." Chang Yi and Jean Rong arrived at the dining hall, and just as they reached the entrance, they spotted Chang Weihua waving at them from a distance. Chang Yi glanced at Jean Rong beside her, who seemed entirely preoccupied with the day's menu. The school's dining offerings were rather commendable, particularly the sweet and sour ribs, which were as delectable as those served in restaurants, albeit at a slightly higher price. Chang Yi tugged at Jean Rong's sleeve and concocted a casual excuse. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll just step into the restroom." "Ugh, Chang Yi, how could you be so inconsiderate? Someone is about to enjoy their meal. And you mentioned the restroom," Jean Rong exclaimed. I truly didn't think much of it. It was just a spur-of-the-moment excuse. No need for that. I might be gone for a while." Jean Rong's imagination began to wander, and the more she thought about it, the more it dampened her appetite. She quickly urged Chang Yi to leave. All right, just go. You've ruined my appetite. Xiao Yi, come in and have a meal with your father." Chang Weihua called out warmly, waving her over. Chang Yi approached and prepared to pull out a chair. Chang Weihua reached out, grasping her hand and guiding her to sit down. "Take your father's chair." "Thank you, Dad. How long has it been since we shared a meal together?" "Ever since you moved out, we haven't dined together." Chang Weihua smiled as he handed her a bowl of rice and chopsticks. "I'm not sure who put these ribs in the fridge, but since they're your favorite, I had the dining hall heat them up for you. They look quite appetizing. I wonder how they taste. Give them a try." Chang Yi hesitated as she looked at the ribs in her bowl. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What if someone comes looking for the ribs and finds them missing?" Chang Weihua patted his chest and assured her, "Do not worry. This is Daddy's office, and this refrigerator is a place for him to store whatever he pleases. You enjoy your meal, and should anyone come looking, Daddy will handle it." Despite his words, Chang Yi hesitated. To speak of Chang Weihua's fondness for her, the refrigerator had indeed been placed here for her benefit. She adored yogurt, and he always kept some in the office refrigerator. In earlier days, she would sneak over to take some, but since she had moved out, she had not returned for yogurt again. Observing her gaze fixated on the last piece of pork rib, a mix of desire and trepidation danced in her eyes. Chang Weihua chuckled. "Go ahead and eat. I will step out shortly to buy a replacement." Su had ventured to the cafeteria, only to discover that there were no pork ribs available today. Thus, he made his way to the director's office. He had left a portion of pork ribs untouched from the previous day, stored in a disposable container within the refrigerator. Every time he visited the cafeteria, he noticed that whenever pork ribs were served, the little box belonging to the short-legged girl would invariably be present. As Chang Yi prepared to devour the final piece of rib, the doorknob to the office was abruptly turned. A wave of anxiety washed over her, akin to being caught in a misdeed, and she hastily set down the rib and glanced at Chang Weihua. "Dad, someone is coming. Everything is fine. Just wipe your mouth and stand aside. I will answer the door." The act of sharing a meal with her father felt almost furtive, prompting Chang Yi to hurriedly wipe her mouth and hands, conceal her chopsticks and lunchbox, and stand obediently with her head bowed. Was this akin to an affair? Locking the door in broad daylight, the sound that echoed seemed reminiscent of an irritable landlord. Chang Weihua bellowed angrily. "How dare you speak like that? Suyu, I am your elder." His tone was already remarkably courteous. Suyu strode directly into the office, effortlessly navigating her way to the refrigerator in search of something. Chang Yi stood silently to the side, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding scene. Where are the spare ribs I left here? Chang Yi hesitated, feeling awkward. The ribs belonged to him, and now someone had come looking for them. He sheepishly raised a hand to wipe his mouth. Oh. I heard that student Chang Yi has been involved in early romance. I called her over to discuss it, fearing it might hinder her studies. Chang Yi lowered his head and meekly interjected, I really haven't been dating early. Just as Chang Weihua was poised to continue the charade, he was abruptly interrupted. If you haven't been dating, then why are you so close to Li Suyo? Here it came again. Chang Yi, startled, took a step back, timidly replying, I'm not. Chapter 52. Fragrant and soft if you continue to maintain such proximity to Li Suyo. Do you believe I want to break your little legs? How fierce. Chang Yi shrank back, rendered speechless by fear. Chang Weihua, filled with concern, glared at Suyu in fury. What are you doing? Are you threatening to break someone's legs? Suyu opened her mouth, observing the little girl before her. Cowering in fright, I'm merely educating your student. Educate my student? You ought to manage your own affairs first. Get out. Chang Weihua expelled Suyu, slamming the door behind her. How dare he intimidate his own daughter? This young man was clearly courting death. Xiaoyi, father believes that you have not engaged in early romance. Let's keep our distance from those unpleasant boys in the future, shall we? Chang Yi nodded. All right, well, Dad. I've finished eating, and I have class soon, so I'll take my leave. Go ahead, replied Chang Weihua, recalling that there was yogurt in the refrigerator. He walked over, handed a box to Chang Yi, and said, Go on, and focus on your studies. As Chang Yi left the office, she thought about Suyu's furious expression due to Li Suyo. One thought lingered in her mind. Cherish life and steer clear of Li Suyo. During lunch, everyone rested their heads on the table, seizing a moment to relax, while others with boundless energy roamed the corridors. And some dedicated students immersed themselves in their books without a moment's pause. As Chang Yi entered the classroom, she was unexpectedly bumped into by a classmate rushing out. She staggered back 2 steps, only to be caught by Li Suyo, who was about to enter. Li Suyo blinked innocently, glancing at his leader beside him. I say, do you believe this is an accident? Trust me, it truly is an accident. Chang Yi immediately straightened up, awkwardly thanking Li Suyo. Thank you. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a certain leader with a greenish complexion. Remembering his warning, she swiftly turned and dashed to her seat. Li Suyo's hand remained in the position it had been, feeling empty as Chang Yi pulled away from him. He inhaled the lingering fragrance of the girl, looking at Suyu in disbelief. Boss, she is so fragrant and soft. No, boss, I was wrong. A heart-wrenching scream echoed across the playground. And Jean Rong cast a sympathetic glance at Li Xiuyu before turning her gaze to Chang Yi. Chang Yi, this confirms it. If Su doesn't fancy you, I shall wash my hair upside down. Chang Yi replied. Could you refrain from making such absurd statements? The real couple is Su and Li Xiuyao. What? Jean Rong exclaimed, her face a canvas of confusion. Are you implying that they? Observing Jean Rong's face break into an almost maternal smile, her lips curling upwards, Chang Yi realized she had understood the implication. Jean Rong was an avid fan of the genre, her phone discreetly harboring an array of enticing stories. However, the thought was soon dismissed by Jean Rong. That is utterly impossible. Su clearly appears to be attracted to women. Moreover, what led you to deduce that they share such a relationship? Chang Yi refrained from mentioning the sight of Li Xiuyao emerging from Su's room, tenderly rubbing his waist. Instead, she recounted the incident in the office. Today, Su came to warn me. He instructed me to keep my distance from Li Xiuyu, or he would break my legs. Jean Rong gasped, unable to believe her ears. Is that truly the case? Chang Yi nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. Jean Rong furrowed her brow, sensing that it did not seem genuine. Shouldn't that statement be interpreted as jealousy rather than a warning? It was indeed a predicament for Chang Yi, a straight girl who had never experienced love. Did she even comprehend the fluttering of a heart? Her mind was likely preoccupied solely with her studies. The boss has lost his mind. He nearly tormented me to death. Li Xiuyu and Shi Chuan were the true lovers. Upon the slightest emotional wound, he would run to Shi Chuan to weep. He moved his nearly incapacitated arm, grimacing in pain. He deserved it. I have already informed you that our esteemed leader harbors a fondness for classmate Chang Yi. Yet you still dare to draw close to her. Would he not torment her as well? It was clearly an unfortunate accident, you see. In a moment of excitement, Li Xiuyao felt a sharp pang at the corners of his mouth. Oh dear, what a predicament. It was classmate Chang Yi who, in a moment of vulnerability, fell directly into my embrace, and I merely caught her. Shi Chuan set aside his gaming console, raising an eyebrow as he inquired. And what did you say? Li Shuyao began. She is so fragrant and soft. Shi Chuan shot him a disapproving glance. You deserve to be reprimanded. Indeed. Classmate Chang Yi possessed an exquisite softness and a delightful scent. Li Shuyao appeared entranced, captivated by the delicate fragrance that belonged distinctly to young women, in stark contrast to the unpleasant odor often encountered among us boys. Suyu stood at the doorway, overhearing Li Shuyao, blissfully oblivious to the consequences, as he gushed about the delightful softness of her short legs. I must tell you, ever since I encountered classmate Chang Yi, I have not washed my hands. Shi Chuan frowned. You are utterly revolting. Li Shiyu retorted. Oh, it's futile to explain to you. I believe classmate Chang Yi is the fairest, softest, and sweetest girl I have ever met. The sensation of her touch is simply unparalleled. Is the tactile experience pleasant? Li Shuyao nodded vigorously. Yes, exceedingly so. Soft as if devoid of bones. Shi Chuan glanced at Suyu, then cast a sympathetic look at Li Shuyu before silently retreating to a corner with his phone. Why have you moved over there? Li Shuyao asked, puzzled as he gestured for Shi Chuan to join him. Come, take a whiff of my hand. The essence of youthful femininity lingers still. Is that so? Indeed. After speaking, Li Shuyao felt something was amiss. The voice came from behind him and seemed to belong to. Su approached him, her face stern as she fixated on his hand. Come, let me see if the fragrance lingers. Li Shuyao immediately pleaded for mercy. Boss. I was wrong. There's no scent left. I'll wash my hands. I will. Just kidding. How could I let you sniff? He wished to live. Li Shuyao hastily retreated to wash his hands, feeling a twinge of reluctance. It's getting late. Let us conclude our tutoring session for today. Thank you, Chen Che. Chang Yi remarked, glancing at the clock, which read 10 o'clock in the evening. As she gathered her books, she expressed her gratitude to Chen Che. By the way, Chen Che, I wanted to inform you that we 1T continue the tutoring tomorrow. Chen Che inquired, why not? Your English scores have never been stellar. This could affect your overall performance. Besides, don't you wish to study abroad in the future? Chang Yi met his gaze and replied, I have no intention of going abroad. I aspire to attend B University in the provincial capital. I see. I assumed you were aiming for overseas studies. Chen Che adjusted his glasses and chuckled softly. Chang Yi waved her hand at him and promptly headed towards her rented apartment. Chapter 53. Be my girlfriend. Chen Che observed Chang Yi's retreating figure, not leaving immediately. Instead, he followed her, watching as she neared the corner before he decided to pursue her. After washing his hands, Li Shiyu wiped them on Su Yun's clothes and said, The boss wants me to tell you, if you truly have feelings for Chang Yi, you should express it clearly. She has no idea of your affections. And from my observation, it seems she does not harbor any interest in you either. Not interested in him? So you couldn't help but chuckle. What makes you think she has no feelings for me? From various aspects, Shi Chuan interjected. I fear our boss has been under the impression that she is fond of him. Su Yu frowned. On our first meeting, she eagerly requested my WeChat and promptly moved into a rental. Isn't that merely a fascination with my charm? Shi Chuan. Li Shuyao. Boss, you might be a tad overly confident. Shi Chuan glanced at Su Yu and cautiously inquired. Have you considered that she might have needed a place to stay and added you on WeChat simply to facilitate the transfer of rent? Li Shiyu remarked. So, after adding you, did Chang Yi ever engage in conversation with you? Su Yu raised an eyebrow, displeased. Are you suggesting that I have misinterpreted her actions? Shi Chuan replied. What else could it be? From my perspective, Chang Yi seems quite indifferent towards you. And what does her tying a heart with a tissue on my hand signify? So you pulled out his phone, searching for the photos he had taken last time. The little short-legged girl had fashioned a heart with tissue around his hand. Li Shuyu leaned in for a closer look and scrutinized it. Boss, have you ever considered that this could merely be a coincidence? So you frowned. What nonsense. Coincidence? That's impossible. Shi Chuan took a sip of his noodles and suggested. Why not? Boss, confess your feelings. If Chang Yi truly has any affection for you, she would not turn you down. Is anyone there? Chang Yi inquired, holding a sanitary napkin and addressing the person inside. Excuse me, how much is this? Her voice was soft, almost tantalizing. Li Shuyu felt an uncanny familiarity in her voice, as if it were indeed Chang Yi. Su Yu also recognized the voice and looked up to see a petite girl standing at the cashier, rummaging through her bag. How much for this? Chang Yi asked, lowering her head to find some change. Sensing someone approaching, she repeated her question. Su Yu, glancing at the sanitary napkin on the counter, replied indifferently, 12. Chang Yi paused, her head snapping up. You, what are you doing here? So you cast her a fleeting glance. I can be wherever I choose. Chang'e found herself at a loss for words, wondering if the boss was truly so capricious. She glanced at the napkin, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This is exactly 12 yuan. Every day, girls came to purchase such items, yet none appeared as flustered as she did. If it were any other boy, Chang'e might not have felt this way, but he was different. I'll take my leave now. She turned and walked away with the sanitary napkin in hand. Li Shuya watched her leave and hurried to Suyu's side, urgently saying, "Boss, come on, you should say something. She has already gone." Shi Chuan chuckled. "I think the boss is just being timid." "Timid? That's a jest. Just wait for my triumphant return." Siyu tossed aside the ledger in her hands and hurried outside. Chang'e, clutching her backpack, had not walked far when she sensed someone approaching swiftly from behind. As she turned around, a hand clasped her shoulder. Chang'e looked at Suyu, puzzled, and asked, "Do you have something to discuss?" "I have a matter of utmost importance to convey to you," Suyu replied earnestly. "Will you be my girlfriend?" Behind them, Shi Chuan and Li Suyo, who had come to witness the commotion, could not help but facepalm upon hearing those words. Chang'e was momentarily taken aback. "What did you say? Will you be my girlfriend?" Chang'e furrowed her brow in confusion. "Girlfriend? What kind of term is that?" Li Suyo, fearing Chang'e might not comprehend, chimed in to clarify. "What the boss means is that he wishes to pursue a romantic relationship with you." Quickly, Chang'e quickened her pace to escape the scene of this turmoil. Shi Chuan, observing her retreating figure, could no longer contain his laughter, tears streaming down his face. "Ha ha. Boss, I typically have a high threshold for humor, unless it's exceptionally amusing." "Ha ha ha." Li Suyo clutched his stomach, supporting Shi Chuan as they both doubled over in laughter. "I've never heard anyone confess in such a manner before. This is hilarious." Siyu wore a look of utter defeat. Meanwhile, in the shade of a nearby tree, Chang'e watched the unfolding scene, his fingers tightly clenched. He could not allow Chang'e to associate with someone like that. Beside him, Su-en, still half asleep, had clearly been roused from a deep slumber by the ruckus. "Sister," Su-en exclaimed, rushing towards Chang'e and enveloping her in a warm embrace. Siyu was in a foul mood, feeling irritable about everything. "You, go to your room and sleep," he commanded. Su-en felt a mix of love and fear towards her brother, too intimidated to argue, and obediently retreated to her room. Chang'e turned to enter the room as well. "You come here." Chang'e halted in her tracks, glancing back at him, only to lower her head in trepidation. Observing the girl's timid demeanor, he furrowed his brow. "Am I that frightening?" As Chang'e sensed him drawing closer, she instinctively stepped back until she found herself cornered against the wall. Don't come near me." She raised her hand to push against him, attempting to maintain the distance. Suyu paused. "I want to smell you." "Huh." Chang'e looked up at him. The boy was tall, standing before her and casting a shadow over her, enveloping her in his presence. Suddenly, Chang'e felt a flush on her cheeks. She averted her gaze. "What did you say?" He leaned down, his gaze fixated on her. "I want to see if you truly are as fragrant and soft as Li Suyo described." Before she could fully comprehend, he leaned in, inhaling the scent near her neck. Instinctively, Chang'e raised her fist and struck him in the abdomen. "Pervert." Siyu winced in pain, clutching his stomach. "If you have the guts, don't walk away and let me hit you." Why would she let him strike her? She wasn't foolish. Ever since that eccentric encounter with the irritable boss, Chang'e had felt like she was being watched. She could never have imagined that the irritable boss had feelings for her. Seeing her lost in thought, Jin Rong reached out and patted her shoulder. "Chang'e, I think you've been acting strange lately. Then why not take a break from constant studying? I fail to comprehend why you academically inclined individuals are so enamored with school," Jin Rong remarked, while handing a small piece of bread to Chang'e. She accepted it, absent-mindedly stuffing it into her mouth. Suddenly, someone approached, squatting in front of her, and offered her a bottle of water. With her cheeks puffed out, Chang'e blinked and stared blankly at him. Jin Rong quietly stepped aside, attempting to minimize his presence. Who would believe that Su, the formidable figure, harbored no feelings for Chang'e? Chapter 54. This dream is mine to pursue. The girl before him remained motionless, which led to Su Yu's impatience as he held his hand aloft. "Take it," he commanded in a rather fierce tone. Chang'e glanced around, observing her surroundings filled with classmates. If she accepted the water, she would likely become the subject of gossip. Moreover, if she acquiesced to the volatile Su Yu's gesture, it might lead to further misunderstandings. Shaking her head vigorously, she declared, "I don't want it." Su Yu inquired, "You don't want it?" She shook her head again, affirming, "I don't want it. Do you believe I won't throw you out tonight?" Su-yu's gaze turned menacing in an instant. Chang-yi, intimidated by his ferocity, felt a dull ache but persisted in her refusal, shaking her head once more. Even so, I still don't want it. Sighing, Su-yu rolled up his sleeves, wishing to impart a lesson to this oblivious girl about the gravity of her situation. However, upon witnessing her fearful expression, his fury dissipated in an instant. As Chang-yi saw him raise his hand as if to strike, she instinctively recoiled, yet, after a prolonged moment, he made no move. I've already said I don't want it. Why do you insist on offering it to me? The girl lowered her head and remarked, a forcibly picked fruit is never sweet. Su-yu felt a peculiar tingling sensation in a certain part of his heart, instigated by this petite figure. He reached out, grasped Chang-yi's wrist, and pulled her towards a secluded spot. Jing Rong, feigning ignorance, turned away and gazed up at the sky, which was an exquisite shade of blue. Let go, she pleaded. Chang-yi struggled to keep pace with him, trailing behind as though she were enduring a form of exquisite torment. What are you doing? She asked. You just said a forcibly picked fruit is never sweet. Indeed, and I have no desire for an early romance. My sole focus is on my studies, she asserted. Su-yu, however, paid her no mind, continuing to express, only by tasting can one discern the sweetness. By the time Chang-yi found herself pressed against the wall, her mind was in a fog. He had just said, only by tasting can one discern. Taste. How could one taste? Her thoughts were awash with confusion as she felt a hand rest on her waist. At 17, this was the first time a boy had ever touched her waist. Chang-yi's body instantly stiffened, rendered immobile by the unexpected contact. What are you doing? She stammered. Your hand. Su-yu lowered his gaze, carefully contemplating her waist, seemingly in disbelief, before extending his other hand to grasp it, exclaiming, it's truly delicate. Why you need to let go? Chang-yi's body was rigid against the wall, feeling the warmth of his palm through the thin fabric of her school uniform. With her waist captured in his grip, she found herself utterly unable to move. Her face flushed crimson as she turned her gaze elsewhere, murmuring, Su-yu, this is school. Please maintain your composure. Su-yu's hand reluctantly departed from her waist, his gaze wandering upwards along her form. She was slender, her collarbone forming a straight line, her neck long and fair, dazzlingly pale under the sunlight. Compelled by some inexplicable force, Su-yu reached out and lightly touched her collarbone. How extraordinarily white it was. At his gentle touch, Chang-yi shivered. On the verge of tears, this situation was undeniably perilous. Su-yu, the girl's voice trembled with a hint of fear, soft and sweet, each syllable rendering the young man's heart tender. Please, don't do this. I'm scared. Can you behave normally? The girl's weeping tone softened Su-yu's heart. After battling the dark urges within him, he restrained his most wicked thoughts. Observing her distressed expression, he felt irked. Why are you crying? Chang-yi shook her head. I'm not crying. I'm just afraid. Afraid of what? You're too close. Chang-yi tentatively pushed Su-yu, attempting to create distance and escape. However, Su-yu swiftly grasped her ponytail, pinning her against the wall with a fierce gaze. Aren't you the one who likes me? Chang-yi, taken aback, stammered. Are you dreaming? Su-yu locked his eyes onto hers, and she did not flinch, revealing that she had never harbored feelings for him. From the very first day she moved in, he had been mistaken. Thus, he had been the one indulging in unrequited feelings all along. As Chang-yi met his intense gaze, she recognized the wild determination in his eyes. Damn it, this dream is mine to keep. Jing Rong discerned that Su Daola harbored affections for Chang-yi, while Chang-yi did not reciprocate those feelings. The blazing flames of gossip ignited her curiosity, compelling her to seek someone to indulge in idle chatter, yet she feared being ensnared by the formidable Daola once more. Anxiously, she pondered whether Chang-yi was being mistreated, when suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder from behind. Jinrong, have you seen Xiaoyi? Oh, let me look for her. Chen Che adjusted his glasses, offering Jinrong a gentle smile before turning away. Only Dao Lao remained languidly leaning against the shade of a tree. Boss, I have an idea. Would you care to hear it? Li Suyo's eyes sparkled as a notion emerged. Shi Chuan couldn't help but interject. Are you certain it isn't a foolish idea? Li Suyo kicked Shi Chuan lightly. Could I possibly propose a foolish idea concerning the boss's happiness? My idea is absolutely brilliant. Would you like to listen? Su reclined against the tree root, eyes closed, savoring music through his headphones. Noting his silence, Li Suyo assumed he hadn't heard and reached to remove his headphones. Just as his hand approached, Suyu swatted it away, prompting him to speak. Li Suyo rubbed his hand mischievously. Isn't Jin Rong the best friend of our classmate Chang'e? You could have Jean Rong subtly probe for you. Perhaps Chang is merely shy and hesitant to express her feelings. After all, with the boss's striking looks, which girl could possibly resist? Shi Chuan chimed in. I can't shake the feeling that Chang Yi's disinterest isn't due to shyness, but rather a sheer lack of attraction to the boss. Li Suyo retorted playfully, come now. Our boss is six-pack abs. Shi Chuan replied, what good are six-pack abs? The crux of the matter lies in emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence? Li Shuyao pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Boss, I too believe your emotional intelligence leaves much to be desired. You are far too blunt. What girl would be attracted to someone so fierce and ill-tempered? Look at Chang Yi, so gentle and soft. She surely prefers a more tender-hearted boy. However, if I were a girl, I would find it impossible to resist the domineering charm of Li Shuyao. With a shy smile, she leaned closer to Suyu, saying, Boss, it's so hot today. I crave an ice pop. Suyu opened her eyes and pushed away the unwelcome intrusion. What an unpleasant thing. Go away. Li Shuyao's heart sank in an instant, feeling aggrieved as he nestled into Shi Chuan's embrace, playfully lamenting, Xiao Chuan, the boss doesn't love me. Woe is me. Shi Chuan frowned. Get lost. You're making me nauseous. Chapter 55. No early romance after school. Jean Rong had just arrived downstairs when he was intercepted by a certain influential figure. A trio stood beneath a flowering tree. Suyu, Shi Chuan, and Li Shuyao. Upon seeing Shi Chuan, Jean Rong's heart soared, momentarily banishing his fear of the formidable Su. You come here. The three youths, reminiscent of mischievous rascals, beckoned Jean Rong with an air of mischief, as if they were about to tease a girl. Jean Rong approached cautiously, his demeanor timid and careful. Is there something you need? Li Shuyao grinned without a care in the world. Indeed, it concerns our boss's happiness. Confused, Jean Rong glanced at Li Shuyao, wondering how the happiness of this powerful figure was related to her. Just as she was about to inquire, the boss extended a hand towards her. Her fingers were slender and delicate, with pronounced bones and flowing lines, resembling exquisite works of art. Jean Rong had only seen such hands in the realm of fan service manga, almost causing her to let slip an undignified gasp. She retrieved her phone and unlocked it, obediently handing it over. See you? What do you need my phone for? From this moment forth, you shall embody my identity. Jean Rong was bewildered, shaking her head in confusion at the implications of the esteemed individual's words. Suyu raised her gaze, returning the phone to Jean Rong. Now, you have me as a friend. I will send you my profile picture, and you shall alter your information to match mine. Please send me your picture in return. Jean Rong, utterly perplexed, could not fathom the reasoning behind Suyu's actions. However, she dared not question the esteemed individual further and complied with the requests, changing her picture, information, and username accordingly. Suyu stared at Jean Rong's avatar, hesitating to adopt it. Jean Rong leaned in to catch a glimpse, offering an awkward smile. I just changed it, it was random. Jean Rong's avatar depicted two men in an intimate kiss, a reflection of her identity as a fan of the genre. Suyu frowned slightly. If others in her friend list were to see this, they might misinterpret his sexual orientation. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to adopt Jean Rong's avatar, disguising his profile and signature to align with hers. Jean Rong, filled with curiosity, inquired, Why are you doing this? Li Shuyo interjected from the side, Of course, it's for your little deskmate, to extract information under your name. Is it Changyi? Although Jean Rong has never experienced romantic love, she has read numerous romance novels and instantly grasped the situation. Does Suyu truly have feelings for Changyi? Suyu cast a cold glance at her, warning, You'd better not spread this around. Jean Rong immediately nodded in agreement, vowing to keep this secret even at the cost of her own life. However, Changyi has me saved in her contacts, and I just messaged her yesterday. If you send her a message, she will see two of me. At that moment, Li Shuyao chuckled mischievously, then the boss can masquerade as classmate Jean Rong. And the ladies can discuss some. Well, do you ever stop talking? Suyu frowned and kicked Li Shuyao in the rear. He yelped in surprise, clutching his backside. From now on, don't speak ill of me in front of the short-legged one. Jean Rong nodded fervently. I won't. I promise. I will never say anything again. But what if Changyi has you saved too? Wouldn't that expose everything? I'll leave this to you since you get along so well with her. Just take her phone and delete the contact. It shouldn't be an issue, right? What do you mean not an issue? It's a colossal problem. What if I even get a chance to borrow Changyi's phone? But the boss didn't give her a chance to refuse and simply walked away. All right then, the boss is treating us to dinner tonight. Suyu stared at her phone, lazily declaring, Let's go to the supermarket. We each get a bucket of pickled vegetables. Sichuan complained. Is this even food? Just this? Li Suyo covered his backside and chimed in. Indeed, indeed. This idea was conceived by me and Sichuan. We ought to treat our brothers to a good meal. Don't you think? Ziyu raised an eyebrow, feeling elated. Let us add 2 more sausages. The 3 youths wandered farther away, their voices gradually fading. After watching the trio depart, Jean Rong finally grasped the implication. It turned out that the last time the boss mentioned spreading rumors about his advantages. This was what he meant. Jean Rong dashed to the bottom of Chang Yi's building, anxiously scratching her head. Eventually, she devised a plan and hurried upstairs. Jean Rong. What brings you here? I have a problem I can't solve. Can you help me? Jean Rong squeezed through the door, eager to check if Chang Yi had noted anything about the boss before that group messaged him. Oh, which problem? As soon as Jean Rong entered, she spotted Chang Yi's phone resting on the sofa. She sat down, pulled out her textbook, and said, I forgot my pen. Chang Yi, could you lend me one? I'll go grab it. As Chang Yi stepped out, Jean Rong hastily seized the phone, entered the password. Thankfully, she had seen it before, otherwise, this task would have been exceedingly daunting. She scrolled through the WeChat contacts until she found a note labeled irritable landlord. This is the question I can't solve. After Chang Yi explained the problem to Jean Rong, the phone beside them buzzed incessantly. She picked it up, her face filled with confusion. Simultaneously, several people had sent her a string of identical numbers. Chang Yi thought it might be one of their pranks and decided to ignore it. Jean Rong completed her mission and slipped away unscathed. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Chang Yi finally completed all her homework. Stifling a yawn, she tidied up her textbooks and went to bed. Before long, her phone vibrated once. Exhausted, she chose to ignore it. However, the sender was evidently persistent. As they sent her 2 more WeChat messages, she continued to refrain from checking her phone, but the urgency prompted them to call her via WeChat. Only then did Chang Yi slowly sit up in bed. Just as she reached for her phone, the call was terminated. To her surprise, it was a message from Jean Rong. Jean Rong, are you asleep? Jean Rong. Jean Rong, are you sleeping? Chang Yi, what is it? She detested such interruptions. Just as she prepared to set her phone aside, another WeChat message from Jean Rong arrived. Jean Rong, I wanted to ask, do you actually like Suyu? Chang Yi, no, I don't like him. Please don't mention what happened today. I prefer to keep it private. And I truly have no feelings for him. Chang Yi, I never considered dating at such a young age. My focus is solely on studying well and gaining admission to a reputable university in the future. Jean Rong, do you have a university in mind? Chang Yi, I wish to leave this small town, to go to Kyoto, and aim for B University. Jean Rong, why don't you like Suyu? Chang Yi, well, it's not that I dislike him per se, I simply have never contemplated early romance. Moreover, I perceive that he has a rather volatile temper. And being in a relationship with him could lead to domestic issues, perhaps? Jean Rong, do you not find Suyu to be exceptionally talented, charming, and strikingly handsome? Chang Yi? That sentiment does not seem characteristic of Jean Rong, especially with such an abundance of idiomatic expressions. Jean Rong, so what you mean is that it's not about disliking someone, but rather that you don't want to engage in early romantic relationships? Chang Yi pondered for a moment and concluded that this was indeed the essence of her sentiment. Chang Yi, yes, no early relationships. Jean Rong, all right, I comprehend. Chang Yi couldn't shake the feeling that Jean Rong was acting strangely tonight. Normally, Jean Rong would seek her out for a bit of gossip. Yet the tone of his words felt uncharacteristic. Just as she was contemplating this, her phone vibrated again. Jean Rong, it's getting late. You should rest early. Chapter 56. Confidences. Suyu blinked, intently gazing at the conversation between Chang Yi and Jean Rong. He was taken aback by her lofty aspirations of wanting to go to Kyoto and attend B University. That institution is the finest in the country. And given her current academic performance, gaining admission to B University still seemed a distant goal. However, it was not insurmountable. With diligence, she could achieve it. Is it really that easy to fall asleep? She said goodnight and promptly drifted off. Suyu himself was uncertain about his own feelings. Initially, he mistakenly believed that the petite girl harbored a secret affection for him, leading him to tease her, albeit inadvertently. Over time, he found himself genuinely enamored with her. Ultimately, after much contemplation, he discovered that she was entirely uninterested in him. Suyu clicked on Chang Yi's profile and noticed that her WeChat name had been changed to Pluto. The name Pluto, translated, refers to the distant celestial body. He recalled reading an online story about Pluto and its moon, Charon. Siyu contemplated changing his WeChat name to Sharon. However, such an alteration would inevitably unveil his concealed intentions. After some reflection, he decided to hold off on the change, thinking it would be prudent to wait until she discovered it on her own. Changyu was haunted by a nightmarish vision, in which her future spouse bore an uncanny resemblance to the irascible magnate, as she beheld the formidable figure leaning in for a kiss within the confines of her dream. She jolted awake in sheer terror. No, no, no. It was utterly inconceivable. To be the wife of such a man would surely entail a life of domestic abuse. Shaking her head, she glanced at the slumbering Su-in beside her, adorably plump and charmingly rosy-cheeked. Reflecting on the past 2 weeks, she recalled how the magnate had consistently escorted Su-in to kindergarten every day, and upon her return, had enlisted the help of the internet CF owner for pickup. As an older brother, he seemed to fulfill his role adequately. Chang-yi playfully poked the little one's cheek before rising from bed. Each morning, she dutifully craved a carton of yogurt, often accompanied by a selection of buns, consuming them as she made her way to school. On her journey, she encountered Su-yu. Raising her gaze, she spotted him enjoying breakfast at the roadside. Pretending not to notice, she lowered her head, hastily sipping from her yogurt straw as she quickened her pace. Su-yu, upon catching sight of the petite figure across the street, swiftly navigated towards her, akin to a craftsman in a hurry. He was acutely aware that since the last time he had inquired whether she would consider being his girlfriend, she had been deliberately avoiding him. All he sought was a simple romance, a continuation of lineage. Was that truly so wrong? Did she really fear him to such an extent? Or did she believe she could elude him entirely? He contemplated pursuing her, but the thought of the troublesome matter awaiting him at home quelled his intentions. Indeed, he was rather intimidating. Changyi felt that she could accomplish anything. However, on a night when the moon was obscured and the wind howled, if she were to reject the influential figure once more, he might retaliate against her. She instinctively placed her hand on her waist, feeling an inexplicable ache. Shall we continue our tutoring session tonight? Changyi was lost in thought at her desk when she suddenly heard someone calling her name. She looked up to see Chen-che smiling at her. Don't worry, I've already informed my parents. They won't be concerned, he reassured her. Changyi opened her mouth, at a loss for how to decline. She had clearly told Chen-che previously that she no longer required tutoring, yet here he was again, seeking her assistance. As she pondered over possible excuses, someone abruptly seized her backpack. Are you waiting for the gates to close before leaving? Changyi looked up to see Su-yu. Her reaction delayed as she asked, what do you mean by that? Upon reflection, Changyi clenched her fists, feeling the urge to punch him. Su-yu lazily shook her backpack, commenting, you're quite small, yet your bag is heavy. No wonder you're so short. It's the weight that is holding you down. Changyi thought to herself. She could endure this. It was fine. She would have her revenge in due time. Su-yu, disregarding Chen-che's presence, tugged at her bun and said, let us go. Recently, Changyi had been making an effort to avoid being alone with Su-yu. However, with her backpack in Su-yu's possession, she had no choice but to chase after her. Give me back my backpack. If you can reach it, I'll return it to you. Changyi, just die. Chen-che felt overlooked. He adjusted his glasses and exited the classroom, where he observed Changyi and Su-yu playfully bantering at the school gate. They appeared quite familiar with one another. Previously, he had followed Changyi and noticed her exceptionally close rapport with Su-yu. They even resided together. Chen-che clenched his fist tightly, the lens of his glasses glimmering under the streetlight, his expression inscrutable. Changyi was puzzled as to how her living arrangement at Su-yu's home had been disclosed, especially to Chang Weihua. Early in the morning, he had sent her a message, instructing her to meet him in his office. Upon her arrival, she noticed his demeanor was particularly grim. Xiao-yi, how did you end up living at Su-yu's place? Didn't you mention before that you were with a group of girls? Fearing he would worry, she had told a fib. I was indeed looking for a place close to school and affordable, and coincidentally, Su-yu's residence met those criteria. It was only after moving in that I realized he was my classmate. Chang Weihua hesitated before inquiring. So, Su-yu isn't mistreating you, is he? Although he asked delicately, Changyi understood his underlying concern. No, she shook her head. That's not what I meant. It's just that Su-yu's character has always been questionable, and I fear he might take advantage of you. Chang Weihua gazed kindly at Changyi. Xiao-yi, how about I help you find a new place? It's not appropriate for a young man and woman to live together. Please do as you see fit. Chang Weihua nodded. All right. I will find you another place that is equally close to the school. Left's office, perplexed as to how it come to learn of the matter, currently only was aware, and she was utterly oblivious to the fact that was her father, Thus it was unlikely that the information had originated from her. After much contemplation, could only think of one person. Concerned for her well-being, inquired, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Shook her head, and, with a sense of fatigue, replied, "No. I just didn't sleep well last night." Chapter 57. The Tool classmates, let us rearrange our seats. Those in the back should move forward, announced as he entered. Setting down his teacup. Why are we changing seats again? I do not wish to sit at the front. Seldom adopting the authoritative tone of a homeroom teacher, commanded. Be quick about it. We will commence the lesson once the seating is adjusted. Exhibiting clear reluctance, lamented, I truly do not want to sit in the first row. It makes even the smallest movements impossible. In their class, seating arrangements were modified twice each semester. Yet this change occurred not long after the last. A thought struck. Perhaps was concerned that she might engage in early romantic pursuits, prompting him to position her further away from. She glanced at, who appeared affable, showing no signs of discomfort. While she generally disdained fussing over trivial matters, S. repeated secretive behavior was indeed quite irksome. Could not help but exclaim, "This is it. I shall once again struggle to survive in a sea of saliva." Midway through the lesson, a male classmate seated in front felt someone tugging at his hair from behind. The male student bore a buzz cut, his hair already quite short, yet he had to endure this additional torment. So he rested his head on the desk without raising his gaze, intending to tug at the short ponytail of the petite figure nearby. However, his hand unexpectedly encountered the coarse hair of the boy instead. Su Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly looked up, meeting the distressed visage of the buzz-cut student. "Please, spare me. I haven't provoked you at all," he pleaded, nearly on the verge of tears. Frowning, Su Yu inquired, "Where is the short girl?" Upon glancing forward, he noticed the girl sitting upright, diligently paying attention in class. Disgusted, Su Yu wiped his hand on the male student's shoulder. The boy in the front row felt utterly despondent, thinking, "Come on, you were the one who tugged at my hair first, and now you disdain me? Aren't you concerned about my dirty clothes?" Su Yu leaned on the desk, his gaze fixed intently on the girl in the front row. She was deeply engrossed in her studies, meticulously jotting down crucial knowledge points. She expressed her ambition to leave this small town and attend B University, a lofty aspiration for such a young girl. As Su Yu twirled his pen, he lost track of time, eventually realizing it was mealtime. Today, the cafeteria lacked ribs, perhaps due to rising prices. It had been several days since they last served any. Turning, Su Yu made his way to Chang Weiwa's office. "You took my ribs last time," he remarked. Chang Weiwa glanced up, accustomed to students entering his office without knocking. "At your age, you still indulge in such things?" So you scrutinized Chang Weiwa, who, in middle age, had become quite stout with graying hair. With a chuckle, he said, "Are you hoping for a second growth spurt?" Chang Weiwa replied curtly, "Just take what you want and leave." So you waved his hand dismissively, expressing his gratitude. "All right, thank you. The ribs are your compensation to me, and I shall repay you with a box of yogurt next time." Chang Weihua gazed at Su Yu's retreating figure, letting out a sigh as he shook his head in resignation. Mischief and playful antics are not inherently detrimental, especially at the tender age of 17 or 18 when youthful exuberance is quite natural. However, the nature of this boy is concerning. He behaves relatively well within the confines of the school, yet often associates with dubious characters outside. Prolonged exposure to such influences may lead him down a misguided path, potentially towards criminality. Nevertheless, this child bears his own burdens. Chang Weihua sighed once more. Chang Yi prepared her meal and found a seat, when suddenly, Jean Rong mysteriously produced a portion of ribs and a box of yogurt, placing them before her. Chang Yi looked at her in astonishment. "Is this for me?" "Indeed. It is for you. You are too thin. Your future boyfriend will find it uncomfortable to hold you," Jean Rong replied, nearly bringing Chang Yi to tears. She felt as though she had become merely a pawn in the pursuit of Chang Yi by the so-called big shots, and to make matters worse, she was hopelessly inept at keeping secrets, to the point of feeling suffocated. Chang Yi regarded Jean Rong with a peculiar gaze, sensing something off about her. It was indeed strange for her to send a message at midnight last night and now offer her food. Liao Shu, noticing that Chang Yi had not yet touched her food, immediately reached out to grab some. "Oh, these ribs look delectable. If Chang Yi wants to eat, I shall." Jean Rong's eyes widened in alarm as she promptly swatted Liao Shu's hand away. "Step aside. This is for Chang Yi, and none of you shall touch it." Ing Fei Shui remarked, "Such unsolicited kindness often masks ulterior motives." Liao Shu curiously inquired of Jean Rong, "You haven't done anything to wrong Chang Yi, have you?" Lu Jing approached with a lunchbox in hand, echoing, I see Jin Rong just wants to copy Chang Yi's homework, hence the unnecessary attentiveness. Yi Feishue remarked, Jin Rong, I must say, this habit of copying homework is quite detrimental. You ought to amend it. Liao Shu mocked, even a poor student doesn't wish to copy homework. She simply lacks the ability. Lu Jing countered, I'm different. I also struggle, yet I do not resort to copying. Jin Rong, with her head bowed, busily consumed her food. In the past, had they made such comments, Jin Rong would have vehemently defended herself, but today, she remained silent, absorbing their words without protest. Chang Yi gently patted Jin Rong, asking, What's wrong? Jin Rong's gaze flitted away, and she immediately returned to her meal, saying, Nothing, just eating. I'm so hungry. A serving of ribs was largely consumed by Liao Shu and Lu Jing, leaving little for Chang Yi. Jin Rong wished to intervene but found herself powerless to stop them. Fortunately, the yogurt that Chang Yi had brought to the classroom fulfilled the task assigned by the elder. Su Yu and her companions chose not to dine in the school cafeteria, but instead went for cold noodles at a stall by the school gate. The three sat at the stall, each ordering a portion. Li Shuyo, while enthusiastically slurping, asked, Boss, did you chat with Chang Yi last night? How did it go? Su Yu, lacking enthusiasm and leaning wearily against her chair, stirred her cold noodles with disposable chopsticks, replying, She wants to leave the town, to go to City B, and to attend B University. Shi Chuan added, Her grades are decent. Getting into B University shouldn't be an issue, right? It is you. If she goes, what about you? Will you follow? Chapter 58. Comforting him, Li Shuyo lifted his gaze and addressed him, Boss, your aunt's supermarket is here. If you leave, what will happen to the supermarket? It is a legacy from your aunt. Are you serious? Shi Chuan could not help but glance at him. The supermarket left to him by his aunt was indeed a significant part of his life that he found hard to relinquish. If he truly chose to follow Chang Yi to B City, it would signify a deep commitment on his part. So you did not hesitate and nodded, yes. So, you will accompany classmate Chang Yi to B University? Li Shuo opened his mouth. I'm not saying this lightly, boss, but classmate Chang Yi has yet to accept you. Isn't it a bit premature for you to engage in this self-directed and reckless pursuit? Who said that choosing love necessitates sacrificing one's career? Let me show you what it means to achieve success in both love and career. Su Yu stifled a yawn, lazily reclining in his seat with an air of confidence. By day, he exuded determination, but by night, he was left utterly defeated. Chang Yi stood before him, fidgeting with her clothing, and stammered, I won't be staying in the house anymore. I don't want the remaining rent since it was my breach of contract. However, could I have my deposit back? I wish to purchase 2 sets of test papers. Not staying anymore? Su Yu raised his eyelids and beckoned her over. Come here. Chang Yi was reluctant, but approached him as if summoned like a small dog. At his gesture, she moved closer. Yet, she remained still, head lowered, fidgeting with her fingers. Standing before him like a child being reprimanded. Is he truly that terrifying? It is all her deskmate's fault, who frequently speaks ill of him in her presence, leading the poor girl to likely perceive him as a villain of the highest order. Observing the girl with her head bowed, appearing so pitiful, Su Yu could only sigh in resignation. Why not stay? Is it because I am perilous? Chang Yi nodded, acknowledging, indeed, this is a concern. However, there is another issue at hand. What issue? Chang Yi replied, there exists a distinction between genders, and considering we are but a few men and women, if thunder strikes and sparks fly, turning the tides of fortune? What are these idioms? Yet, it conveys a similar sentiment. She nodded her small head. Yes. Indeed, and you are genuinely quite dangerous at present. Su Yu felt an overwhelming urge to strangle her. How ungrateful. It was he who had repeatedly rescued her from peril. Yet she had the audacity to label him as dangerous. His grip tightened, producing a cracking sound. No deposit refund. Leave immediately. In a fit of anger, he turned suddenly, causing Chang Yi to flinch. When are you moving out? Leave at once. Just as she was about to explain that she had yet to find another place and was merely giving him a heads up, the irate man stormed into his room, slamming the door with a thunderous crash. Why be angry over the forfeiture of the deposit? It was utterly perplexing. So he leaned back on the bed, absently fiddling with his phone. He suddenly felt a pang of regret. His earlier demeanor towards the girl had been excessively harsh. Upon reflection, he realized with dismay that the girl was already frightened of him, and yet his temper had been so fierce. The game had become utterly insipid, devoid of any joy. Su Yu opened WeChat, and the first contact that appeared was that heartless little creature. The thought of her fear of his demeanor and her intention to move out ignited his anger. However, his phone suddenly vibrated, revealing a message from her, which extinguished his fury. Suyu felt an overwhelming sense of futility, realizing that his future standing in the household would inevitably be diminished. Chang'e, I just told the boss that I wouldn't be staying in his place anymore, and he suddenly became furious. What should I do? Jin Rong, have you considered why he is upset? Chang'e, he doesn't want to return the deposit. Suyu felt an intense desire to rush next door and pry open that little creature's mind to see what it contained. Surely, it was filled with nothing but excrement. Jin Rong, do you have any sense? He doesn't want you to leave. Chang'e, no, he just said to hurry up and go. And that he wouldn't refund the deposit. Jin Rong, Chang'e, I sense he is quite dangerous if I stay here any longer. It might lead to his Chang'e typed, her fingers hesitated, suddenly conjuring some indescribably embarrassing images. Blushing, she shook her head and deleted the text. Jin Rong, he might just be upset. If you console him, he might return your deposit. Chang'e, console him? No, I want tea. It's just a deposit. It's only 500 yuan. Jin Rong, ISNT 500 yuan still money? Moreover, for a student like you, that's this week's living expenses. Why give it up? Chang'e, that's true. With 500 yuan, I could buy a plethora of yogurt. Jin Rong, exactly. Hurry and appease Suyu. 500 yuan is still significant. Don't let him off easily. Chang'e pondered for a moment and felt that Jin Rong's words held merit. 500 yuan was indeed a sum of money that should not be carelessly surrendered to the irritable landlord. How to placate him? Chang'e scratched his head in contemplation. Suyu, having set down her phone, awaited her little companion to come and comfort her. However, after a while, there was a disconcerting silence beyond the door. Unable to contain her curiosity, Suyu perked up her ears to listen for any sounds outside. Oddly enough, was he not coming? Truly a wealthy individual. Was he willing to forfeit 500 yuan? Suyu picked up her phone, intending to stir the pot further. As soon as her message was dispatched, a noise emanated from outside the door. Startled, Suyu leaped from her bed and hurried over, suppressing her smile before opening the bedroom door. Ding! Her phone chimed in her hand. Suyu parted her lips, her hand holding the phone awkwardly at her side. She scratched her head, ready to explain. But the girl before her spoke first. Suyu, could you please return my deposit? I'm still a student, and 500 yuan constitutes my living expenses. Would you mind refunding it to me? Chang'e, oblivious to any unusual tension, kept her head down, lost in her own thoughts. For a fleeting moment, Suyu felt a pang of surprise, realizing that she had not detected anything amiss. And he exhaled a sigh of relief. He had feared that his impersonation of Jin Rong had been uncovered. It seemed he would need to switch his phone to vibrate mode in the future. Suyu, would you mind? Gazing at her delicate and charming demeanor, Suyu felt an irresistible urge to enfold her in his embrace and tease her mercilessly. Damn it, especially the way she lingered on the phrase would you mind. Her soft tone igniting a thrilling sensation within him. It was undoubtedly a temptation. Suyu, would you mind? Chapter 59, A Touch of Alienation Sigh. Suyu inhaled sharply, his gaze darkening. Damn it, he truly yearned to grow up swiftly, to engage in meaningful endeavors with his little short legs. A subtle impulse churned within him, and only after taking a deep breath of cold air was he able to suppress it. Chang'e looked at him, puzzled. Suyu, is something the matter? Quit your nonsense. Enough with the pleasantries, it makes one feel inclined to bully you, he snapped, his temper flaring. As if someone had snatched his beloved in a past life. Chang'e replied, I simply wish to reclaim my deposit. Given that I am still a student, could I possibly have it returned when I vacate the premises? Chang'e felt utterly despondent, lamenting what unforgivable sin she must have committed in her previous life to encounter someone like Suyu in this one. He was entirely unpredictable, completely disregarding conventional norms. One could never anticipate his thoughts or the subsequent words he would utter. He always delivered unexpected surprises that provoked a genuine desire to give him a good thrashing. Initially, she thought 500 yuan was a trivial amount. If she couldn't have it, so be it, since she was in breach of contract. However, witnessing the irritable demeanor of the formidable figure before her ignited a mischievous defiance within her. Suyu was taken aback. This was not how he had envisioned things unfolding. He took a sip of cola, pondering meticulously. Where had the process gone awry? Shouldn't girls employ a touch of charm when seeking favors? Was she a fool? Surely, a little coaxing would have him readily agreeing to refund the deposit. Was 500 yuan not a significant sum? Or perhaps, she was actually a wealthy heiress? Suyu fixed his gaze upon the door of Chang'e's room, hesitating momentarily before ultimately approaching it to lean against the door, straining to catch the sounds from within. The silence within was profound, as if no one were present, and a long while passed without a sound. However, the phone he carried began to vibrate. Chang'e mused. I have never encountered such a petty individual, abandoning the deposit. Is he truly so trivial? Out of sight, out of mind. This little thing dares to label him as such, deeming him utterly unworthy in her eyes? In a fit of indignation, Sue poured the remaining soda into the trash bin. What is this? Can a delicate, gentle fairy be caught and reprimanded? He is not that kind of man. He never lays a hand on his partner. Moreover, if she were to cry afterward, it would take a considerable amount of time to console her. Upon exiting the school gate, she turned left while he went right. She did not enlist Chang Wei-Hua's help for her move primarily due to the enthusiastic assistance of Li Suyo and Shi Chuan. After she had organized her belongings, Shi Chuan arranged for a van to transport everything to her new abode. As she was leaving, Su-in clung to her, refusing to let go. It was only after her brother scolded her that she reluctantly released her, tears in her eyes. Her new residence was a cozy single apartment, comprising a living room, kitchen, and bathroom, furnished perfectly for her solitary lifestyle. Chang Wei-Hua paid 3 months' rent on her behalf, prepaid the utility bills, purchased new clothes, and even transferred some living expenses to her. Chang'e was profoundly grateful. As her guardian, Chang Wei-Hua had truly fulfilled his responsibilities. Time passed swiftly, and before long, autumn arrived. As was her routine, Chang'e went downstairs to buy yogurt, only to encounter a certain prominent figure. Ever since her relocation, she had frequently spotted him downstairs. Strangely enough, despite his residence being in another direction, he consistently appeared here. However, even when beneath her building, Suyu would not engage her in much conversation, yet. The unchanging truth was that he could effortlessly silence anyone with his words. Occasionally, it was Li Suyo and Shi Chuan who greeted her, to which she would merely nod in acknowledgement. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship appeared to have grown distant. Chang'e felt a tinge of melancholy, though it was merely a fleeting sadness. After all, they were destined to part ways. Following their final year of high school, they would each pursue their separate paths. Good evening, Chang'e, she heard as she approached them, with Li Suyo waving his hand in her direction. Their proximity increased until she passed by Suyu, who no longer intercepted her as he once did. Suyu turned to gaze at the silhouette of the girl, noting how she seemed to have lost weight. Her frame enveloped in a large school uniform jacket, resembling a child. Shi Chuan remarked, observing Chang'e's retreating figure. Boss, why have you stopped talking to Chang'e lately? Suyu harbored a desire to converse with her, yet he had recently noticed Chang'e growing closer to Chin Che from their class. Li Suyo queried, Boss, you wouldn't actually consider giving up, would you? Suyu snorted in response, which of your eyes has seen me give up? After a moment's contemplation, Li Suyo acknowledged that although Chang'e had moved out, the boss had either sent Jin Rong with yogurt or snacks, indicating that Jin Rong had evidently become his intermediary. However, these gestures were facilitated through Jin Rong, and he doubted that the boss would dare to deliver them personally, for he was certain that Chang'e would not accept such offerings from him. Shi Chuan inquired, but you haven't spoken to her much lately. Do you understand what this is? It's a strategy. Siyu replied nonchalantly, it is a retreat that paves the way for advancement. He would never admit that his recent anger stemmed from the closeness between Xiao Duantue and Chin Che, which is why he refrains from speaking to Xiao Duantue. Li Shuyo couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Truly impressive. Shi Chuan chuckled. Impressive? I see the boss has been pursuing for so long only to realize it was all in vain. Siyu frowned in displeasure. What do you mean by that? After a moment's hesitation, Shi Chuan cautiously replied, to be honest, please don't take offense, but I believe you should be a bit gentler towards your classmate Chang'e. With that fierce demeanor of yours, who could possibly endure it? Indeed, indeed. Li Shuyao nodded in agreement. I think my son is right. Damn, Li Shuyao exclaimed. I will deal with you today. A son striking his father. Isn't that a grave transgression? You little rascal. Li Shuyao and Shi Chuan engaged in a playful scuffle, while Suyu remained entirely indifferent. He was accustomed to their antics. These two were always playfully bickering, each wanting to take on the role of the other's father. He was different. He was the father to both of them. Chapter 60. How to be gentle. Suyu held his phone, reading the text message sent by Su Lianying. With such words, that burdensome presence could be dismissed. Raising his gaze, he noticed Xiao Duantue, having just purchased yogurt, walking towards him with his head bowed as he drank. Shi Chuan and Li Shuyu continued their playful tussle, prompting Suyu to frown and give a swift kick. Li Shuyao immediately rubbed his leg, wailing, the boss is biased, always kicking me. Siyu looked up and casually remarked, "You might want to reflect on the misdeeds of your past life. That's why you're always on the receiving end of my kicks in this life. The matters of a past life are difficult to recall." Siyu, growing impatient, suggested, "Then reflect on this lifetime. In his previous existence, he had also committed sins, and in this life, he found himself with a rather dim-witted brother." It was Sichuan who, upon noticing Chang'e approaching, pulled Li Shuyao away. "Let us go, indulge in some late-night snacks." "I am not hungry," came the retort. "Oh, but you are," Sichuan insisted, forcibly redirecting him with a playful tug of the head, which had previously been struck by a donkey's kick. The two gradually distanced themselves, and the once boisterous atmosphere fell into an unexpected silence. Siyu observed the girl, who was lost in thought, not paying attention to her surroundings as she neared a street lamp. He hurriedly stepped forward, instinctively placing his hand against her forehead to prevent a collision. Startled by the sudden contact, Chang'e looked up to see Suyu's hand resting protectively on her head, averting a mishap with the lamp post. Not paying attention to the road, he inquired, "I was lost in thought." "Thank you," she replied, glancing behind her to find that Li Shuyao and Sichuan had vanished. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she nervously squeezed the yogurt packaging in her hands. As autumn set in, the air turned brisk. He wore a blue sweatshirt paired with jeans, his slender frame appearing somewhat fragile. His hair had grown slightly longer, with bangs casually draping over his forehead, casting a shadow across his nose as he lowered his head. Chang'e hesitated before asking, "Do you have any other matters to attend to?" The youth continued to gaze at her, unresponsive. She frowned, only to hear him finally speak. "Nothing else. You may head upstairs." "How peculiar," she murmured. "Good night," he replied softly. Siyu responded with a faint acknowledgement, watching as she hurriedly ascended the stairs. It was not until the lights illuminated the third floor that he turned to leave. Should he perhaps exhibit a touch more gentleness? Yet, what truly constitutes gentleness? Was his silence not a form of tenderness? He wondered if the little one had caught a glimpse of the softness in his gaze. What if she hadn't? The streetlights elongated the silhouette of the youth, casting an air of solitude around him. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced at it before answering. "Your father is ill and wishes to see you." "Is it terminal?" "Siyu, how can you speak like that? No matter what, he is still your father. It is callous of you not to visit him. When he abandoned me to that woman, Su Lianying, he was equally ruthless." Silence enveloped the line. Siyu let out a cold laugh. "I severed ties with him long ago. Why should he suddenly express a desire to see me? He does not want me, yet claims to want to see me. How absurd. But he is your father." "He is my father?" He is unworthy." Those aware of his origins often regarded him with pity. Yet he had never felt sorry for himself, never indulged in self-pity. There was no need, nor any significance to it. Without them, he thrived just as well. The other party attempted to speak further, but Suyu ended the call. Chang'e was bent over her desk, immersed in her studies, when Jin Rong stealthily approached her, akin to a thief, and discreetly handed her a box of strawberries. "Chang'e, this is for you." "Why?" Chang'e questioned, eyeing Jin Rong, whose recent behavior had been quite peculiar. "It is either a gift of ribs or yogurt, accompanied by an array of delightful snacks. Today, she has even stuffed strawberries into her hands. This is utterly perplexing. Lu Jing, ever the schemer, suggests that Jin Rong is possessed by a spirit. However, Chang'e remains skeptical, although Jin Rong's recent behavior is indeed quite anomalous. "Here, take this," Jin Rong insists, feeling as though she has become a master of deception, spinning tales with a face devoid of any blush. "I went strawberry picking yesterday and gathered far too many. My parents want to eat them, and I can't finish them all by myself. They'll spoil if I wait too long." Jin Rong's act of sharing food is customary. It has always been their way. Yet, the frequency of such gestures has escalated, leaving Chang'e feeling as though she has gained a few extra pounds. "Wow, strawberries. Jin Rong, you are indeed generous." "This box of strawberries must be quite pricey," Liao Shu remarks, witnessing Jin Rong fervently stuffing strawberries into Chang'e's embrace. Ing Feishue adjusts her glasses and comments, "Jin Rong, you have been acting rather oddly lately. Why do you constantly shower Chang'e with food? This behavior is quite strange." Liao Shu adds, "Exactly. Why not share some with us as well?" Jin Rong herself feels the weight of her abnormality, teetering on the brink of tears. She has reduced herself to a mere errand girl, delivering as instructed by her superior. "Chang'e, your tone in our conversations has also been peculiar lately. Some of your words seem uncharacteristic of you. Please tell me, what is going on?" Jin Rong yearns to leap into Chang'e's arms and confess that she has been coerced by a powerful figure. However, the thought of that person's threats renders her timid. What could possibly be wrong with me? Recently, there has been a particularly joyous event in my life. I had a conversation with Sichuan via WeChat. When he faced Shui remarked, "So, is it love that clouds one's judgment?" The mention of Sichuan's name caused Liao Shu to feel somewhat displeased. "Jin Rong, could you please be a bit more lucid? You are still a student," she said. Observing the shift in conversation, Jin Rong relaxed. With her hands on her hips, she asserted, "I am perfectly clear-headed. Thank you very much. What's wrong with being a student? I will be 18 next year. I will be an adult. Why shouldn't I be allowed to fall in love?" Liao Shu clicked her tongue. "Does Sichuan even like you? The pursuit of love is not as simple as you think." Sichuan prepared a bowl of instant noodles for himself, adding 2 sausages. Suyu cast a glance at him. "You really do not treat yourself as an outsider, do you? You take things from the supermarket without paying." Sichuan, with his head bent over the noodles, gestured towards Li Shuyao. "In comparison to him, I am but a minor sorcerer." Li Shuyao, wielding a small basket, was on a rampage through the snack aisle, taking everything that caught his eye without hesitation. This was excessive. At this rate, the supermarket would soon be emptied by this glutton. Suyu furrowed her brow, tallying up Li Shuyao's basket. "That will be 209 yuan in total. I'll round it down to 200. "What?" Li Shuyao wailed. "Is it really necessary to charge me like this? We are brothers, after all." "It is precisely because we are brothers that I am giving you a discount," Suyu replied, raising her eyes. "No one else enjoys this privilege." Chapter 61. Waste utilization. It seems that Li Suyo has truly been fortunate in life to encounter such a considerate younger brother as his leader, who is rather stingy. Unhappily, Li Suyo rummaged through his outerwear and trousers, ultimately managing to scrape together a mere 100 yuan. The rest would be noted down. Suyu, showing no mercy, accepted the money and retrieved the ledger. If it was merely a matter of bookkeeping, so be it. After all, Li Suyo might not even repay him. "Boss, why must you be so miserly? The idea of disguising your WeChat as Jin Rong was conceived by me, wasn't it? I helped you pursue Chang'e. Yet you offer me no benefits in return?" At 8 o'clock in the evening, the supermarket employees finished their shifts. Occasionally, when Suyu had the time, he would come to the supermarket to serve as a cashier. His supermarket was the largest in the small town, and the young women and married ladies particularly enjoyed shopping there, especially at night, knowing that the cashier was exceptionally handsome. The supermarket typically operated until 10 o'clock before closing. As Suyu opened a box of instant noodles, he heard Li Suyo grumbling in discontent. He paid no heed, recognizing that the latter was a chatterbox prone to meaningless banter. After all, having followed his leader for so many years, since Li Suyo arrived in the town at the tender age of 9, now 17, 8 years of camaraderie seemed to amount to little more than this. Li Suyo clutched his chest, a look of profound sorrow etched upon his face, lamenting his plight. Only delectable food could alleviate this anguish. Li Shuyao whimpered incessantly, his voice grating and oily, evoking a sense of disgust in Sichuan, who could no longer endure the sound. After swallowing a mouthful of instant noodles, he delivered a swift kick to Li Shuyao, admonishing, "Haven't you already reaped enough benefits from the boss? If you whimper one more time, I shall silence you." It is no wonder that Li Shuyao is often deemed insufferable. Had Sichuan remained silent, perhaps the whimpering would have ceased, but his words only fueled Li Shuyao's antics further, leading to an unending stream of whines. Suyu, having not yet indulged in her noodles, was preoccupied with settling the bills for customers. The relentless whimpering from Li Shuyao soon became intolerable, prompting her to command, "Be quiet." The effect was immediate. Li Shuyao fell silent. Turning to the girl before her, Suyu stated, "That will be 87. The girl did not raise her gaze, hastily scanning the snacks before finally sitting down to enjoy her noodles. The girl, visibly anxious and blushing profusely, stared at him, noticing her silence. Suyu lifted her eyes and inquired, "What's the matter? Is there a problem?" The girl, her face a canvas of shyness, both hopeful and nervous, stammered, "Brother, may I have your WeChat?" Suyu frowned. "Who is your brother?" The girl's face flushed with embarrassment, taken aback by such an ungracious response. Suyu then presented the payment code before her, instructing, "Scan here." He then lowered his head, engrossed in his phone, while continuing to eat his noodles. The girl, sensing the awkwardness, opted not to prolong the discomfort, paid, and departed. Sichuan, observing the scene, mused to himself, "What a sharp tongue." Li Shuyao frowned, while Sichuan wore a cold smile, radiating an air of comprehension. Look at your foolish demeanor. If I were to call you stupid, you wouldn't be entirely so. Yet if I were to say you are clever, your mind sometimes resembles that of rusted machinery. What does that mean? Sichuan replied. The boss simply does not know how to interact with girls, especially those he harbors affection for. His peculiar nature leads him to be somewhat acerbic, as you just witnessed. He remains indifferent towards other girls. Li Shuyan nodded. I see. My son is truly experienced. Sichuan, uninterested in engaging in verbal sparring, decided to take action after satisfying his hunger. After all, with certain individuals, it is wiser to resort to physical confrontation rather than waste words. Suyu leaned against the cashier's desk, clutching her phone, devoid of energy. Ever since the little short-legged one moved out of his home, he seldom used WeChat to contact her. Firstly, he feared she might discover his intentions. Secondly, he worried that constant communication would raise her suspicions. And thirdly, Jean Rong had previously warned him that the little short-legged one had begun to harbor doubts. He set down his phone and bagged the remnants of his instant noodles before stepping outside to dispose of the trash. This day was utterly bizarre. Suyu handed each of them an umbrella before sweeping out the door. A resounding clap of thunder echoed, prompting her to consider spending the night in the supermarket's break room until closing time. Suddenly, a small figure appeared by her side. Brother, I'm scared. Ever since Chang Yi had departed, Su-in clung tightly to her brother's leg. When he scolded her, she did not cry. When he berated her, she did not whine. And when he found her bothersome, she simply fell asleep. She had been peacefully slumbering in the lounge when the sudden downpour and thunder jolted the little one awake. Suyu glanced down at the clumsy child beside her, furrowing her brow but ultimately choosing silence. After all, she was merely a child. The little one, relieved that her brother was neither angry nor dismissive, felt an immense joy swell within her. As the storm raged on, Suyu was struck by a thought, scrutinizing the child before her. Perhaps the little one was not entirely useless. She could be repurposed. Are you afraid of thunder? Suyu inquired. The child nodded, yes. What about those short legs of yours? Do they fear thunder as well? It was certain she was so delicate and fragile that she must indeed be terrified. Grabbing her coat and umbrella, Suyu closed the supermarket door and headed towards Chang Yi's apartment. I will take you to find your sister. Little Su-in hurriedly followed. Is it sistery? Yes. Suyu turned back to caution her. When we get there, you must say you are afraid of thunder and want to see your sister. Understood? Little Su-in, with a puzzled expression, nodded. I understand. Suyu scrutinized her with skepticism. Do you truly understand, or is it feigned? If you slip up, you shall not see your sister again. Little Su-in blinked innocently and nodded earnestly. Suyu, unsure whether the child truly comprehended, regarded her solemn nod with some doubt. However, there was little time for uncertainties. She had finally found a reason to seek her out. Beneath the stormy night, Suyu held the umbrella aloft, indifferent to whether the little one could keep pace. As she strode forward, the child ran behind, half of her small frame exposed to the rain. Brother, wait for me. As Chang Yi finished her homework and stretched lazily, she prepared to retire for the night. Glancing up, she was taken aback to discover that it was raining outside, a fact she had completely overlooked. Fortunately, she had the habit of securing the doors and windows each night. After confirming that there were no textbooks she needed to take, she climbed into bed. Just as she settled down, a knock echoed at her door. It was nearly midnight. Who could possibly be seeking her company at such an hour? Chapter 62. Offering food with a look of skepticism, Chang Yi slipped on her slippers and approached the door. Remember what to say? She thought to herself. I know, brother. Suyu was instructing her just as the door swung open. Suyu looked up, and their eyes met unexpectedly. The girl stood there in a white nightgown, graceful and poised, her long, raven hair cascading down to her waist. She blinked with curiosity as she fixed her gaze on Suyu. What is the matter? Is there something you need? Why are you here at this late hour? Shouldn't you be asleep? He considered himself a gentleman and would not be swayed by mere beauty. He was not that sort of person. Suyu nudged Su-in forward, saying, She is afraid of the thunder and insisted I bring her to see you. Only then did Chang Yi notice the little one, whose hair was damp and dress-soaked. Upon glancing back at the elder, she observed that he was relatively dry, his clothing only slightly damp. An image flashed in her mind of the elder shielding Su-in with an umbrella, seemingly oblivious to the little girl's plight. Sister, I. Su-in raised her tiny hand to wipe her face, attempting to recall the lines her brother had taught her, only to find that the words eluded her. Chang Yi. Suyu. Damn. When did he ever teach her to say that last line? Suyu. How dare you speak like that? Observing her brother's irritation, Su-in instinctively shrank her neck and nestled closer to Chang'e. Sister, I'm scared of thunder. Brother won't let me sleep, and I'm frightened. The little one, with her innocent, babyish tone, was utterly disarming. Chang'e felt her heart melting away. Sister, could you take me to bed? Su-yu stood at the door, instructing her on what to say. Su-in managed to relay a vague notion of it, adding the line about her brother being struck by lightning as an impromptu embellishment. She blinked her large, dark eyes innocently. For some reason, Su-in's earnest delivery of that line made Chang'e want to laugh. However, noticing the frown on the elder brother's face, she stifled her amusement. Achoo! So you suddenly sneezed, prompting Chang'e to usher him inside, where she boiled water for cold medicine. So you settled onto the sofa, watching the little short legs bustle about. Before long, Su-in returned, carrying the medicine, believing it to be for him. Her mood instantly lifted as he reached out to take it. However, the little short legs bypassed him entirely, heading straight for Su-in. Damn it! How self-deluded. Yet, it was he who had just sneezed. Why would the little one give the medicine to her? His clothes were damp, and with the cold weather, he couldn't remain in them. Sister will give you a bath, and after that, you can take your medicine. Chang'e had a relatively short shirt that the little one could wear as pajamas after her bath. Watching the little short legs lead Su-in into the bathroom, Su-yu promptly gulped down the cold medicine. Su-yu himself was unaware of the reasons behind his actions. He merely felt that the cold medicine was distinct, perhaps brewed with a unique touch that set it apart from others. Upon finishing his bath, Chang'e contemplated the now cooled medicine, ready for consumption. Yet turned to find Su-yu staring vacantly at his phone. In this day and age, one encounters all sorts of people, even those eager to drink cold medicine. Although Su-yu's gaze remained fixed on his screen, his thoughts wandered elsewhere, as he blandly remarked, I can catch a cold too. After administering the medicine to Su-in, she ushered him into the room. Peering outside, she noted that the rain was not only persistent but intensifying. What will you do? She inquired. Su-yu frowned momentarily before shifting the conversation. However, that little one must attend kindergarten tomorrow. Could you take him? Chang'e shook her head. I have no time. I must leave for school by 7:10 a.m. Su-yu exhaled a sigh, his expression riddled with dilemma. Alas, what can be done? I suppose I shall endure the night on the sofa. As Chang'e closed the door to the room, the silhouette of the young man in the living room appeared somewhat desolate. In that fleeting moment when the little one shut the door, Su-yu felt an overwhelming urge to barge in and expel the troublesome child, taking his place instead. Truly, he considered himself a man of integrity. Yet after encountering the little one, he discovered a different side of himself. Now, he found himself incessantly longing to tease her. This was madness. Utterly insane. As soon as class ended, Jean Rome was summoned by the big boss. Peeking around to ensure no one was nearby, he swiftly made his way to Su-yu's side. Su-yu held out the bag of snacks in her hand and offered it to Jean Rome, saying, This is for her. Jean Rome displayed an expression of reluctance. It had become increasingly unusual for Su to send treats to Chang'e, raising suspicions. Su, if you harbor feelings for Chang'e, I believe these gifts should be given by you personally. If I present them to her, how would she comprehend your intentions? Jean Rome, feeling utterly meek, fidgeted with her hands. Furthermore, when will my WeChat be restored to normalcy? Jean Rome harbored concerns about the security of her WeChat account. The administrator had altered her profile picture and details to reflect her own, even adopting her name as a username. However, Chang'e had saved Jean Rome's contact with her actual name. If one day she happened to scroll through her contacts and stumbled upon two individuals named Jean Rome, it would undoubtedly lead to discovery. Moreover, she had been yearning to converse with Chang'e but found herself unable to do so. Su lowered her gaze. If I give it to her, she will refuse. Jean Rome's face contorted in frustration. But this is the last time. Very well. It is agreed. This shall be the final occasion. Chang'e stared vacantly at the snacks on the table. Jean Rome, have you struck it rich with the lottery recently? Jean Rome's gaze shifted evasively. No, not at all. Has your family ventured into the supermarket business? Absolutely not. Then why do you keep bringing me snacks? Jean Rome earnestly replied, I improved my exam results by 1 rank this time, so my mother rewarded me. I don't particularly like these, so I thought to share them with you. Chang'e, feeling somewhat vexed, scratched her head. She felt embarrassed to accept the constant treats from Jean Rome. Oh, we are good friends, aren't we? Besides, you have been assisting me with my studies. Quickly, stow it in your backpack. Let us not allow Lao Shu and Lu Jing to catch sight of it. Chang'e cast a doubtful glance at Jean Rome, who could not help but grin foolishly. Please, do not harbor suspicions. My face is on the verge of freezing in this smile. Xiao Yi, could you assist me with this problem? I find myself perplexed by this step. Qinshe has recently been perpetually struggling with one question after another, always seeking Chang'e for help. Surely, he must harbor feelings for her. If such is the case, does that not mean our esteemed leader has a rival? Jin Rong stroked his chin, contemplating whether to disclose this matter to their leader. Chapter 63. Come, feel it out during physical education class. The students generally enjoy free activities. They may play basketball if they wish or simply sit and rest without oversight. The leader typically seeks a quiet corner to nap, often retreating to the equipment room. Jin Rong contemplated sneaking off to find the leader. However, Chang'e had gone to fetch badminton equipment, so she decided to wait a while longer. Originally, Chang'e had planned to accompany Lu Jing to collect the sports gear, but Lu Jing suddenly complained of a stomachache and excused himself to the restroom. Thus, Chang'e ventured to the equipment room alone, navigating her way with ease as she gathered volleyballs, basketballs, and badminton rackets into a box, preparing to carry them out. As she turned around, she unknowingly bumped into something, causing her elbow to throb with pain. Furrowing her brows, she rubbed her arm, only to suddenly notice a row of basketballs rolling down from the shelf above her. Instinctively, she raised her hands to shield her head, and almost simultaneously, she sensed a shadow looming above her as someone reached out to protect her. One ball after another struck Suyu, culminating in an unexpected blow from a shot put that had somehow been placed among the basketballs, landing squarely on his back. Subsequently, Chang'e heard a muffled groan. She looked up and saw Suyu, who, after a moment of surprise, inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Suyu furrowed his brow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead due to the pain, and retorted, "What do you think? Your complexion doesn't seem very well." Suyu, it turns out you're not blind after all. Chang'e felt as though she was on the verge of suffocation. Did this formidable figure really have to be so acerbic? She longed to strike him, were it not for her inability to contend with him. Chang'e glanced down at the 5-kilogram lead ball rolling at her feet, momentarily stunned. Its weight would certainly inflict considerable pain upon impact. She raised her eyes in shock to look at him. Suyu remained silent, releasing her and stepping aside to lean against the wall. Chang'e hurried over, exclaiming, "You were struck by the lead ball." Suyu frowned. "Do I need you to repeat that?" Chang'e clenched her fists. With his attitude, claiming to like her, he must have been teasing her last time. Fortunately, she hadn't taken him seriously. "Let me check if you're injured. If you are, you should hurry to the infirmary." Suyu regarded the girl's earnest expression, raising an eyebrow. "Do you truly wish to see?" Without overthinking, Chang'e simply felt that he had been struck because of her. While a basketball might pose little threat, the lead ball certainly bore a considerable weight. She nodded firmly. "Yes." Suyu then raised his hand and removed his hooded sweatshirt with a fluid motion. Chang'e was momentarily taken aback. She merely intended to see his back, not to have him undress. Chang'e's gaze was inexplicably drawn to the sculpted contours of his abdominal muscles, which were quite striking. Perfectly defined without the exaggerated bulk often associated with bodybuilders. Suyu, captivated by his remarkable physique, confidently reached out to touch his abs and generously inquired, "Would you like to feel them?" Chang'e's face flushed slightly as she shook her head, insisting, "Turn around. I want to see your back." Suyu, undeterred, continued her playful invitation. "Are you really not going to touch? They feel wonderful. Touch your grandpa." Chang'e retorted, exasperated, and turned to leave. At that moment, Suyu, proudly admiring her own abdominal muscles, glanced up to see Chang'e fleeing. "Hey, don't go." Just then, Lu Jing appeared at an opportune moment, offering an apologetic smile. "Sorry, Chang'e, I came to collect something." "It's fine. It's not very heavy," she replied. Suyu, arms crossed and frowning in displeasure, remarked, "TSK? And she's off with someone else." Jin Rong had been waiting on the playground for quite some time and finally spotted Chang'e emerging from the equipment room. Suddenly, she clutched her stomach, her expression one of distress. "My stomach hurts. I need to go to the restroom." Liao Shu chuckled. "You're not visiting a relative, are you?" Jin Rong shot him a sharp glare. Ing Fei Shue chimed in. "Do you need some tissue?" "Yes, please give me a little." Suyu, now dressed, leaned against the wall, grimacing in pain. That little short leg truly had no conscience. Yet, this presented yet another opportunity to seek her out later. As Jin Rong entered, she noticed the big shot sitting on the floor with his head bowed. She hurried over, exclaiming, Big shot, I've discovered something. It's very serious, incredibly serious." Jin Rong's voice was particularly loud as he raised his head in annoyance and said, "Get to the point." "Well, it's about Qinshe." He has been constantly seeking out Chang'e lately. If it's not this question he struggles with, it's that one. He must have a liking for her. No wonder Chang'e has been spending so much time with Chunche lately. It all makes sense now. Suyu stood up and remarked, "Understood. Good job." In the afternoon, the class bell rang, signaling the start of Siam Asian's lesson. Jean Rong was huddled over, stuffing a piece of dried mango into his mouth, when he noticed a certain prominent figure approaching with his textbook in hand. Jean Rong stared blankly, unsure of the senior's intent. "You go to the back," the senior instructed. Initially, Jean Rong was taken aback, but he quickly gathered his belongings and hurried to the back row. Siyu tossed her items onto the desk and took Jean Rong's seat. The entire class turned their attention to the senior, a mix of curiosity and surprise prompting several girls to whisper among themselves. She paused momentarily, noticing Siam Asian had reached the classroom door, before making her way to her designated seat. Upon entering, Siam Asian spotted Siyu in the front row and adjusted her glasses, asking, "Why are you sitting here?" "Isn't this seat assigned by grades?" Leaning lazily against the back row, Siyu replied, "I'm first in the year and first in the class. Is it a problem to sit next to the second place?" Indeed, she exuded an air of confidence befitting a top student, commanding respect with her words. Siam Asian's expression soured, as she disapproved of disobedient students like Suyu, yet she couldn't argue with her impressive academic record. "All right, everyone quiet down. And turn to page 134 in your books," she instructed. Chang'e retrieved a book and turned to page 134. Beside her, the prominent figure remained awake, not engaging with his textbook. Without hesitation, he extracted a sheet of paper from the notebook hidden in his desk and began to write intently, his head bowed. The atmosphere was relatively tranquil, each engrossed in their own pursuits, undisturbed by the other. Chang'e, curious about what he was diligently inscribing, stole a glance with her peripheral vision. It seemed to be a love letter, as she caught sight of some bashful phrases. Siyu's pen paused momentarily, and he suddenly lifted his gaze. Chang'e, startled, averted her eyes and looked elsewhere. A smile crept onto Suyu's lips, a subtle curve at the corners. The girl bit her rosy lip and lowered her head, her fingers gripping the pen tightly, caught in the act of peeking. Suyu noticed her gesture and struggled to suppress the overwhelming desire within him. He lowered his eyes, pondering his escalating madness. Chapter 64. Withering before blooming, Suyu observed the diminutive figure retreating almost in flight, and a laugh escaped him. The little legs moved with remarkable speed. He slipped the note into the notebook that Chang'e had left on the desk before departing the classroom. Chunche witnessed him placing the note into Chang'e's book and approached. He opened the notebook to read the note's contents, a cold smirk forming on his lips as he extracted it and casually tucked it into another desk. "Why is the prominent figure seated here?" Liaoshi replied. Just before class started, he suddenly wanted to switch seats with Jean Rong. Jean Rong was probably frightened and bolted away faster than a rabbit. Jean Rong wore an expression of innocent victimhood. "Indeed, it scared me to death when he suddenly approached me with his belongings, wanting to change seats. Chang'e, I didn't want this. The prominent figure is just too intimidating." Chang'e did not harbor any resentment towards Jean Rong. Rather, she found the situation quite peculiar. Upon picking up the note, her cheeks suddenly flushed, and her gaze turned towards Suyu. "I know you're not into early romance. It's all right. I'll wait for you to turn 18. The audacity of Suyu to send her such a message left Fong Man astounded, her face warmed with embarrassment, her heart racing with exhilaration. Yet, just the other day, Suyu had defended Chang'e. How could he possibly write such a note? Fong Man scrutinized the note once more, finding no mention of another girl's name. It was clear that no one would dare to use Suyu's name for a prank, thus affirming that the note was indeed meant for her. Joy surged through her, and her expression radiated delight. Her deskmate, intrigued, inquired, "What is the good news that has you so elated?" Indeed, something wonderful had transpired, but she chose to keep it to herself. With a beaming smile, she wore an air of pride. That evening, she resolved to confront Suyu, expressing her willingness to embrace early romance and to be together. Just the thought of it made Fong Man chuckle with glee. Curiously, the esteemed leader did not attend the subsequent class, which was rather unusual. Jean Rong's mother noticed her daughter's newfound zeal for learning and felt a sense of pride, reminding her to take care before departing. Chang'e, Shichuan, and Li Su Yao had grown accustomed to each other, and the three exited the school together. "Oh, the leader isn't here?" Li Su Yao queried. After pondering for a moment, he continued, "That shouldn't be the case, should it?" He then turned to Shichuan. "Could it be that the leader has sneaked off to surf the internet?" He lamented, "Why didn't he invite me for such a delightful escapade?" The atmosphere among the trio was light-hearted as they conversed while making their way outside. Jin Rong shyly cast a glance at Sichuan before dashing towards the trio. Chang'e, would you mind tutoring me tonight? Chang'e paused, a look of confusion crossing her face as she regarded Jin Rong. She had never been one to embrace her studies, so it was peculiar for her to seek assistance. Sichuan, you're here too. Jin Rong feigned surprise, her acting rather exaggerated. What a coincidence. It dawned on Chang'e that she had unwittingly assumed the role of a facilitator. Oh dear. Li Shuyao, feeling slighted, waved his hand dismissively before Jin Rong. Am I not a person? Why not greet me? Jin Rong replied rather perfunctorily, Li Shuyao, you're here as well. Li Shuyu furrowed his brow, sensing he had made himself look foolish. Sichuan nodded slightly at Jin Rong, acknowledging her presence, yet his expression remained indifferent. Chang'e could discern that Jin Rong harbored feelings for Sichuan, but it seemed that Sichuan did not reciprocate her affections. Shall we go grab a bite to eat? My treat. Naturally, Li Shuyu would not decline an offer of food, and he turned to Sichuan. Are you coming? Someone's treating. Sichuan had been engrossed in his phone, and only upon hearing Li Shuyao's words did he lift his gaze. Not going. I have plans tonight. Li Shuyu frowned. What plans could you possibly have? Are you meeting up with some girl from another class? Upon hearing the mention of girl, Jin Rong perked up her ears. Though a wave of disappointment washed over her, Sichuan dismissed the notion. There are no girls involved. I'm just going to play games tonight. I'm about to reach glory. At this, Li Shuyu found Sichuan particularly dull. He could easily perceive that Jin Rong had feelings for him, but what about Sichuan? It seems that Jin Rong feels absolutely nothing for Sichuan. In truth, Sichuan harbors no feelings for Jin Rong whatsoever. He is neither an exemplary student nor a model child, having embarked on a romantic relationship at the tender age of 15. That youthful love, a fleeting first romance, was far from idyllic and ended abruptly after merely a year. Yet, thereafter, he did not engage in any further early romances. Despite the numerous confessions from girls who sought his affection, all of which he chose to ignore, he is acutely aware of Jin Rong's feelings for him, yet to him, she is no different from those other girls. He feels no inclination towards her and wishes to spare her the illusion of hope only to ultimately lead her to disappointment. Jin Rong's heart is heavy with sorrow, yet she maintains a smile and says, all right. If Sichuan doesn't want to go, then never mind. Perhaps next time. We can go together. She nods and falls silent. As they walk, Jin Rong's spirit appears dimmed. She has always been a cheerful girl, and Chang'e seldom witnesses her in such a state. Why is that? Why does Sichuan not harbor feelings for me? His indifference towards me is so palpable. Matters of the heart are foreign to Chang'e as well. She has yet to experience love herself. Thus, she finds herself at a loss for how to console Jin Rong. Chang'e nods in acknowledgement. Yes, I've noticed it. You've noticed, Li Suyao has too. And Sichuan must have as well. His tepid reactions indicate that I have no chance, Jin Rong replies, her expression one of despair. Chang'e scratches her head thoughtfully. Perhaps you two haven't interacted much, which is why Sichuan hasn't developed any feelings for you yet. Jin Rong gazes at her with a pained expression. Really? If I spend more time with him, do you think he might feel even a slight affinity for me? Chang'e hesitated and said, at the very least, he will understand you. If he thinks well of you, he should like you. Jin Rong sighed. We are not in the same class. How can we have the chance to interact? Chang'e felt disheartened. This was something she could not comprehend. However, she was aware that developing feelings for someone who does not reciprocate could be quite agonizing. Chapter 65. This person is perhaps unwell. Siyu arrived at the foot of Chang'e's building at 1 in the morning. He had intended to visit her that evening. Pondering whether she had seen the note he had written her, he was eager to discern her feelings. At 18, after reaching adulthood, would she consider entering a relationship with him? Perhaps she held not the slightest affection for him and did not wish to be together at this age. As he gazed at the darkened floor of Chang'e's building, Suyu sighed, concluding that she was likely asleep. Who would be awake at this hour? Good night, girl. The residential complex where Chang'e currently resided was pleasant, far superior to his own. The corridors were illuminated by street lamps, and there was even a small garden. As Suyu passed the garden, he noticed a young man and woman seated together, engaged in some activity that undoubtedly fostered their relationship. Suyu thought that once the little short-legged girl agreed to be with him, he would also take her to sit in that garden. The youth, clad in a black hoodie and sweatpants, walked with his hands in his pockets, his head bowed. He was tall and slender, appearing quite lean. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Noticing the caller was that man, Suyu promptly rejected the call. Undeterred, the caller sent a text, which Suyu chose to ignore. He had no relatives left. His only family, his aunt, had passed away several years prior. On Monday, the flag-raising ceremony unfolded. Fong Man cautiously and joyfully cherished the note from Suyu. Initially, she had intended to tell him that she was ready for early romance that very night. However, Suyu was absent from school that afternoon. Thus, she resolved to convey her feelings today instead. Typically, Suyu did not participate in the flag-raising ceremony. Arriving at school around 8 or 9 in the morning, Fong Man awaited his arrival with eager anticipation. In his absence, Jin Rong found himself uncertain about where to sit, whether to remain in his usual spot or to move to the back row. Reflecting on her predicament, she lamented how, ever since Suyu had taken a liking to Chang'e, she had become merely a tool in their dynamic. Wearing a hoodie with the hood pulled over his head, Suyu approached, headphones dangling from his ears, hands tucked into the pockets of his sweatshirt, his head slightly bowed as he made his way towards Jin Rong. "You go to the back," he instructed. Jin Rong promptly gathered her books and hurried to the rear. She was rather pleased to sit there, as the distance from the podium allowed her to engage in minor antics without being noticed by the teacher, and it also afforded her the opportunity to sneakily indulge in spicy snacks. Fong Man contemplated approaching Suyu to discuss the note, but was interrupted when she saw Chang'e rushing towards her seat, cradling a water cup. The girl, with her short legs, dashed swiftly, nearly colliding with her spot. Suyu lifted his hand and removed his hat, just in time to catch Chang'e, who was barreling forward by the waist, stabilizing her from the momentum that propelled her forward. She resembled a clumsy white rabbit, her body leaning against his arm. As she turned her head to gaze at Suyu, "Running so fast, are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" "Oh, how bold of you," he mused, noting her retort. For the moment, he chose not to reprimand her. After all, who could predict how rebellious she might become in the future? Suyu's slender fingers deftly twirled a pen between them, while Chang'e, with her head bowed, diligently extracted her textbook, fully engrossed in the lesson at hand. However, a pen suddenly flew through the air and struck her forehead with unwavering precision. Chang'e shot a scathing glare at the culprit. Suyu, maintaining an expression of calmness, replied, "It was not intentional." Chang'e pressed her lips together, averted her gaze, and chose to ignore him. Surely, he relished in this mischief. He must have. Suyu turned his attention to the girl, who remained silent, attentively listening to the lecture and diligently taking notes. A wave of frustration washed over him, for he felt akin to a neglected wretch, while the petite girl beside him remained blissfully unaware of his despondency. As soon as the class ended, Chang'e sprang to her feet and dashed away. Just as Suyu was about to follow, he was obstructed by Fong Man. "Suyu, could you come here for a moment?" Fong Man said bashfully, her voice dripping with sweetness as she turned and made her way toward the classroom exit. Suyu furrowed his brow, pondering the peculiarities of her character. Why should he comply? Who was she to command him? Ignoring her, his mind lingered on the matter of the note from yesterday, yearning for clarity regarding their relationship, whether they were together or not. If they were, he would wait until she turned 18. If not, he would pursue her. After all, he would not easily relinquish such a gentle and charming fairy. Upon noticing that Suyu had followed her, Fong Man quickly intercepted him. "Suyu, I have something to say," she declared, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "I can date early. It's not a problem. My parents don't care about me. We can be in a relationship." Listening to her nonsensical remarks, Suyu's brow furrowed, and his expression grew suddenly cold. "Did you take the note I wrote for the little girl?" Fong Man's cheeks flushed with an unbearable embarrassment. As if stripped of all dignity, was that note intended for someone else? She hesitantly extended the cherished note, yet Suyu took a step back, refraining from reaching out. "It's not for you," he murmured, lowering his gaze. "Just discard it." Fong Man watched Suyu's retreating figure, her heart heavy with frustration. How could that note have inexplicably found its way into her notebook, leading her to such unwarranted joy? And who was the short-legged individual Suyu had mentioned? Was it Chang'e? Chang'e had wandered to the convenience store, though there was nothing in particular she wished to buy, merely grabbing a bottle of water. Oh dear. The boss is truly intimidating. "I only agreed to switch seats out of sheer necessity," Jin Rong lamented. Chang'e nodded in understanding. "It's all right. If you hadn't consented to the seat change, he likely would have coerced you." Indeed, Jin Rong felt a twinge of guilt seeing Chang'e's kind-heartedness, her innocence making her easily misled. The boss must genuinely have feelings for you. Otherwise, why would he act so uncharacteristically? Chang'e turned to her, seriousness etched on her face. "Jin Rong, do you think that when someone likes another, they treat them with exceptional tenderness and consideration?" Jin Rong, taken aback by Chang'e's earnestness, felt increasingly uneasy. Yes, indeed. Why do you ask all of a sudden? Chang'e hesitated, recalling the boss's previous words. The phrase "be my girl" lingered in her mind, a sentiment she found difficult to articulate. Nevertheless, the implication was clear. He harbored feelings for her. Yet, his demeanor towards her hardly reflected affection. Who truly loves someone yet yanks their hair? Silence may have been preferable, but the moment he spoke. His words were sharp and piercing, laced with sarcasm. Jean Rong, perplexed, scratched his head and remarked, "Indeed, it might be related to personality. Compared to Li Suyo, our esteemed friend seems rather reticent when conversing with the fairer sex, perhaps lacking an understanding of how to interact with girls." Chapter 66. A touch of whimsy. Siyu stood in the corridor, gazing downwards for quite some time, until he finally spotted the short figure ascending the stairs. No wonder the little one appeared so indifferent. It turned out he had completely overlooked the note. This individual was unreserved and straightforward, expressing whatever came to his mind. While he could be wild when prompted, he found it impossible to be sentimental. The content of that note felt somewhat pretentious to him. He simply could not bring himself to utter phrases such as "wait until you are an adult" or "when you turn 18. So you felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he should have slipped the note into the little one's backpack instead. Now, the note had inexplicably ended up in someone else's possession. As he pondered this with a frown, he turned to see the short figure had already returned. He intended to call out to her, but she did not spare him a glance and walked directly into the classroom. Jean Rong, with a resigned shrug, murmured, "Esteemed friend, one must be a touch gentler when pursuing a girl." Gentler? Am I not gentle enough? Typically, at this hour, he would be slumbering. During evening study sessions, he rarely attended, often departing before nightfall. However, Chang'e could no longer tolerate the sight of the person sprawled across the desk, who was monopolizing the space meant for two, with his arm encroaching upon her side. "Could you possibly move over a bit?" No response. It was unclear whether he was genuinely asleep or merely feigning slumber. Took a deep breath, reminding herself to remain calm, for anger would lead to aging and unattractiveness. Nearby, cast a fleeting glance toward, observing sprawled across her desk. His expression hardened as he approached her with a book in hand. "Could you assist me with this problem?" "Of course," replied, nodding. However, before she could grasp S book, it was snatched away. With sleepy eyes half closed, reclined comfortably, propping her leg up and beckoning to he. "Take a seat across from me. If there is anything you don't understand, let me know, and I shall teach you." "No need," chuckled triumphantly. Fully aware of his intentions, claiming ignorance on the problem was merely a ruse to draw closer to the petite girl. To her surprise, the small one was quite popular. With her head tilted, scrutinized the little figure. The classroom was brightly lit, illuminating the girl as she focused intently on her exam paper, her delicate lips pursed in concentration, her small face earnest. With a yawn, shifted positions, resting his chin on his hand, fixated on the girl before him. Indeed, the more he observed, the more her beauty captivated him. He was not one to engage in conflict with girls, especially not with someone like her. As leaned over her desk, diligently working on the exam, she suddenly felt a piercing gaze fixed unblinkingly upon her, one imbued with ill intentions. Anxiously biting her lip, she discreetly adjusted her posture, turning her face away from and presenting her back to him. Initially, had been admiring her beauty, but as her back presented a flat, unremarkable view, his expression darkened. "Turn around," he commanded, furrowed her brow and remained still. "Do not blame me for my roughness." Chang'e remained still. "Oh, this little one has quite the stubborn temperament." Siyu, feeling helpless, noted that ever since the little short legs moved out, they had grown increasingly unafraid of him. Moreover, he found himself at a loss when it came to her. Thus, he simply picked up his phone and began playing a game. During self-study periods, teachers were generally absent, with only occasional visits to check on the students. When a teacher was present, Siyu behaved according to his whims. Without one, he felt even more unrestrained. He turned the volume of his game up high, which severely disrupted Chang'e's studies. Chang'e tightened her grip on her pen and glanced at him. "Could you lower the volume a bit?" she whispered, her small face displaying reluctance, yet her voice was soft, like a kitten's gentle paw brushing against him. Siyu lazily lifted his eyelids. "Who do you think you are to command me?" he retorted. She was not issuing commands. Her tone was clearly one of negotiation. "Wasn't he it?" Chang'e pursed her lips, her brows furrowing tightly. "Siyu, your game is rather loud. Could you please turn it down a little?" The girl's voice was so endearing it could melt hearts, especially if she were to indulge in a little coaxing. Suddenly, Siyu found himself eager to hear her call out. "Siyu, big brother, just to listen." He always maintained such a playful demeanor. She was foolish as well, fully aware of his quirks, yet still seeking his attention. Chang-yi straightened her posture and chose to ignore him. Suyu frowned. Why couldn't he simply enjoy a bit of her charm? What ill intentions could he harbor? He merely wished to hear her playful tone, observing the little short leg's defiant silhouette. Suyu fixed his gaze on his phone and quietly lowered the volume, then turned his attention back to her. On that day, after being struck in the equipment room, I experienced considerable pain in my back. In my attempt to rescue you, should you not adhere to the customary course of action? I do not demand that you pledge yourself to me. Merely serving me for a lifetime would suffice. Alas, the only person daring to ignore him was her alone. But what could he do? He could not very well drag her out and administer a beating. Suyu exited the game and languidly rested her head on the table, toying with the straps of Chang-yi's clothing. The evening study session concluded, and it was already 9 o'clock. As Chang-yi stepped out of the school gates, she spotted Chang Weihua anxiously waiting for her at the entrance. Upon seeing Chang-yi, Chang Weihua hastily pulled her aside. Xiao-yi, something has happened to your mother. Chang-yi was taken aback and asked in astonishment, what happened to her? You should come with me to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Chang-yi followed Chang Weihua through the corridor until they reached a patient room. Just as Chang Weihua was about to push the door open, Chang-yi spoke up. Dad? She probably wouldn't want to see me, would she? She had no source of income. All her expenses, including rent and sustenance, were covered by Chang Weihua. If she continued to live independently, it would only add to the family's financial burden. Chang-yi nodded, choosing not to say anything further. Chang Weihua led her into the ward, where Gwen-in lay pale and listless on the bed, her eyes staring blankly into space. She had always yearned for a child, a being of utmost significance to her very existence. With great care, she safeguarded her belly, resigning from her job to nurture the life within, wholly devoted to bringing the child into the world. However, as time passed, her age proved a formidable adversary, and ultimately, she could not sustain the pregnancy. Chang-yi cautiously approached, softly calling out Mama. Wen-in turned her face towards her, her expression devoid of any emotion. Chang-yi felt a wave of unease wash over her, fidgeting with her fingers and lowering her gaze. In Chapter 67, the atmosphere remained indifferent. Wen-in treated her with an unenthusiastic demeanor, showing no sign of warmth despite Chang-yi's attempts to please her. This evening, she noticed with surprise that Chang Weihua's hair had turned significantly grayer. Chang-yi recalled that when she had moved out, Chang Weihua still had a full head of dark hair. In just a few months, he had aged considerably, and a pang of sorrow struck her heart. He had grown old, yet she herself remained unchanged. Following the loss of her child, Guan-in sank into a state of despondency. And tonight, it was Chang Weihua who prepared their meal. Chang-yi cherished the dishes he cooked, believing them to surpass those made by Guan-in. After dinner, Chang Weihua stepped out to engage in a game of chess with an old friend, while Chang-yi took to washing the dishes. These days, she often wept for the child that had been lost, a little one she felt was perhaps malformed, making the loss all the more heartbreaking. Wen-in had eagerly anticipated the arrival of that child, even preparing a small wardrobe, and upon seeing the tiny garments, she had crumbled into tears. Chang-yi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stepped inside with great caution. Mama, please don't cry, she said softly, her voice trembling as she looked at Guan-in. At the sound of her words, Guan-in shot her a fierce glare. Chang-yi took a step back in fright, then turned to flee through the door. However, she was a moment too late. Guan-in seized an ashtray nearby and hurled it towards her. A sharp pain shot through her shoulder, causing her to bite her lip tightly, her eyes instantly filling with tears. Get out. Just get out. Guan-in shouted angrily from behind. Chang-yi remained silent, enduring the pain as she rushed out of the room. Xiao-yi, what's wrong? Just as Chang-yi closed the door, she collided with Chen-che, who lived directly across from her. With red-rimmed eyes and her head lowered, she replied, It's nothing. Noticing the odd tone in her voice, Chen-che asked, Have you been crying? She shook her head, insisting, No, I'm just going to buy some yogurt. I'm heading downstairs too, Chen-che said, holding a garbage bag to dispose of the waste. As Chang-yi entered the elevator, Chen-che followed her inside. She kept her head down, silent. Are you really okay? He inquired, glancing at her. Chang-yi shook her head again, still not speaking. Her shoulder throbbed, and her heart felt even heavier. She felt wronged. All she wanted was to show concern for Guan-in, to comfort her, to express that she had grown up and could care for them, to assure them she would not be ungrateful or forgetful of their kindness. Yet, the glare Guan-in had just cast upon her had frightened her into swallowing her words. Xiao-yi? Chang-yi blinked, looking up at him. Is there something? Did Annie say something to you again? Chen Che asked, his concern evident. Chang'e smiled and shook her head. No. So you felt as if she had lost her mind, completely and utterly. Was it merely a little short leg? How could it have captivated her so profoundly? Li Suyo and Shi Chuan urged him to go online, yet he did not comply. Missing the last bus and hastening to her neighborhood, the place where she resided was slightly farther from him. Suyu lowered his head, wandering aimlessly within the community where Chang'e lived. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted the petite figure descending the stairs, and just as he intended to approach, he noticed Chen Che following closely behind her. Suyu halted his steps, observing them from a distance. Chen Che glanced up and caught sight of Suyu. Adjusting his glasses with a slight smirk, Xiao-yi, something has gotten into my eye. Could you blow it out for me? Chang'e moved forward, and suddenly, Chen Che grasped her clothing. With a pained expression, he lamented, It seems something has indeed entered my eye. Could you assist me, Chang'e? After a moment's hesitation, seeing the distress etched on Chen Che's face and his urgent tone, she leaned closer to inspect his eye, yet ultimately opted to merely fan it with her hand. From Suyu's vantage point, it appeared as though they were sharing a kiss. The youthful fervor in his eyes turned violent, his fists clenched tightly in rage. He felt a singular urge to rush over and separate them. However, he restrained himself. The girl stepped back, distancing herself from Chen Che. Is it better now? Chen Che rubbed his eyes and nodded. Thank you, Xiao-yi. No problem. I shall go buy some yogurt now. All right. Chen Che offered a faint smile, curling his lips as he turned his gaze towards Suyu. Suyu had already turned away, head bowed, with strands of hair obscuring his eyes, leaving a haze upon the bridge of his nose. His tightly clenched fists gradually loosened, and he lifted his head, letting out a sigh. He was a tad overly confident. After all, those short legs were not his girlfriend's, so what right did he have to dictate whom she could kiss? It was trivial to harbor such ambitions. Liking someone was sufficient. Chang'e kept her head lowered as she hurried forward, but Suyu stepped in her path. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead, and Chang'e looked up in astonishment. What are you doing here? Suyu remained silent, his expression sour as if someone had stolen his beloved. Did you kiss Chen Che? Chang'e took a moment to comprehend his words. What are you talking about? When did I kiss Chen Che? Then what were you both doing just now? Standing so close? If it wasn't kissing, what was it? His tone shifted abruptly, brimming with fury. Chang'e took a step back in fright. He said something got in his eye and asked me to blow on it. Blow on it? Suyu scoffed. I doubt he saw it that way. It seemed to me he wanted to kiss you. No, are you out of your mind? I already said we didn't kiss. Chang'e bypassed him and went to the supermarket across the street to buy some beer, then headed toward an unfinished building nearby. Suyu, still fuming, followed her. Chang'e turned around, her eyes red and voice tinged with tears. Why are you still following me? Aren't you meddling too much? Her voice quivered as she fought back tears. Was he too harsh just now? Surely not. He had been on the verge of exploding with anger. Yet hadn't he truly been that fierce. He had merely raised his voice a bit. Chang'e was not crying because Suyu had scolded her. Her tears stemmed from a sense of injustice she felt inside. She had been desperately holding back her tears, but when he suddenly raised his voice, her feelings of frustration intensified. You just like to bully me, the girl said, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. In that moment, Suyu felt utterly helpless. He had made such a gentle girl cry, and he perceived himself as a thoroughly despicable villain. I'm sorry, please don't cry, he stammered. Suyu had never realized that her tears would throw him into a state of panic. As passers-by walked by, an older woman could not help but interject, Young man, why would you make your girlfriend cry? Can't you two get along? No, that's not it, Suyu attempted to explain. But the elderly lady persisted, how can it not be? I saw you provoke your girlfriend to tears, and now you're trying to wriggle out of it. At this rate, you'll grow up to be a heartbreaker. You may look quite handsome, but your character leaves much to be desired. Suyu felt it was futile to argue with elders. He knew he could never win such a debate. The girl before him was crying pitifully, as if she had suffered a grave injustice, which made him question whether he had erred in some way. The old woman spoke again. Young man, comfort your girlfriend. Treasure those who are dear to you, or you might find yourself filled with regret. This time, Suyu refrained from rebutting her, sincerely addressing her. Thank you, Mayam. Please don't say any more. I will comfort her. Well, that is more like it. I won't meddle any further. You two young ones can sort it out yourselves, she said, waving her hand as she departed. Suyu sighed and turned his gaze to Chang'e. The tears of the girl with short legs flowed as if they were free, her weeping seemingly endless. Suyu took the beer from her embrace, grasping her hand with the other. Come with me. Chang'e offered no resistance, crying as she followed him. They did not leave the neighborhood. Instead, Su led her to the rooftop. Chang'e was unaware of how he had acquired the key, displaying an impressive resourcefulness. As the girl sobbed and trailed behind him, passers-by in the community cast curious glances their way, with some speculating that he must have been two-timing her, leaving her heartbroken. His reputation lay in tatters. Su turned to her and said, "Stop crying." Furrowing his brow, he reached out to grasp her arm, and the girl's soft form fell into his embrace. Chang'e looked up at him, bewildered. "What do you want?" In truth, he had applied more force than intended, not anticipating that she would so effortlessly fall into his arms. Moreover, he had not intended any action, yet her question lingered in the air. Su lowered his gaze, fixing his eyes upon her. Her small face was stained with tears, and her doe-like eyes held a hint of weariness. His gaze lingered on her delicate pink lips, and a wave of desire surged within him. To hell with it. He suddenly leaned in and pressed his lips against those he had long yearned for. Just as he had imagined, they were soft, sweet, and fragrant. Chang'e's eyes widened in shock, momentarily forgetting how to breathe. This approach proved effective. The girl in his arms immediately ceased her cries. In the future, whenever the little short legs cry, he will simply employ this method, though it only results in a punch, which is hardly a matter of concern. Chang'e took a moment to register that she had been kissed by a rogue. She raised her hand and struck Su's back repeatedly. Su furrowed his brow, stubbornly continuing the kiss without release. Alas, do not be deceived by the girl's seemingly slender and delicate appearance. Her strength was indeed formidable, landing a blow upon his already injured back. Su bent over in pain, causing the pressure of her grasp to relent. Chang'e retreated, her cheeks flushed crimson. You are being a scoundrel. You are committing an act of betrayal against your spouse. When did you become my spouse? Sooner or later. You are overly confident in yourself. What confidence? I simply understand the importance of leaving no regrets. Chang'e's face burned with embarrassment. It was her first kiss with a boy, and it had arrived so unexpectedly. She raised her hand to wipe her mouth. Do not wipe it. Chang'e looked alarmed. Let go. What do you intend to do? Seeing her startled expression, Su chuckled and surveyed the surroundings. The area was spacious, allowing for whatever one might wish to do, and fortuitously, he had a particular fondness for a certain activity. You scoundrel. Su groaned, clutching his stomach in agony. Damn it. Your current attitude will determine whether you face domestic violence in the future. Be a bit more courteous to me henceforth. All right, stop crying. Su rummaged through his pocket and handed her a tissue. Cease your tears, or I shall become even more of a rogue. Instantly, Chang'e stopped her weeping. Upon witnessing her actions, Su found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel sorrow or joy. She had been frightened to tears by my mischievous antics, but what about prior to that? Surely, it could not be due to me. Chang'e lowered her head and picked up a beer from the side. My mother does not like me, she confessed. Su replied, indeed. Throughout my life, I have treaded carefully at home, being obedient, docile, and considerate, all in an effort to win her approval. I have exerted considerable effort in my studies. Su turned his gaze towards her. The girl's fingers clutched her sweatpants tightly, her head bowed as she sorrowfully lamented. Yet, I always rank second. Su lifted his eyes, responding, so it is my fault. No, Chang'e shook her head. How could it be your fault? It is my own lack of diligence. Su chuckled softly. All right, I understand. Chang'e wiped away a tear and looked at him with confusion. What is it that you understand? It is of no concern to you. I simply know. The girl's cheeks flushed, her face marked with remnants of tears, evoking a desire to tease her. Chang'e responded with a vague "oh." Su took her beer away, saying, minors should not drink beer. He regarded her without further protest. Do not seek the approval of those who do not cherish you. Your efforts to please them are utterly futile. I will not. I shall not seek to please anyone in the future. They sat side by side, gazing at the stars. Unbeknownst to them, deep autumn had arrived, and a chill breeze swept by, causing the girl to instinctively huddle closer. Yet, a jacket had found its way onto her shoulders. Chang'e turned to Su and inquired, Aren't you cold? Su gently patted his abdominal muscles, declaring, I haven't trained in vain. He mused that fitness could also serve as a means of warmth, a defense against the cold. Chang'e couldn't help but chuckle. Su tilted his head back to gaze at the stars, feeling an unusual surge of impulsiveness that night, an impulse that made him desire to take their relationship further. Suddenly, he inquired, why not start dating early? Early relationships affect studies, she replied. Not necessarily, he countered. If we were to date, I would ensure you achieve first place in every exam. In truth, he had previously written her a note, but it had somehow ended up in someone else's possession. Would you like to know its contents? Chang'e hesitated before nodding, wary that he might be playing a prank on her. However, she was mistaken. That night, he was remarkably serious. I'm not one for sentimental words, which is why I resorted to writing. I never anticipated it would go astray. I reserve you for when you turn 18. Could you simply be forthright? I detest secrecy. It's utterly dull, you know? I genuinely like you. And I'm not jesting. I don't know why, but when I saw you so eagerly move in, I thought you might have feelings for me. Before you arrived, several girls had come to rent, with intentions that were less than honorable, attempting to pursue a relationship with me and even trying to kiss me. I pushed them away. Truly. Then you came along, and I found you quite appealing, your words soft. I wanted to tease you, to be a bit mischievous. When I confessed my feelings, your rejection made me realize that I had fallen for you first. Chapter 69. Gigi, would you be my girlfriend? This dream is one I am determined to pursue. Is this your confession? Is it not? Chang'e pressed her lips together. Well, perhaps, in his eyes, it could be seen as a confession. Suyu remarked, originally. I had no intention of voicing these sentiments tonight, fearing yet another rejection. However, upon witnessing Chinche's attentions towards you, I thought to myself that if I did not speak now, you might slip away with someone else. Thus, I felt compelled to act first. Chang'e hurriedly clarified. We haven't kissed. Suddenly, Suyu chuckled. Your explanation came rather swiftly. It appears you do not entirely detest me. Chang'e bit her lip and lowered her gaze. Despite the fact that the senior often teased her bun hairstyle, she found that she did not harbor any disdain towards him. It was rather perplexing. I heard Jean Rong mention that you have had numerous girlfriends. This is my first experience, and I feel unworthy of you due to my lack of experience. Suyu furrowed his brow, nearly leaping to his feet in indignation. Damn it, another rumor. Whether I have had girlfriends or not. You can inquire with Li Shuyo and Shi Chuan. Suyu hurried to catch the last bus she had taken, which had long since ceased operations. The distance from here to his home was considerable. Walking would take over half an hour. Can it be called a girlfriend? It can. It's all the same. Chang'e resolved to no longer be the obedient child, striving to please Guanan. As Suyu had stated, those who do not hold you in their hearts will remain blind to your efforts to win their favor. She simply needed to grow up and fulfill her own responsibilities. The girl lowered her head, feeling nervous and at a loss for words. But I don't particularly like you right now. The boy shook his head, his gaze resolute. It's all right. You will come to like me eventually. Chang'e found it difficult to articulate her feelings towards Suyu. Ever since she met him, it seemed that no good fortune had come her way. She was either bullied by those who liked him or was subjected to his own teasing. He possessed a sharp tongue, often surprising others with his sudden wit. When conversing with him, Chang'e frequently felt as though his words left her wanting to retaliate. Yet, inexplicably, whenever she felt down, he was always there. Can you allow me some time to consider? This matter is of great significance. The girl looked up at him, her small face imbued with earnestness. For Chang'e, such matters were of utmost importance. She was not one to easily fall for just anyone. The prospect of romance could be a lifelong commitment. Marriage and raising children were significant life events that required careful contemplation. Will you wait for me to like you? Her eyes sparkled, as if they contained the vastness of the universe, pure beyond measure. Until now, Suyu had never realized that a girl could possess such unblemished innocence. She was so exquisite that it seemed a travesty to tarnish her. He was not a good boy. The girls he had encountered were all remarkable in their own right. Yet none captured his interest quite like this petite girl. It won't be long. I will inform you as soon as I have an answer, she said softly, as though afraid of his rejection, playfully tugging at his shirt, a charming little gesture. She was being adorably coy. How could he possibly refuse? He had always prided himself on his self-control, yet before her, he was utterly undone. With a hoarse voice, he replied, all right. Chang'e's face still bore a flush, and she had yet to fully comprehend the situation, having inadvertently committed herself to an engagement. She extended her hand, offering her coat to him. However, he did not reach for it. Instead, he suddenly seized her arm and pulled her into his embrace. Pain shot through her as she winced, letting out a soft pain whimper. Her shoulder had been struck by an ashtray, and the ache lingered. Suyu, too, felt discomfort. He had sustained an injury to his back from a shot put and had neglected it, leaving it unhealed. Tonight, he felt unusually elated. Suyu held her tightly, inquiring if he had hurt her. No, it's just that my shoulder was hit by the ashtray. Did your mother throw it? Yes. She has been in a poor mood since losing her child. Then keep your distance from her. She has nurtured you, and you can repay her kindness once you grow up. There is no need to appease her now, do you understand? Chang'e nodded. I understand. I will listen to you. Su felt as though he were on the brink of oblivion, ensnared in the gentle and obedient demeanor of the girl before him. He smiled, a radiant and rare softness illuminating his features. He raised his hand to stroke Chang'e's head, remarking, so obedient. Having witnessed a domineering figure tugging at her hair, she found it quite disorienting to experience such tenderness. My father calls me Xiaoyi. Upon hearing the name Xiaoyi, Su Yu's expression shifted dramatically. No, I cannot bear to hear that Chen Che call you Xiaoyi. It makes my head ache. Stay away from him. His mere presence ignites my fury. The short-legged girl nodded. All right. So obedient. Su Yu felt as if he were dreaming. It all seemed utterly surreal. Should this develop into a formal relationship, he would likely awaken each day with a smile. In the orphanage, I had a fondness for sesame paste, which led the director to affectionately nickname me Gigi. However, after being adopted, that name faded into obscurity. Gigi, yes, from now on. This name shall be exclusively mine. Suddenly, Su Yu adopted a fierce demeanor, declaring, I do not wish for anyone else to call you that. Chang'e was left in tears, pondering the sheer possessiveness of it all. After all, her companions at the orphanage had always called her by that name. Was she truly going to silence them? Did you hear? The girl nodded vigorously. Yes, but you must not hinder my studies, and regarding what happened earlier, it must not occur again. Feigning ignorance, he inquired, what incident? Chang'e, you know, the kiss, he chuckled, when we grow up. It will be acceptable, right? It was bewildering that he could so casually speak of such things. Yes, when we grow up, but this matter must remain a secret. If my father finds out, it would be disastrous. Perhaps you shall be summoned to the academic office daily, he teased. Understood, it shall be kept confidential. He smiled, feeling quite pleased tonight. He acquiesced to her every word. Chang'e felt an unusual tension within her, as if they were children sneaking a taste of forbidden fruit, quietly harboring a secret that belonged solely to them. Upon returning home, the flush on Chang'e's cheeks had yet to fade. As she entered, she spotted Chang Wei-Wan in the living room. What were you doing out so late? Found herself retreating into her room, overwhelmed by a sense of guilt and anxiety, fearing that might discern her secret. Though he adored her, such matters were likely to be disapproved, especially considering the involvement of a notorious troublemaker at school, whom no one would favor. Leaning against the door, her fingers instinctively grazed her lips. It was her first kiss with a boy, marked not by delight, but by a tumult of nerves and astonishment, leaving her oblivious to the beauty of the moment. Suddenly, her face burned with embarrassment, her heart racing audibly in her chest. She bit her lip in frustration, chastising herself for such thoughts. Her only passion should be her studies. After tidying her belongings and taking a shower, she climbed into bed. Yet sleep eluded her as she tossed and turned, unable to shake off the events of the evening. How swiftly had she surrendered herself to someone else? Was she frightened that she might never marry in the future? Pulling the blanket over her head, she closed her eyes, desperately willing herself to drift off. Since her aunt's departure, she had never felt as joyful as she did today. The little one had promised to wait until she developed feelings for him. And he would wait, no matter how long it took. Such a pure and sweet girl, he could never bear to share her with another. Inhaled the scent of her jacket, as if remnants of her fragrance lingered. He raised his hands, bowing his head, fixated on the fabric. As if he could still feel the softness that belonged to her, S. gaze deepened as he glanced at his phone, noting the time, 11 o'clock. At this hour, she should be asleep, shouldn't she? Ah. Suddenly, Siyu let out a low chuckle. Today, he felt elated, akin to a child who has just received a precious gift. Yes, he would carefully treasure this invaluable gift deep within his heart. Chang'e, however, had not slept well the previous night. Insomnia plagued her, and she only succumbed to slumber at 3 in the morning. Feeling as if she had barely closed her eyes before the alarm rang, she simply could not muster the energy to rise. And it was Chang Wei-Hua who eventually roused her. Groggily, she stumbled into the classroom and, upon taking her seat, noticed several mathematics papers strewn across her desk. Only then did she regain her senses and turn to Jean Rong. Mathematics papers? Jean Rong nodded. Oh, what's wrong? You didn't complete them, did you? Chang'e, in a state of despair, ran her fingers through her hair, only to then recall that last night she had intended to finish the math papers after washing the dishes. But she had dashed downstairs and encountered the big shot instead. Is it true? You didn't write them? Jean Rong's mouth fell open in disbelief. Shouldn't completing homework be a routine affair for Chang'e? Why had she suddenly forgotten? Jean Rong regarded her with a suspicious gaze. Where were you last night? Those dark circles under your eyes are quite pronounced. I. Chang Yi averted her gaze, pulling out the unfinished papers and hurriedly attempting to complete her assignments. Nothing much. Nothing much. Jean Rong clearly did not believe her. She knew Chang Yi all too well. Everyone might occasionally forget to do their homework, but she would not. Nothing much. With her head bowed, Chang Yi's pen swiftly danced across the paper. Afraid to lift her gaze for fear that Jean Rong might catch a glimpse of her evasive expression. Fortunately, Liao Shu entered at that moment, diverting the topic. Could I be afraid of him? This is, after all, my seat. She has been flaunting the photo of the muscular figure of her esteemed acquaintance, leading her relatives to mistakenly believe she is in a romantic relationship. Speaking of this esteemed individual's physique, it is indeed remarkable, perfectly defined, yet devoid of any semblance of excess. She has secretly saved the image, much to her amusement. Liao Shu, witnessing her boasting, could not help but chuckle. You are quite bold when our esteemed friend arrives. You should certainly convey that to him. Jean Rong, with a defiant posture, retorted, I am afraid. You are so talkative, it's utterly annoying, prattling on every day. Meanwhile, Ying Feishue adjusted her glasses, smiling silently. Thankfully, she had nearly completed her mathematics paper yesterday. Otherwise, she would genuinely fear criticism from Xia Meizhen. Did you all check Weibo this morning? There's this news about Su Lianying being exposed for having an illegitimate daughter. And there are rumors about her having a young boyfriend, with blurry photos to boot. Although the image is unclear, the young man appears tall and slender. Since Su Lianying is the mother of the esteemed Su, Chang Yi found herself listening intently. She is, after all, my favorite actress of late. What a revelation, an illegitimate daughter. Jean Rong tugged at Chang Yi's sleeve. I feel that the young man exposed alongside Su Lianying bears a striking resemblance to our esteemed friend. Though the photo is hazy, that man's attire is identical to what I saw our esteemed friend wearing just a few days ago. Chang Yi's hand trembled slightly, and she feigned disinterest with a casual smile. Is that so? How coincidental. Not only were the coats identical, but their figures were also quite similar. However, if Su Lianying were not a major star, she would never deign to visit our small town. I genuinely believe the big shot was Su Lianying's young boyfriend. But the big shot certainly appeared to be someone whom Su Lianying would find appealing, Jean Rong remarked while stroking his chin. Initially, it was merely a piece of gossip from the entertainment industry. Jean Rong was only indulging in idle chatter. For some unknown reason, the conversation abruptly shifted to Su Yu. Liao Shu commented, I saw it. They pushed this to me early this morning. I don't follow celebrity news, so I didn't click on it. Ying Feishue added, I too think Su Lianying's boyfriend resembles Su Yu, but that's impossible. I have a daring hypothesis. Look. The man in the photograph shares the same height and physique as the big shot, not to mention the identical coat and striking resemblance. Interestingly enough, the big shot's surname is also Su. Could it be that he is an illegitimate child? Liao Shu. Ying Feishue. Chang Yi. Jean Rong truly is quite astute, accurately guessing with each deduction. Chang Yi remained silent, her head bowed as she distractedly doodled on a piece of draft paper. Nevertheless, Jean Rong's audacious conjecture was soon dismissed by Liao Shu. How old is Su Lianying? According to Baidu Encyclopedia, she is only 30. Su Yu is of our age. Merely 17. So, did Su Lianying give birth to the big shot when she was 13? Haraha. Jean Rong found his own audacious conjecture utterly amusing. Ying Feishue remarked, it seems that the age factor doesn't quite align. It's all mere speculation. How could such a prominent star as Su Lianying possibly visit our small town or have any connection with Su Yu? It must be a coincidence. Jean Rong scratched his head, feeling certain that the boy who was photographed with Su Lianying had to be a significant figure. However, Ying Feishue's point was valid. How could Su Lianying come to their humble town? Class is starting. Let us cease the gossip, he urged. Chang Yi remained silent, yet she was aware, despite not checking Weibo, that the boy photographed alongside Su Lianying was undoubtedly Su Yu. She had seen Su Lianying visit Su Yu several times before. Though she was always wrapped up tightly, her aura and attire clearly indicated she was not a local. One wondered if the scandal would somehow involve a prominent figure. Chapter 71. The master aims to be a good person. What the heck? Boss, are you unwell? Why on earth are you wearing a school uniform to school? Li Suyo and Shi Chuanren were playing basketball on the playground when they spotted their leader arriving in a school uniform. Ever since the uniforms were distributed, he had kept his tucked away, never having worn it, and it looked as pristine as new. Today, they were witnessing something extraordinary. Wow. The boss looks remarkably dashing even in such a plain uniform. He exudes charm and elegance. If only a gentle girl were to notice him. Siu stifled a yawn, feeling rather lethargic due to a sleepless night. To him, whether it was an internship boyfriend or a genuine partner made little difference. Once he set his sights on someone, he wouldn't let go. Sichuan teased him about his uniform, playfully questioning, "Boss, have you lost your mind?" Su wished to brush his hand away, chuckling lightly. "Don't be silly. I intend to be a good student from now on." Upon hearing this, Li Shuyao's mouth fell agape in astonishment. "Goodness, did I hear that correctly? The boss claims he wants to be a good student." Sichuan, upon hearing this, also laughed. "You can't be serious, can you? A good student? Just how good? Helping old ladies across the street? Or focusing on academics? Who was it that led us to loiter outside the school back in the day? When we were in middle school, he and Li Shuya spent their days idling away, disinterested in studies, their grades languishing at the bottom. Although not exemplary students, they managed to keep a low profile. Ever since Su abruptly transferred, their life goals became strikingly clear: fighting, causing trouble, and teasing female classmates. They quickly became notorious figures in the school. During that time, Li Shuyao and Shi Chuan felt a fleeting sense of glory. It was he who instigated the fights. And now, it was he who proposed the idea of studying well. Enough about that. It's almost noon, and I have matters to attend to. By the way, you both should wear your school uniforms tomorrow. Li Shuyo and Shi Chuan exchanged glances for a moment. They had no intention of donning such an unattractive uniform. Su, unfazed, entered the office of the head of the teaching department with ease, opened the refrigerator door, and unceremoniously took 2 boxes of yogurt. "What are you doing?" Chang Weihua frowned, thinking that was meant for his daughter and was nearly emptied by Su. Chang Weihua's displeasure was evident as he scowled. "Put that down. Don't be so stingy, at worst. You can buy from my supermarket in the future, and I won't charge you." After securing the yogurt, Su headed to the cafeteria and handed the yogurt to the aunt serving the food. "Andy, please." Shortly, there will be a delicate girl with a fair complexion and a soft voice coming to collect the ribs. Kindly give this to her. Just mention that a handsome fellow was quite pleased last night, and this is a reward for her. The aunt revealed a knowing smile. Although it seems too early for someone of such age to be involved in romance, she couldn't help but admire the lives of the youth today. And seeing them in love at such a young age made her reflect. "Young man, you speak of many fair-skinned girls with gentle voices. How am I to know which one you mean?" So you took out his phone and found a photo. "This one, Auntie, I appreciate your help." The older lady nodded, her smile imbued with significance. "All right, understood. Rest assured, I shall certainly deliver the yogurt to her. Jean Rong, please help me take this over. I will go fetch a serving of ribs." "Sure, I will look for a seat." The queue at the ribs counter was not long, and it soon came to Chang Yi's turn. As she was about to take the ribs, the serving aunt called out to her, "Young lady, please wait a moment." The aunt smiled and turned to retrieve the yogurt, handing it to her. "This is from a charming young man. He mentioned that you made him very happy last night, and this is his gift to you." Chang Yi quickly realized that this was from the influential figure, but for him to have the aunt deliver it, that was quite suggestive, wasn't he it? A wave of embarrassment washed over her, and behind her, a male classmate in his final year of high school regarded her with a knowing expression, contemplated explaining, but such a sudden revelation would only serve to expose her intentions. She simply lowered her head, murmured a thank you, and hurried away. "Hey, how did you get yogurt?" Lu Jing exclaimed upon seeing Chang Yi approach with the yogurt. Eager to snatch it away, Jean Rong swiftly intervened, swatting Lu Jing's hand away. "Get lost. Lu Jing, have you no shame in stealing from a girl?" "I noticed Chang Yi has 2 cups of yogurt. I was merely worried she might not finish them," Lu Jing retorted. Jean Rong shot him a fierce glare. "Even if she were to burst from overeating, I would never allow you to have any." Chang Yi remained silent. Observing Jean Rong's exaggerated reaction, Liao Shu couldn't help but interject. "Jean Rong, your reaction seems rather excessive. It's not like he stole yours. Stealing someone else's yogurt, and yet having the audacity to complain? Besides, Chang Yi is my good friend, and I'll protect her. Thank you very much." Liao Shu continued, nodding vigorously at Jean Rong, who appeared quite fierce, resembling a shrew. All right, Liao Shu conceded. Meanwhile, the other classmates had already finished their meals, and the boisterous leader Bai, accompanied by his followers, arrived fashionably late. The trio approached, food in hand, and settled down behind them. Jean Rong, oblivious to their arrival, remained engrossed in discussing the latest gossip on Weibo. "Chang Yi, I just secretly checked my phone. And the boy who was photographed with Su Lianying looks remarkably like a big shot, Jin Rong remarked, his chopsticks clenched tightly. Su Lianying is my current favorite celebrity. How could she possibly have a love child? Moreover, it's rumored that the father of the child is a director with the surname L. It's said that Su Lianying had to resort to such measures to secure resources, and then unexpectedly found herself pregnant. Chang Yi kicked Jin Rong gently and whispered, "Please stop." Jin Rong, puzzled, replied, "What's wrong? I merely indulged in some gossip." Chang Yi shook his head, gesturing for Jin Rong to look behind him. Jin Rong, startled and trembling, realized that discussing prominent figures had led to their presence. "Wow, when did they arrive?" Liao Shu replied, "From the moment you uttered your first word." "It's nothing, nothing," Jin Rong reassured himself. "I was merely talking about Su Lianying." He patted his chest for comfort. Lu Jing raised his head. "But your very first statement was about the boy rumored to be involved with Su Lianying. Who is Su Yu?" Jin Rong wished he could slap himself for being so indiscreet. As the host, he had failed to control his tongue. The front row fell suddenly silent as Shi Chuan glanced at the seemingly indifferent Su Yu. Initially, they were unaware that Su Yu's mother was Su Lianying, as it was impossible to connect the two individuals in their minds. It was only during a visit to Su Yu's home that they encountered Su Lianying at the door. At that time, Su Lianying was knocking. But Su Yu refused to open, as he genuinely believed that this woman was not his mother and did not deserve to be called one. He loathed, even detested Su Lianying. Chapter 72. A hug from the daughter-in-law is enough while others were oblivious. They knew just how much the boss despised and abhorred Su Lianying. When she came to see him, he locked her out, insisting she could not enter. Eventually, Su Lianying somehow acquired a key, leading him to spend nights at the internet CAF, immersing himself in that world day and night. Meanwhile, Li Shuyao was enjoying his meal, contemplating teasing girls in class once he was full, when suddenly he overheard Jin Rong gossiping about Su Lianying and instantly lost his appetite. Li Shuyao cautiously glanced at the leader, then shifted his gaze to Shi Chuan, who was bowing his head, shoveling food into his mouth. They were acutely aware of their leader's temperament. The current tranquility was merely a fade concealing his suppressed fury, which they had all witnessed before. Previously, he had harbored a deep resentment towards Su Lianying for not raising him, and now his ire stemmed from her willingness to sell her body for personal gain. Jin Rong had just made an offhand remark that struck a sensitive nerve. As anticipated, a loud crash erupted nearby. Su Yu had thrown down her chopsticks, kicked her chair aside, and stormed out of the cafeteria. Shi Chuan and Li Shuyao exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, each thinking the situation was dire. Jin Rong, startled by the commotion, trembled and lamented, "I don't believe I said anything too harsh. I merely remarked that the boy rumored to be involved with Su Lianying resembles him." Lu Jing interjected, "You're in trouble. The boss is genuinely upset." Ing Feishui added, "You really must learn to curb that loose tongue of yours." Liao Shu sighed, "Indeed, trouble often arises from what we say." Chang Yi turned and patted Jin Rong on the shoulder, advising, "For your own good, you should really watch your words." Jin Rong bit her lip, looking utterly aggrieved. Approaching Chang Yi with a tearful expression, she pleaded for comfort, "I only mentioned that the boy linked to Su Lianying looks like him. I didn't say anything more. I truly believe you ought to be more cautious with your words and refrain from gossiping," Chang Yi responded. Jin Rong recalled that the Chang Yi of the past would have consoled her. Now, even she felt that Jin Rong had spoken too freely. Ultimately, it was Ing Feishui who offered her a measure of solace, allowing her to find some peace. "Do not overthink it. Perhaps Su Yu is not upset due to your discussions about him." During physical education class, Chang Yi noticed Su Yu was absent and wondered if he was in the equipment room. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, she made her way there and, to her delight, found him inside. The equipment room had a window that opened to the outside of the school. Previously, to prevent students from skipping class, a security grill had been installed, but later, the authorities decided to remove it. He was perched on the windowsill, leaning against the wall. Chang Yi cautiously approached, only to be suddenly pulled into his embrace. "A hug is permissible, right?" she gasped, gradually relaxing her body. "I said it's not allowed. Will you let go?" He chuckled. "No, I won tea." Chang Yi ceased her struggle, surrendering to his hold. She sensed his mood was rather bleak, yet the tone in which he had spoken moments earlier was laced with amusement. She found herself pondering what despair he must have endured to still manage a smile amid his own melancholy. Perhaps it was from his younger days. "Are you going to cry?" Hearing the girl's voice, Su Yu couldn't help but laugh. "What a joke. A man like me crying?" His lighthearted tone eased Chang Yi's tension. Crying can be a wonderful release. You might want to give it a try. Oh, no wonder you cry so often. A hug from my wife is all it takes. Chang Yi's cheeks flushed. Who is your wife? Any relationship that does not aim for marriage is merely a game. If you desire me to play, I wouldn't mind at all. However, you are not yet my official boyfriend. Sooner or later. Chang Yi fell into a contemplative silence. The boss exuded a remarkable confidence in himself. Chang Yi, what if I were to develop feelings for someone else before you become my official boyfriend? So you furrowed his brows. I shall grant you an opportunity to rephrase that. Otherwise, I might just throttle you. True to his word, the boss tightened his embrace, leaving Chang Yi breathless. He clung to her firmly, refusing to let go. In that moment, Chang Yi felt an unsettling sensation wash over her. Having been held so closely, she asked, could you please loosen your grip? Are you here to comfort me? Su Yu hesitated, for the girl felt soft and delicate in his arms. Just as Li Su Yao had described, sweet and tender. The mere thought of Li Su Yao having touched her made Su Yu seethe with a desire to sever his hands. I am not so petty as to blame her. I merely found Su Lianying's actions somewhat distasteful, he stated nonchalantly. Chang Yi nodded, about to speak, when the boss interrupted her. But your deskmate is indeed a master of fabrication. Is it not true that all the negative tales about me originated from her? Chang Yi pondered for a moment. It seems so. I had not paid you much attention before. You had not noticed me? Have you not heard of my heroic deeds? Huh? Your so-called heroic deeds involve teasing female classmates and assaulting male ones? Damn. Were it not for the fact that this little creature possessed some charm, he would have long since acted against her, allowing her to tarnish his reputation. Chang Yi often reminisces about the moment she failed to realize that the esteemed figure was calling her. Since departing from the orphanage, no one had uttered that name again. Ah, what is it? Are you strong? Chang Yi gazed at him in confusion. What do you mean? Su Yu fixated on her waist, and, lost in thought, remarked, the last time I saw your slender waist, it was rather delicate, so it's not robust at all. Chang Yi questioned. What are you saying? Su Yu chuckled softly, ruffling her hair with an earnest expression. You must grow up quickly. When you do, you will understand. Curiosity enveloped Chang Yi as she pondered his cryptic words. Just as she was about to inquire further, someone entered the equipment room. Hey, Chang Yi, what are you doing here? Jin Rong was looking for you. I came to get the ball. Chang Yi picked up a nearby basketball and made her way outside, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt akin to being caught on a secret date. You play basketball? Yeah. I wouldn't have guessed. You seem so gentle and soft, yet you can play basketball? Not very well. Huh. Behind her, Su Yu couldn't suppress his laughter. The ease with which she lied, without a hint of embarrassment, truly demonstrated his influence on her. Chapter 73. Clarification. Jin Rong sensed that recently, the esteemed figure was particularly unusual, extraordinarily so. She initially intended to indulge in some gossip, but suddenly recalled the last two instances when their discussions about the esteemed figure were overheard, resulting in great embarrassment. Thus, she forced herself to refrain from further gossiping. However, her nature was such that she could not keep secrets. If she was denied the opportunity to speak, she would feel suffocated. It was only with Liao Shu and Lu Jing present that Jin Rong found the means to endure. When boys indulge in gossip, they can be quite formidable, brimming with fervor and articulating their thoughts with conviction. Have those girls outside gone mad? How dare they discuss the matters of the esteemed figure? They audaciously claim that he has a fondness for Fong Man. Is that not absurd? Indeed, Fong Man seems excessively self-assured, although she possesses a commendable appearance. The school is replete with beauties. How could he possibly be enamored with her? Could it be that his tastes are rather unique? Jin Rong wishes to express her perplexity regarding the recent occurrences. Why has the esteemed figure been donning the school uniform? It is rather peculiar, as she is not the only one left astounded. Even the teachers during class have been taken aback. However, to hear this news, that he is now said to fancy Fong Man, was it not merely a short while ago that he was enamored with Chang Yi? This whirlwind of emotions seems fleeting, arriving and departing with haste. Surely, it cannot be so. The esteemed figure has put considerable effort into pursuing Chang Yi, and it stands to reason that he could not have shifted his affections so swiftly to Fong Man. Who has proclaimed such a thing? Is there any evidence? Did Fong Man herself say so? Liao Shu interjects. Why are you so agitated? Have you perhaps developed feelings due to the esteemed figure's affections? Jin Rong scoffs. Feelings? Please. I have many whom I admire. Does that mean I should marry each one? Lu Jing quickly seizes upon the crux of her statement. So, you have a fondness for the esteemed figure? Who doesn't admire a handsome man? I binge-watch dramas and switch my husbands daily, she retorts. Liao Shu. Lu Jing. Chong E. Ing Feishua adds, it seems to be something the students from class 3 mentioned. They said they witnessed Fong Man calling out to Suyu one day, and the two engaged in hushed whispers. In the end, Suyu even accepted a love letter from Fong Man. A love letter? Jin Rong abruptly stood up from his seat, his reaction rather excessive. Could you please remain calm? You have startled my fragile heart. Liao Shu patted his chest, thoroughly alarmed by Jin Rong's sudden outburst. Chong E had been lost in thought. Yet she was attentively listening. If the esteemed individual truly accepted Fong Man's love letter, it would signify an acknowledgement of her feelings, wouldn't it? Chong E blinked and absent-mindedly opened her textbook, her gaze fixed upon it. Accepting another's love letter while teasing her, he indeed lacked resolve. At home, the lights remained off. Recently, Guanan had grown increasingly despondent, and no matter how Chong Weihua tried to persuade her, she refused to listen. She often isolated herself in her room, silent and withdrawn. Dinner was prepared by Chong Weihua, who made a separate portion to take into her room. As Chong E remained at the dining table, she heard the sound of a bowl shattering, followed by an argument. Chong Weihua, are you even human? That is your child, your own flesh and blood. Why are you not even a little saddened by his loss? I never wished for him to be born a deformity. However, if you forcibly bring him into this world, he will not have a good life. Isn't our daughter good enough? Why do you treat her so poorly? From the moment I entered this family, I have been trying to please you. Can't you see that? She is not my child. It was you who insisted on adopting. I never expressed a desire to adopt a child. Chang Weihua, I want a divorce. Then go ahead. Upon hearing the word divorce, Chang Yi paused. A sense of unease settling in her heart for reasons she could not comprehend. She felt that her existence had driven her father and mother to divorce, and she couldn't help but feel guilty. The door slammed shut, and Chong Weihua's forehead bulged with anger. Seeing Chong Yi's frail silhouette sitting at the dining table, lost in thought, his heart ached with compassion. Xiao Yi, dear, eat your meal, and after that, go to your homework. Chong Yi nodded, okay. She did not raise her head, fearing that if she did, her eyes would meet Chang Weihua's, and she would inevitably cry. Dear, hurry and eat. Chong Yi desperately shoveled rice into her mouth. The once delicious ribs had lost all flavor to her palate. All she knew was that if she didn't finish quickly and remained in Chong Weihua's presence, she would surely weep. Suddenly, she felt a profound sorrow for the sacrifices her foster father had made for her, a debt she feared she would never repay. Initially, she had paid no mind, for there were numerous stray cats in the neighborhood, wild cats and those abandoned by their owners. Yet, the incessant mewing from outside compelled Chong Yi to open the window and lean out. The air had grown cold, and leaves from the trees fluttered down with the wind. Su Yu, clad in a black coat, leaned against a tree and waved at her. Living on the second floor, it wasn't a high climb. Chong Yi grabbed her jacket and, noticing that Chong Weihua was absent from the living room, quietly slipped out. Su Yu, engrossed in her phone, tucked it into her pocket upon seeing her approach. I want to explain something to you. I am quite straightforward. I say what I mean. I don't want you to misunderstand me before I even have a chance to pursue you. Recently, there have been rumors in class about me and Fong Man. But it's not as they say. He wore a serious expression, his demeanor solemn, often contemplating a feeling he could not quite articulate. Perhaps it was the sensation of being valued, of being cared for. Previously, I had penned a note that was intended for you, yet it inexplicably found its way to Fong Man. That day, she approached me unexpectedly, claiming that early romance was permissible, which left me utterly bewildered. I questioned why her allowance for early romance should concern me. She intended to return the note, but I refrained from taking it, as I would not accept something touched by another girl. I vowed to remain pure for you. What had started as a serious matter suddenly took a whimsical turn. Otherwise, what could it be? So you observed her with her head bowed, unable to suppress a frown, and then lifted her gaze to meet mine. Chong Yi bit her lip, slowly raising her head. Tell me, when you heard those people babbling today, did it not stir any unpleasant feelings within you? So you gazed intently into her eyes, fearful of missing any subtle signs of her affection. Chong Yi shook her head. No. Damn. Chapter 74, The Revelation. The young man muttered an expletive, his expression fierce as he threatened, I give you a chance to rephrase that. Chong Yi, being an honest child since her youth, looked at him earnestly. I feel nothing. I am merely quite angry, pondering why you accepted Fong Man's love letter, yet still sought to provoke me. Su Yu fixated on her delicate face, pale and tender. wishing to indulge in it. Very well, this statement, when rounded up, implied that she indeed cared about the matter. I speak only the truth. You wouldn't be angry enough to strike me, would you? You appear particularly menacing. I have no principle against striking women. Indeed, Chang Yi has witnessed him strike a girl before. Last time, he kicked Fong Min so hard she was sent sprawling, and it looked painful. So you remarked, I would never harm my own woman. Furthermore, how could he bear to hurt this girl? She was so delicate. He couldn't even bring himself to touch her for fear of causing her pain. As autumn deepened, the trees nearby appeared desolate, with only a few leaves remaining. A gust of wind swept by, causing even those few leaves to fall. Suyu, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, gazed at the girl. Her ample sweater enveloping her figure, lacking an outer coat, leaving her hands tucked into her sleeves for warmth. Aren't you cold, running out dressed like that? He inquired. Chang Yi replied, It's because you called me. Suyu chuckled softly, his gaze darkening as he looked at her, momentarily at a loss for words. The sensation was unfamiliar. An exquisite sweetness that filled him with an indescribable joy. He longed to envelop her in his arms, yet he refrained. Conscious of the possibility of her adoptive parent seeing and causing her trouble. Have you finished your homework? He suddenly asked. Chang Yi shook her head. Not yet. Is it permissible not to do it? Chang Yi frowned. No, you might skip it, but the teacher doesn't care about you. I can't afford to be so reckless. Oh, this. The notorious slacker, who as you studying, now insists on doing my homework? Chang Yi looked at him skeptically. No, you promised you wouldn't interfere with my studies. Suyu felt a twinge of disappointment. Chang Yi lifted her gaze to meet his. Where do you wish to take me? Nowhere in particular. I merely wish to stroll with you. Although the second year of high school is not as pressing as the third, the daily workload can be suffocating. Chang Yi often finds herself unable to sleep until nearly 11 at night, diligently completing her assignments. If she were to acquiesce to the senior, it is likely she would not rest until the early hours. Observing her look of distress, Suyu suddenly smiled. Carefree and somewhat teasing. If we cannot take a stroll together, we could engage in other activities. What else could they possibly do? The senior's tone was evidently frivolous, prompting her to ask in a daze, a question she soon regretted. His smile made it clear that it was likely to lead to mischief. Noticing her wary expression, Suyu chuckled, pondering why she felt the need to be so guarded around him. After all, he was a serious person. Yet her demeanor made him seem like a rogue. Chang Yi gazed at him in a daze, having previously overlooked how charming his smile could be. His appearance and demeanor exuded a rebellious air, giving off an impression of being unreliable, yet his smile softened his features, rendering him less intimidating. He was indeed handsome, and upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to Su Lianing. A flutter of emotions surged through Chang Yi, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. In truth, Suyu had come to explain matters concerning Fong Man. He wished to clarify any misunderstandings with Chang Yi, as they were not yet in a relationship and he preferred not to harbor unspoken concerns. He found it unbearable to keep things bottled up. Misunderstandings deserved clarification, and mistakes warranted acknowledgement. He did not wish to miss the opportunity to connect with such a wonderful girl. Suyu nodded affirmatively. All right. As he watched her turn away, his hands clenched tightly together. Uncertain of the reason, an impulsive yearning clamored within him. Fixating solely on one thought, to embrace her and inhale the fragrance that clung to her. In truth, he acted upon this desire. Chang Yi found herself unexpectedly drawn into his arms, his embrace lacking in gentleness yet imbued with considerable strength. Is it acceptable to simply hold you? He inquired. Chang Yi retorted. You neither kiss nor caress. Is a mere embrace too much to ask? When you held me, did you not also touch? Suyu patted her flat back, frowning in response. What purpose would there be in touching your back? It feels rather uncomfortable. He continued to pat her back as he spoke, leaving Chang Yi with an unsettling sense of being taken advantage of. If you find it bothersome, you are welcome to release me, she asserted. Suyu chuckled. I was jesting. With a figure like yours, I could never tire of playing. Xiaoyi, it's time for your milk, called Chang Weihua from upstairs, jolting Chang Yi back to reality. Panic surged within her as she pushed away from Suyu and dashed upstairs. The force of her escape caused Suyu to stumble back a couple of steps. In that fleeting moment, he felt an emptiness in his hands and heart. Suyu lowered his head, a sudden smile breaking forth. Lately, he found himself smiling for reasons unknown. It was the first time he had developed such fondness for a girl, the first time he recognized that girls are the most delightful beings in the world. The first time he learned her nickname, Gigi, and the first time he realized the rogue lurking within him. There would be countless more firsts to come. and he yearned to share them with this girl, as pure as a blank canvas. Inhaling the scent lingering on his clothing, he turned and departed. I often find myself diverting my gaze, looking elsewhere to take a stroll, not a run. I shake my head earnestly, insisting that it is indeed a leisurely walk. Chang Wei-Wa chuckles slightly, conceding, "Very well then, a walk it is," as he brings the milk into the room, ready to drink it after finishing his homework. "Oh, thank you, Dad." Later that night, at 11 o'clock, I finally retire to bed, suddenly recalling the irritable landlord. I scour WeChat, turning it upside down, but find no trace of the irate landlord. Instead, I come across two peculiar profiles of Jean Rong. One of them astonishingly uses a picture of the landlord's sculpted abs as an avatar. Frowning, I examine the profiles of both individuals, only to discover they are identical. I realize I have been deceived, and for quite some time. Indeed, one must exercise caution in the realm of friendships. Chapter 75, Since Childhood. She must be called wife. In the recent series of significant examinations, I unexpectedly emerged as the top student in the entire grade, achieving the highest marks in Chinese, English, and mathematics. Even I find this hard to believe. It is quite unusual, as I have always been the second, and now I have suddenly attained the first position. This astonishment is not mine alone. My teachers and Jean Rong share the same sentiment. However, there has been little discussion about it, for everyone acknowledges that even the most consistent performers can have off days. Yet, deep down, I understand that someone who has long dominated the top spot would not frequently falter. Currently, I hold Su Yu's mathematics exam paper in my hands, and with a sense of intrigue, I open it up to inspect the contents. Every question is answered correctly, save for a solitary multiple-choice question that remains blank. He did not attempt it, though I have consistently placed second in exams. The margin between my score and Su Yu's has never been substantial, often just 1 or 2 points, precisely the value of that unanswered question. She recalled that night when the formidable figure unexpectedly declared that he was aware of something. At that moment, she inquired about what he knew. But he merely waved her off with an air of indifference. Was he manipulating his own scores to ensure that she would emerge as the top student? Chang'e. I shall take my leave now. Jean Rong tidied up her belongings and greeted Chang'e. MHM. Most of the classmates had departed, and Chang'e hurried to Su Yu's desk, rummaging through his test papers. He typically refrained from bringing academic materials home, often crumpling his exam papers and stuffing them into his desk. Chang'e discovered the most recent test paper, spread it out, and noted that several multiple-choice or fill-in-the-blank questions remained unanswered. Her heart tightened, an indescribable sensation washing over her. Shall we? Chen Che had yet to leave and entered the classroom, spotting Chang'e seated at Su Yu's desk. Chang'e looked up, tucked the test paper into Su Yu's desk, and then stood to wipe the blackboard. Why haven't you left yet? Waiting for you. Chen Che adjusted his glasses with a subtle gaze and smiled, saying, All right, then be careful on your way. Chang'e nodded, choosing not to speak further. On the playground, 3 young men were engaged in a game of basketball. Li Su Yao, exhausted, sat down, panting heavily and clutching his chest. I can't go on, I need a break. So you lazily kicked him, a mocking smile on his face. Young man, is your stamina lacking? What will your future wife think? Shi Chuan chuckled, nonchalantly remarking, Watching movies all day has drained you, hasn't it? Li Shuyao swatted away Shi Chuan's hand dismissively, saying, Stop spouting nonsense. When do I ever watch that? I merely observe for the sake of studying human anatomy. So you retorted, Doesn't the biology teacher cover that? The biology teacher's explanations are nowhere near as thorough as those of Cos Maria, Li Shuyao murmured, his cheeks unflushed and his demeanor unashamed. So you idly spun the basketball in his hands, making it appear remarkably agile. He wore a languid expression, occasionally casting glances toward the teaching building. It's all the same whether it's my wife or me in class, he remarked nonchalantly. Li Shuyao grinned mischievously. Hey, boss, you're unbelievably confident. Shi Chuan chuckled. Do you really have that much faith in yourself? You're still so young, calling a girl your wife. You might scare her away. Start them young. Siyu quipped as he pulled out his phone to send a message to his beloved Gigi, even changing the contact name to beloved Gigi. However, to his surprise, the message failed to send, and a red exclamation mark appeared. Beside him, Shi Chuan leaned over, unable to contain his laughter. Haha, boss, did you just get deleted? What on earth did you do? Were you being a rogue? Does the boss need to act like a rogue? The boss has already merged with the rogue persona. He is the rogue, Li Shuyao chimed in, teasingly. Calling a girl your wife before even dating her? It's no wonder she might run away. What do you all know? So you frowned in annoyance. Upon noticing the classroom lights extinguished, he tucked away his phone, picked up a yogurt nearby, and strolled toward the school gate. It appears that she has removed me from her WeChat. In reality, it is merely a playful exchange between young lovers. A sentiment you may not grasp. When one harbors affection for another, it is customary to refer to her as my wife. Through such endearments, she may come to believe she truly is your spouse. Playful banter. Huh. Li Shuyao erupted in laughter, unable to restrain his admiration, exclaiming how brilliant this tactic was. Indeed, the elder is quite clever. I might try it someday myself. Shi Chuan, however, could not help but pour cold water on the enthusiasm. Do you think calling someone wife is not met with aversion? Look at the elder's good looks, and then compare them to yours. Do you recognize that disparity? It is a sight too grim to behold. Li Shuya was convinced that his own appearance was no less appealing than that of the elder, considering himself quite dashing, a handsome youth. At the very least, he believed himself slightly more attractive than Shi Chuan, who was rather dull, consumed by thoughts of gaming. The allure of a woman's soft, fragrant form is far superior to that of a game, is it not? Shi Chuan shot him a sidelong glance. Is that so? The difference in handsomeness is hardly discernible. Yet, upon recalling the days when she had confided in him about her conversations with Jean Rong, her face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. She fervently hoped that no intimate topics had been discussed. Chang Yi was deep in contemplation when suddenly an arm seized her own. What are you staring at? The voice belonged to Suyu. Chang Yi raised her gaze, fixating on the nearby street lamp, only then realizing her folly. Thank you. Suyu regarded her with a gentle admonition. From now on, keep your head held high while walking. All right, Chang Yi replied, lifting her eyes to meet his, only to find her neck growing weary from the effort. Indeed, conversing with someone taller posed quite the challenge, often resulting in neck strain. Suyu, there is something I wish to inquire. Suyu, this is the first time I have heard her refer to herself in such a manner. His name is rather unappealing. However, when it escapes her lips, it transforms into something extraordinarily melodious. You inquire. His tone appears quite amiable. Having seemingly forgotten the incident of the short-legged one deleting him from WeChat. It's about the examination. Ah, Changyi. Just as Changyi was about to ask, Shi Chuan and Li Shuyo came running over. Li Shuyo, with his boisterous demeanor, threw an arm around Changyi's shoulders as if she were his own sister. Suyu frowned. If you don't want your hand, you might as well donate it. Suyu, what is the matter? May I then sleep with your girlfriend? Changyi. Li Shuyo. Shi Chuan. Chapter 76. The dual nature of humanity. Shi Chuan has been astute since childhood, pulling along the loquacious Li Shuyo, who serves as an unwitting third wheel. As they walk ahead, Chang Yi and Suyu trail behind. Li Shuyo, do you possess any common sense? How could I lack common sense? I fear that our leader does not comprehend how to engage in conversation with girls, so I aim to lighten the mood. Shi Chuan, visibly exasperated, is at a loss as to who the real blockhead is. Take a closer look. This scene resembles that of a comic book's male and female protagonists. Now do you understand why the leader is clad in a school uniform? Shi Chuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Suyu has not spent time with girls. Yet he is undeniably handsome, resembling a star, attracting the admiration of many. However, due to his poor temperament, he remains extremely aloof towards those girls who dare to pursue him. Nevertheless, some bold girls from outside the school have harbored secret affections for Suyu, mustering the courage to confess their feelings, only to be met with rejection. Suyu had no intention of provoking the girls. The rumors of him teasing his female classmates were indeed true. However, they merely stemmed from Li Shuyo and Shi Chuan's flirtations with girls, leaving behind a trail of risque love notes bearing his name, thereby tarnishing his reputation. Everything changed with the arrival of Chang Yi. As he found himself occasionally wanting to tease her, his words becoming more acerbic, Shi Chuan couldn't help but ponder, how long could the boss's first love possibly last? Li Shuyao shook his head. I don't know. My first love lasted 3 months. Shi Chuan replied. Mine lasted a year. Shi Chuan continued. Didn't you mention previously that you found the girl named Ing Fei Xue from Chang Yi's class quite appealing? Li Shuyu. I've taken a liking to someone else. Shi Chuan. The small town was indeed limited in size, making it common to encounter classmates nearby. Chang Yi instinctively distanced herself from Suyu. What were you about to ask me? Regarding the exam, did you let me win? He chuckled softly. No, you've simply been studying diligently lately. Chang Yi looked up. I saw your test paper. It was clearly filled with intentional blank answers meant for me. Oh dear, you've caught me. So how will you reward me? Suyu leaned down, pointing to his cheek. A kiss, perhaps? Chang Yi blushed deeply. I certainly won't. Very well then. Siyu sighed, straightening up, and ambled forward with an air of nonchalance. They were heading in the direction of Chang Yi's home, which grew increasingly vibrant as they progressed, starkly contrasting with the old district where he resided. Suddenly, Siyu fell silent. Often recalled his silence, believing he was upset with her for deleting him from WeChat. She explained, "The reason I removed you is that you deceived me. I always thought you were Jin Rong. This idea came from Li Xiuyu. It's not my fault. And then there's Shi Chuan. They all led me astray. Is it truly fair of you to betray a friend like this?" Blinked innocently. "Do you really need to be led astray?" Siyu smiled innocently. "Why wouldn't I? When I transferred here, they wept and begged to call me Big Brother. Honestly, I haven't played that role since middle school. Then will you continue to be Big Brother and engage in brawls? Without you, undoubtedly so. Who knows? I might even end up committing a crime or starting a fire, ultimately landing behind bars and living off the state." His expression was nonchalant, his tone light as air. "But with you, it's different. You are pure and innocent. Gazing at you makes the world seem particularly beautiful. You remain oblivious to the malice in people's hearts. So Navi. Thus, I aspire to be my best self, worthy of you." A playful grin danced on his lips, his demeanor relaxed. Found it hard to discern whether he was jesting or serious. Some individuals possess this peculiar quality. They appear earnest, yet they might simply be joking. Conversely, others may jest while genuinely being serious. "You must think I'm foolish and sweet, right?" Siyu chuckled, gently patting her head. "Not to worry. I'll ensure you understand the wickedness of the world so you won't be deceived again." Lifted her gaze to meet his. Suddenly, Siyu bent down and placed a kiss on her forehead, smiling as she inquired, "Is human nature treacherous?" Chang Yi paused for a moment, glancing around before nodding. "It is treacherous. Don't be foolish in the future," Siyu advised, shifting her gaze from Chang Yi's delicate face, her tone oddly mature. "Do not assume that someone who appears kind genuinely is. They may very well harbor another face behind your back." "I understand." Before long, they had arrived at the entrance of the community. She halted and turned to Siyu. "I'm home." "Well then, go inside." Chang Yi bit her lip. "What about you?" "There's no need for that." I wonder what expression Siyu would wear if she knew that Chang Yi's father was the headmaster. "Wait a moment, take this. If you wish to snack or drink yogurt at night, just let me know. I will be there, rain or shine." Chang Yi did not extend her hand, so Siyu took hold of hers and pressed a carton of yogurt into it. Just as she prepared to express her gratitude, Siyu interrupted her. "Do not say thank you. I dislike it." Chang Yi nodded. "All right, then I shall go in." Siyu stood at the entrance, waiting until the silhouette of the girl vanished before she departed. Li Xiuyu and Shi Chuan had settled at a barbecue stall midway, having placed their orders and now awaited Siyu. As they waited, they indulged in gossip. Li Xiuyu took a bite of the grilled delicacy and remarked, "I do not wish for the boss to be with Chang Yi. She is a good girl, and I fear he may lead her astray." Shi Chuan sipped his beer and shook his head. "I do not think so. In fact, I believe that the relationship between the boss and Chang Yi may yield better outcomes. Have you not noticed the changes in him lately? That is unacceptable, in my heart. Chang Yi is akin to a lotus flower, pure and unsullied, and must not be tainted by the likes of the boss." Siyu had already approached them and, upon hearing Li Xuyu's words, raised his hand and delivered a slap aimed at Li Xuyu's head. "Do you believe I could end you?" Li Xiuyu shielded his head, his contrition evident. "Boss, I was in the wrong, boo-hoo." Siyu took a seat on a stool, leaning back as he fiddled with his phone. What was he up to? The phone vibrated, and Chang Yi accepted his friend request. Siyu set down his phone and turned his gaze towards Li Xiuyu. "I told you it would happen." Chapter 77. You are unworthy of being a father, however. The two of them remained at an impasse, and the atmosphere at home was far from pleasant. One misstep could ignite a war. Thus, during these days, Chang Yi was particularly cautious. As usual, Chang Weihua prepared dinner. She washed the dishes after eating, then retreated to her room to study, only to hear the sounds of argument from next door. Chang Yi had long anticipated this day. Guanan harbored disdain for her, while Chang Weihua favored his own. If this continued, divorce was inevitable. Hence, she had been striving to mend her relationship with Guanan. Yet she realized that she could not avert the unfolding of these events. She set down her pen and picked up her phone. Just as she resumed her identity, Jin Rong immediately messaged her. "Jin Rong, Chang Yi, let me explain. This situation was forced upon me by the boss. You know I fear him." The quarrel outside abruptly ceased, followed by the sound of a door slamming. Chang Yi opened her door to find the living room in disarray. Spotting Chang Weihua slumped on the sofa, smoking with a look of despair. "Dad." Changyi walked over and took a seat beside Chang Weihua. As she gazed at him, she felt an overwhelming urge to weep, suddenly noticing the increased wrinkles etched upon his face. A sigh escaped Chang Weihua's lips as he gently placed his hand on her head, choosing silence, yet his eyes revealed a deeper sorrow. With her head bowed, Changyi blinked, sensing a chill at the tip of her nose. She found it perplexing how one could wear a facade of sorrow while still managing to smile. So you exhibited the same demeanor. The family of Guinan reproached Chang Weihua for his irresponsibility. When he wed Guinan, his promises were sweetly spoken. Yet where were they now? The commitments he once vowed remained unfulfilled, and now he stood accused of allowing an outsider to mistreat Guinan. Despite Chang Weihua's sincere explanations, Guinan's family persisted in their relentless blame. Ultimately, he ceased answering their calls. In response, Changyi devoted herself more diligently to her studies, as did Su Yu, who at least refrained from arriving late or dozing off in class, even if attending lectures held little significance for him. Once again clad in their school uniforms and arriving punctually, his behavior was markedly unusual, with the only one privy to the reason behind this transformation being Changyi. Initially, Jin Rong and others were engrossed in the juicy gossip, but as time passed, the matter faded into obscurity. Time flew by, and before they knew it, their second year of high school was nearing its conclusion. As soon as the bell rang, Jin Rong stretched with a yawn, remarking on the relief of finally being free from class. My backside is sore from sitting. Liao Shu jested. With your backside, do you even have one? Jin Rong rolled his eyes dramatically in response. Changyi rested her chin on the table, occasionally glancing back. The distinguished individual was exceptionally focused, head lowered, pen in hand. Engrossed in some unknown writing, his expression serious. Lu Jing approached, gently patting Changyi. What are you staring at? You seem lost in thought. Startled, Changyi quickly turned away, her face betraying her unease as she raised her textbook to conceal herself. Following her gaze, Lu Jing glanced in the same direction and noticed the esteemed figure twirling his pen, suddenly lifting his head to look their way. Caught off guard, Lu Jing locked eyes with him, her face paling in fear. Coughing, she thought, this is truly more terrifying than a horror novel. It was indeed peculiar how the distinguished figure had changed. Who would have thought? He was even wearing the school uniform. The group engaged in light banter as class began. Su Yu, someone is looking for you. Su Yu lazily lifted her head just as a middle-aged woman entered the room. Her appearance clearly indicative of someone from a big city. She called out to Su Yu, addressing her as Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, please step outside. All eyes in the classroom turned towards Su Yu, intrigued as to why this woman referred to her as Jiang Yu. The atmosphere in the room fell into an instant hush, more effective than Zhao Xunli's loud voice. Su Yu's gaze turned icy, disregarding the woman and returning to her own tasks. The woman, undeterred, adjusted her sunglasses and continued, Jiang Yu, your father wishes to speak with you. At this, Su Yu rose, kicking aside the obstructive chair as she walked out. Jin Rong whispered, the distinguished one's father has finally appeared, though it seems their relationship is rather strained. Liao Shu commented, is that really surprising? Have you ever witnessed the parents of a prominent individual attending a parent-teacher meeting? I have not. Enough of this. Let us commence with our lesson. Zhao Xunli set down his thermos and admonished. The classroom fell into silence as the lesson began. Changyi opened the textbook, her gaze drifting towards the corridor. Su Yu leaned against the window. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man, presumably Su Yu's father. Su Yu kept his head lowered, displaying a demeanor of impatience, even disdain. Jiang Shaoqing observed him, his tone stern, carrying an undeniable command. I shall transfer you. You will attend high school in the city. I see you've grown accustomed to giving orders as a boss, yet your mind seems muddled. Who do you think you are, to command me? Su Yu let out a light laugh, raising his gaze to Jiang Shaoqing. His eyes were as cold as those one might reserve for a stranger. Jiang Shaoqing trembled with anger, exclaiming, Jiang Yu. Su Yu languidly turned his attention to Jiang Shaoqing, retorting, Jiang what you? My surname is Su. You are my son. Now you come to acknowledge me. I have not forgotten how you looked down upon me before. Do not presume to call me your father. You are unworthy of such knowledge. Hurry and leave. Do not let me see you again. Your presence is nauseating. From now on, you shall live your affluent life, and I shall lead mine. Let us coexist without interference. I wish to attend class, so kindly distance yourself. With that, Su Yu entered the classroom through the back door. Jiang Shaoqing's face flushed with rage, rendered speechless, his hands shaking with fury. Their conversation outside the classroom was not loud, yet the window remained ajar. allowing every word to be heard clearly within. Unexpectedly, Suyu and her family are in such a fierce conflict. Zhao Xuanli cleared his throat. All right. Let us continue with the lesson. Chapter 78. You were truly wonderful during the lunch break. Suyu delivered some yogurt to her and then departed. Having skipped her own lunch, Chang Yi hurried to Chang Weihua's office, rummaged through the drawer to find the snacks he had prepared for her, and was about to leave. Just as she stepped out, she spotted Chang Weihua conversing with a middle-aged man as they walked towards the office. The man was Suyu's father. Jiang Shaoqing sighed. Upon meeting him, I see he shares the temperament of Su Lianying's family. It turned out that Suyu's father and her own father were acquainted, and had been old friends for quite some time. Chang Yi stood at the doorway, ready to turn and descend the staircase on the opposite side when Chang Weihua called out to her. Xiaoyi, come here and greet Uncle Jiang. Is this your daughter? Jiang Shaoqing scrutinized Chang Yi closely. She was fair-skinned, serene, and gentle, and the more he looked, the more he liked her. Old Chang, you haven't forgotten our agreement from back then, have you? Chang Weihua forced a smile, directing his gaze towards Chang Yi. In their youth, he and Jiang Shaoqing were inseparable brothers, and later both families settled down together. When Jiang Shaoqing eloped with Su Lianying, it was Chang Weihua who arranged their accommodations. At that time, they felt particularly close, and once Su Lianying became pregnant, they made a pact that if one family had a boy and the other a girl, they would arrange a betrothal. Chang Weihua never anticipated that Suyu would turn out this way, engaging in fights, neglecting her studies, and leading a wayward life. A truly troublesome child. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret over the agreement, secretly hoping that perhaps all these years it had been forgotten. Little did they know, Jiang Shaoqing still remembered. Chang Yi always felt that their agreement was somehow related to her, and a hint of confusion clouded her gaze. Noticing the uncertainty in her eyes, Jiang Shaoqing chuckled. Haha, your father had already reserved you for my family when he was young. Chang Weihua gave a sheepish smile. The children are still quite young after all. Besides, if they lack affection, we adults cannot impose our wishes upon them, can we? Jiang Shaoqing nodded in agreement. Indeed. Chang Yi tightened her grip on the snack in her hand and looked up. Dad, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Chang Weihua nodded. All right, off you go. She inquired about Sichuan. Knowing that Suyu could usually be found in the sports equipment room or the storage room on the top floor, she first ventured to the equipment room. But finding it empty, she hurried to the storage room. Indeed, he was there. Upon seeing Suyu, Chang Yi paused for a moment. She never anticipated that she had reserved her 18th year for Suyu, while Chang Weihua had unwittingly pledged his entire life to him. If Chang Weihua had his own child, it would not have been her destined for a betrothal with Suyu. Hearing a noise, Suyu assumed it was Sichuan and Li Suyo, and without raising his eyes, he impatiently uttered, "Get lost." Chang Yi was taken aback by his brusque tone and quietly replied, "It's me." Her voice, soft and gentle like that of a kitten, stirred something within him. Suyu lifted his gaze to meet hers. The girl approached him, crouched down, and offered him the bread from her pocket. "You haven't eaten, so here is some bread for you." Suyu stared at the bread, hesitating to reach out. Chang Yi tilted her head and inquired, "What's wrong? Don't you like it? I have more to share." The girl's pockets were stuffed with snacks, bulging with delight. She eagerly pulled them all out and thrust them into his embrace, exclaiming, "If I don't eat, I'll be hungry." These were her favorites, deliberately chosen by Chang Weihua according to her preferences. Now, she generously bestowed them all upon Suyu, who remained utterly indifferent. Suyu did not reach out to take them. His gaze was somber, fixed intently on the girl. She truly was remarkable, so exceptional that he believed there could be no girl in this world who surpassed her. Seeing his lack of reaction, Chang Yi asked, "Don't you like them?" "Not at all," Suyu replied with a smile. "I adore everything my wife gifts me." Chang Yi responded, "Could you refrain from calling me wife? It feels strange, and besides, that title is reserved for after marriage." "So, are you suggesting something to me?" Chang Yi blushed. "Suggesting what?" "Please, don't overthink it." Observing the girl's cheeks turn crimson brought a healing warmth to his heart. He chuckled. "Where are your thoughts wandering? What I meant was, you're hinting that I should call you Gigi, right? My precious Gigi?" Chang Yi frowned slightly. Admittedly, she realized she had been overthinking. "Quickly eat. Class is about to start. I'll head downstairs first." As she stood and dashed off, Suyu called out, "You truly are wonderful." Chang Yi recognized that beneath his sharp tongue, Suyu was, in fact, quite attentive. "You have always been so kind to me, haven't you?" Chang Yi paused for a moment before nodding. "Yes." As she raced down the stairs, Suyu glanced at the pile of snacks she had brought, a smile blooming on his face. "Ah, What a fortunate life. Where did you run off to? Chin-che was just looking for you, said Chang'e, her face betraying no hint of embarrassment as she lied. I went to the restroom, my stomach hurts. Jean Rong, seemingly oblivious, replied, this is from Chin-che. Chang'e opened it to find a collection of English review materials. Jean Rong clicked his tongue. Ah, Chin-che is pursuing you. Chang'e remained silent, not taking the matter to heart. Ah, Chang'e, you and Su Dalao, you too. We have nothing going on, she averted her gaze, lowering her head to focus intently on her textbook. You and he conspired to deceive me. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Oh, come on. I was forced into it. You know how fierce Dalao can be. So you sold me out, Jean Rong chuckled, scratching his head. Not really, right? Dalao only wants to pursue you. Those snacks before were actually sent by him. It's obvious he has put thought into winning you over. Chang'e was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't considered that angle. Jean Rong continued. Just look at Dalao. He is handsome, incredibly good-looking. Do you think the girls in our class don't want to pursue him? They're just afraid of his reputation. If Dalao were to pursue me, I would agree. But, Jean Rong suddenly thought, what if he becomes abusive? Chang'e shared the same concern. Before long, class was about to begin. It was Siam Asian's lesson. And Jean Rong immediately straightened his posture. He adjusted his glasses, his expression darkening slightly. Chapter 79. Discovery. After Chang'e nodded, Chang Wei-hua hurriedly left. She lingered upstairs for quite some time before finally descending, fully aware that Su Yu was undoubtedly waiting for her. It was not mere confidence. The laughter of Li Shuyo and Shi Chuan had resonated throughout the entire academic building. As anticipated, upon her arrival downstairs, she spotted him standing there, phone in hand, with Li Shuyao and Shi Chuan playfully teasing each other beside him. Li Shuyao was the first to notice her, exclaiming, "Boss, your little treasure has come down." Only then did Su Yu turn to look. The girl paused on the staircase, momentarily halting her descent to adjust her trousers. How elegant. As the weather had turned chilly, she had layered a sweater beneath her school uniform jacket, which might appear bulky on others, yet she remained unencumbered. The uniform still hanging loosely, accentuating her slender figure. Have you been dawdling for that long? Are you learning to crawl like a turtle? Chang'e glanced at him and retorted, I'm learning to crawl like you. Damn. Try saying that again. Chang'e opened her mouth but faltered, confessing. I knew you would be waiting for me downstairs, so I felt embarrassed. Currently, yes, Chang'e nodded. Su Yu waved her hand dismissively, contemplating what to bicker about later, deciding to train her properly in due time. After all, it would eventually be permissible. Ha ha ha. Boss, you two carry on. I'll take this little one to grab a bite, Shi Chuan said as he waved at Su Yu, pulling Li Shuyao away. Li Shuyao, unwilling to concede, punched him and exclaimed, What the hell? Who's your son? You little rascal. I'm starving. You little rascal, treat me to a meal. Sir, would you prefer to eat excrement or rice cakes? Su Yusen felt a profound sense of relief in her heart. Her brother had not been in vain. For he understood when to withdraw. Beneath the dim glow of the street lamp, the young couple walked side by side, their shadows elongated by the light. How many yearn to relive their youth, and how many seek to experience a fervent romance in their reckless days, merely to ensure they do not miss that special someone, leaving no regrets behind? Yet, time slips away like a fleeting shadow, and once missed, it remains irrevocably lost. It is the missed opportunities that linger in one's heart. Chang'e, with her head bowed, fixated on their shadows, and neither spoke. The atmosphere grew somewhat somber. Ultimately, Chang'e could no longer contain herself. Was the person who came today your father? No. Suddenly, Chang'e realized her words had been misplaced and softly apologized. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Su Yu toyed with a lighter in his hand. He did not smoke. At least Chang'e had never seen him do so. Yet for some reason, he held the lighter. Perhaps he did smoke, but she had simply not witnessed it. You're not wrong. He is indeed my father. But he is unworthy. Unworthy in the past, and unworthy now. Su Yu's tone carried a hint of bitterness, tinged with disdain. Anger radiated from him. And Chang'e felt a twinge of fear, hesitant to speak. Su Yu glanced at her. Are you afraid of me? Chang'e quickly shook her head, her voice trembling. I am not. Observing her timid demeanor, Su Yu chuckled. What is there to fear? I wouldn't harm you. Whether he would or not remained uncertain to Chang'e. However, she was acutely aware that the powerful seldom adhered to a principle of sparing women from harm. Gazing upon her visage, Su Yu suddenly felt a pang of despondency, as if her heart were being tugged painfully. I've arrived home, she thought. How I wish she could never find her way back. With a smile, Su Yu said, All right, let's go inside. Chang'e nodded and turned, stepping into the community. She refrained from allowing Suyu to accompany her, as there were acquaintances in the vicinity who might recognize her, and she feared the news would reach Chang Weihua. However, as soon as Chang Yi glanced back, she spotted Chang Weihua peering curiously from a short distance away. Her mind went blank. Wasn't he supposed to be at their mother's family home? How could he be here? A wave of anxiety washed over Chang Yi. Akin to being caught in a secret rendezvous by one's parents, she felt guilty and flustered. Approaching Chang Weihua, she lowered her gaze, resembling a child who had misbehaved. Filled with unease, Chang Weihua, with a stern expression, remained silent as he turned and ascended the stairs. Chang Yi, anxiously twisting her fingers, followed him. Once she closed the door behind her, Chang Weihua spoke. That was Suyu, wasn't he it? Chang Yi nodded, remarkably candid. Chang Weihua, in deep distress, exclaimed, You too. Chang Yi kept her head down, silent. Tell me, to what stage have you progressed? He pressed. We haven't progressed at all. Chang Yi lifted her gaze, attempting to shift the topic. Dad, didn't you say you were going to our mother's family home? She wanted to assert that Suyu would not lead her astray, yet even she found it hard to believe. We are not in a romantic relationship. Her feeble explanation was met with skepticism from Chang Weihua. Nevertheless, her words held a semblance of truth. She and Suyu were not genuinely involved in a romance. At present, the matter between her and Suyu can no longer be concealed. And Chang Yi has no choice but to speak the truth. They are not in a relationship, but she has promised him that once she turns 18, they will be together. Being with him at 18, does that not imply that you do not harbor feelings for him? Chang Weihua furrowed his brow. Xiaoyi, setting aside whether early romance is appropriate, the fact that you do not currently like him yet have agreed to be with him is simply not right. Chang Weihua pressed on. Do you like Suyu? Yet she understood that uttering the words I do not like him would be insincere. I like. Chang Yi mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper, her face flushed. You are too young and impulsive, Xiaoyi. I admit that Suyu is quite handsome. But can good looks sustain a relationship? Do you know how many girlfriends he has had? Do you believe he is serious about you? I am not being impulsive. If I were, I would have accepted his confession when he first expressed his feelings, and there would be no need to wait until I turn 18. Seeing her stubborn demeanor, Chang Weihua finally sighed and waved his hand dismissively. You are growing up, approaching 18. At that age, one is considered an adult and must take responsibility for their actions. I hope you can uphold this. I can take responsibility for my actions, Chang Yi asserted firmly. Chang Weihua replied, I certainly believe in you. However, I do not trust Suyu. You may be together, but there must be no excessive actions. At least not before you graduate from high school. Chang Yi was quite taken aback by Chang Weihua's willingness to compromise. She watched as he sighed and settled onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette. Approached and grasped his hand, saying, Dad, I am truly sorry for causing you worry. Replied, Silly child. There is no need for apologies. Next year, you will be an adult. Some matters should be decided by you. Chapter 80. Standing someone up, a delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse must endure the storms to flourish. Understood well that was a stubborn child, nevertheless. She was growing up, and he could not always oversee her. Moreover, was the child of an old friend. In their youth, both families had jokingly agreed that should they have a son and a daughter of similar ages, they would unite them in marriage. It seemed now that this fate was unavoidable. He could only hope that would refrain from idleness and brawling in the future. Otherwise, he would truly hesitate to entrust his daughter to that young man. Taking a deep breath, calmed his racing thoughts, suddenly realizing he might be overthinking. What if was merely caught in a fleeting whim, and their relationship would soon dissolve? With a sigh, he decided to let them be. Did not disclose to that her father was aware of their situation, nor did she reveal her own feelings for him. She intended to wait until she turned 18 to confess her affection. Given its rather unsavory character, she feared that if she expressed her feelings, his subsequent behavior toward her might grow increasingly rogue. Due to the frigid weather, everyone was reluctant to venture outside, and physical education class was transformed into a study session. With no teacher present, felt emboldened. I heard that's father is renovating our classroom building. He must be quite wealthy, right? The individual who last sought out Suyu seems to have graced the pages of a magazine. He appears to be a person of considerable success. Thus, one might speculate he is either a magnate or a wealthy heir. However, the father-son relationship appears to be strained. As the group fervently debated, Chang Yi refrained from participating. As is her custom when it comes to such gossip, the more they discussed, the more animated they became, until Su, the esteemed figure, entered with an array of snacks, causing the group to fall silent like startled quails. The school prohibits mobile phones, yet many discreetly carry them. However, certain influential individuals do not hide their devices, possessing them with a sense of entitlement. Chang'e, a studious student who avoids trouble, also covertly carries her phone. While engrossed in her work, she felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. Stealthily, she retrieved it to find a photo of snacks sent by a certain prominent individual, accompanied by the message, "Noon. Rooftop storage room." After reading it, she slipped her phone back into her pocket and resumed her studies, feigning nonchalance. Once Suyu sent the message, he immediately lifted his gaze toward her position. He had relocated yet again, dissatisfied with sitting in the back row of Chang'e's group where his view of her was obstructed, prompting him to move to a neighboring group to ensure an unobstructed line of sight. At noon, Chang'e contrived a plausible excuse to avoid accompanying Jin Rong to the cafeteria. With a graceful shift of her legs, she ascended the stairs, intending to enter the storage room when she unexpectedly encountered Fong Man. Her steps faltered as she contemplated passing by nonchalantly and descending the staircase from the other side, waiting for Fong Man to depart before ascending again. Just as she resolved to do so, the door to the storage room swung open abruptly. Suyu furrowed her brows, staring at the little short legs. "Why aren't you coming in?" Chang'e opened her mouth to speak, but only silent mutterings emerged. What a nuisance. Isn't this just putting her in a predicament? In truth, early romance in school was not a significant issue. The real problem lay in being involved with a prominent figure, which would undoubtedly become tomorrow's hot topic at school. She had no desire to become the center of attention. Fong Man cast a suspicious glance at the two, sensing that their relationship was rather unusual. With no turning back, Chang'e steeled herself and continued forward without acknowledging Suyu, moving stiffly. Suyu frowned again. "Hey, you clumsy one, where are you going?" However, she had been firmly rejected last time. Fong Man felt trapped, neither staying nor leaving. Suyu watched as the little short legs disappeared around the corner, then turned her gaze to Fong Man. "What are you doing here?" Fong Man was startled, momentarily frozen, then hurriedly shook her head. "I am not doing anything." "If you're not doing anything, then scram." Suyu's frown deepened, clearly displeased. If this girl didn't leave soon, she would take action. "You're ruining my plans." Fong Man trembled in fear, nearly in tears, and quickly descended the stairs. Suyu pulled out her phone, opting not to send a message but to make a WeChat call. The domineering voice of the prominent figure echoed harshly through the receiver. Suyu didn't grant her a chance to speak before abruptly hanging up. Chang'e stood there for a moment, contemplating his rude demeanor, before turning and heading downstairs to the cafeteria. Jin Rong spotted her and waved. "Aren't you supposed to be in pain and not coming to the cafeteria? It doesn't hurt anymore." As the bell rang for the first class of the afternoon, Suyu cursed under her breath in the storage room. "Damn it. I am about to experience domestic violence." Chang'e had always believed that since the relatives at home advised Gua Nen against divorce, it was likely that the marriage could not be dissolved. Yet, in the end, the divorce still occurred. Staring at the divorce certificate, Chang'e was lost in thought for a moment before raising her gaze to meet Chang Wei-hua's. He was busy packing his belongings, having transferred all his assets, including the house, to Guanan. Chang Wei-hua only took a meager amount for living expenses, and together with his daughter, they moved back to their previous rented accommodation. Chang Wei-hua left with nothing, which could be considered fair to Guanan after 20 years of marriage. The father and daughter sat at a barbecue stall, ordering food in silence. It was the stall owner's warm hospitality that broke the ice. She approached them with a bottle of beer and a broad smile. The owner, in her 30s, radiated warmth and charm, and despite being in her middle age, she retained a striking beauty that suggested she had been a stunning young woman. She offered a complimentary beer for their 5th visit since opening. Chang Wei-hua nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude, to which Chang'e echoed the thanks. "Is that really you, Li Suyao?" she thought, recognizing him from his silhouette. Li Suyao, beaming with enthusiasm and still in his school uniform, donned an apron, indicating that this barbecue stall was likely his family's venture. Just as Chang'e was about to greet him, she noticed his expression shift dramatically as he grabbed the menu and dashed away. "Damn, old Chang." Chang'e glanced at Chang Wei-hua, saying, "You've scared my friend away." Chang Wei-hua let out a cold snort. He certainly recognized Li Suyao, who had a close friendship with Suyu, always getting into trouble together. "Look at the company you keep with Suyu. Just see what kind of people you associate with, who often dislike such remarks." Could not help but retort. Although Li Suyo's academic performance is rather dismal, ranking at the bottom of his class, he is indeed a good person. Her intentions were pure, seeking to defend Li Suyo, believing that poor academic performance should not tarnish one's character. However, she was unaware that the owner of the barbecue stall was Li Suyo's mother. Even more astonishing was the fact that Li Suyo had been weaving a web of lies, claiming to his mother that he was the top student in his grade. Chapter 81. A gift for me. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Everything that needed to be heard was caught by Li Suyo's mother. Suddenly, with a thud, Li Suyo knelt down before his mother. The child exhibited a commendable attitude in admitting his mistake. "You deceitful child. How dare you lie to me? Just wait until I deal with you." Watching as Li Suyo's mother brandished a broom as a weapon, instinctively recoiled. Glanced at, his tone suggesting blame. "You've caused trouble." As Li Suyo's mother appeared ready to upend the barbecue stall, finally rose to intervene, restraining Li Suyo's mother. "Madam, let us discuss this calmly. Resorting to violence will not resolve the issue." Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted. Turned to see Li Suyo's mother hurling a beer bottle, which struck on the head, leaving him bleeding. Li Suyo's mother hastily apologized while escorting him to the hospital, leaving only herself and Li Suyo at the barbecue stall. It was later during a casual conversation with Li Suyo that learned his mother had recently gone through a divorce. Li Suyo fabricated a lie to bring joy to her mother. However, this deception escalated beyond bounds, as she claimed to be the top student despite being at the bottom of her grade. Li Suyo's mother, who was unemployed after her divorce, had opened a barbecue stall, and today marked its grand opening. The first day was remarkably prosperous, hinting at a promising future for the business. Curious about the relationship between the dean and Chang'e, Li Suyo inquired, "What is your connection with the dean?" To which she responded, "Chang Wei-wa, Chang'e, you are his daughter?" Chang'e blinked and nodded. Li Suyo's mouth fell agape, unable to fathom this revelation. Well, who could have imagined that? She cautioned, "You mustn't tell anyone, especially Suyo." Realizing the gravity of the secret, Li Suyo patted her chest in assurance. "Rest assured, this will remain between us." Following this little farce, business at the barbecue stall flourished, with 3 or 4 tables of patrons arriving in groups. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Li Suyo skillfully grilling skewers, lost in thought. To Li Suyo, it was evident that Chang'e admired him greatly, which is why she was so entranced. Involuntarily, he flicked his hair, moving with even more ease. Being excessively handsome was quite a burden. Li Suyo's mother wore a look of regret, repeatedly apologizing. At that moment, Li Suyo felt a wave of distress wash over him. Was she trying to sabotage him? Was this not merely adding fuel to the fire? He dashed to the pharmacy, realizing that if the root of the problem couldn't be resolved, perhaps a change in perspective could offer a solution. Upon lifting his gaze, he discovered that it had begun to snow once again. He pushed open the window, greeted by the serene stillness of the night shrouded in silver, where even the sound of falling snow could be distinctly heard. As she picked up her phone, she discovered a message from her esteemed acquaintance sent over an hour ago. He mentioned that he was waiting for her downstairs. Chang'e leaned out to glance down, only to recall that she had forgotten to inform him about her recent move. She hastily grabbed her coat and rushed outside, the biting cold jolting her into alertness. What was she anxious about? Perhaps Suyu had left, not waiting for her. He was already looking in her direction, his expression inscrutable, neither pleased nor displeased, as he stood across the street gazing at her. He was dressed lightly, donning a coat and a black scarf, as it had not yet begun to snow while he awaited her arrival. Uncertain of how long he had been in the snow, flakes clung to his hair, and under the warm glow of the orange streetlight, the contours of his face softened significantly. Chang'e felt a tight pang in her heart. A hint of pain. "How long have you been waiting?" She approached him, her face marked by remorse, the chill palpable. "Not too long," he replied with a smile, seemingly to alleviate her guilt. Yet, Chang'e was unconvinced. The message had been sent over an hour ago, indicating he had waited at least that long. "I'm sorry. My father took me to move, and I forgot to inform you," she confessed, her eyes reddening with regret. "I was studying and didn't check my phone." "There's no need to feel guilty," Suyu reassured her, lifting his hand to playfully pinch her nose. His fingers were icy, prompting Chang'e to withdraw his hand only to envelop it with her own. "Your hands are so cold. Let me warm them for you." As she wrapped her hands around his, rubbing and breathing warmth into them, Suyu chuckled. "You silly." "Let me be silly, then," she replied, embracing her foolishness willingly. "Wait for me a moment. If you cannot, feel free to leave." Chang'e lifted her gaze to him. Suyu met her eyes, their gazes colliding unexpectedly. After all the effort to come here, he couldn't bear to leave without a glance. Chang'e pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Guilt lingered in her heart. She wished Siyu would erupt as he usually did, cursing, "Damn it. I've almost frozen to death waiting for you." Yet, he did not. Siyu regarded her with a guilty expression and chuckled. "Would you like a kiss as compensation?" Chang'e remained motionless. Observing her height, Siyu, ever considerate, leaned in closer. His face hovered near hers, almost brushing against her lips, causing her heart to race with anxiety. She glanced around, ensuring no one was watching. Parted her lips, but still refrained from kissing him. "No," she replied, intending to retreat. However, Siyu suddenly grasped her head, pulling her into his chest. He laughed. "Damn it. I'm about to freeze to death, and you have no conscience, do you?" His carefree laughter echoed, even as the cold nipped at them, which left Chang'e in awe of his resilience. She removed her down jacket and offered it to him. Even if he couldn't wear it properly, draping it over himself would provide some warmth. Siyu stared at the jacket she extended, refusing. "Why would you give me your clothes? I don't need them. You're so fragile, you should wear it." What a ridiculous notion. He, a man, needing a woman's clothing. Humph. He scoffed dismissively. But a sudden gust of frigid wind sent shivers through him. "Damn, it's really freezing cold. You accompany me." Chang'e nodded. "All right." Chapter 82. Cannot be compared to her. She escorted the dignitary to his residence, yet he lingered, hesitating to ascend the stairs. Chang'e remarked, "All right." As they arrived once more at her building, Siyu prevented her from going upstairs. Chang'e furrowed her brow, casting a glance at him, feeling somewhat helpless. Nowadays, young couples are so affectionate. The elderly have become accustomed to it. Nevertheless, observing these two is particularly entertaining. Their flirtations are so sweet that even an old man like him finds it delightful. Chang'e awkwardly smiled at the elder. "Please, do go inside." The girl shoved her cotton coat into his hands and dashed into the community. Her legs were short, yet she ran swiftly. Alas, she would freeze like a dog. He unlocked the door and stepped inside. His aunt, before her passing, had bequeathed all her assets to him. The supermarket she owned had generated considerable income, allowing him to sustain its operations. Of course, Su Lianying would also provide him with funds, yet he had chosen to leave them untouched. After standing in the winter night for over an hour, he had already lost feeling in his limbs. He boiled water to prepare himself some instant noodles and retreated to the cramped lounge, turning on the television. What greeted him was the face of Su Lianying, which he found detestable. He frowned and switched the channel. "Suyu." Outside, someone called his name. Who could it be at such a late hour? Siyu set down the noodles and approached the door, only to discover that the visitor was Zhang Huiming. She lacked the innate grace but endeavored to embody a semblance of cleanliness. It appeared awkward regardless of how one looked at her. In comparison to the short-legged girl, she fell woefully short. No one possesses her pristine purity, her innocent demeanor, and her gentle speech. She is exceedingly kind, almost naively so, yet devoid of pretense. Suyu cast her a fleeting glance and inquired nonchalantly, "What are you buying?" Zhang Huiming stepped forward and grasped his arm, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Exuding a pitiful charm she had managed to emulate to a considerable degree. "Suyu, I know you disdain the insipid and the inconsequential. That girl from last time was indeed exceptional. After you humiliated me, I traveled abroad with my uncle and learned the essence of courtesy. Do you not find me beautiful? Is this not to your liking?" Her emphasis on the word girl was unmistakable. Zhang Huiming gazed at him, bewildered. In truth, she had known Siyu for quite some time and had a fair understanding of his character. His appearance drew admiration from countless girls. Those within the school feared his notorious temper and sharp tongue, while those outside were undeterred. Numerous girls from outside the school had confessed their feelings to Suyu, only to be met with his unrelenting rejections. She was among them. She had assumed Suyu's interest in that girl stemmed from her uniqueness, believing it to be a fleeting whim, yet she was astonished to discover that even after her absence for several months, his affections remained steadfastly focused on that girl. "Suyu." Zhang Huiming's heart brimmed with discontent as she called his name. "What are you buying? If not, then leave." Siyu regarded her with indifference, his expression one of annoyance. Zhang Huiming, being astute, was not foolish. She knew that Suyu was impervious to both coercion and persuasion. Prolonging her presence would only serve to exacerbate his irritation. With a swift turn, she headed towards the snack aisle. "I am going to buy something." This excursion lasted over an hour. 398 yuan. Su pushed the payment code towards her. Zhang Huiming, somewhat reluctant, paid and left the supermarket. It is known that A, B, and C form a geometric sequence, while A, X, and B form an arithmetic sequence. Chang'e lowered her head, her loose bangs falling casually over her forehead. She wore a serious expression, her fingers gripping the pen as it scratched against the draft paper. Chang'e furrowed her brow. What's wrong? Chen-che bit his lip, hesitating before he spoke. Are you and Sue together? Chang'e glanced around. There were few people in the class, and Chen-che's voice was low, so no one noticed them. This matter does not concern you, she replied, her brow knitting. Several times, Chen-che had reported to Chang Weihua, but her silence did not imply ignorance. After speaking, she returned to her focused stance. Chen-che's eyes shifted, seemingly unwilling to give up. He will bring you harm. Your grades are good, and aiming for B University is not an issue. If you continue with him, he will affect your academic performance. You need not worry, she replied. She was uncertain whether being with Sue would impact her grades, but at present, it did not. Chang'e smiled at him. Chen-che, I appreciate your concern, but it is truly unnecessary. I have my wits about me. I know what I am doing. Chen-che opened his mouth, as if to say more. But Jean Rong's voice resonated down the hallway. Chang'e, come out quickly. Sue is playing basketball on the playground. He looks so handsome. There are already so many people gathered around him. It's dazzling. I'm utterly mesmerized. Jean Rong burst into the classroom and embraced Chang'e with palpable excitement. Her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Surely, Sichuan was present? With a dismissive pout, Jean Rong, ever carefree, had long since forgotten the sting of Sichuan's rejection. He no longer harbored any affection for her. After all, I have my husband to cherish daily. Come on. Let us go take a look. Despite her disinterest in basketball, Chang'e was forcibly dragged to the playground by Jean Rong. The snow had melted. Yet the air remained quite chilly, and a considerable crowd had gathered on the field, predominantly female. Li Shuya and his friends were merely engaging in a casual game of basketball, yet their strikingly handsome appearances had drawn a throng of female admirers. Jean Rong tugged Chang'e into the crowd, just in time to witness Suyu execute a stunning three-point shot, eliciting a chorus of delighted shrieks from the girls. In truth, Suyu was the heartthrob of their school, effortlessly exuding charm without any deliberate effort to groom himself. His demeanor was delightfully rebellious, and countless girls were enamored with him. However, his temperament was notoriously volatile. There had previously been a girl who confessed her feelings to him, only to be met with a cold, indifferent gaze as he retorted, "Should I take a leak to reflect on your worth?" He showed no mercy, dousing her hopes with icy disdain, leading her to flee in tears, and thereafter, many were deterred from expressing their affections for him. Li Shuyu tossed his hair with swagger and proclaimed confidently, "What do you think? I'm just too handsome. I can assure you that 2/3 of the girls here are here for me." Sichuan scoffed derisively. "What a delusion. Your looks don't even compare to my dog ass. Damn it, at least I'm better looking than you," Li Shuyu retorted. "Enough of the noise. You both are equally unattractive." Chapter 83. She was pristine, utterly out of place here. Suyu discarded the ball in his hand and moved aside to pick up the clothes strewn on the ground. A senior girl, on the verge of graduation, mustered the courage, spurred on by her friends, and approached Suyu, holding out a bottle of water. "Suyu, here is some water for you." Suyu did not accept it. Instead, he raised his gaze to survey the crowd, where his beloved Gigi stood out conspicuously. The blue and white school uniform she wore was distinct from the others. How to describe it? She resembled a blossoming flower, pure and elegant. Yet, her petite frame seemed as though it could be swept away by the wind, invoking a protective instinct in others. If only she had been present earlier. He wished he had performed those basketball moves with a tad more flair. At least, she would have admired him a little more. A smile crept across Suyu's face. Upon seeing his smile, the girl blushed, feeling shy. The youth before her appeared even more handsome when he smiled. However, Suyu's subsequent words sent a chill down her spine. "I don't need it." He declined her offering, brushed off his clothes, and walked away, leaving the girl rooted in place, her expression darkening. Suyu is simply too charming. Even his rejections are delivered with such grace. Jean Rong, filled with youthful fervor, clutched Chang'e's shirt tightly, overwhelmed with excitement. "Oh, how I wish he would fancy me." The truth is, handsome boys tend to attract more glances. Chang'e also harbored an affinity for good-looking boys. Beautiful things invariably entice one to gaze a little longer. For instance, a boy like Suyu, despite his temper and sharp tongue, could still capture the hearts of many girls. As Suyu departed, the crowd on the playground dispersed. Li Suyo and Sichuan remained by the side, exuding coolness. Yet it became apparent that the female classmates were only interested in Suyu. "Hey, beautiful, don't leave. Watch me play basketball. Am I not handsome enough?" Despite Li Suyo's incessant calls from behind, None of the girls lingered. Jean Rome quietly remarked. Li Suyo must be a fool, prompting a chuckle from Chang'e. Indeed, he was rather foolish. This inadvertently alleviated Chang Weiwa's concerns. As their evening study session concluded at 9 o'clock, with a girl walking home alone at night, Chang Weiwa felt a twinge of worry. However, with Suyu around, things were different. Although the boy appeared somewhat unreliable, at the very least, he would prevent Chang'e from being harassed by unsavory characters on the street. That night, as was customary, Chang'e was the last to leave the classroom. Upon descending the stairs, she spotted Suyu. Chang'e was truly a model student, well-mannered, studious, and never one to stir up trouble. This was her first visit to such a place, and she felt somewhat out of place. Why did you bring me here? She tugged at his sleeve, her voice soft and a tad anxious. Although she was aware of this venue, she had never been before. Jean Rong had mentioned that KTV was a place filled with delectable treats, where everyone sang their hearts out, and the delightful food would soon be theirs. Chang'e had never experienced it herself, and was uncertain of its truth. The sound was utterly unbearable, just listening made him. If only she weren't so innocent. So pure, so reserved, he would have acted long ago. Siyu's hand trembled in his pocket as he cast aside his thoughts and nonchalantly retrieved his phone. It is not yet Li Shuyao. Today marks his birthday. He insisted on celebrating here, and as the birthday star, I acquiesced to his wishes. However, I find myself without a gift. Chang'e gazed at her empty hands, feeling quite inadequate. Suyu laughed softly, remarking, "What gift does a man truly need? There's no need for such pretentiousness." He grasped her hand firmly, urging, "Come, let us enter." Chang'e's words faltered as she felt the chill of his touch. Looking down, she observed his slender fingers, distinctly formed, and remarkably fair, almost strikingly so. She pondered why his skin was so pale. She considered herself fair. Yet he surpassed her in that regard. They seldom held hands, as their relationship had yet to reach a genuine status, and she maintained a certain distance. When his fingers brushed against hers, her heart raced uncontrollably. Chang'e averted her gaze, focusing intently on his hand, her heart threatening to leap from her chest. For a fleeting moment, she longed to confess her feelings for him. Yet, the mere thought of uttering, "I like you," constricted her heart, causing every vein in her body to feel as though it were boiling. Words lodged in her throat, unspoken. She felt utterly inadequate, lacking even half of Jean Rong's courage. Perhaps she would wait until she turned 18. Yes, at 18, she would reveal her feelings and then apply to the same university. With her head bowed in silence, she obediently followed behind him. Siyu surely had no inkling of her fondness for trailing in his wake. For reasons unknown, she simply relished being behind him. Perhaps because it allowed her to admire his silhouette. This was the only KTV in the vicinity, with a vocational school not far away. The vocational school here is rather chaotic, filled with a bunch of carefree students who seem to squander their time aimlessly. Suyu almost enrolled in this institution, as it would have allowed him to conveniently care for the supermarket, but the arrival of a certain girl altered his plans. Most of the individuals here are delinquents or poor students, and one can only wonder how many girls have fallen prey to the atmosphere. These people certainly know how to enjoy themselves, even during their escapades, their music playing, creating an exhilarating ambience. Siyu used to frequent this place but eventually stopped. However, this time, for Li Shuyo's birthday, he disapproved of coming here due to the disorderly environment, especially since the girl beside him was so innocent. Yet, Li Shuyo, having not visited in a long time, insisted on celebrating his birthday here. As a drunken man approached, his face flushed from alcohol, stumbling towards them. Suyu grasped the girl's hand, shielding her behind him, positioning himself on the outer side. She walked ahead, and it was only when danger loomed that he would be able to notice and protect her. Soon, a group of ruffians sauntered by, their flamboyant hair colors and careless demeanor presenting an intimidating sight. Chang'e instinctively tightened her grip on his hand, and Siyu became aware of the unsettling warmth radiating from her palm. "Damn it, girl, you need to grow up quickly." Inside the private room, the music pulsed energetically, while Li Shuyao's singing left much to be desired. Upon entering, Chang'e realized she wasn't the only girl present. 3 others, unfamiliar to her, donned trendy outfits that seemed out of place in a school setting. She tugged at her uniform, feeling a stark sense of incongruity. Suyu gently adjusted her uniform and spoke softly, "I only brought you." He was clarifying because he detested misunderstandings above all else. Emotions are most fragile when misunderstood. He wished to avoid any misconceptions with the petite girl. Chang'e nodded, a smile gracing her lips. The girl's laughter was enchanting, illuminated by a kaleidoscope of colors that danced upon her face, a beauty beyond compare. Several girls cast envious glances her way. After concluding his song, Li Suyo pulled out his phone, exclaiming, "Oh no. Boss, Zheng Huiming is coming." Suyu furrowed her brow, replying curtly, "Tell her to leave." Li Suyo opened his mouth to inform her that Zheng Huiming was already at the entrance, but before he could speak, the door to the private room swung open. Chapter 84. The object of infidelity is also you. Zheng Huiming arrived with a trio of her friends, instantly warming the atmosphere. Li Suyo and Shi Chuan were captivated by Zheng Huiming's appearance, which exuded an aura of innocence. The style seemed familiar to Li Suyo, prompting him to glance at Chang'e. It is often said that comparisons breed discontent. Chang'e's purity, unenhanced by cosmetic lenses, was a charm that others could not replicate. "Wishing you a happy birthday, Li Suyo," Zheng Huiming said cheerfully as she presented her gift. Upon noticing the fair girl seated beside Suyu, her gaze turned frigid. "She's here too," she thought, noting the girl's choice to wear a school uniform, which struck her as quite outdated. Rather than sitting beside Suyu, Zheng Huiming took a seat next to Shi Chuan. The other girls casually settled in, wary of approaching Suyu. Only Chang'e remained by her side. The girls were lively, singing and dancing, momentarily blinding Chang'e with their exuberance. Suyu's expression remained impassive. Even in the face of Zheng Huiming's alluring gestures, his gaze remained icy. One may mimic appearances, yet the essence within cannot be altered. If Chang'e were to twist and turn, one could only imagine her cheeks would instantly flush crimson, perhaps even prompting her to flee. The KTV had turned on the air conditioning, and amidst the commotion of the crowd, several young women had shed their outer garments. Li Suyo and Shi Chuan, captivated by the alluring dance of the beautiful women swaying to the pulsating music, found themselves entranced, their eyes wide with awe, nearly drooling in admiration. In stark contrast, Chang'e appeared quite constrained, sitting obediently on the sofa, feeling conspicuously out of place. Unexpectedly, these girls were so uninhibited in their revelry. However, Jean Rong was indeed correct. KTV does offer delightful treats. As the group indulged in their wild antics, the food on the table remained untouched. "Not bad. Where did you learn such moves?" Li Suyo exclaimed, and Chang'e glanced up. One of the girls was using Li Suyo as a makeshift pole, gyrating her body with abandon. She swallowed hard and gently tugged at Suyu's sleeve. "Don't you like it? Is this all there is?" Suyu frowned, unimpressed. While he had been quite wild in the past, it was primarily in the realm of brawling. He had never truly engaged with girls. Even amidst the flurry of flirtation surrounding him, he had never cast them a second glance. He had committed many rebellious acts, yet early romantic involvement was not among them. Rumors suggested that his numerous supposed girlfriends were merely the handiwork of Li Suyo and Shi Chuan, who used his name for their escapades. The few girls Zheng Huiming brought along were either from their school or vocational colleges, lacking innocence. They had engaged in all manner of conduct, both appropriate and inappropriate. This place is a municipal town, a slightly more upscale locale, thriving with development and an abundance of leisure activities. Yet the populace seems to have succumbed to a sense of despondency. Thus, individuals like Chang'e, who embody innocence and a certain endearing foolishness, are increasingly rare. With her head tilted, Chang'e gazed at Suyu, the kaleidoscopic lights flickering upon his face, casting shadows and highlights that rendered him even more attractive. His visage could incite envy among the fairer sex. Chang'e lowered her gaze, her fingers clenched tightly. She would not take the initiative, had she not met Suyu. It's likely she would remain single even in her professional life. This subtle gesture was not lost on Zheng Huiming, who, observing Chang'e's studious demeanor, felt a twinge of disdain, such an act of feigned purity. "Chang'e, there was a misunderstanding last time. I acknowledge my faults and hope you can forgive me." Zheng Huiming approached with 2 bottles of beer, extending one towards Chang'e. To seek forgiveness after causing trouble? She was hardly a saint. Chang'e frowned, glancing at Zheng Huiming and the proffered beer, choosing not to accept it. Was she being disrespectful? "My previous interference was indeed my mistake. Today, I apologize. I'm sorry. Dear classmate, we may not have gotten along initially, but how about we become friends?" With the conversation reaching such a juncture, Chang'e found herself in a quandary. She had no intention of becoming friends with her, yet the other person spoke to her with a smile. Reluctantly, Chang'e accepted the beer. Zheng Huiming, still smiling, remarked, "You are Li Suyo's cousin. From now on, you shall be considered my cousin as well. In fact, when you weren't around, Suyu and I had a rather good rapport. We used to hang out frequently." Chang'e paused for a moment, then recalled the first encounter with Zheng Huiming when Li Suyo came to her aid. claiming her to be his cousin. Chang'e nodded silently. In the future, you should join your cousin for outings, she mused. Zheng Huiming, I've had my fill. You are welcome to indulge. So you took the beer from her grasp, stating, she cannot drink. I shall do it for her. Zheng Huiming stared blankly at Su Yu before breaking into a faint smile. She should not have vanished for such an extended period, allowing the bond between the two to deepen. Yet, what could be done? She did not truly believe they could transition from their teenage years to adulthood, nor that they could evolve from school uniforms to wedding gowns. With the imminent arrival of their senior year, Su Yu, in his current state, was likely to enroll in a mediocre university merely to pass the time. However, the diligent students were a different story. Upon graduating high school, they would be separated by distance. What relationship could withstand such trials? For her part, she was different. Wherever Su Yu ended up in university, she would follow. Zheng Huiming was aware that Su Yu harbored no affection for her at present, so she chose to mingle with Li Shuyao and the others. As Shi Chuan exited the private room, he returned bearing a cake. Su Yu cut a slice and offered it to Chang'e. Just as Chang'e reached out, her nose was unexpectedly smeared with cream. She gazed at him in astonishment, her expression adorably bewildered. Why did you smear cream on my nose? Her petite face was endearing, and her soft voice was irresistibly charming. Su Yu's gaze darkened, a tumult of emotions surging within him. It was the first time in many years he felt such inappropriate thoughts towards a girl. Do not look at me with such eyes, he admonished. Chang'e, puzzled, replied, what eyes? If you continue to look at me like that, I may resort to mischief, he warned. Chang'e, having grasped his meaning, immediately turned her head away, no longer looking at him. Can you not exercise a little self-restraint? Your inability to control yourself is alarming. Surely it will lead to infidelity in the future. The burden of such words weighed heavily on her, and she found herself at a loss for a response. She simply couldn't believe that the seasoned man before her was a novice. He seemed far too adept. As she reached for a tissue to wipe the cream from her nose, Li Shuyao approached her. Chang'e, you have cream on your nose. Here, let me help you. Without a second thought, he took the tissue and gently wiped away the cream. In her dazed state, she surprisingly did not feel discomfort at his action. Su Yu furrowed her brow and kicked Li Shuyao away. Go on, watch your beauties. Chapter 85. The costless pursuit of a wife by the big shot. Their joy was not shared by Chang'e. She sat on the sofa like an obedient primary school student, listening to their singing and watching them play. Su Yu, mirroring her, remained seated on the sofa, refraining from joining them, even though she had intended to leave long ago. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, he halted. Good night, dream of me, Chang'e retorted. Then it would be a nightmare. Perhaps a spring dream, he chuckled teasingly. Chang'e pursed her lips, unable to respond to such a statement. So you reached out? Affectionately ruffling her hair. All right, go inside. Chang Weihua was still awake, chatting with someone in the living room. As Chang'e changed into her slippers and entered, she realized there were guests present. Su Yu's father. Greetings, Uncle Jiang, she politely greeted. Jiang Shaoqing smiled and remarked to Chang Weihua, you have raised this child well. She is far more sensible than our Kiki. Chang Weihua humbly waved his hand. Your Kiki is still young. She will understand better as she matures. Just as she turned, Jiang Shaoqing called her back. Xiaoyi, I have heard about you and Su Yu from your father. Both he and I believe you are still quite young. Jiang Shaoqing continued. If you must be together, please be mindful of your boundaries. Xiao Yi understood. Being mindful of boundaries meant refraining from any inappropriate physical conduct. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. I understand, Uncle Jiang. Jiang Shaoqing gestured for her to take a seat on the sofa. Xiao Yi, come and sit. As she settled down, Jiang Shaoqing resumed speaking. Su Yu likes you. He will certainly listen to you. I am considering transferring him. Perhaps you could persuade him. I'm sorry, Uncle, but this matter concerns Su Yu, and I do not have the authority to intervene. If he has already declined the transfer, he will likely refuse my persuasion as well. Jiang Shaoqing was taken aback, not anticipating Xiao Yi's rejection, for she possessed the demeanor of one who would always oblige. Outside the door, Jiang Shaoqing sipped his tea and remarked, your daughter is quite remarkable. Chang Weihua smiled, feeling a swell of pride and contentment. Each morning, Su Yu would deliver breakfast to her, followed by an array of snacks. Her desk was never devoid of treats, filled with various delicacies that Su Yu had secretly tucked away for her. Chang Weihua is a victim in this matter, and the snacks he once kept in his office have visibly diminished. All that he had saved for his beloved daughter have been stealthily taken by Su Yu. Initially, following his divorce, Chang Weihua was in a rather despondent state. However, he gradually emerged from the shadows of his failed marriage. The female teachers at the school were all aware of his recent divorce, and several of the similarly divorced educators expressed intentions of forming new families. He feared that should he seek a new partner, she might not treat Chang'e well. She is his sole daughter, and although she is not biologically his, having lived together for so long, she holds greater significance to him than even a biological child. She is his treasure. Suyu cherishes her just as much. After secretly placing yogurt into Chang'e's desk, the class bell rang, heralding yet another period of enforced self-study during physical education class. Resigned to circumstances, Jin Rong found satisfaction in the simple fact of not having to attend a traditional lesson. To him, self-study and physical education were indistinguishable. Lao Zhao approached, offering a few words of encouragement to study diligently, reminding them of the impending final exams before departing. His words were as good as unspoken. The moment he left, the classroom grew lively, with conversations erupting, snacks being shared, and whispers of romance filling the air. The back row became particularly boisterous, with someone speaking loudly. "Hey, come play cards." 3 students, carefree in demeanor, wore their uniforms, though they hung loosely, giving them an unrefined appearance. Li Shiyu glanced around, noting, "There are no chairs." "Just grab a couple," came the casual reply. Shi Chuan seized a chair from a front-row classmate, who was left feeling powerless and on the verge of tears. Li Xiao nonchalantly took his deskmate's chair. Jin Rong tugged at Chang'e's sleeve, exclaiming, "They are bullying people again." Suyu, with a lollipop perched in his mouth and cards in hand, lounged lazily in his chair. Having just played a pair against 2, his gaze drifted toward Chang'e. He lifted a long leg and playfully kicked Li Suyo. "Return the chair to its rightful owner." Shi Chuan remarked, "Come on, boss, taking on 2 opponents? Who could possibly stand a chance against you?" Li Suyo replied, "I certainly cannot." "Indeed, with only 2 kings remaining," Suyu added, "if you lose, you owe my darling a box of yogurt." Li Suyo scoffed, "Darling? Darling? Chang'e has not even agreed to be your girlfriend." Shi Chuan shuffled the cards. "Why are you so agitated? No one called you darling. I'm merely concerned that boss might lead Chang'e astray." Suyu cast a probing look at him. "TSK. Li Suyo, you wouldn't happen to have feelings for Chang'e, would you?" Li Suyo retorted, "What nonsense. I merely think Chang'e is quite innocent, like a lily, untouched by any man." Shi Chuan interjected, "When boss pursued Chang'e, you were the one full of ideas." "That was under duress," he defended. Suyu raised his eyes to scrutinize Li Suyo, who remained oblivious, continuing, "Boss, perhaps you should just give up. Chang'e isn't suited for you." Silence enveloped Suyu as he chewed on his candy, fixated on the cards in his hand, a straight of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, another straight of 456,789, and 3 kings. He tossed all his cards aside and calmly declared, "Whoever holds the most cards owes a box of yogurt." Li Suyo gasped in disbelief. Did he lose again? Why does it feel like the boss is targeting him? Is it truly so difficult to speak the truth? Jin Rong occasionally glanced back, and Liao Shu understood whom she was observing. "Stop looking, stop looking. I know I am handsome, but you cannot gaze at me like that." Jin Rong retorted with ire. "I am not looking at you. You are simply being overly sentimental." She shot Liao Shu a disdainful look. "With such an unattractive appearance, you entertain such delusions. Who would even cast a glance your way? What is wrong with my looks? I am also a charming young man. Thank you very much. Is Shi Chuan not slightly more appealing than me? Does good looks provide sustenance? Even being handsome does not guarantee affection." Chapter 86. The penalty during the break. Chang'e seldom ventured out, remaining seated to converse with Jin Rong or to work on her exercises. After mathematics class, Jin Rong headed to the convenience store while she organized her textbooks at her desk. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the corridor as Li Xiuyo entered their classroom, clutching several cartons of yogurt, which he placed conspicuously beside Chang'e. Jin Rong looked up in confusion. "What is the meaning of this?" "It's for you," Li Xiao replied. "The boss won it while playing cards. I merely commented on something he found displeasing, and he decided to win it all from me. How petty." He looked at her earnestly. "Chang'e, heed your cousin's advice. Do not be swayed by a man's sweet words. To truly like someone, one must feel a genuine spark." Li Xiuyao had become quite accustomed to referring to himself as her cousin. It rolled off the tongue rather easily. Chang'e nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes." Li Xiuyao reached out and gently patted her head. "Good. Such obedience reassures your cousin. Study diligently and strive for excellence every day." After speaking, he departed. Chang'e did not perceive any discomfort from Li Xiuyang's earlier action of patting her head. Rather, it felt somewhat inappropriate. Previously, There had been rumors in class about her and Li Shuyang being in a romantic relationship, but over time, the matter faded into obscurity. She wished to avoid further misunderstandings. As Chang'e prepared to place her yogurt into her desk, she caught sight of Fong Man, who was glaring at her with palpable animosity. She felt as though she were regarded as a villain. In the afternoon, Suyu did not attend class, which was unusual for him as he rarely took leave. Thus, no one found it particularly surprising. Chang'e lacked focus during the lesson, resting her head on the desk. And Jin Rong sensed that she was on the verge of dozing off. It was the first time he had witnessed her so distracted in class. Perhaps it was due to the absence of the prominent figure. Just as Jin Rong contemplated reminding Chang'e, a cacophony of ringing erupted from her direction. It was her phone. Xia Meijian's expression immediately soured, and she demanded, "Who brought a phone? Stand up." The ringing emanated from Chang'e, drawing the attention of the entire class. When she cautiously rose, Xia Meijian's expression was quite complex. She had not anticipated it would be Chang'e. A diligent student known to all her teachers, it was surprising that she had erred. "Chang'e, as a class officer, how could you bring a phone to class? It will be confiscated, and you shall run 5 laps on the playground after school. Fong Man, you supervise her." Jin Rong was taken aback and stood up to speak. "Teacher." But Chang'e gently restrained him, whispering, "I'm sorry, I understand." She was eager to discover if it was Suyu calling, but the phone had been taken by Xia Meijian. After school, Chang'e made her way to the playground. The playground is vast. It is no exaggeration to say that 2 laps would leave anyone utterly exhausted, let alone 5. Chang'e suggested, "How about we run 2 laps? After all, Xia Meijian is none the wiser." Fong Man snorted in response, "2 laps? Jin Rong, do you think I am invisible? The teacher has assigned me to supervise." She gestured towards the sprawling playground. "Can't you see how large it is? 5 laps would be utterly exhausting. It's not as if I made her err. If blame is to be laid, it should fall upon herself." Jin Rong was about to argue further with Fong Man when Chang'e intervened. "Enough. 5 laps it is. Let us consider it a means of physical exercise." A smile graced Chang'e's face. Jin Rong, feeling indignant, remarked, "Fong Man is simply harboring resentment for the last time you hit her with a book. The thought of revenge must be quite satisfying. And she even dares to entertain the notion that you might favor her. I suspect she is the one who spread that rumor. You." Fong Man's cheeks flushed crimson with anger as she turned to Chang'e. "Are you running or not? Don't waste my time." Chang'e set down her backpack, tied her hair back anew, and commenced running. Jin Rong joined her. Meanwhile, Fong Man let out a cold laugh and began fiddling with her phone. Suyu, absent from class, had chosen to evade an encounter with Jiang Shaoqing, who had said he would come to the school looking for him, and thus sought refuge in an internet CAF. With everyone having departed, he found himself alone and instead overheard Liao Shu and Lu Jing discussing that Chang'e had made a mistake and was being punished with laps on the playground. As he approached, he spotted the girl slowly traversing the field, moving at a snail's pace. Suyu couldn't help but curve his lips into a slight smile. The moment Fong Man noticed Suyu's approach, she promptly tucked her phone away, hastily explaining, "The teacher instructed me to supervise Chang'e's punishment." However, Suyu chose to disregard her and made his way towards Chang'e. Jin Rong observed Suyu rushing towards him and promptly slowed his pace, trailing a respectful distance behind the 2 individuals. "What brings you here?" Chang'e gasped, her breath ragged and her words strained. "Did you call me?" "It wasn't me. I didn't make the call," Suyu replied with a smile. "Being punished with laps isn't entirely negative. It serves as a fine opportunity for physical exercise. You seem rather fragile. Come on, let us get those calves moving." Chang'e, caught off guard by his playful banter, found herself laughing despite her struggle to catch her breath, teetering on the edge of suffocation. "Get away from me," she exclaimed, pushing him aside, finding his presence disruptive to her progress. "Not a chance," he retorted. "Are you annoyed? I'm here to keep you company." "Of course I'm annoyed. I'm doing laps. I know. And I'm here to support you." Passing by, Xia Meijian raised an eyebrow, puzzled at how someone could appear so joyful even while being punished. Chen Che gazed forlornly at the playground, feeling as though no matter how he complained, it had little effect on the 2. Zheng Huiming arrived with her entourage at the school and spotted Suyu and Chang'e on the field. "That girl is utterly shameless. If she hadn't entangled herself with Suyu, you and Suyu would probably be together," Mingjia, one of her friends, remarked. "Exactly. She just pretends to be innocent. How could she possibly compare to our Mingjia?" Another chimed in, jealousy evident in their tone. Zheng Huiming let out a cold laugh, her face betraying her envy. "First loves are universal. Everyone has one. But tell me, how many of those first loves actually endure? By the time they graduate high school, they'll likely drift apart. Do you really think they can withstand the trials of long distance? Indeed, that girl is so adept at charming boys. I can only imagine how brazen she'll become in college. The group of girls spoke unabashedly, while Chen Che adjusted his glasses and approached Zheng Huiming. Hello. My name is Chen Che. Zheng Huiming glanced at Chen Che, a bespectacled youth whose appearance was rather unremarkable, and frowned. Do you want my contact information? Chen Che smiled and shook his head. No, I merely wish to discuss a matter of interest to you. Chang'e returned home at 10 o'clock. Her legs aching from a lack of exercise, causing her to limp as she walked. You are suffering from insufficient physical activity. Running would be quite beneficial, she was advised. Chang'e, running is indeed quite good. With the final exams approaching, she realized that the upcoming winter break would likely be just the two of us, father and daughter. Chang Weihua, while eating noodles, remarked on this. Upon hearing this, Chang'e found the once delectable noodles suddenly less appetizing. Her grandparents were still alive and cherished Guanan, their daughter-in-law. But now that Chang Weihua and Guanan had divorced, they were quite displeased. Chapter 87. Danger. They even blamed Chang Weihua for abandoning his wife for her sake. The daughter lowered her head, silent, her noodles untouched, and Chang Weihua understood her guilt. Why is the new year not joyful with your father? He asked with a smile. Chang'e shook her head. I'm happy. If you are happy, then smile. Eat your food. If you don't, it will congeal. The one who eats slowly shall wash the dishes. Chang'e nodded. Chang'e did not yet comprehend that Chang Weihua raised her not for gratitude or to hear her express thanks for his nurturing. He regarded her as his own daughter. Excessive formality would create distance, and that would sadden him. Time passed swiftly, and the scar on Chang Weihua's head had healed. In the office, he held a mirror, examining his face repeatedly when he was unexpectedly spotted by Suyu, who had sneaked in for a snack. To his surprise, despite his age, he was rather vague. Hey, Xiao Chang, I heard you got divorced. Congratulations. Chang Weihua furrowed his brow. Leave. Suyu remained unperturbed, perching herself on his desk, out with the old, in with the new. I can introduce you to a single mother. How about a twilight romance? Chang Weihua found the suggestion implausible, as Suyu herself was rather unreliable. He waved his hand dismissively. Go to class. Isn't one lonely? She remarked, and her words struck a chord. Perhaps it was age that made him more sentimental. Since the divorce, he did feel a tinge of solitude. However, he truly did not wish to seek companionship again. He urged her out. Go to class. Recently, his studies had intensified, with finals approaching. Suyu had been busy with matters at the supermarket, often absent from school. This afternoon, she had come to deliver food to Chang'e and then vanished, leaving her phone behind. That evening, while Chang'e was reviewing her notes, the phone in her backpack began to ring. It was Suyu's. She hesitated for a moment before answering the unfamiliar number. Hello? A girl's voice, soft and delicate. Paused for a moment before responding. Who is this? I am a classmate of Suyu. His phone is with me, and he is not here. May I ask who you are? I am his mother, and his father intends to transfer him to another school. I wish to discuss this matter with him. Tomorrow, I shall be heading to the mountains for a film shoot, and during that time, there will be no signal, making it impossible to contact Suyu. I kindly ask you, young lady, to deliver the phone to Suyu. Chang'e greeted Chang Weihua and stepped out, holding Suyu's phone as she made her way to his residence. Zheng Huiming was sitting at a night stall, drinking with a few ruffians, when she spotted Chang'e approaching from a distance. The girl kept her head down, her gaze fixed on the phone, seemingly absorbed in whatever she was viewing, her demeanor quite earnest. Zheng Huiming raised an eyebrow and turned to a red-haired companion, saying, Cousin, didn't you mention recently that you wanted to have some fun with a virgin? I happen to know one. Bai Huani chuckled. You know a virgin? What a joke. Which one of your acquaintances hasn't he been ruined? Zheng Huiming smirked slightly. Do you see that girl over there? She's from Suyu's school, an exceptionally well-behaved student. She is undoubtedly a virgin. The first time Zheng Huiming laid eyes on the girl, she found her to be quite extraordinary, with a particularly fair complexion, a soft and melodious voice, and an adorably naive appearance. It was no wonder that Suyu was fond of her. What a pity, though. Such a girl is bound to attract jealousy. Bai Huani glanced over at the girl, noting she was still clad in her school uniform, pure and innocent, akin to a gardenia drenched in rain. He instantly recognized her, the last time he heeded Zheng Huiming's words. He sought to trouble this girl, and ended up in a scuffle with Suyu. Her? Bai Huani hesitated. She belonged to Suyu. What, cousin? Are you feeling timid? What do I have to fear? I don't know how many girls like her I've played with. Su had been residing in his aunt's house for several years. It was an old dwelling, and the streetlights in the area had long been neglected, casting a dim glow. As Chang'e ran, her steps involuntarily came to a halt. The darkness ahead filled her with trepidation, fearing that someone might suddenly pounce upon her. An unsettling feeling crept into her heart. Turning around, she found herself confronted by several boys, the leader sporting dyed red hair, someone she recognized. He had previously caused her trouble due to matters concerning Zheng Huimeng. Chang'e fixed her gaze on them, slowly retreating. What was there to fear? Her brother was not a villain. Bai Huani's smile was malicious, his gaze roaming over her with a lecherous, greasy demeanor. It was the first time Chang'e encountered such a situation, yet she could discern their ill intentions. Her heart beginning to race with panic. Help! Help! She turned and fled, but it was too late. Her cries for help were swallowed by her throat. A hand clamped over her mouth, muffling any sound she could make, leaving her only able to emit faint whimpers. She was dragged into a dark, damp alley, her limbs restrained, rendering her powerless to speak or struggle. Fear gripped Chang'e, and tears streamed down her face without warning. Bai Huani sensed that this girl was different, at least unlike any of the girls he had known. She appeared cleaner and more innocent than them, while not conventionally beautiful. She possessed a captivating allure that grew the longer one looked. Such girls were unfamiliar to him, igniting a sense of excitement and anticipation within. In the obscurity, Chang'e could not discern the face of the approaching figure, yet she felt him drawing closer. Her eyes were filled with terror and despair as tears fell unbidden. No, it cannot end this way. She struggled desperately, the terror of her futile efforts only deepening her despair, as though her chest might split open. It was a profound and desperate hopelessness. Chang'e's eyes gradually turned crimson, and she shook her head vehemently. She wished to scream for him to stay away, but her mouth was covered, silencing her completely. Do not fear, my dear. I shall introduce you to the intoxicating thrill of life and death. Bai Huani leered with a depraved smile. For every ounce of his excitement, Chang'e felt a corresponding depth of despair. As she gazed into the shadows, she saw hands drawing ever closer to her chest. Somehow, she summoned the strength to stomp down hard on the foot of her captor. Seizing the moment of pain that loosened his grip, she fled. Damn it, if you can't even control a little girl, what use are you? Why aren't you chasing her? The alley was shrouded in darkness. Chang'e could not see the way, yet the danger behind her left her no choice but to keep running. To pause could mean plunging into an abyss. Recklessly, she sprinted toward the alley's exit, only to trip over an unseen object, crashing to the ground. Ignoring the pain coursing through her body, she scrambled to her feet and continued her escape. She could not afford to stop. Chapter 88. Heartache. Each alley seemed similar. In her panic, Chang'e had lost her way and found refuge in an abandoned cabinet. She dared not cry for help, fearing that if her savior did not arrive, she would inadvertently reveal her position. As the voices of her pursuers grew closer, she held her breath, terrified that even the slightest sound might expose her. She curled tightly within the cabinet, her hands pressed firmly over her mouth, fearful of any accidental noise. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She wept silently, her body trembling in fear. What are you all doing? Suddenly, someone approached with a flashlight, calling out to Bai Huani and his companions. Looking for someone. Who are you looking for? Hurry up and leave. It's late at night, and you're causing a disturbance. Do you believe I will call the police? Once the commotion outside subsided, Chang'e breathed a sigh of relief. Her legs felt weak as she stumbled out from behind the cabinet. Who is there? A sudden query sent a shiver down Chang'e's spine, making her want to retreat back into the cabinet. A beam of light shone towards her, and unable to adjust, the petite figure curled up, shielding her eyes with her hand. The person paused for a moment, staring at the dusty-faced girl. Don't be afraid. I am a good person. With that, the individual switched off the flashlight. After a considerable time, Chang'e wiped her tears and crawled out from the cabinet. Were those people chasing you? Thank you, she stammered, her voice trembling. She could not discern the appearance of her savior, but judging by the voice, he seemed to be around her father's age. Thank you. As she prepared to leave, the person suddenly turned the flashlight back on, directing it straight at her. The light scanned over her, and Chang'e sensed that he was scrutinizing her. The man observed the girl, and the sight of her school uniform stirred an emotional response within him. Are you a student? He asked, his tone laced with excitement. The flashlight shone on Chang'e's face, blinding her, and she kept her arm raised to shield her eyes. Why, yes, I am a student. No sooner had she spoken than the man lunged forward and embraced her. Startled, Chang'e froze and instinctively pushed him away. She trembled. Her previously pacified fear rekindled from the depths of her heart. Just when she had narrowly escaped from the jaws of death, she found herself ensnared in another perilous situation. Little girl, I saved you. If I hadn't driven away that group of thugs, what do you think would have become of you? The man said with a smile. A chilling sensation crept up from her feet. She believed she had been rescued only to plunge into yet another danger. She instinctively retreated, her back brushing against a potted plant. In desperation, she seized the soil and hurled it towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to flee, eager to distance herself from this place. Time seemed to stretch as she ran, devoid of light, yet she sensed the lurking threat behind her. She dared not halt, feeling the exhaustion weigh heavily upon her legs, until at last, she spotted the supermarket ahead, its lights aglow and doors ajar. Gradually, her pace slowed, and she collapsed onto the ground. It was 11 o'clock at night. Siyu glanced at the time and prepared to close the shop. As he began to lower the shutter, a grimy face appeared against the glass. Chang'e was oblivious to her own disheveled state. Through the glass, she saw her own dirt-streaked visage, and her gaze locked onto Siyu. Tears, once restrained, now cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. Siyu, she called out, her voice choked with vulnerability, trembling, and releasing the tension that had held her captive. Siyu would never forget the way she uttered his name in this moment. A sound so filled with distress that it pierced his heart. He would carry that memory with him forever. The innocence of that girl had been utterly extinguished on this night. Without a moment's hesitation, he flung open the glass door and rushed out. Who did this? He demanded. Siyu. Her petite frame trembled, each quiver piercing Suyu's heart like a blade. He bent down and lifted her, intending to place her upon the sofa in the supermarket lounge. Yet the girl clung to him tightly, her grip surprisingly strong. She continued to weep, her eyes reddened, evoking a profound sense of distress. Tell me, who did this to you? Siyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He had never felt such anguish before. Witnessing the girl in such a state of misery, his heart ached unbearably, as if he were suffocating. He felt as though he might perish. He gently wiped the grime from her face, having often admired her pristine appearance, now marred and disheveled. Do not cry. Who has wronged you? Please tell me. No matter how Siyu inquired, Chang'e remained silent, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, unwilling to let him move. Thus, he held her, powerless to alleviate her sorrow as she wept inconsolably. His heart felt as though it might burst. Moments ago, she had escaped the jaws of a predator only to stumble into another's grasp. She had believed that man to be benevolent, thinking she had saved herself and felt gratitude. Yet upon discovering her status as a student, he had inexplicably become exhilarated and suddenly lunged at her. That man was a deviant. Gradually, Chang'e's sobs subsided. Though her body still shivered, she was unaware of how long she had cried. Siyu's jacket had become soaked with her tears. Rubbing her eyes, she tilted her head to gaze at Siyu. Just as her tears began to ebb, her eyes remained crimson, glistening with remnants of sorrow. Here's your phone. Your mother wishes to discuss your transfer. You are to go to the mountains for filming tomorrow, where there will be no signal, so I brought it to you. Siyu gazed at her in silence, seizing her phone before exiting the supermarket. Why the hell did you call me? Do you have any idea how perilous it is for a girl to walk alone at night? Leave. Do not contact me again. We have long severed ties. After bellowing these words, he shattered the phone into a multitude of pieces, his veins protruding in fury. Siyu had never felt such rage before. Chang'e curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees, her gaze vacant. Upon entering and witnessing her disheveled state, Siyu's heart ached profoundly. That girl, once fair and sweet, now appeared a pitiful mess. He approached her, squatting down, his tone softening. Be good, don't be afraid. Siyu's silence had been a respite. But as soon as he spoke, tears welled up in Chang'e's eyes. He felt as if he might explode. The anguish was so intense it even made breathing painful. Was it Zheng Huiming? Chang'e shook her head. No, it wasn't. Then who was it? Tell me. She shook her head again. I don't know. I really don't. Fine. If you don't know, then let us forget about it, he stated. Chang'e nodded, remaining silent. Chapter 89. A lesson for the first time. Chang'e stayed out all night. Siyu handed her some clothes, insisting, go wash up. Chang'e was acutely aware of her disheveled appearance. Having fallen in the alley while fleeing, unaware of the murky liquid that had left a foul odor on her. Suyu's t-shirt was oversized, draping over her thighs. As she emerged from the bathroom, her head hung slightly in modesty. Why don't you sleep in my room? I'll take the sofa, Chang'e suggested. Once inside, she felt her nerves taut with tension, But upon seeing Suyu, she finally relaxed. After a shower, exhaustion enveloped her, and she turned off the lights before drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, Suyu remained awake, sitting on the sofa, repeatedly flicking his lighter. The feeble flame danced between brightness and darkness, illuminating his face. In the past, he had smoked, but he had since given up the habit. He never truly enjoyed it. It had been introduced to him by others, leading to an addiction he eventually forced himself to overcome. In moments of frustration, he would crave a cigarette. Suddenly, he placed the lighter on the coffee table, donned his jacket, and stepped outside. Zhang Huiming was at a karaoke venue, reveling with a group of ruffians. The thought of that pure, lily-like flower being tarnished tonight filled her with delight. She awaited news from her cousin. However, instead of her cousin, it was Suyu who arrived. The wild youth burst into the private room like a wolf, sending Zhang Huiming flying with a swift kick. The once boisterous atmosphere fell silent, with only the music continuing to play. The crowd stared in astonishment at Suyu, witnessing Zhang Huiming crumple to the floor. Unable to rise, yet no one dared to intervene. "Was it you?" Zhang Huiming stammered, momentarily taken aback, her expression one of feigned innocence. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you out of your mind? Don't you know?" Suyu sneered coldly, raising a beer bottle as he advanced toward her. Zhang Huiming's face turned ashen with fear. Suyu was capable of anything. She had witnessed his ferocity in fights before. With her complexion pale, Zhang Huiming quickly backtracked, saying, "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was a male student from your school who made me do it. His name is Chinche." That morning, Changyi awoke to find herself burning with fever. After several attempts to rise, she ultimately collapsed back onto her bed, feeling utterly drained. Her condition was dire. Her nose was congested, her eyes ached, her hair felt heavy, and her body was devoid of strength. By the time Suyu discovered her, Changyi had already slipped into a drowsy slumber. He reached out and touched her forehead. The heat radiating from her skin felt almost scalding. Without hesitation, Suyu lifted her and rushed to the hospital, subsequently requesting leave for her from school. When Suyu approached Zhao Xuanli to explain the situation, Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, Suyu had already departed. As he passed by the second-year class, Suyu cast a cold glance at Chinche, who sensed the scrutiny but maintained an expression of indifference. Upon entering the classroom, an unusual tension enveloped the atmosphere. The students ceased their conversations and turned their attention to Suyu. He strode directly towards Chinche and forcefully kicked over his desk. "Are you looking for death?" The classmates were taken aback. Chinche had never done anything to provoke Suyu. If anything, it was a matter from the past, the only incident of its kind. Adjusting his glasses, Chinche replied with an air of nonchalance, "Suyu, what are you talking about? I don't understand." "Don't understand? Well, Chinche, you certainly have some nerve. Today, I will ensure you come to a full understanding," Suyu declared. A fist struck Chinche's face. Yet he did not flinch or evade. It was as if he were welcoming the blow. However, the punch never landed. For a voice bellowed from the entrance of the classroom. Chang Weihua strode in, forcibly dragging Suyu out. "Fighting at school? Do you wish to be expelled?" Suyu was pulled into the corridor, where Chang Weihua pressed a hand firmly on her shoulder. The youth still exuded an aura of aggression. "Damn it. If you expel me today, I will make sure to settle the score with Chinche." Chang Weihua, concerned for his daughter, recalled that she might have been with Suyu the previous night and anxiously inquired, "Where's my daughter?" Suyu frowned and shrugged off Chang Weihua's grip. "Why are you asking me about your daughter? Let go." Suyu departed from the school and made her way to the hospital. Chinche was someone she would inevitably confront. Changyi had recovered from her fever and was now awake, staring blankly at the ceiling from her hospital bed. Suyu gazed at her, filled with sorrow. For reasons unknown, the image of that pitiful face reflected in the glass from the previous night left Suyu feeling breathless. "I will take you home," she declared. She spoke falsely, claiming to have spent the night at Jin Rong's house, had she not. Chang Weihua would certainly have sought retribution from those ruffians. Being of an older age, she wished to spare him the worry. Changyi hung up the phone and took some clean clothes to the bathroom. Suyu kicked a stool and settled onto the sofa. Shi Chuan, sensing something was amiss, inquired, "Boss, what is wrong? Who has dared to provoke you?" Li Suyo chimed in, "Could it be that you confessed your feelings again?" Only to be rebuffed by classmate Changyi. I had anticipated that Changyi would be fond of the refined and studious type, while the leader is rather wild. Li Shuyo incessantly babbled, and Suyu, already in a state of agitation, grew increasingly frustrated. She snatched Li Shuyo's phone and smashed it. Li Shuyu was taken aback. "Why did you break my phone, leader?" If there's something to discuss, come at me, not my phone. Siyu tilted her head and gazed at him. I worry that your constitution can't handle it. Sichuan interjected. What's wrong, leader? You look as though your wife has been stolen. Suyu fiddled with a paper cup, remaining silent. Li Shuyo, his curiosity piqued, questioned, what exactly transpired? Nothing much, Siyu replied nonchalantly, shaking her head. Jiang Shaoqing suggested I transfer schools, while Su Lianying advised against it. I never imagined I would find myself in such demand. Chapter 90. Confession. Seeing his daughters safely at home, his anxious heart finally found solace. Chang Yi was never one to stay out late. Her phone had been confiscated, and he had been unable to reach her last night. All night long, his heart was in turmoil. Once he confirmed Chang Yi was unharmed, Chang Weihua stepped out. Chang Yi leaned against the window, gazing outside, suddenly yearning to see Suyu. Suyu had also skipped school, tending to the supermarket. When Chang Weihua arrived at the supermarket and spotted Suyu, he parked and walked inside, picking up some snacks that Chang Yi adored, proceeding to the checkout. 169, the cashier announced. Suyu displayed little emotion. Why aren't you in class? He asked. I don't want to go, she replied. Chang Weihua sighed, saying, Suyu, with you acting this way, I truly cannot rest easy about my daughter being with you. Suyu furrowed her brow. What does this have to do with anything? What connection does your daughter have with me? Payment is required. This is a small business that does not extend credit. Chang Yi is my daughter. Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Chang Weihua, Chang Yi, they share the same surname. He had never connected the two until now. How could he have realized that Chang Yi was the daughter of Chang Weihua? Suyu, how do you know about my relationship with her? Chang Weihua, little he confided in me. I do not entirely approve, yet she expressed that she has feelings for you. Suyu's movements came to a halt. Chang Yi had said she would tell him when she turned 18. He had patiently awaited that moment. Chang Weihua retrieved 2 bottles of beer and a packet of peanuts. Let us have a conversation. Li Shuyu and Shi Chuan were engrossed in a video game in the lounge, and upon seeing Chang Weihua, they hastily retreated. Suyu and Chang Weihua sat across from each other with 2 cups and a packet of peanuts on the table. You are aware that your father and I are old friends. In our youth, your father and I were like brothers, very close. When your parents eloped, I assisted them in finding a place to stay. Why are you telling me this? Don't speak of my parents in such a manner. What do they even represent? Do you not realize? Have you ever encountered parents who abandon their own child? I know you harbor resentment towards them. Suyu chuckled and shook her head. It is not resentment. It is loathing, pure disgust. You need not defend Jiang Shaoqing. Please, after your purchase, take your leave. Suyu rose and walked towards the cashier. Chang Weihua shook his head helplessly and exited the supermarket. It is not surprising that Suyu harbors such aversion towards this topic. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon the previous life. Had it not been for his old friend's negligence towards this child, she would not have developed such a deep-seated resentment towards them. Chang Weihua entered with a glass of milk, knocking on the door. Still studying? Remember to balance work and rest. Having just recovered, you must take care of yourself. As Chang Weihua set down the milk, he also placed her confiscated phone beside it. Thank you, Dad. For what? Get to bed early. I'm going out for a run. You need to bolster your immune system and engage in more exercise. Chang Yi nodded. Yes, during the winter break. I will focus on improving my health. Once Chang Weihua left, Chang Yi immediately powered on her phone. Upon opening WeChat, she noticed several messages awaiting her. Jin Rong, Chang Yi, are you all right? What happened to you? Jin Rong, let me tell you, today the big boss nearly beat up Shin Che, thankfully. The head of discipline intervened. Liao Shu, without you, Jin Rong seems as though she has suffered a heartbreak. Ing Fei Shua, the school is preparing a bulletin board for New Year's Day, and it has been assigned to us. Please come tomorrow, I cannot manage it alone. Lu Jing, sister, I have thought of an extremely terrifying ghost story. I will share it with you on Christmas Eve. Shin Che, Little, the school is organizing a New Year's party and wants you to help with the planning. Everyone had sent her messages, except for Suyu. Additionally, there were 2 friend requests from Li Suyo and Shi Chuan. Despite knowing them for so long, they had only just added her on WeChat. Chang Yi accepted the requests and was about to put her phone down when a notification chimed. Sharon. Gigi, I am Sharon, the star that has always accompanied you. Not just now, but in the future as well, through thick and thin. Sue was contemplating changing her WeChat name to Sharon, a couple's name shared with her beloved Pluto. Chang Yi sighed, expressing her craving for snacks. All right, I'll be at your building in 5 minutes, Sharon replied. Chang Yi donned her jacket and descended the stairs. Before long, Sue arrived, clad in a thin black hoodie, the hood covering her head, and holding a bag of snacks. Tall and slender, her figure appeared somewhat forlorn. They settled on a bench in the community garden, illuminated by a solitary street lamp overhead, casting a gentle glow upon them. Sue handed her a yogurt with a straw. Chang'e accepted it and took a sip. "Sue, I'm here," she said softly. "I have something to tell you." Chang'e's heart raced, feeling as if it were constricting. "Go on," she urged. "On August 18th of next year, I will turn 18, but I cannot wait any longer." Chang'e lowered her gaze, biting her pink lips as if steeling herself. "I want to tell you that I like you. I have liked you for a long time, though I cannot explain why. I just do." Upon finishing her confession, Chang'e felt her mind go blank, her heart pounding incessantly. She anxiously clenched her fingers. Sue smiled. "What a coincidence. Our feelings are mutual." His voice was deep and unusually earnest, laced with a playful tone that was utterly enchanting. Yet, Chang'e sensed a hint of melancholy in him. "You don't seem very happy," she remarked, her lips reddened from nervous biting. Sue's gaze shifted, and leaning in, he kissed her. A flurry of delicate kisses fell upon her, leaving Chang'e weak and unable to resist as he drew her closer. He gasped, "I'm happy, Gigi," regarding the New Year's bulletin board. Chang'e often reminisced about the time spent with Fei Xue during breaks, and the plans made with Chun-Che for the New Year's Eve party. In recent days, Suyu had not attended class. According to Shi Chuan, Suyu's father intended to transfer her to another school and had been seeking her out. Chang'e felt Suyu's hand brush against hers for a moment before he tightened his grip. "Is it all right to hold hands?" Chang'e nodded, a smile gracing her lips. "Yes, it's fine." Suyu accompanied her to the neighborhood, and as they walked slowly, they encountered Chang Weiwa. Suyu raised an eyebrow. "Let us head upstairs." Chapter 91. A lesson, however, it seemed he had tacitly accepted their relationship as long as it remained within bounds, just holding hands. And he would turn a blind eye. Chang'e was very aware of her boundaries. She would maintain a certain distance from Suyu, refraining from crossing any lines at such a tender age. Perhaps when they grew older. Soon, New Year's Day arrived, and the New Year's Eve celebration united students from the first, second, and third years. Due to the lack of a large venue, the festivities took place on the playground, with students bringing their own chairs. Despite the chilly weather, the vibrant atmosphere enveloped every student in warmth. The hosts were eloquent seniors from the third year, and everyone donned their finest attire, creating a rare spectacle of color at the school. The sight of them together, without engaging in comedic banter, brought a smile to Chang'e's face. As Fei Xue prepared to play the guzheng, a sudden scream from the backstage startled everyone, interrupting the program. In the makeup area, Chun-Che had been struck by Suyu. Uncertain of the source of the blood that stained her clothing, Chang'e was momentarily paralyzed in fear. It took her a few seconds to react before rushing over to pull Suyu away. In that instant, Suyu resembled an enraged wolf, breaking free from Chang'e's grasp and seizing a nearby vase to hurl it at Chun-Che's head. In an instant, blood sprayed forth, splattering across Chang'e's face and leaving her pale with fright. Ultimately, it was the teacher who arrived to subdue Suyu. This was merely an interlude. As Suyu and Chun-Che were escorted away, the evening festivities resumed. "Chang'e, are you all right?" she was asked, still shaken. Chang'e dazedly accepted a tissue to wipe the blood from her face. I'm fine." Why the formidable individual struck Chun-Che remained a mystery. The last time she took sick leave, nearly a similar confrontation occurred. Had Chun-Che offended this formidable figure? Chang'e was eager to uncover the truth. Yet before she could converse with Suyu, she was taken away. The comedic performance by Shi Chuan and Li Shuyao fell flat as they watched their leader being led off and decided to follow suit. Subsequently, for an entire week, Chun-Che did not attend school, nor did Suyu, and they were unreachable. Jean Rong, having gleaned some information from an unknown source, was gossiping with Liao Shu and others. Word had it that Chun-Che was gravely injured, and it would be a miracle if he could sit for the final exams. The formidable individual had truly been ruthless this time. What could have driven Suyu to inflict such harm upon Chun-Che? Their interactions in class had been minimal. Indeed, it is perplexing. Do you think Suyu might be expelled this time? With a sudden thud, the book in Chang'e's hands fell to the ground. A multitude of gazes turned toward her. Chang'e remained silent, bending down to retrieve her book. In that fleeting moment of crouching, she wept, stealthily wiping away her tears. She blinked and stood up with a smile. Jean Rong delivered a sharp slap to Liao Shu's face, exclaiming, "Nonsense! Speak another word, and I shall tear your mouth apart." "What nonsense? I speak nothing but the truth. You witnessed the severity of Suyu's assault. Blood flowed freely. Furthermore, during the previous quarrel with his father, The latter threatened to transfer him. Given this incident, I believe Suyu is destined for a transfer. Transfer your mother. Liao Shu, if you utter another word beyond that. Chang'e was oblivious to their discussions. After school each day, the youth would no longer await her, and no one would secretly slip snacks into her desk. His supermarket continued to operate, managed solely by employees, yet she never encountered him again. It was as if he had vanished from existence. Suyu was confined in a car by Jiang Shaoqing, the vehicle steadily making its way toward the province. Suyu felt disdain for Jiang Shaoqing, displaying evident impatience. Stop the car. Can't you hear me telling you to stop? He fidgeted in the car, disregarding the bleeding wound on his hand as if it were of no consequence. Jiang Shaoqing furrowed his brow and restrained him, saying, You nearly killed someone this time. If it weren't for me, you'd still be at the station. The school would have expelled you, and you'd be forced to attend school in the province. I won't go. Who do you think you are? I can handle my affairs, even if it means going to prison. I refuse to transfer. I'll say it once more. Stop the car. You cherish Chang'e and wish to continue your connection with her, so heed my words. Upon mentioning Chang'e, Suyu's expression softened considerably. It had been quite a while since he last saw her, approximately half a month. He missed her dearly. You have no right to lecture me. Suyu retorted coldly, You are unworthy. The school has expelled you. Where do you intend to go next? Will you abandon your studies to manage a supermarket? When Chang'e eventually graduates and becomes a college student, what will you be? A mere social delinquent? In that moment, you will realize that you are unworthy of her and that a chasm has formed between you. Upon reflecting calmly, Jiang Shaoqing's words rang true. For now, he could only attend school in the province, with hopes of attending the same university as Chang'e in the future. However, a voice within him clamored incessantly, urging him to see Chang'e and explain why he struck Chunche. He vividly recalled the moment Chunche's blood splattered across Chang'e's face. The sheer terror etched on her features, her expression ghostly pale. He feared that she might misunderstand him, that she would come to fear him, or perceive him as a person of violent temperament. He could unleash fury upon the world, yet any semblance of tenderness would be reserved solely for her. He resolved to seek her out and clarify everything. Suyu flung open the car door and leapt out. Suyu. Jiang Shaoqing's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly instructed the driver to halt the vehicle. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Shaoqing had not anticipated such wild temperament from Suyu. Without hesitation, he too jumped out of the moving car. Old Li, why didn't you lock the doors? Take me to the hospital. Chapter 92. A smile. Rumors circulated within the school that Suyu had been imprisoned. Chang'e could not believe it, yet her heart felt heavy nonetheless. He vanished suddenly, leaving no trace as if he had never existed. Yet for some, the memories of him linger, creating an unexpected emptiness within. Chang'e diligently pursued her studies and endeavored to live well, refusing to succumb to negativity due to Suyu's abrupt disappearance. Following the final examinations, the winter break commenced. The new year felt particularly desolate for her and Chang Weihua, though they had procured the essentials for the festivities. They affixed couplets, inscribed characters of good fortune. Chang'e rolled out the dough while Chang Weihua prepared dumplings, and they watched the spring festival gala, finding some solace in the experience. Despite Chang Weihua's repeated refusals, he could not withstand the warmth of the landlord's grandmother, ultimately conceding. He initially intended to meet the prospective match and explain his disinterest in pursuing further. But upon meeting her, he cast aside his prior thoughts. To his astonishment, she turned out to be the mother of Li Shuyao. Indeed, it was no mistake. Li Shuyao scratched his head, a sudden realization striking him. Could it be? Nothing is truly impossible. The reality was that Chang Weihua's match was none other than Li Shuyao's mother. Li Shuyao's mother, Wen Qian, was exceptionally beautiful. In her youth, she must have been even more stunning, exuding an aura of grace and tenderness that left a positive impression on Chang'e. Wen Qian was not particularly adept at interacting with Chang'e, considering that if she and Chang Weihua indeed became a couple, she would assume the role of stepmother, a term laden with mixed connotations. Chang'e, being polite and aware of Wen Qian's discomfort, took the initiative to introduce herself. Hello, Andy. I am Chang'e, and this is my father, Chang Weihua. Observing the girl's endearing demeanor, Wen Qian smiled warmly in response. Hello, Chang'e. I am Wen Qian, and this is my son, Li Shuyao. Li Shuyao could not help but roll his eyes. Blind dates are a matter between two individuals, and it seemed inappropriate for their juniors to linger. Chang'e insisted on taking Li Shuyao away from the private room. Once she left, Chang Weihua suddenly became awkward, his smile turning shy. Wen Qian lowered her head, bashfully admitting, So it turns out the single father Aunt Song mentioned is you. What a coincidence. Chang Weihua nodded. I never anticipated that the single mother Aunt Song referred to would be you. It must be fate. Yes, such a fate is quite delightful. However, someone was experiencing a headache. Li Suyo held a fondness for Chang Yi, but it was not the romantic kind. He regarded her as a younger sister. He found Chang Yi to be delicate, easily stirring a protective instinct in boys. He relished the role of an older brother. Yet he did not wish for a strict principal as a father. He was already a mediocre student, merely drifting through school, and with a principal for a father, a top-performing sister, and his enchanting mother, he felt utterly inadequate. Do you have any news about Suyu? The girl spoke softly, her tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet her silhouette evoked a sense of melancholy. The wind carried a chill, sweeping towards them. The girl wore a wine-red coat, quite festive. Likely in light of Chang Weihua's blind date, she had made an effort to adorn herself. Her makeup was subtle, almost imperceptible, and had it not been for the slightly heavy blush, Li Suyo might not have noticed at all. Her hair was styled into two buns, reminiscent of Neza. It was a rare sight to see Chang Yi out of her school uniform, and this attire suited her quite well. Li Suyo shook his head, sighed deeply, and casually draped his arm over her shoulder. Chang Yi responded with a shake of her head, asserting, no, he truly does not like his father. Chang Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, the two of them found themselves at Su Yu's supermarket, where Shi Chuan was working as a cashier. Li Suyo explained. He is working to pay off his debts, spending all day in the supermarket without receiving any compensation. Chang Yi laughed. Aren't you also not paying? Li Suyo's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly shifted the topic. Look, you appear more beautiful when you smile. Chang Yi paused, then realized that since Su Yu's absence, her laughter had become a rarity. It wasn't that she didn't want to smile, rather, she found it difficult to do so. You know, if my mother were to marry your father, we would truly become siblings, and you would have to call me brother, Li Suyo joked. Chang Yi frowned. But I might not necessarily be your sister. We are the same age. What if my birth month is earlier than yours? Li Suyo, curious, asked. Which month were you born? August, she replied. Me too, he said. So, what day? The 18th, she answered. Suddenly, Li Suyo fell silent, his expression resembling someone who had just tasted something unpleasant. Chang Yi understood and chuckled. Oh, if your mother marries my father, you will have to call me sister. Better to call you my younger sister, Li Suyo retorted playfully. You see, I am taller and more robust than you, and I look older. So I can only be your brother. He smiled mischievously, declaring that he had claimed that title for himself. After Suyu jumped from the car, she broke her leg. Upon leaving the hospital, she was taken to his villa by Jiang Shaoqing. Once a destitute youth, Su Lianying could no longer endure the hardships of poverty and chose to depart from him. Now, she has ascended to the position of chairwoman of a company, residing in a grand villa and driving luxurious cars, none of which Su Yu finds appealing. A woman approached, adorned in silk and satin, her attire flamboyant and her demeanor astute. Jiang Shaoqing nodded and remarked to Su Yu, "This is your Aunt Wang Lan." Seated in a wheelchair, Su Yu's expression was frosty, and he did not spare Wang Lan a glance. It was this very woman who had expressed disdain for his presence, whispering in Jiang Shaoqing's ear. Leading to his eventual departure, Wang Lan gazed at the young boy in the wheelchair, astonished that the once motherless child had grown into such a striking figure, bearing a remarkable resemblance to Su Lianying. Her eyes shifted, and she smiled. How much this child has grown. He is truly becoming more handsome. Su Yu disregarded her, turning the wheelchair to leave. Su Yu, where are you going? He was asked. He raised his gaze, his tone icy. Anywhere but here. I cannot bear to see you. It is repulsive. Oldly, block his way. Following the command, Oldly immediately positioned himself in front of Su Yu. Step aside. Oldly remained unmoving, his face displaying conflict. Employed by Jiang Shaoqing and receiving his wages, he felt compelled to obey. Over the past few days, he had sensed the profound resentment this boy harbored towards his father, even resorting to drastic measures such as attempting to jump from a moving vehicle in rebellion. When Oldly began working as a driver for Jiang Shaoqing, Su Yu had already been sent away, leaving Oldly unaware of the tumultuous history between father and son. For all these years, he had never heard Jiang Shaoqing or Wang Lan mention this son. It was only a few days ago that he discovered Jiang Shaoqing had a child. Their relationship was indeed not reminiscent of a typical father and son dynamic. Step aside. The youth's tone was fiercely aggressive, yet Oldly stood unwaveringly in front of him. Jiang Shaoqing approached and summoned the housekeeper, instructing her to take him upstairs. The housekeeper, apprehensive of the boy's wrath, feared he might lash out at any moment. Even seated in a wheelchair, he exuded an intimidating presence. Nevertheless, she could not disobey Jiang Shaoqing's command. Regardless of Su Yu's struggles and furious outbursts, he was ultimately escorted upstairs. Wang Lan's expression turned cold. Shaoqing, why did you bring him here? Jiang Shaoqing cast a weary glance at Wang Lan, chose silence, and retreated to his study. In the room, Su Yu sat in his wheelchair, gazing out the window. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the day was warm. He realized he hadn't been in contact with Chang Yi for nearly a month. His memories were almost frozen at the moment she confessed her affection for him, her bashful, shy demeanor as she nervously fiddled with her fingers. He had thought to himself that this girl was the one he would love for a lifetime. Yet, the image of her panic-stricken face when she witnessed him strike Chen Che caused his brows to furrow, a pang of pain resonating within him. Did she misunderstand him? They had only just begun to express their feelings for one another. Not a single genuine date had transpired, and so many experiences remained unshared. Just like that, their connection had been severed. He yearned to explain himself, but his legs would not heal for several months. Noticing the tranquility upstairs, Jiang Shaoqing instructed Old Li to check on him. Upon opening the door, Old Li found Su Yu on the balcony. He was dressed lightly, and Old Li felt that this child preferred style over warmth. It was quite cold that day. However, it seemed that the youth of today were oblivious to the chill, sitting stiffly on the balcony, allowing the cold wind to blow around them. Young master, do not sit in the wind. Your legs cannot endure it, Old Li said, trembling with concern. Please give me a mobile phone. Old Li was taken aback for a moment. Su Yu's voice was remarkably calm. Old Li nodded. All right. I will inquire about it. He went to the study and found Jiang Shaoqing, informing him that Su Yu wished for a mobile phone. Jiang Shaoqing understood that preventing him from contacting the outside world was futile. Moreover, he merely intended for Su Yu to attend school in the province, not to confine him. Jiang Shaoqing nodded. Buy him one. Once Su Yu received the phone, he eagerly dialed Chang Yi's number. Fortunately, during the countless sleepless nights, he had memorized her number. Hello? Came the voice he had longed for, soft and sweet, imbued with a delightful warmth. Yet, inexplicably, Su Yu felt a sudden sting in his eyes. He wished for this girl to remain forever sweet and innocent, had she not experienced that unfortunate event. Why you? Hello? His voice faltered, raspy and hoarse. Chang Yi found the voice somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it before, but it was too hoarse, lacking its original timbre. Nevertheless, her heart tightened, pounding fiercely. And she cautiously inquired, may I ask who you are? Su Yu. Chang Yi was momentarily stunned, her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest. The voice was hoarse, yet she could never forget that tone. Su was about to call her. In truth, she had an abundance of words to express. Yet at that singular moment, it felt as though a lump had lodged in her throat, rendering her utterly speechless. Suddenly, she found herself at a loss for words, left only with the sensation of her racing heart. After a brief silence on the line, Su spoke her name, Gigi. Chang Yi bit her lip, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. Where are you? The girl wept, silently and with restraint. He wished for her to cry unabashedly, just as she used to. He recalled her words, that crying was a cathartic release, and he did not want her to stifle even that essential expression of self. When he first met her, she was already subdued. Her emotions, whether joy or sorrow, were seldom visible on her face. Her sudden bursts of happiness went unnoticed. Yet, a girl who once cried when she was unhappy and laughed when she was joyful had now become so composed, even her tears were restrained. It made him feel as though she had matured. Su gazed out the window, his tone unassuming. In the provincial capital. I'm fine, don't worry. But I'm worried. I thought you were in jail. Chang Yi could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, her choked voice deeply piercing Su's heart. They all said you would go to jail. I didn't believe it, but you vanished for so long. I feared you truly were imprisoned. Su, I don't want you to be in jail. I want us to be well. I want to be with you forever. You cannot be incarcerated. Su felt a pang of sorrow yet also a sense of relief. She did not blame herself for contacting Chen Che, nor did she even mention it. That day, were you not afraid? Yes, I was. Took a deep breath, wiping away her tears. When you struck Chen Che, I was terrified that you might injure him severely or end up in prison. Silly fool, I am well aware of the situation. Bit her lip. Are you truly aware? You have no idea at all. I wanted us to attend the same university, but now you have escalated this matter to such a grave extent. Can you still continue your studies? Su Yu, I yearn to understand what transpired that compelled you to strike Chinche. I believe your actions were not without reason. Yet my curiosity remains piqued. To spare you from the harshness of reality and to allow you to perceive the beauty in the world, I shall remain silent. Consider my silence as a reflection of my temper, which led me to act against him. Suyu chuckled lightly. In truth, I have long held a disdain for him. Had it not been for you, I would have confronted him much earlier. You, in your naive innocence, greet everyone with a smile. At times, I feel unworthy of your extraordinary presence. Whenever such thoughts cross my mind, I find myself restless at night. All this while, Suyu appeared to be unfazed by anything. He would make her laugh, comfort her in sorrow, and even confidently refer to her as his wife. Yet, now realizes that she hardly knows Suyu. Nevertheless, it is not too late. There is still time for her to understand him. I love you, and that is sufficient. She declared resolutely, you are not unworthy of me. You have simply experienced more than I. People inevitably change, and I shall not always remain kind. Chapter 94. We will celebrate many New Years and share countless wishes of happiness. We must always strive to be kind, Suyu said with a smile. Just hearing her voice suffices. As Sue wished to make this phone call, she had not even contemplated the reasons behind Chang Yi's violent actions. Nevertheless, the girl refrained from mentioning the matter. Sue, I want to find you. I wish to see you. Please provide me with your address. No, Sue replied, casting a glance at her own legs, declining Chang Yi's invitation. Do not come. I am quite well here with Jiang Shaoqing. Do not worry. I have things to attend to. I will add you on WeChat later with this new phone. Although Chang Yi felt a twinge of disappointment, she was content simply to have made contact with Sue. All right, then let us end the call. Chang Yi nodded. She gazed at her phone. The call timer is still running, and after a considerable while, Sue had yet to hang up. Do you have anything else to say? Chang Yi inquired. No. There was a pause. Initially, she thought Sue had stopped listening, perhaps having forgotten to disconnect the call. To her surprise, he was still on the line. I am waiting for you to hang up first, Sue stated. Then I shall end the call. Hesitantly, Chang Yi finally disconnected, then raised her hand to cover her heart. She had managed to reach Sue. He was safe, not imprisoned. That was all that mattered. This winter vacation had proven exceptionally fulfilling, as the unexpected blossoming romance between Chang Weihua and Wen Qian took everyone by surprise. Who would have thought that these two would find mutual affection in the midst of middle age? Chang Weihua, indeed, was a striking figure at 41, his vigor undiminished. Though he was not one to speak sweet nothings, his sincerity was endearing. However, both of them, having recently emerged from divorce, were reluctant to rush into obtaining a marriage certificate, preferring to take the time to understand one another better. The two families often gather to share meals, which serves as a means of harmonizing their personalities and nurturing their relationships. With the addition of two pairs of chopsticks, the atmosphere becomes livelier, instantly transforming the home. Li Shuyao, a troubled student known for causing disturbances at school, previously spent his days aimlessly with Suyu. Chang Weihua had significant reservations about him and naturally held a disfavor for the boy. However, since developing feelings for his mother, he has come to embrace the son as well. He remarked that although Li Shuyao's academic performance is less than stellar and he exhibits a mischievous streak, the boy possesses considerable intelligence. With a little guidance, he is capable of improvement. Chang Yi struggles to comprehend this perspective, especially when faced with the stark reality of Li Shuyao's exam scores: 16 in Chinese, 25 in mathematics, 19 in English, and zeros in other subjects. How could such results be deemed anything but abysmal? It is, quite frankly, a testament to intellectual deficiency. Wen Qian has attempted to discipline Li Shuyao, but while he is obedient, his lack of focus in studies suggests he is not cut out for academia. Eventually, feeling overwhelmed, she resigned herself to the thought of sending him to learn a trade, hoping he might secure a stable livelihood in the future. As Chang Yi spent more time with Wen Qian, she recognized her as the epitome of a devoted wife and mother, gentle in speech and attentive to every detail. Just yesterday, while Chang Yi sat on the sofa watching television, Wen Qian draped a blanket over her. Chang Yi pondered why such a wonderful woman would experience divorce. Later, she learned from Li Shuyao that his parents separated because his father, while working away, met another woman and found Wen Qian lacking in romantic allure, leading him to abandon her. In the evening, Chang Weihua once again invited Aunt Wen Qian over for dinner, and since their acquaintance, he has been filled with joy each day. From time to time, I would assist Aunt Wen Qian at her barbecue stall. However, with the chill of winter, business had dwindled, and with the approaching new year, she decided to close her shop. In the evenings, Chang Wei-hua and Wen Qian would prepare dinner together, while Chang'e busied herself in her room, reviewing materials for the upcoming semester. Meanwhile, Li Shuyu languished on the sofa, aimlessly scrolling through his phone, feeling somewhat out of place. After all, Wen Qian, Chang Wei-hua, and Chang'e truly felt like a family. After dinner, they descended to the courtyard to set off fireworks. The vibrant colors erupted against the night sky, only to fall and extinguish, leaving a tinge of melancholy in their wake. Li Shuyao approached Chang'e, offering her a small firework, one that could be held in hand, spewing yellow sparks for a fleeting moment before fizzling out. Chang'e, uncertain of its name but recognizing its commonality, remarked, "Brother, it would be amiss not to mention how our parents, with their pungent aroma, are not together. You ought to address me as sister from now on, as we are a family." Chang'e countered, "That seems incorrect, if memory serves. You are just a few days my junior, thus I shall call you sister." "Should I call you sister? Will you protect me?" Li Shuyao extended his hand, saying, "Sister, I wish to visit an internet CAF, yet I lack the funds. Could you spare me 50 yuan? Chang'e regarded his shamelessly outstretched hand, hesitating for a moment before exclaiming, "Ah, brother." With that, Li Shuyao burst into laughter. 50 yuan revealed much about a person, and he had inadvertently gained a delicate little sister. After finishing with the fireworks, they returned upstairs, while Chang Wei-hua and Li Shuyu remained below to tidy up the remnants and ensure there was no fire hazard. Although the regulations here are not particularly strict, during the New Year celebrations, each household engages in setting off firecrackers and fireworks, yet one must still be mindful of fire safety. Li Shuyao felt an overwhelming reluctance to be alone with Chang Wei-hua. He vividly recalled a scorching summer day when he was punished by Chang Wei-hua for teasing a female classmate. Under the blazing sun, Li Shuyao was sweltering until the leader brought him a bottle of ice water to alleviate the heat. Reflecting on the leader, he found himself missing him dearly. Sharon, Ji, year after year, the flowers remain the same, yet the people change. This line is derived from the Tang Dynasty poet Lu Shi's work, On the Sorrow of the White-Haired Old Man, where the original phrase reads, "Year after year, the flowers are similar, yet the people differ." She has altered it. Certainly. She will always be here. Chang'e, I haven't yet wished you a happy new year. Sharon, it matters not. We shall have many new years to come. She was uncertain about Su Yu's current state, sensing that he had become somewhat more profound than before. He longed to escape this place, yet at present, he felt akin to a shell of his former self, at least for now. The door to the room swung open, and a girl stepped in. "Brother, it's time to eat." The girl speaking was Jiang Ke, the daughter of Jiang Shaoqing and that woman. When he was sent to Su Lianying, the girl was merely 4 years old. Now, she had blossomed into a 13-year-old, dressed in a fashionably mature manner that surpassed her peers. "Get out." Jiang Ke had no recollection of this brother. She was merely 4 when Su Yu was taken away, and she completely forgot about him. Chapter 95. Becoming a better version of yourself. Jiang Ke felt a surge of joy as she overheard her classmates discussing who had the most handsome brothers. Now, she too had a good-looking brother. However, she couldn't help but notice that her charming brother had a broken leg and spoke with a fierce demeanor. With a sweet smile, Jiang Ke approached Su Yu, saying, "Brother, let me take you downstairs for a meal." Su Yu, deeply disenchanted by his surroundings, recognized that this girl was the offspring of that woman. An instinctive aversion surged within him, prompting him to push Jiang Ke away. "Get out. Don't come back without my permission." Being merely a young girl, Jiang Ke was unable to withstand Su Yu's force and fell to the ground. Her once cheerful expression morphed into one of distress, her eyes immediately brimming with tears. She was undeniably adorable, cherished by her family and other brothers. So why did this brother not like her? Jiang Ke felt immensely wronged. "Brother." Su Yu turned to her, his gaze frigid. "Do not call me brother." Jiang Ke was taken aback by the coldness in his eyes, leading her to flee in tears. Downstairs, she rushed into Wang Lan's embrace, crying, "Mom, my brother was mean to me." Seeing her daughter distressed, Wang Lan immediately directed her ire towards Jiang Shaoqing. "Look at your son. Why did you bring him here? Is it to bully my Kiki?" Though Jiang Shaoqing did not articulate his thoughts, Wang Lan understood the underlying message, and her meticulously made-up face paled instantly. "What do you mean by that, Jiang Shaoqing? You must clarify this for me today." "I mean what I say. You know it well," he replied. Jiang Shaoqing paid her no further mind and turned to ascend the stairs. Fireworks illuminated every household, and the incessant crackle of firecrackers filled the air, enveloping the atmosphere in a vibrant festive spirit, a sensation absent in the bustling metropolis. She set her phone down, preparing to step out, when suddenly, it emitted a notification sound. Chang-yi hastily ran over to retrieve it, discovering a WeChat message from Jean Rong. Jean Rong, Chang-yi, Happy New Year. By the way, have you been in touch with the big shot? Also, are you two together now? Chang-yi, Happy New Year. Yes, I contacted him, and we are indeed together. Jean Rong, really? Is this for real? I suspected something unusual between you and the big shot. When he pursued you, I thought you had turned him down. By the way, is he all right? Jean Rong, a couple of days ago, I overheard my mother gossiping with her friends about the big shot, especially after the school fight, which was quite serious. It spread like wildfire, and it's rather alarming. Jean Rong, I heard that Suyu's father compensated Shin Che's parents quite handsomely, and the big shot's father also arranged for someone to bail him out. Chang-yi, I'm not sure. He has mentioned it to me. Jean Rong, I truly wonder if the big shot will be able to return to school. This was also a concern for Chang-yi. Perhaps Chang Wei-wan knew whether Suyu could continue her studies. Jean Rong, I must go now. My mom is calling me. Kisses. I'll come find you in a couple of days. Chang-yi, okay. She set her phone down and exited the room. Wen Xian and Li Suyo had already left, leaving the house eerily empty, with only her and Chang Weihua remaining. As Chang-yi approached Chang Weihua's room, she overheard him speaking on the phone inside. Indeed, Suyu's academic performance is commendable, and it is essential for her to continue her studies, if that proves unfeasible. Vocational school is also a viable option. It is unnecessary to be overly formal. We are old friends. Well, let us share a drink together next time. Every word spoken by Chang-yi resonates clearly in her mind. The hand that had been poised to knock hesitated and then fell. It seemed she had cherished too many hopes. As long as Suyu could continue her education, whether in vocational school or pursuing university, it would suffice. Chang Weihua hung up the phone, ready to step outside. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find his daughter standing at the threshold. Did you hear everything? He asked, astonished. Chang-yi nodded in affirmation. Chang Weihua replied, I was just about to seek you out, to discuss matters concerning you and Suyu. It appeared that the family had tacitly approved of her relationship with Suyu. Chang Weihua harbored no objections, while Jiang Shaoqing could not speak for Suyu. He was nonetheless an elder who had invoked the agreement made in their youth, thus signifying implicit approval. Chang-yi settled onto the sofa, her gaze cast downward as she fidgeted with her fingers. Observing her unease, Chang Weihua spoke gently. My dear, I reiterate, I respect your choices. If you have feelings for Suyu, I shall not stand in your way. Even if I tried, your affection for her would remain unchanged. However, it is crucial that Suyu does not remain in school any longer. I hope you understand the gravity of the situation and realize what steps you ought to take now. I do not wish for you to become distracted by this matter, believing that love necessitates being together at all costs. While that may hold some truth, it is also essential for you both to evolve into better versions of yourselves. If he truly cares for you, focus diligently on your studies and refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. In due time, you may both attend the same university, allowing you to remain together. This assurance would bring me peace regarding your relationship with Suyu. Do you comprehend your father's intentions? She understands. She comprehends everything. No parent would willingly entrust their child to an irresponsible troublemaker. Chang Weihua feels the same way. Indeed, Suyu is not a model student. And although his circumstances are somewhat justifiable, they do not serve as an excuse. Chang-yi believes that Suyu will improve in the future. Chang-yi nodded and replied, Father, I understand your meaning. I will commit to my studies and lead a good life. Suyu will do the same. I have faith that he will not act so impulsively in the future. Chang Weihua sighed, gently stroking Chang-yi's head with a face full of affection. I still remember the moment I first saw you in the orphanage. You were a delicate little girl with a round face, dressed in a white top and adorably cute overalls. At that moment, I thought to myself, how could such a lovely girl be an orphan? How could her parents have the heart to abandon her? Chapter 96. The return seemingly innocent and naive, yet her thoughts are more intricate than anyone else's. Some grievances she keeps to herself, hidden deep within her heart. She is far too understanding. As Chang Weihua spoke, a smile broke upon his face. Yet, deep inside, Chang-yi felt an overwhelming sorrow. Listening to Chang Weihua, tears fell silently from her eyes. She did not wish to cry. She was not one to weep easily. Yet she could not help herself. At that time, in the orphanage, upon hearing that someone was coming to adopt, she instinctively knew it was the gentleman before her. She gazed at him intently, hoping he would grant her the gift of a home. No one comprehends the profound yearning of an orphan for a complete family. for the tender affection of parents. Thus, she was more obedient than any other child. This obedience, this sweetness, was a form of appeasement, intended to endear her to him just a little more. Chang-yi raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Father, thank you. Yes, good night, father. Chang-yi understood that every evening, Chang Wei-wa would engage in conversation with Aunt Wen-chien. Their exchange was tender, reminiscent of young lovers in their first romance. She sent one last good-night message before drifting into slumber, perhaps to be graced with a pleasant dream. In her dreams, there would be Su-yu. Su-yu was engrossed in his phone, reflecting on how captivating that girl's goodnight would sound, accompanied by her sweet and soft tone. If he were in town, he would certainly rush to her building just to hear her say goodnight in person before departing. Once his leg healed, the first thing he would do is seek her out. As he thought of Chang-yi, a smile suddenly illuminated Su-yu's face, his eyes curving in delight, making him all the more handsome. That night, Su Lianying received a call from Su-yu, and after being met with an angry outburst, she never managed to reach him again. Over the course of more than a decade, Su Lianying remained unchanged, still the same as before, save for the added maturity of womanhood. After all, as a star, her beauty was bound to be exceptional. It was the first time Jiang Shaoqing had encountered Su Lianying in all these years, and he couldn't help but feel a whirlwind of thought stirring within him. Su Lianying was beautiful, and Wang Lan was not lacking either. Yet in comparison, Su Lianying possessed a certain allure that set her apart. Wang Lan is a person consumed by envy, unable to bear the sight of anyone more attractive than herself, especially Su Lianying. In the presence of Su Lianying, she inevitably loses her composure. As for Yu, Su Lianying removes her sunglasses and immediately mentions Su-yu. Jiang Shaoqing, you were the one who entrusted the child to me, clearly stating that you no longer wanted him. Now you take Yu away. What is your intention? Su Lianying, being a star, takes great care of herself and has flawless skin, which only fuels Wang Lan's jealousy. Jiang Shaoqing glances at Su Lianying before shifting his gaze. You haven't taken good care of him either. Whether I have cared for him properly is my concern. Since you no longer want a Yu, you are no longer his father. You and a Yu no longer share a father-son relationship. Su Lianying furrows her brow. What do you mean? Su-yu rarely descends from the upper floor, seldom venturing outside, for his current state renders him incapable of doing so. He sits on the balcony, listening to the voices of Su Lianying and Jiang Shaoqing below. He has no memories of both parents being together, as Wang Lan married Jiang Shaoqing before he could form such recollections. After all these years, to witness them together under such circumstances is unexpected. Oldly approaches cautiously, inquiring, would you like a blanket? Su-yu shakes his head. Push me down. Oldly nods. All right. Meanwhile, the argument between Su Lianying and Jiang Shaoqing escalates, as they accuse each other of failing in their parental duties. In truth, Su-yu had harbored resentment towards them in his childhood, which later morphed into hatred. Their quarrel grows increasingly heated, rendering them oblivious to Su-yu's descent. It is only little Su-in who notices her brother and rushes towards him with outstretched arms. Calling out, brother, Su-in clung to her brother's leg, noticing its rigidness, and involuntarily remarked, brother, your leg is so hard. Unfamiliar with the concept of plaster, she recognized that her brother disliked noisy children and refrained from further inquiries. Su Lianying observed the cessation of the argument between Su-yu and Jiang Shaoqing, suddenly recalling the furious outbursts Su-yu had directed at her over the phone that fateful night. A realization dawned upon her. I'm sorry, Yu, but was an apology truly of any consequence? Su-yu's gaze was frigid, devoid of emotion, devoid of warmth. He inquired of Su Lianying, does saying sorry hold any weight? Rendered speechless, she pondered their current intentions. You once cast me aside, and now you seek me out? What am I to you? Su-yu scoffed lightly. I manage quite well on my own. I have no family, save for my aunt. I can successfully oversee her supermarket and sustain myself. Why should I acknowledge you? He continued. Without you, I find joy in my life. In truth, you hold no significance for me. Su Lianying conceded, indeed. Oblivious to the adult's conversation, Su-in blinked her innocent eyes and followed Su-yu upstairs. Su Lianying resolved, let us discuss this again when school starts. If he wishes to transfer, I shall respect his decision. In truth, she had never disclosed the origins of the child to Su-yu. Previously, there had been no opportunity to speak, as he had shown no desire to converse with her, and now she was reluctant to provide explanations. It was a fact that she had abandoned Su-yu, and the reality of her work preventing her from caring for him was undeniable. There was little point in disputing it. Suwon was well-behaved, and to Suyu, she was far more agreeable than Jiang. Sometimes, upon seeing Suwon, she is reminded of Chang'e. At times, Su-in and Chang'e bear a striking resemblance, both speaking in sweet, gentle tones. Suwon harbors a deep affection for her brother, yet is also fearful of him. Observing her brother seated in a wheelchair, she cautiously inquires, "Brother, why, at your age? Are you still in a stroller?" This question elicits laughter from Suyu, marking his first smile since leaving the small town. He turns to Su-in and asks, "Do you understand that my leg is broken?" "I understand." She replies, "It means you cannot walk." Suyu nods, affirming, "Correct. If you annoy me, I shall break your legs." Su-in, startled, quickly covers her mouth with her small hand. Chapter 97. Missed opportunities in recent days, Chang'e has remained at home, indulging in meals and remaining sedentary, occasionally perusing books, tackling exercises, and learning to play games alongside Lee Suyo, while also engaging in conversations with Suyu. Each time she expresses her desire to visit him, he skillfully evades the topic. She yearns to understand why, yet fears provoking his anger, refraining from further inquiry. Chang'e leans against the windowsill, lost in thought. The winter break is swiftly drawing to a close, and she has not seen Suyu throughout the entire holiday. Today, Jin Rong and others mentioned their intention to visit her, and they arranged to meet at a milk tea shop near the school. Chang'e arrives first, ordering milk tea and awaiting their arrival in the shop. Soon enough, Jin Rong and the others enter, rubbing their hands together for warmth. The milk tea shop is comfortably heated, and Chang'e feels herself on the verge of dozing off. As Jin Rong pushes the door open, he complains, "Liao Shu, you incompetent fool, you couldn't even catch a toy. Do you not know that men shouldn't say they can't? Nuns are far superior." With that, Jin Rong raises the two toys in his hands, a broad smile gracing his face. Feeling somewhat disgruntled by the disdain of the girls and being told he was inferior to them, Liao Shu couldn't help but feel a tinge of indignation. "Isn't that my fault? It's the machine's inefficacy." Jin Rong, uninterested in engaging in a debate with Liao Shu, remarked that he was ineffective, much to Liao Shu's discontent. "Let him try again," he mused, fully aware that Liao Shu would indeed fail once more. Lu Jing interjected, All right. How long have we kept Chang'e waiting? Do we possess even a modicum of time awareness?" In truth, Jin Rong and the others had left much earlier. However, they had been sidetracked by a claw machine they encountered along the way, which consumed their time. Chang'e, on the other hand, had not been waiting for long. Seated in a milk tea shop, she listened to the gossip from the nearby table of girls, oblivious to the passage of time. "I apologize, Chang'e. It's all Liao Shu's fault. Otherwise, we would have arrived much sooner," Jin Rong said apologetically. Chang'e shook her head, pushing her milk tea away from them. "I haven't waited long at all. The arcade has transformed into an escape room. Let us go have some fun. With my clever little mind, I shall escape in no time," Jin Rong proposed, and everyone agreed. The group, clutching their milk tea, made their way to the escape room suggested by Jin Rong. After a journey of approximately 10 minutes, they arrived. The escape room was formerly an arcade, repurposed due to declining business. Nearby, there were attractions such as a carousel, bumper cars, claw machines, and a large shopping mall. Upon their arrival, Jin Rong and Ing Feisue instantly became animated. Chang'e rarely witnessed such joy on Ing Feishue's face. Having thought her indifferent to the world, it was a pleasant surprise to discover that she, too, possessed a youthful heart. 51 tickets were purchased, and a few individuals eagerly bought theirs. The escape room offered 3 themes: the mountain village old house, the fearful apartment, and the girls' dormitory. Before even stepping inside, a spirited debate ensued among them. Liao Shu and Lu Jing were keen on the girls' dormitory, as they had never seen one and were curious if it matched their imaginative portrayal of a pastel-hued sanctuary. Jin Rong and Ing Feisue disagreed, feeling that the mere name of the dormitory lacked excitement compared to the first 2 terrifying options. The 4 continued to bicker until their gaze fell upon Chang'e, who sat quietly to the side. Chang'e lowered her head, absent-mindedly biting the straw of her milk tea, acutely aware of the 4 fervent stares directed at her due to the argument. Being timid, she found the prior discussions frightening and tentatively pointed to the girls' dormitory, suggesting, "Shall we choose this one? I am also curious about the girls' dormitory." Eventually, Jin Rong and Ing Feisue relented, observing Chang'e's fragile demeanor. They hoped she wouldn't end up in tears from fright. The group entered the escape room, where red letters on the wall cautioned, "The game is limited to 1 hour. If you cannot escape, press the red emergency button and a staff member will assist you." The room was designed to evoke a sense of horror, Yet Chang Yi believed the girls' dormitory would consider those who were timid and playful, thus not be overly terrifying. Upon entering, they were met with dim lighting, a dilapidated room, and the eerie sound of creaking doors and windows, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Liao Shu exclaimed, "Isn't this just a girls' restroom? This isn't a dormitory at all." Lu Jing remarked, "This is nothing like the girls' dormitory I envisioned." Jin Rong declared, "I quite enjoy this ambience." Softly uttered, I wish to go outside." Suddenly, Fei Shui's complexion turned ashen. Did any of you just see a white shadow flit by?" The group instantly huddled together, shrieking. Su Lianying, engrossed in her work, had no time to attend to him. Thus she arranged for an assistant to look after Su Yu at the hotel. Su Yu was rather reticent, causing Lianying's assistant to perceive him as rather sullen. Fortunately, with Su In around, there was at least a bit more laughter each day. The manager immediately objected, "Not now. After months without filming, the audience will forget you. I cannot film for the next few months. Yu has injured his leg and requires care. Lianying, I advise you to maintain some distance from that child. The last time you were photographed, the matter of your illegitimate child nearly surfaced. And as for Su En, I fail to understand why you would undertake the responsibility of raising a stranger's child. He is not an illegitimate child. I was already married when he was born." Su Lianying's expression hardened. "I once heeded your advice, which resulted in my inability to accompany Yu during his childhood. You have no idea how much he resents me. He even claims to be without parents. Yet, this is also my fault. I did not provide him with the companionship he deserved. Now, I wish to be there for him." This marked the first time Su Lianying defied the company's orders. In the past, when she was impoverished, she aspired to make something of herself, leaving Su Yu behind. After years of playing minor roles, she finally earned enough to sustain herself, and later, as her acting career began to flourish, Jiang Shaoqing returned the child to her. She did not wish to relinquish her opportunities. Yet on the other hand lay her own son. She found herself caught in a dilemma between nurturing her child and pursuing her dreams. Eventually, persuaded by her agent, she entrusted her child to her sister and chose to pursue her career. She became incredibly busy, seldom visiting him, and even when she did, he would shut himself away in his room, refusing to see her. For many years, Su Lianying had longed to mend her relationship with Su Yu, yet he consistently evaded the subject. He harbored resentment towards Su Lianying. As she pushed open the door to the suite, she found Su Yu gazing out of the window. "Shall we go for a walk? There's a large shopping mall nearby where we can buy something." Su Lianying's voice was soft and gentle, tinged with guilt. Su Yu remained silent for a long time, leading her to believe he wished to ignore her. She lowered her head, preparing to change her shoes. Su Yu finally responded in a nonchalant manner, which filled Su Lianying with unexpected delight. "Then let me get you a jacket." Chapter 98. Insecurity. When Su Yi and her companions emerged from the secret room, night had already fallen. Jin Rong was rather straightforward. Upon seeing something appealing and well-fitted, he would purchase it without hesitation. Su Lianying gently urged Su Yu forward, while little Su In clutched Su Yu's clothing tightly, fearful of losing him. "Yu, is there anything you desire?" Su Yu remained silent throughout, which was quite typical. How could he speak to her when he despised her? Thus, she took the initiative to express goodwill. Su In shook her head joyfully. She was elated to be at the mall, thrilled at the prospect of indulging in an abundance of delectable treats. Suddenly, she pointed excitedly in one direction, exclaiming, "Sister." Su Yu lifted his gaze towards where she was pointing. The girl in the crowd was not particularly conspicuous, yet he spotted her immediately. She walked alongside Jin Rong, unaware of what joke he had made that suddenly elicited her laughter. Su Yu felt a surge of panic. "Don't call out. It's my sister." Su In was elated. She truly adored her sister Chang Yi and had not seen her in ages. Without hesitation, she was about to rush towards Chang Yi. Su Yu swiftly gathered Su In into his arms, covering her mouth, muffling her initially exuberant voice. "Let's go, push me away." Su Lianying, perplexed by the situation, inquired, "What is wrong with Yu? Push me away, quickly." His voice was urgent, tinged with fear and trepidation, inexplicably. He did not wish to meet Chang Yi at that moment. Su Lianying glanced at the girl Su In had pointed out and nudged Su Yu into a nearby shop. He too longed to see her, but not in his current state. He feared that Chang Yi would feel sorry for him, would pity him. He did not require pity. Truly, he did not want Chang Yi's sympathy. He had once been so self-assured, but after the girl had confessed her feelings for him, Su Yu suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. That night, she had asked him, "Why aren't you happy?" She was so wonderful, innocent, naive, and devoid of guile. And what was he? A troubled youth, prone to fighting and aimlessness. He felt unworthy of such a remarkable girl. Su Lianying, having experienced similar sentiments, instantly understood. The girl he had just seen was likely the one who had taken his call that night, the girl he admired. Through the glass of the shop, Su watched as she passed by, fading from view before he finally set Su-in down. Su-in patted his leg, her little face filled with reproach. Brother, why can't I call you sister? Su remained silent, taking out his phone to send a WeChat message to Chang'e. Having missed the bus, Chang'e opted for a taxi. When her phone chimed, she assumed it was a message from Chang Weihua and picked it up to glance. The simple 8-character message made her heart skip a beat. Why would Su Yu suddenly send her this message? Did he know she was out? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Chang'e, and she urgently called out to the driver. Sir, could you please pull over? Jean Rong, bewildered, asked, what's wrong? Did you lose something? Chang'e, on the brink of tears, exclaimed, I lost something. I lost something important. Please stop the car. Although stopping ahead was not permitted, the driver, noticing the girl's distress, complied and halted the vehicle. Chang'e swiftly opened the car door and dashed out. Jean Rong was perplexed by her sudden urgency. She had left without taking anything, hadn't she? As for her phone, she had it in her hand just moments ago. Watching Chang'e sprint towards the shopping mall, Jean Rong followed suit. Chang'e, wait for me. Chang'e ran with fervor, leaving Jean Rong gasping for breath and eventually halting. But why wouldn't he come out to see her? Why did he always evade the topic she proposed about seeking him? Was it possible that something had happened to him? Wandering aimlessly through the mall in search of Su Yu, Chang'e found herself frustrated as closing time approached without a sight of him. Jean Rong, spotting Chang'e exiting the mall, hurried over. Chang'e, what are you looking for? What have you lost? Chang'e suddenly burst into tears, crouching down with her shoulders trembling. Jean Rong was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Through her sobs, Chang'e lamented, I have lost something very important. Jean Rong, confused, wondered how she could lose something when she had arrived at the mall empty-handed. She knelt beside her, attempting to console her. Whatever you've lost, I'll help you find it. Please don't cry. Seeing your tears makes me want to cry too. Jean Rong's eyes glistened with tears. She despised feeling this way. She longed to comfort Chang'e, but witnessing her profound sorrow made her heart ache as well. Chang'e hugged her own arms, shaking her head in silence. She had lost her heart. An emptiness enveloped her chest, and she felt a rising panic. Had Su Yu abandoned her? Surely not. It couldn't be that she no longer wanted her sister is crying so sadly. I want to embrace her, Su-in said as she reached for the car door. Su Yu firmly grasped her hand and locked the door. Are we not going to check on her? Su Lianying inquired. Su Yu's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on the girl seated on the steps at the mall entrance. His heart ached fiercely, painfully enough to steal his breath. No. Su Lianying paused before suggesting, perhaps we should go see her? She seems to care for you. Su Yu averted his gaze, tears brimming in his eyes. Drive. He would not cry. Even if Su Lianying and Jiang Shaoqing turned their backs on him, he would remain composed. In his memories, tears were reserved for the passing of his aunt. How many times had he felt envious for this girl? Su Yu forced a bitter smile. That was merely a hotel. It was not home. Yet for Su-in, anywhere with her mother was home. Su-in's foolishness bore a resemblance to Chang'e's in some respects. Su Lianying started the car, passing in front of Chang'e, gradually disappearing from view. Jean Rong gently patted Chang'e's back. His voice choked. Chang'e, do not weep. Chapter 99. Such foolishness. She awaited his emergence, longing to see him. Perched upon the steps at the mall's entrance, she embraced her knees, burying her face in the crook of her arm. He refused to answer her calls. If he did not wish to see her, then she would remain here indefinitely. She could not believe he would not come out. Inside the hotel, Su Yu sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, the girl still present, undeniably unwilling to depart. She was remarkably stubborn, appearing soft yet possessing an unyielding spirit. Brother, sister is so pitiable. Su-in's tone faltered as she spoke, her large eyes timidly gazing at her brother. She fell silent, retreating slightly. Brother is so frightening. Sister is so pitiable. Su-in blinked her watery eyes, playfully appealing to Su Lianying. Mother loved her most. Whenever she acted cute, mother would indulge her every whim. Surely, this time would be no different. Su Lianying glanced at Su Yu, whose solitary figure in the wheelchair appeared profoundly desolate. Yu, it's almost 1 a.m, and she remains at the mall entrance. Shall I go out and bring her back? Su Lianying inquired tentatively. Su Yu remained silent, his gaze fixed on his phone. The girl had sent multiple WeChat messages. Gigi, Suyu, could you come out? I know you haven't gone far. Are you watching me from somewhere? Just as Suyu prepared to silence his phone, Chang'e unexpectedly called. The device vibrated, the stillness of the room allowing the sound to resonate clearly for all to hear. Su Lianying said, answer it. If you don't, she will likely not give up. Suyu tightened his grip on the phone and connected the call. Chang'e held little hope, having dialed numerous times only to be met with disconnection. Just as she resigned herself to the belief that Suyu would not answer, the call connected. Chang'e wept. You deceived me. You never intended to come find me. I want to see you now, immediately. Hearing the girl's choked voice, Suyu felt a pang of sorrow. Do not cry. Do not threaten me. Chang'e replied. I am indeed threatening you. I know that without a threat, you would not come out. Suyu fell silent. The girl, clutching her phone, sobbed uncontrollably. Her words tangled in her tears. Suyu raised his gaze to the window, where the girl remained seated on the steps across the street, wiping her tears repeatedly. He did not wish to witness her sorrow. Since the night she encountered danger, he had wished to shield her from tears. It was then he realized that her weeping softened his heart. Ultimately, Suyu relented. Do you truly wish to see me? Yes, she asserted firmly. Very well. Wait for me. With a hoarse voice, he ended the call and turned his wheelchair around. I will push you. I can manage myself. Su Lianying lowered her gaze and nodded. Perhaps you should take a jacket. And be mindful of your legs. They mustn't be exposed to the wind. Wrap yourself in a blanket. You are still not adept at maneuvering the wheelchair, so take it slow. Understood. He was still unfamiliar with guiding the wheelchair himself. Traversing the distance from his room to the elevator felt interminable. Suyu grew anxious, suddenly overwhelmed with impatience, yet the more haste he felt, the more chaotic things became. Suyu had agreed to meet her, and Chang'e was particularly elated, wiping away her tears to appear less unattractive. He had once remarked that she looked dreadful when she cried. Chang'e waited at the entrance of the mall for half an hour. Yet Suyu had still not arrived. She felt deceived and took out her phone to call him again. Suyu had finally crossed the street, his forehead glistening with a fine sheen of sweat. The cacophony of virtual and real sounds startled Chang'e, prompting her to turn around. The boy she had long pondered over was no longer the cool figure of her memories. Instead, he approached her with a hint of dishevelment. However, to her, this made him even more charming. He was gradually pushing his wheelchair closer to her, his movements laborious. Don't move. I'll come to you, Chang'e said. A love that is reciprocated holds significance. Much like this moment where the boy she cherished, despite his physical limitations, was striving to reach her. Though his pace was slow, it mattered not. She could run towards him without hesitation. Don't cry, she heard his gruff voice, having just reddened her eyes. You look dreadful when you cry. Chang'e, suddenly smiling through her tears, replied, Isn't it all because of you? Suyu acknowledged, Yes, so from now on, I won't let you cry anymore. You care for me. She insisted. No, I just think you look ugly when you cry. Chang'e retorted, You do care for me. You just say I look ugly when I cry. Indeed. It is quite ugly, but I truly cannot bear to see you in tears. You cannot bear to see me cry. Yet you were unwilling to come meet me when I was sobbing so pitifully. That's because I am feeling rather disheveled myself right now. Chang'e shook her head, saying, No, I find it quite handsome. Are you blind? She was indifferent to his biting remarks. All she desired was to embrace him and witness the changes he had undergone recently. He had not changed much, merely lost a bit of weight. Suyu was also observing her, wishing to give the girl a hug, yet he found himself unable to do so. I am not there, and you have gained weight. Chang'e replied, You have lost weight. Suyu chuckled, Indeed, my abs have disappeared. With your legs in such a state, how can you still joke around? Did you fracture them? Longing to see you, I jumped from the car. Chang'e fell silent, taking a considerable time before she remarked, You are truly foolish. Suyu nodded, You are foolish too. Chang'e smiled, feeling a surge of happiness. Even when Suyu called her foolish, it brought her joy. I am willing to be foolish. She playfully nudged him forward. The small town was neither too large nor too small, with cars coming and going, and lights twinkling. Chang'e jested, Suyu, if you don't show up soon, I might start liking someone else. I think Li Shuyo is quite charming. Then let the three of us break our legs together. Why three? Suyu replied, I shall break your legs and mine. Chang'e smirked. I suspect you would hesitate to harm me. You have seen through me. In chapter 100, Calling Sister-in-Law, Chang'e was filled with joy at the sight of Suyu. Even though he now sat in a wheelchair, looking somewhat disheveled, she found no fault in him, only a pang of sympathy. Falling from a car and breaking one's legs must have been exceedingly painful. She was unaware of Su Yu's current residence, and when she inquired, Chang Yi chose not to disclose it. She had no choice but to push him to the entrance of the mall. Su Yu nodded. I will accompany you. Chang Yi lowered her head, surprised that her inner thoughts had been uncovered. She ceased to resist and allowed him to escort her. The wheelchair was foldable, easily stowed in the back of a taxi. They sat in silence, the atmosphere feeling somewhat oppressive. Chang Yi gently brushed her hand against his, yet Su Yu remained unmoved. Undeterred, she continued her subtle gesture. When the traffic light turned red, the taxi driver caught sight of their youthful exchange and couldn't help but smile enviously, exclaiming, "Youth is truly wonderful." Chang Yi blushed at the unexpected attention, having believed her small actions would go unnoticed. Clearly, the driver was not entirely focused on the road. Suddenly, Su Yu grasped her hand firmly, enveloping it within his own. A smile crept onto Chang Yi's lips as she turned her gaze to the window. It was only after Chang Yi ascended the stairs that Su Yu took his leave. The 20-minute journey stretched into over an hour for him. And upon arriving at the supermarket, he discovered that his hand had been chafed until it bled. Li Shuyo slapped his thigh in alarm and rushed over. Oh no. We've been robbed. What kind of thief brazenly turns on the lights to steal? Sichuan wondered, recalling that he had locked the supermarket door at 10 o'clock that night. The two hastily picked up bricks from the roadside and dashed towards the supermarket, only to freeze in shock. With a loud thud, the bricks fell from their hands as they lunged forward. Boss, what happened to your leg? Is it broken? Su Yu pushed them aside, stating, Get up, I want noodles. Observing their resolute leader filling a kettle with water, they were inspired by his indomitable spirit, his silhouette a testament to perseverance. Sichuan and Li Shuyo suddenly felt utterly inept. The two hurried over. Sichuan seized the kettle, exclaiming, Allow me. Li Shuyo pushed him towards the lounge, saying, Boss, just wait here. We'll prepare instant noodles. Karma, indeed. I used to kick him, and now he has broken his leg. Sichuan anxiously inquired, Boss, where have you been all this time? Jiang Shaoqing took me to the provincial capital, and I'm uncertain if he has lost his mind. Suggesting I transfer there for school. Li Xiao questioned, Then why did you strike Qin Che? What offense did he commit against you? Sichuan replied in confusion. We have not interacted with Qin Che at all. Moreover, what do you mean by being set up? Qin Che seems to have feelings for Chang Yi. When Jiang Shaoqing came to school looking for me, he spoke to me at the classroom door, and the entire class overheard him suggesting a transfer for me. Li Shuyao nodded, his mind suddenly sharp. Zhang Huiming likes the boss, which is why she agreed to collaborate with Qin Che. If the boss were expelled, he would be able to attend the same school as Chang Yi. Proximity brings opportunity. Qin Che believes that with you gone, he can pursue Chang Yi. What a delusion. I will be the first to object. Su Yu gazed thoughtfully at the steaming noodles. Qin Che thinks Zhang Huiming is merely scaring Chang Yi with a few ruffians, but Zhang Huiming has her own ambitions. She wishes for this charade to become reality. Sichuan remarked, so, that night, Chang Yi really was. Li Shuyu raised his hand and slapped Sichuan. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe I would let you? Sichuan interjected, My sexual orientation is not an issue. Li Suyo, I have no issues. I merely spoke too hastily. Reflecting on that night, Su Yu still feels a twinge of fear. Had Chang Yi not found him in time, the consequences would have been dire. Li Suyo couldn't help but exclaim, Goodness, a grown man is so scheming? He wants me to transfer schools. If that's the case, I shall indeed transfer. I will make him realize that even if I change schools, what does not belong to him will ultimately remain out of his grasp. So, are you really going to the provincial capital? Wouldn't that mean you and Chang Yi would be in a long-distance relationship? Su Yu shook his head. No, right now, Su Lianying and Jiang Shaoqing are vying for my attention. This is the first time I've experienced such treatment. I will have Su Lianying arrange a school for me. I won't leave the town. Li Suyo nodded and inquired, Have you seen Chang Yi? I have. Recently, she's been eating well and has put on some weight. Thinking of the girl, Su Yu felt a warmth in his heart. Even his tone was laced with affection. Suddenly, Li Suyo chuckled, Boss, from now on, you shall be my brother-in-law. Ha ha ha. Su Yu frowned slightly. Sichuan explained, his mother is dating Chang Yi's father. It startled me when I realized that Chang Yi's father is Chang Wei-hua. Su Yu curled his lips into a smirk. To be honest, he hadn't given Qin Che much thought, but Li Suyo made him feel a sense of urgency. He sensed that without him, Chang Yi would likely grow fond of Li Suyo. Su Yu nonchalantly remarked, A wife follows her husband. After she marries me, you will have to call her sister-in-law. Li Suyo immediately jumped up. You can't be serious. How can a brother address his sister as sister-in-law? Su raised her eyes, not convinced. Seeing the leader sitting in a wheelchair, Li Shuyao stiffened and retorted defiantly, "Of course, I am not convinced." Sichuan remained silent, clutching a cup of instant noodles as he hurried to the cash register, only to hear a chorus of lamentations from within. All right, I concede." Chapter 101. The start of school. Chang Yi felt that her winter vacation without Su was unusually prolonged. However, with Su, it passed remarkably swiftly. As the days dwindled down, Li Shuyao approached her, seeking to copy her homework. Although they were not in the same class, their assignments were quite similar. Chang Yi initially refused, yet eventually succumbed to his persistent coaxing and reluctantly shared her work. Each day, she eagerly rushed to the supermarket to purchase whatever her family lacked. Although there was a supermarket conveniently located beneath their apartment, Chang Yi preferred to walk to Su's supermarket instead. He was there every day, manning the cash register due to his inconvenient leg condition. Recently, Chang Weihua had been quite busy, nurturing his relationship with Wenqian. Their interactions were pleasant, imbued with the essence of shared life. Wenqian possessed a gentle and amiable disposition, qualities that Chang Weihua found appealing. In truth, when he had just married Guanan, she too had been gentle and accommodating. However, over time, she became increasingly assertive. Chang Weihua had always been tolerant of Guanan, but his tolerance eventually morphed into indulgence. Now, Wenqian's tenderness reminded him of the feelings he had for his first love. Wenqian also found Chang Weihua to be a commendable individual, kind-hearted, and the two decided to register their marriage come summer. As Chang Yi tidied up, she contemplated visiting Su. She yearned to spend time with him, but recognizing his current leg predicament, she dismissed the thought. Upon arriving at the supermarket, she found the boy engrossed in his phone. As Chang Yi put away her phone, a message from Su came through. "The strawberry-flavored yogurt has arrived. I saved some for you." Chang Yi's eyes brightened as she entered the store. Su was busy attending to a customer at the register and did not notice her arrival. After wandering through the supermarket, Chang Yi picked up a bag of chips and approached the checkout. In front of her stood a girl who, despite Su Yu's wheelchair, was captivated by his handsome appearance. As the girl scanned her payment, she shyly inquired, "Excuse me, do you have a girlfriend? Could I add you on WeChat?" Upon hearing the girl's voice, Chang Yi immediately looked up at Su Yu, hoping he would not decline. If he accepted, she planned to bring him the keyboard from her home that evening. The girl, blushing, sought to connect with Su Yu, while he remained indifferent. Su Yu glanced up and pointed behind the girl, saying, "That's my girlfriend." The girl was momentarily taken aback, mistakenly thinking Su Yu was referring to her, and her cheeks flushed even more. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? We don't even know each other," she stammered. Su Yu furrowed his brow and looked at the bashful girl, asking, "What are you thinking?" "My girlfriend is right behind you." Realizing her error, the girl quickly turned around to apologize to Chang Yi, exclaiming, "I'm so sorry," before hastily retreating with her purchases. Chang Yi stifled a laugh as she handed over the bag of chips and quietly asked, "How much is it?" Su Yu replied with a chuckle, 521. Chang Yi frowned. "Are you running a scam?" A bag of chips for 521. Just as she finished speaking, her phone chimed with a notification. Su Yu had transferred her the amount, 521. Chang Yi looked at him in confusion. Although it is somewhat belated, the tradition of giving red envelopes during the new year must be honored, and it shall continue annually. Chang Yi, with her head bowed and cheeks flushed, managed to smile. The sunlight that day was exquisite, as the sun descended in the west. The vibrant orange hues of the sunset streamed through the glass window, casting a warm glow upon the two of them. Outside the supermarket, through the glass, the girl's head was lowered while the boy gazed at her, chuckling softly. The scene was nothing short of enchanting. So you suddenly felt that this winter-esque chill was not as biting as it had been. Not long ago, she learned that the girl was named Chang Yi, the daughter of a close friend of Jiang Shaoqing. In their youth, they had often jested that if their families were blessed with a son and a daughter of similar age, they would arrange a betrothal for them. However, the two families drifted apart, losing contact for many years, only to be reunited through their children. Su Lianying refrained from entering the supermarket, fearing to disrupt such a lovely moment, and chose instead to turn away. The narrative of love may seem commonplace, yet it is not something that the ordinary can truly comprehend. Su Lianying had arranged for Su Yu to attend a vocational high school, and upon hearing this news, Jiang Shaoqing hurried from the provincial city. While Su Yu was at the supermarket, she observed Su Lianying and Jiang Shaoqing entering, engaged in a heated argument. She cast a fleeting glance at them before lowering her gaze. "Should I pay via skin code or cash?" "Skin code," she replied, presenting the payment QR code. Upon noticing her presence, Su Lianying and Jiang Shaoqing ceased their quarrel. It was not until the last customer departed that Jiang Shaoqing spoke. Suyu, you shall accompany me to the provincial city for school. I will not, Suyu retorted, not even sparing Jiang Shaoqing a glance, her focus fixed intently on her phone. Chang Yi had messaged him, an unusual occurrence where she sought his assistance with a question. Suyu, Jiang Shaoqing intended to speak further. Yet Suyu propelled her wheelchair into the lounge, her throat constricted with unshed words, a heavy discomfort settling within her. Jiang Shaoqing moved his lips, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Having shared a past together, Su Lianying understood Jiang Shaoqing well. Observing his struggle to articulate, she inquired, "What troubles you?" Upon receiving the unexpected concern from a former lover, Jiang Shaoqing found himself at a loss for words. Family secrets ought not to be aired, and thus he chose silence. Departing in the end, Suyu remained behind. As the school term commenced, Changyi attended the third high school while Suyu enrolled in the vocational school. At the third high school, Suyu was already a notable figure. Upon arriving at the vocational school, she instantly became the subject of gossip. Everyone was aware that Suyu had been expelled for fighting, having sent someone to the hospital. In an instant, fear enveloped her peers. However, despite knowing Suyu's cold demeanor and explosive temper, there were still girls who harbored secret affections for her. The vocational school lacked handsome boys, and the girls remarked that Suyu resembled a celebrity, bearing a striking resemblance to Su Lianying. Yet, this reputed delinquent entered the school on her first day, quietly and diligently attending classes, more earnest than anyone else. What prompted such a transformation in Suyu remained a mystery. On the first day of school, Chang Yi encountered Chen Che, who had recovered well, though a scar still marred his forehead. During the flag-raising ceremony, Chang Yi asked, "Why did Suyu hit you?" Chen Che chuckled lightly. "It's simply his temperament. Isn't it normal for him to be violent?" Hearing this, Chang Yi felt displeased. She was protective and wished for no one to speak ill of Suyu. She firmly believes that Suyu would not resort to violence without just cause. "Do not let me uncover the reason, otherwise, I shall never forgive you." Chen Che's expression turned cold as he gazed at Chang Yi's departing figure, his smile gradually fading. It was evident from Chang Yi's tone that she favored Suyu, a sentiment Chen Che could not overlook. However, he was taken aback by the revelation that Chang Yi harbored feelings for Suyu. What qualities did he possess? Engaging in fights, idleness, early romantic escapades, and a notorious reputation. Chang Yi ought not to be enamored with him. Chapter 102. A Kiss at the Vocational High School. Suyu transformed into a diligent student, attending classes punctually and participating earnestly, though he remained taciturn and reticent with his peers. One notable flaw was his tendency to leave early. As he waited outside the third middle school to greet his girl after classes, ensuring she was not accompanied by any other boys. Chang Yi was always the last to exit the school gates, aware that a young man awaited her, undeterred by rain or shine. Suyu's legs had largely recovered, freeing him from the confines of a wheelchair, yet he walked with a slight limp, a consequence of prolonged immobility. As he observed Chang Yi sprinting towards him, a subtle smile graced his lips, and he reached out to touzle her hair. "Why are you running?" he inquired. With her eyes sparkling, Chang Yi replied, her smile resembling a crescent moon, "Because you are waiting for me." Momentarily taken aback, Suyu then grasped her hand. They no longer concealed their relationship, strolling hand in hand with unreserved confidence. When encountering acquaintances in their neighborhood, she would candidly introduce him, saying, "This is Suyu, my boyfriend." Though she felt a tinge of shyness, the joy it brought her was undeniable. "So what is vocational high school like?" she asked. Suyu suddenly fell silent, and Chang Yi could not comprehend the reason behind his silence, though his countenance appeared rather troubled. Chang Yi too fell into silence, refraining from speaking. Yet, Suyu unexpectedly smiled and remarked, "It's quite amusing. Today a girl insisted on being in a relationship with me. Can I agree to that?" I promptly declined. "You know, having you is sufficient for me." Chang Yi lowered her head, remaining silent. She sensed Suyu's discontent, but was oblivious to its cause. Had she uttered something amiss? She felt that Suyu had changed, no longer the person he once was. The girl beside her remained quiet, prompting Suyu to turn and ask, "Why the silence?" "You have changed," Chang Yi affirmed, raising her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Suyu replied, "I have not changed. You have, indeed, you have become unhappy. It is you who have changed, for you have begun to consider my feelings." Suyu tightened his grip on her hand, adding, "You have changed, as you now delve into my thoughts." Chang Yi shook her head, "Yet, I feel as though I have never truly understood you." "You will come to understand. I shall reveal all facets of myself to you. Right now, I wish to display my mischievous side. May I? Chang'e playfully swatted him. I am serious. Do not jest. Despite being playfully struck, Suyu found her demeanor both fragile and surprisingly strong. He felt both pain and joy. Chang'e bit her lip. Her cheeks flushed. Kiss? What kiss? I am still a minor. Suyu grasped Chang'e firmly, holding her shoulder. A kiss on the cheek is permissible, is it not? Beneath the street lamp, the girl's lips appeared tender and luminous. Their gazes locked in mutual intensity. Chang'e was suddenly reminded of the tension that enveloped her during that first unexpected kiss from Suyu, a moment that had caught her entirely off guard. She had been seized by a forceful kiss. Yet, the present was markedly different. Suyu was now seeking her consent. Chang'e's heart raced, her cheeks ablaze, and she dared not meet Suyu's eyes. Teasingly, Suyu urged her, just a kiss. We are no longer children. This phrase echoed from their past encounters, when he had playfully taunted her. Despite Suyu's roguish demeanor, she found herself quite taken with him. With a slight nod, she acquiesced, reasoning that it was merely a kiss on the cheek. However, Suyu, true to his mischievous nature, had other plans. When his lips met hers, Chang'e's eyes widened in astonishment. This moment was unlike the first. The initial kiss had come so suddenly that she felt nothing. But this time, she distinctly sensed the coolness of Suyu's lips. His kiss lacked finesse, yet it was imbued with tenderness. Chang'e's mind went blank, her body rigid, her heart racing wildly, and her hands unsure of where to rest. When Suyu finally released her, still smiling, she remained in a daze. Noticing her bewilderment, Suyu chuckled, silly girl. Huh. Chang'e's face flushed crimson as she bit her lip, reminding him that they had agreed to merely a kiss on the cheek. Suddenly reconsidering, he asked, so, how do you feel about it? Was it exhilarating? Exhilarating? What do you mean? Chang'e stammered, her embarrassment palpable. I didn't feel anything. Didn't feel anything? Then let us do it again. Get away, you rogue. But a rogue is still your boyfriend. You're so annoying. Don't touch me. I can never trust you again. The girl's delicate sulking rendered Suyu utterly soft-hearted. Often, she would recall the warmth flooding her cheeks, fully aware that they must be flushed. Just as she prepared to raise her hand to shield her face, Chang Weihua spoke. Xiaoyi, why is your face so red? Have you come down with a fever? As he approached her, he reached out to check her forehead. No fever? Then why is your face so crimson? Chang'e opened her mouth, at a loss for words, and silently lowered her gaze. A comment from Wen Qian diverted Chang Weihua's attention, and he immediately turned his gaze toward her, a hint of reluctance etched on his face. Well then, I shall escort you. Wen Qian waved her hand dismissively. No need. Brother Chang, I wouldn't want to trouble you. Chang'e breathed a sigh of relief. She had initially intended to fabricate an excuse, but her mind had suddenly gone blank, rendering her incapable of weaving a lie. She raised her hand to rub her warm cheeks and hurried into the restroom to splash cold water on her face. Suyu was truly incorrigible, having promised to kiss her cheek. Chang'e lifted her gaze and stared at her reflection in the mirror, a smile unexpectedly breaking across her face. His kiss had been so tender. On her way, she encountered Su Lianying. Curiously, it had been a month since Su Lianying had last appeared on set. He wished to evict Su Lianying from his aunt's house, yet every time he suggested she leave, Sua would weep inconsolably. Eventually, he accompanied Su Lianying instead, treating her as though she were invisible. Su Lianying was engaged in conversation with her manager when Suyu passed by, seemingly oblivious to her presence. The manager frowned. Su Lianying, do you have any idea how much effort I expended to secure this script for you? And now you tell me you want to take the role? Do you realize how fortunate you are to have opportunities at your age? Do you know how many actresses in their 30s are currently without work? Can you tell me now that you won't take on a role? Even Su Lianying understands this. The age listed on Baidu Baiki is misleading. Although she appears youthful, she is nearly 38. It is indeed fortunate for someone of her age to still have acting opportunities. Yet Su Lianying has suddenly grown weary of the life of a celebrity. Now that Suyu has finally softened her stance, she wishes to avoid further straining their relationship. Apologies, but please let someone else take the role. Chapter 103. A date. Suyu maintained a low profile at the vocational school while Li Suyo and Shi Chuan engaged in reckless behavior at the third high school. One day, Chang'e, carrying breakfast sent by Chang Weiwa for Li Suyo, overheard an announcement concerning Li Suyo and Shi Chuan. Chang'e, these two are truly something else. Jin Rong couldn't help but laugh. Wow, these two are impressive. Liao Shu shook his head and clicked his tongue. This is your type of guy, huh? Not very impressive, is he? Rong had long been accustomed to Liao Shu's sarcastic comments, yet still felt an urge to strike him. The antics of these two had become commonplace, and after a brief discussion, everyone returned to their studies. However, Liao Shu continued to chatter incessantly. Shi Chuan's character is lacking. He is utterly disgraceful. How could he behave in such a manner? Isn't that akin to being a lecher? In the past, such behavior would have been deemed criminal, like a rat in the street, universally condemned for his poor character. For some reason, when it came to Shi Chuan, Liao Shu's opinions were the loudest of all. One is perpetually inclined to compare oneself with Shi Chuan, yet it seems that each time, one emerges the lesser. Despite his penchant for skipping classes, engaging in brawls, and indulging in early romances, Shi Chuan possesses a visage that captivates the hearts of young women, handsome. Indeed, but his character raises concerns. The current generation of girls appears rather superficial. They are quick to chase after a handsome face, readily calling them hubby without truly understanding the essence of the individual. This is precisely the case with Rong. Rong, disinterested in the conversation, fashioned makeshift earplugs from tissues, plunging them into her ears while lowering her gaze to her book. When Fei Shua posed a question, Liao Shu fell into a sudden silence, a tension arising as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. He stammered for a considerable time, yet articulated nothing of substance, ultimately seizing his water cup and hastily exiting. The mere mention of Liao Shu incites irritation in Rong. She waved her hand dismissively, remarking, "He is unwell," unable to bear anyone surpassing him in looks. Isn't that his constant demeanor? Yet, Liao Shu is not perpetually like this, though he occasionally indulges in playful banter. He has never stooped to belittling another, especially not Shi Chuan. Perhaps only Liao Shu himself comprehends this nuance. He carried his water cup towards the tea room, where he fortuitously witnessed Shi Chuan engaged in a spirited chase with Li Suyo on the playground. The exuberant youth, adorned with a countenance beloved by all young women, ignited a spark of jealousy within him, an unfamiliar yet oddly recognizable emotion. The academic rigors of the second year of high school are significant, with endless examinations and an unrelenting barrage of problems to solve. Days are consumed solely by study, devoid of any recreational activities. On occasion, they might indulge in a game of basketball, a simple physical exertion to alleviate the strain. Since Suyu transitioned to vocational school, life has grown monotonous, for no longer does a boy slip snacks into her desk. However, Suyu's hair grew particularly fast, while Changyi's hair, which was originally shoulder length, now nearly reached her waist. Their relationship was known to only a few, with only Rong, Shi Chuan, and Li Suyo aware of it at school. Perhaps due to the involvement of a prominent figure, Rong kept his lips tightly sealed this time. The love between Changyi and Suyu is tender and inexperienced. It lacked the fervor of adult passion, embodying the innocent essence of youth. Every day, Suyu took the number 11 bus to the entrance of the third middle school. Others assumed he was there to meet Li Suyo and Shi Chuan, but only Changyi knew he was waiting for her to finish school. On the way home, Suyu would tease her, playfully remarking about the many beautiful older sisters at the vocational high school who did not have to wear uniforms and could wear makeup, making them all look particularly charming. He would also claim that many were vying for his attention, filling an entire classroom. Each time, Changyi would punch him playfully and issue a warning to kneel before her keyboard. No matter how many times she hit him, Suyu would always laugh, his smile exquisite. Changyi particularly despised spring. As the season arrived, she would suffer from allergies that caused red spots to appear on her skin, multiplying the more she scratched. As the weather warmed, she donned a light purple floral dress with a vest over it. Standing at the bus stop, she awaited her ride. She and Suyu had made plans to hang out, which could be considered a date, her first date, in fact. Thus, she had taken the time to apply makeup and curl her hair, making a special effort to look nice. Suyu seemed to have been waiting for her for quite some time, standing in front of a claw machine, deep in thought. Although he had never tried it himself, he had seen Li Suyo and Shi Chuan play it to impress girls, dismissing such childish pursuits at the time. Now, he wished to win a Pikachu for Gigi. He was so engrossed in his research that he failed to notice when the girl approached him. Changyi gently inquired, "What are you looking at?" Her voice was soft, akin to the first bite of candy, the initial taste of cake, or the delightful experience of ice cream. Suyu turned his head to gaze at her, only to realize that she had put on makeup. Changyi felt particularly uncomfortable under his scrutiny. What are you looking at?" "Your lipstick. It's on your teeth." Instantly, Changyi's face flushed crimson. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Suyu remarked, "You've gone to great lengths with your makeup. It seems you place significant importance on today's date." Chang-yi bit her lip in response. Stop biting your lip. You're going to consume all your lipstick. Suyu extended his hand, asking, did you bring it? Chang-yi, perplexed, questioned, bring what? Lipstick. She was bewildered by his intentions. Did he wish to apply lipstick himself? Obediently, she handed him the lipstick. This particular lipstick was a gift from Jean Rong, a renowned brand in the trendy rotten tomato hue. A color he adored so much that he impulsively bought 2 tubes one sleepless night, leaving one for her. Suyu twisted open the lipstick and grasped her chin firmly. Chang-yi, bewildered, asked, what are you doing? Suyu grinned mischievously. If you won't let me do anything, why should I tell you what I'm doing? Chapter 104. The Date 2. Rogue. Chang-yi had long been accustomed to Suyu's suggestive manner of speaking, yet she still felt her cheeks flush. She truly could not fathom how he managed to utter such words. Come a little closer. Suyu tightened his grip on her chin, drawing her nearer. Chang-yi was momentarily taken aback, blinking her eyes in a dazed manner as she gazed at him. Suyu meticulously applied lipstick, carefully touching up what she had consumed. Chang-yi, in her stupor, stared intently at Suyu, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Rarely had she observed him from such proximity. His complexion was remarkably smooth, surpassing that of other boys. Chang-yi speculated that he must have been secretly applying a facial mask, and she was tempted to inquire about the product that yielded such impressive results. Perhaps her gaze was too fervent, causing Suyu's hand to tremble slightly. In a husky voice, he remarked, do not look at me with such eyes. Why not? She replied, perplexed. It feels as though you were attempting to entice me. Chang-yi fell silent, her gaze drifting elsewhere. She was merely observing, yet somehow, in his words, it had transformed into seduction. During their first date, she and Suyu engaged in playful activities for an extended period. Suyu was reluctant to ride the carousel, dismissing it as a pastime for little girls, and encouraged her to enjoy it while he waited on the sidelines. However, Chang-yi was adamant, pulling him onto the ride. Suyu ceased his objections, though his expression bore a hint of resignation. Indeed, the carousel was predominantly frequented by girls. Even if there were boys, they were merely children. They opted for bumper cars, and on their way, Chang-yi spotted a stall selling adorable, fluffy ear headbands. She purchased 2, one for herself and handed the other to Suyu. Suyu frowned, questioning, what am I to do with this? Just wear it, she implored, her eyes radiating a pitiful plea. Absolutely not. Suyu was nearly swayed by her woeful expression. However, as a dignified young man, there was no way he would don such fluffy, feminine adornments. Such a notion was utterly out of the question. Suyu. The girl's voice resembled the gentle mewing of a kitten, nearly melting his heart. In an instant, Suyu's resolve softened, and he bent down to allow her to adorn him. With a playful hint of vengeance, he remarked, since you've asked me to wear this, I shall insist you don a uniform in return. As Chang-yi took her seat on the bumper car, Suyu's collision left her utterly disoriented. He showed no mercy, treating her without the gentleness one might expect. While other boyfriends might refrain from letting their girlfriends collide, Suyu seemed to relish the contrary. Upon exiting the bumper cars, Chang-yi's legs felt like jelly, yet Suyu suddenly burst with enthusiasm, pulling her upstairs for an escape room adventure. She had previously visited with Jean Rong and the others. Reluctantly, Chang-yi agreed to join in. Previously, she had believed the girls' dormitory was not particularly frightening, only to be utterly terrified by the bizarre sound effects and NPCs once she entered. Struggling through several challenges, they ultimately had to be escorted out by the staff. However, Suyu would not hear her protests. He purchased tickets and dragged her into one called the Old House in the mountain village. It proved to be more terrifying than she had anticipated, and Chang-yi clung tightly to his shirt, shrinking behind him. Suddenly, a severed head fell from above, prompting her to bury herself in Suyu's embrace. As they escaped the room, Chang-yi's complexion remained pale, and Suyu led her away. The escape room attendants chuckled at the sight, finding it amusing. The young couple had entered the room, with the girl clinging to the boy like a shadow, never straying far from his side. With her timid nature, she sought refuge in his arms at the slightest disturbance, while he reveled in the moment, comforting her and stifling laughter simultaneously. This is perhaps what love is. As Suyu passed by the claw machine, he halted in his steps. In the past, watching Sichuan and Li Suyo play had instilled in him the belief that being able to catch a doll in front of a girl was impressive. He longed for the girl to admire him more. Thus, he dreaded the possibility of failing to catch one. Chang-yi, noticing his eagerness, handed him a coin. I want a Pikachu. She assumed Suyu was adept at the game, for he seemed to possess the skill. However, after his initial attempt, he expended over 30 coins. Eventually, She observed frustration etched upon the young man's face. "Today, I must catch you a doll," he declared with determination. Ultimately, after sacrificing more than 40 coins, Suyu triumphantly stuffed the Pikachu into Changyi's embrace. "How about that? Am I not impressive?" Changyi replied. "You just spent 45 yuan on me." Suyu frowned, questioning his own inadequacy. Nonsense, he thought. He had not truly used that many coins. On May 1st, their school was to host the spring sports meet. Zhao Xunli assigned Chang Yi and Chun Che the task of tallying the events in which their classmates would participate. Chang Yi harbored lingering resentment over Suyu's actions towards her, perhaps due to her bias. She could not bring herself to believe that Suyu would strike someone without reason. Recalling Suyu's words when he had hit Chun Che, Chang Yi felt certain that Chun Che must have committed some despicable act. After all, he was not without fault. Therefore, when Zhao Xunli paired her with Chan Che for the tallying task, their interactions remained minimal, each absorbed in their own counts. Jin Rong and Liao Shu approached her to register, and in the end, she submitted her compiled list to Chun Che, requesting that he organize and submit it. Chun Che wished to converse with her, yet Chang Yi paid him no heed and turned to descend the stairs. It appeared that even Su Yu's transition to vocational school could not alter the dynamics of their relationship. In just 2 days, the May Day holiday would arrive, and Chang Yi was woefully inadequate in sports, often tripping over flat ground while running. Given her circumstances, she could only serve as a water girl at the sports meet, assisting her classmates with logistical tasks. Today, vocational school was on break, prompting Su Yu to visit the 3rd middle school. Unbeknownst to Chang Yi, who had ventured alone to the equipment room to fetch a javelin, she was suddenly enveloped in an embrace upon entering. Startled, she let out a shriek. "Keep your voice down. I am not assaulting you." Su Yu had been lurking for quite some time, fully aware of her lack of athletic prowess and her inevitable relegation to support roles. He had patiently waited in the equipment room until he finally spotted her. "What brings you here?" he inquired with a teasing smile. "Just wanted to see those little legs of your sprint." Chang Yi recognized the mockery in his tone. He was fully aware of her limitations and that she would not be participating. Yet, he could not resist the urge to jest. She pushed him away, saying, "I need to grab something. The teacher is waiting." "I'll help you," he offered, though it was more accurate to say he would simply fetch it for her. With her hands empty, she followed him to the playground. On their way, they encountered Chang Weihua, who, despite knowing about her relationship with Su Yu, still made her feel awkward upon seeing him. "What are you afraid of?" Su Yu prodded. "We are neither breaking the law nor violating any moral codes. Be a little bolder." Chang Yi, however, shrank back, unable to meet Chang Weihua's gaze. She wished to be bold, yet the situation felt akin to being caught on a secret date by a parent, leaving her feeling guilty. Chapter 105. Revelations 1 regarding Chang Yi's early romantic endeavors. Chang Weihua chose to turn a blind eye. He understood that Chang Yi was capable of exercising restraint, and observing the youth spending time together, he acquiesced. The sports field was bustling with activity, as students from various grades participated in 5 competitions. Jin Rong and Ding Fei Xue were engaged in the 400-meter relay, while Liao Shu competed in the shot put, and Lu Jing took part in the long jump. Furthermore, Li Shuyao and Shi Chuan, having managed to carve out time from writing self-reflections, participated in the high jump, showcasing their athletic prowess by securing 1st and 2nd places, respectively. Upon concluding their events, they hurried back to resume writing their reflections. As Li Shuyao scribbled away, he lamented to Shi Chuan, "Can you believe it? Little Chang is about to become my stepfather. And I'm not even concerned about him giving me a hard time. He actually expects me to write a 1,000-word reflection. What is he thinking?" Shi Chuan, glancing at the blank space beneath the heading self-reflection, put his pen in contemplation, responding, "He is living with your mother, not with you." Li Shuyao conceded. "You do have a point." In truth, Chang Yi was a person of strong principles. However, after meeting Su Yu, those principles seemed to wane. The school was hosting a winter sports event, and although Chang Yi did not participate, she could not leave the campus. Just 5 minutes prior, she had resolutely turned down Su Yu's request. Yet, 5 minutes later, she found herself being dragged along the sidewalk outside the school. Ultimately, they halted in front of an ice cream shop. Chang Yi assumed Su Yu intended to treat her to ice cream, only to be met with the unexpected demand, "You pay for me." "What?" Chang Yi was taken aback, her mouth agape, incredulously staring at Su Yu. "Shouldn't it be you treating me?" "Su Yu, please." "All right. What flavor did you order for Li Suyo before?" "I want the same. The last time I treated Li Suyo to ice cream was last summer, and as for the flavor, Chang Yi has long forgotten." "Can I forget too?" Just like you? Su tilted her head and looked at her, frowning. Are the girls outside like you, with a pair of eyes and a mouth? Can I date them instead? Suyu, must you be so unreasonable? You say I am unreasonable? Suyu felt an urge to silence this foolishness. This isn't being unreasonable. You are indeed being unreasonable. How long has it been since you treated Lee Suyo to ice cream? You still remember that? Why should I remember? Don't you have any awareness of it? Changyi shook her head. How would I know why you remember? Staff member. He is jealous. They remained in a stalemate at the counter over the flavor of ice cream for quite some time, causing the staff to stifle their laughter. Perhaps this is the purest form of affection, akin to two children bickering. Young lady, he is your boyfriend, isn't he? Changyi blushed and nodded. Yes. But his mind is a bit unhinged. Please don't take him seriously. Just vanilla flavor. Please, 2 servings. The staff couldn't help but chuckle. Glancing at Suyu. We have a couple special, would you like that? In truth, the couple special was merely a marketing gimmick for the shop to earn more. Yet hearing the word couple brought joy to Suyu. In the end, he happily ordered the couple's meal. A scene once yearned for has now become something he particularly despises. When are you moving out? He gazed coldly at Su Lianying, his tone chilling enough to send a shiver down her spine. Su Lianying opened her mouth, poised to respond, but was interrupted by Suyu. I am accustomed to living alone. You should move out. Su Lianying felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, yet she understood her guilt towards Suyu. She knew that no matter what she said, he would not listen. She nodded and replied, all right. Little Su-in was oblivious to everything. She was still young, unable to comprehend why her brother despised her or their mother. With her big, dark eyes, she looked at her brother, ready to call him. But her voice was stifled by the barrier of the door. Su-in tilted her head and, looking at her mother, quietly inquired, Mom, why doesn't brother like us? Su Lianying smiled and shook her head, choosing not to answer, but merely held little Su-in closer. The next day, Su Lianying moved out with Su-in, finding an apartment nearby. After years of struggling in the entertainment industry, she had earned a fair amount of money. Yet she still lacked a place that truly belonged to her. With a year remaining on her contract with the agency, she faced a penalty of $3 million should she breach it. Thus, she had no choice but to hire a nanny for Su-in and return to filming. Su Lianying understood the nature of the entertainment world. What one discards, another eagerly claims. She did not dwell on it, as she had suddenly grown weary of the relentless hustle of her daily life. Su Lianying believed that as long as she accepted her circumstances, all would be well. Until her manager handed her a script, and the director, under the pretense of explaining the scenes, entered her room, precipitating an eruption of all the hidden conflicts. Changyi seldom pays attention to the gossip circulating in the entertainment industry. For her, enjoying a star's work suffices, and she refrains from judging their character in private. However, this time, Su Lianying has once again found herself embroiled in scandal, and it is evident that she has offended someone who seeks to ruin her. While dining in the cafeteria, Jean Rong and others passed their lunchtime by discussing this incident. Changyi overheard all the celebrity gossip, all relayed through Jean Rong's lips, rumors of a certain actress's infidelity and another actor's coming out, among others. Liao Shu chimed in, your sources are truly well informed. You spend all day fixated on such trivial matters instead of studying. Lu Jing remarked, isn't it normal for classmate Jean Rong not to study? I genuinely worry she might not gain admission to university. Jean Rong, infuriated, retorted. Just because my studies are lacking doesn't imply I am deficient in other areas. In every profession, there are those who excel. I will undoubtedly thrive more than any of you in the future. Changyi found herself intrigued by the scandal surrounding Su Lianying, particularly because she is the mother of Suyu. She turned to Jean Rong and inquired, is there any further development regarding the Su Lianying incident? Indeed. Do you recall the previous rumors about her having an illegitimate daughter? This time, it has been substantiated. She indeed has a daughter. Moreover, it has been revealed that she eloped as a teenager and even had a son. The unfolding drama is quite astonishing. Initially, I was skeptical until she confirmed it on Weibo. Changyi nodded, not taking the matter to heart. After all, it is quite common for celebrities to be exposed for unsavory conduct, and management companies typically engage in urgent public relations efforts, which usually have little impact on the stars themselves. She merely regarded it as a piece of gossip to entertain herself. However, this matter remained unaddressed and instead intensified. As all the scandalous revelations concerning Su Lianying surfaced, it was evident that she had offended someone. Chapter 106, Exposed to. Siyu appeared to be Su Lianying's most significant secret, a mistake she had impulsively committed in her youth, a stain on her reputation. Su Lianying naively believed that nearly 18 years had passed, and no one would uncover the truth. Su Yu would remain unexposed. Yet, an individual claiming to be a former colleague disclosed online that she had a son, making it impossible to conceal Su Yu's existence any longer. In an instant, a deluge of scandalous accusations and vitriol inundated Su Lianying, leaving her disoriented. Following this revelation, those in the vocational high school regarded Su Yu with incredulity. Who would have imagined that Su Yu was the offspring of Su Lianying? No one could associate these two individuals. Su Lianying was a luminous star, radiant in her glory, while Su Yu was merely a child from a small town, and a troubled one at that. Thus, no one suspected their maternal connection. Furthermore, Su Lianying appeared youthful, not resembling Su Yu's mother. A classmate remarked, "No wonder Su Yu bears a resemblance to Su Lianying. It turns out he is her son." Others chimed in, exclaiming, "Goodness! I could never have guessed. No wonder Su Yu is so handsome. He must have inherited it from Su Lianying." The classroom erupted with incredulous murmurs, only to be interrupted by the ringing of the class bell. The news of Su Yu being Su Lianying's son spread like wildfire in the third middle school, with groups of 2 or 3 discussing the matter, and the majority engaged in fervent speculation. It was then that Jean Rong realized why the influential figure had been so irate when she had previously gossiped about Su Lianying. It turns out she had been indulging in someone else's secrets, and even claimed that the esteemed gentleman was Su Lianying's young boyfriend. Jean Rong's face paled. Who could have imagined such a thing? Su Lianying, Su Yu, the gentleman, and his mother share the same surname? Liao Shu remarked. Do you remember when Su Yu's father visited the school and referred to her as Jiangyu? Perhaps it is because the gentleman's parents are divorced, and she chose to take her mother's surname? Ing Feishue adjusted her glasses. I always thought they bore a resemblance, but I never anticipated such a connection. Chang'e silently listened, turning her gaze toward the window. No wonder there was a scent of damp earth in the air. It had started to rain. As the evening study session concluded, the rain continued to pour. Li Suyo and Shi Chuan dashed through the rain to eat rice noodles nearby. Upon exiting the school, Chang'e discovered that Chang Weihua and Su Yu were waiting for her, each holding an umbrella. She paused, feeling somewhat awkward. The expressions on their faces, a mix of confidence and anticipation, clearly indicated they wanted her to choose one of them. Chang'e pulled a folding umbrella from her backpack and opened it. I brought an umbrella. Chang Weihua. Su Yu. Strangely enough, the usually chatty Su Yu fell silent. Chang'e tugged at Chang Weihua's sleeve and quietly asked, Dad, why did you come to pick me up? Chang Weihua's expression turned cold as he shot a fierce glare at Su Yu. What? Am I not allowed to pick you up since I'm your father? Chang'e nodded. You can. Why are you being so fierce? Su Yu furrowed her brow, seemingly directed at her. Chang Weihua felt a surge of irritation upon seeing Su Yu. The mere thought of Su Yu's lewd behavior left him with the unsettling sensation that his daughter had been sullied. Am I not entitled to be stern with my daughter? Do you have any objections? He snapped. You are harsh with my girlfriend, so naturally, I have my reservations. Humph. Chang Weihua scoffed, asserting if I disapproved. She wouldn't be your girlfriend. Whether you agree or not, what does it matter to me? Su Yu retorted. Your approval does not grant me the privilege of pursuing a relationship with her. Chang Weihua was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by Su Yu's audacity. In a fit of exasperation, he pulled Chang'e close, demanding, break up with him. Chang'e shook her head, her voice barely above a whisper no. Upon returning home, Chang Weihua remained in a state of anger, incensed that Chang'e sided with Su Yu instead of him. To her, it seemed as though her father was making a fuss for no valid reason. Yet, she couldn't deny that Su Yu had his shortcomings. After all, he was the elder and should have exercised restraint in his words. Instead, he openly clashed with Chang Weihua, who found himself outmatched by Su Yu's sharp tongue. Chang'e felt utterly at a loss for words. It was clear her father was irked out of jealousy towards Su Yu. The thought of it struck her as amusing. In winter, the supermarket closed at 10, while in summer, it remained open until 11. The staff consisted of local aunties. During the hiring process, many young women had applied, only to be turned away by Su Yu. Their motivations for applying were hardly work-related. Auntie, you can clock out now. Noticing the time, Su Yu allowed the last auntie to leave for the day. No sooner had she departed than another customer arrived. Su Yu was in the midst of preparing instant noodles, barely glancing at the newcomer, who did not appear to be there for shopping but instead walked straight to the checkout counter. Ayu. Su Yu lifted her gaze towards Su Lianying, urging, hurry up and buy what you need. The door is about to close. Ayu. There is something I must explain to you. I have long wished to clarify this matter, but you have never been willing to calm down and listen. However, given the current developments, I feel compelled to elucidate. Suyu remained silent, idly stirring her noodles with a fork, her expression perpetually frosty. Observing the chill etched upon her face, Su Lianing felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. I understand that you harbor resentment towards me. Resentment for not caring for you, for not being by your side, for failing to provide you with maternal love. I acknowledge these shortcomings. They are indeed my failings, and I do not seek to absolve myself of blame. Yet, there is an aspect of this situation that is not as you perceive it. Suan is not my daughter. But I must admit that this situation is also a consequence of my actions. Several years ago, I was pressed for time to attend an event, and my assistant arranged for a car to pick me up in haste. Exhausted, I fell asleep in the vehicle, completely unaware of what transpired until I was jolted awake by a violent impact. Upon opening my eyes, I realized we had been in an accident. Suan's parents had perished. Although I was not the one driving, I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. I contemplated compensating Suan's guardians with a sum of money, knowing it could not resurrect those lost lives, yet hoping it might offer some solace to the grieving family. When I visited Suan's grandparents, I learned that her parents were their only children, with no siblings to speak of. The only surviving relatives were the elderly couple, who, due to their age, were unable to care for the child. Overwhelmed by guilt, I saw Suan, an orphan, and was reminded of you. Thus, I made the decision to adopt her. Upon hearing Su Lianing's words, Su Yu remained unmoved. In truth, he felt a sense of surprise, for he had long believed that Suan was the child she bore with that man. Previously, Su Lianing had been rumored to be involved with a renowned director, with whispers suggesting she had resorted to dubious means to secure the leading role. Not long after these rumors, a needy child appeared by her side. Yet, what does this signify? Does it reveal her benevolence? Does it indicate her compassion for the vulnerable? Suyu scoffed softly. If she were truly kind-hearted and sympathetic towards the weak, she would not have forsaken her own child. It is a fact that she abandoned her own flesh and blood. As a child, he had often been labeled as a wild child without a mother, and this too was a fact. A cold smirk adorned Suyu's face as he spoke in a flat tone. Are you done? If so, leave. Hey you. Leave. Suyu abruptly stood, sweeping aside the instant noodles on the table, sending them crashing to the floor. Su Lianing flinched, her hand recoiling as she was scalded, startled by Suyu's furious outburst. You make me feel you are utterly hypocritical. You have time to raise another's child, yet you remain indifferent to your own flesh and blood. Now you come here to tell me this? What is it you desire? My forgiveness? Suyu smiled, yet his gaze radiated an icy chill. More distant than that reserved for a stranger, his smile was laced with self-mockery. I shall not forgive you. Furthermore, let me remind you once more, my agreement to adopt the surname Su was not an invitation to share your name. Do not mistake my actions for sentimentality. The truth remains that you bore me and chose to cast me aside. It is also true that for years I have been ridiculed by other children for lacking a mother. I have grown accustomed to solitude. I possess but one relative, devoid of parents. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Su Lianing's eyes. Each time Suyu attempted to express his lack of parental figures, her heart felt as though it were being mercilessly sliced. Do not weep so pitifully before me. It vexes my spirit. Get out. Suyu slammed the door as he stormed into the lounge, leaving Su Lianing standing there, sobbing uncontrollably. She realized her profound mistake. Had she kept Suyu close, perhaps their circumstances would not have devolved into this disarray. Even in the absence of paternal love, when Suyu was entrusted to her care, she could have provided him with ample maternal affection, preventing him from becoming who he was now. Su Lianing came to a stark realization of her grievous errors. The weeping outside ceased. Suyu understood that Su Lianing had departed. Leaning against the sofa, he stared blankly at the ceiling. As he gazed, a smile crept across his face, though his eyes betrayed a hint of redness. Is it not ironic? They, who once forsook him, now sought him out one by one. In his childhood, he yearned desperately for parental love. Now, he found himself indifferent to it. It is said that after the storm, a rainbow will appear. Yet none graced the sky. The rain ceased, yet no rainbow followed. Only a gloomy overcast remained. When compared to rainy days, he particularly detested overcast skies. The air felt stifling, as though it would suffocate him. The results of the last sports meet had been announced, and old Zhao remarked that their class was not particularly strong academically, yet excelled in sports. They had secured first place in numerous events, adding a semblance of pride to his aging visage, as he wore a constant smile. As soon as the class bell rang, old Zhao approached, sipping from a cup of goji berry-infused water, clearing his throat. Class is starting. Class is starting. Please hold your thoughts until after. Each time class commenced, Chang-yi could not resist glancing toward the back row, where a certain young man now attended vocational school. The study in vocational high schools is not particularly rigorous. There is ample time for revelry and leisure, devoid of the pressing urgency that typically accompanies the final year of high school. The rumors surrounding Su Lianying have persisted for several days, maintaining their fervor. Furthermore, scandalous photographs of Su Lianying have surfaced. During lunch in the cafeteria, a group of boys gathered together, discussing this incident. They had always harbored a dislike for Su Yu, as he garnered the affection of the girls, including their school's beauty, who had secretly developed feelings for him. Initially, when rumors circulated online that Su Yu was the son of Su Lianying, they were skeptical, until Su Lianying herself confirmed it via Weibo. Recently, Su Yu had basked in the limelight due to his celebrity lineage, and now, with Su Lianying's explicit photographs making headlines, they reveled in his misfortune. Upon seeing Su Yu enter the cafeteria, several boys occupied the seats in front of him. Su Yu had few friends at the vocational school. He usually wore a stoic expression, which deterred others from approaching him. However, many girls would inquire about his WeChat, only to receive succinct rejections as he would state that he had a girlfriend, leaving them disappointed. Yet, there were still some oblivious and rather arrogant girls who persistently tested his boundaries. In front of him, the boys chuckled as they settled in and began discussing the scandal involving Su Lianying. Su Lianying, my friend said the photos were edited, but it's truly astonishing. Who would have thought this woman, at her age, could still possess such a curvaceous figure? TSK, TSK, TSK. Have you seen? Even age is fabricated. The middle-aged woman still possesses a lingering charm. I wonder how much it would cost to spend a night with her. Damn it, my father's friend is a director. If given the chance, I could sleep with Su Lianying. The words of several young men were lewd and offensive, accompanied by laughter. Before the last remark could be completed, a plate of greens was suddenly placed atop one of their heads. With a cold expression, Su Yu poured egg flour soup over the boy's head. The boys, who had been grinning, found their smiles abruptly frozen. Su Yu seized the boy's hair and yanked it fiercely, causing him to fall backward, grimacing in pain, unable to move. She grabbed a bottle of mineral water nearby and poured it into his mouth, saying, "If you can't keep your mouth shut, I have plenty of time to teach you." The other boys dared not approach, intimidated by the ferocity in Su Yu's gaze, which made them shrink back. With a fierce glare that swept over the others, Su Yu released the boy and exited the cafeteria. Freed, the boy awkwardly wiped his face, his clothes drenched and egg flour still in his hair from the soup that Su Yu had just poured over him, leaving him in a pitiful state that reddened his cheeks. Damn it, is it just because he knows how to mingle? I have connections outside. I will repay this insult in due time. Clearly, Su Lianying has offended someone, as an onslaught of scandals has emerged in rapid succession within the span of less than a week. Chang-yi and Su Yu sat side by side on a bench in the garden. He remained silent, and Chang-yi could tell he was in a foul mood. She tugged at the hem of Su Yu's shirt, her voice barely above a whisper. "Su Yu, you seem unhappy." "I'm not unhappy," he replied with a forced smile. Chang-yi remarked, "You are clearly unhappy." Su Yu maintained a smile at the corners of his lips, tilting his head to gaze at the sky, which bore no stars this evening. In truth, it was bearable, for he harbored a deep-seated disdain for Su Lianying, who would sell anything, even her own body, for a role. She had abandoned her own child to others, scarcely visiting throughout the year, yet she sought to portray a model mother on television. How utterly ironic. Chapter 108. Angering too, I had witnessed her entangled in numerous scandals with male celebrities, seen her passionately kissing other men. And now I was confronted with her scandalous photos. Su Yu's words suddenly trailed off, and he fell into silence. Chang-yi grasped his hand tightly, wishing to offer solace but finding herself at a loss for words. As a child, witnessing his mother's intimate moments with other men and the sight of her provocative images, regardless of their authenticity, was an unbearable reality for Su Yu. He could accept her acting in films, yet he could not tolerate the insinuations beyond the script. "Su Yu," Chang-yi called his name softly, "please don't be sad." Su Yu was not truly sad, rather, he felt a heaviness in his heart. Recently, Su Lianying had faced a barrage of criticism, suggesting she had offended someone within the industry. While he was not well versed in the intricacies of the entertainment world, he understood its depths. He reached up to gently ruffle Chang-yi's hair, asking, "Will you stay with me a little longer?" Chang-yi nodded. They sat together in the garden of their community, oblivious to the fact that their every move was being monitored by Chang Weihua. Chang Weihua had been standing by the window for quite some time. When Qian, noticing the stick in his hand as he gazed intently downstairs, approached him out of curiosity. "What's wrong, Brother Chang? What are you looking at? You've been staring for half an hour." Peering out of the window, Wen Qian discovered two young people seated on a bench below. She chuckled. "They're in love. It might not be wise to stare at them so intently." Chang Weihua grew displeased. "That's my daughter. I must ensure that boy does not mistreat her." When Qian understood well what he meant by mistreat, she replied, "Honestly, it's quite normal for young people to kiss and hug, as long as it doesn't go too far. It's nothing to worry about." Upon hearing this, Chang Weihua became adamant. "No, absolutely not. I might tolerate their relationship, but that Suyu fellow shall not take advantage of my daughter while she is still a minor." Chang Yi, feeling overwhelmed, attempted to sneak back into her room, but was called out. She understood the unspoken expectations. She would certainly know her limits. However, Chang Weihua insisted on lecturing her daily, leaving her with a headache. "Dad, I still have homework." Chang Weihua set down his cup, visibly irritated. "You are aware you have homework, yet when you were sitting downstairs, I didn't see you in any hurry to complete it." Chang Yi frowned. "Dad, how can you spy on me?" "I was not spying. I was watering the flowers and happened to see it." Chang Yi inquired. "Did you perhaps splash water on Suyu as well?" Chang Weihua dismissed the notion. "I did not splash him. It was merely an accident while I was watering the plants." Smiled helplessly, comparing his antics to those of, felt a pang of discomfort within. Now, returning home late, he found himself disinclined to converse. As he mulled over his sadness, he muttered to himself, "No wonder I sensed you had suddenly gained weight. Could it be that scoundrel had been sneaking snacks from my office straight into your stomach? Truly possesses wit, treating his girlfriend to delicacies without spending a dime. Pilfering from me instead. Each time he depleted my stash, I would subsequently purchase from his supermarket. It seems he not only evades expense, but also profits from it." Observing preparing to close the door, remarked, "From now on, demand expensive gifts from him." Occasionally visits in the evenings to dine with the father and daughter. Was preoccupied with thoughts about housing, as their current abode was rented. After his divorce from, he left with nothing substantial, rendering the prospect of acquiring a larger home a constant consideration. With the marriage certificate on the horizon, he could not allow his partner to endure living in a cramped space of merely 40 square meters. In the evening, initiated a video call to tutor her in English, while she absent-mindedly listened, browsing rumors about online. Typically, celebrity scandals are expected, yet this time, controversy surged with intensity. Even a single scandalous photograph could tarnish her reputation. The comments beneath the provocative image were filled with distasteful remarks, prompting to close the commentary section. "Are you even listening?" Chang Yi averted her gaze from Su Yu's probing look, her fingers nervously tapping on the textbook. "Are you truly so distracted that you no longer aspire to attend B University?" "Of course I do," she replied. "With your current grades, gaining admission to B University should pose no difficulty, provided you elevate your English score by 5 or 6 points. 5 or 6 points should not be an insurmountable challenge, right?" Su Yu's serious admonition brought a momentary daze to Chang Yi. Was this still the same wayward youth who once slumbered through classes? It seemed that after getting to know her, Su Yu had undergone a remarkable transformation. Although one attended the third middle school and the other a vocational high school, news about Su Yu was still prevalent in Chang Yi's school. Rumor had it that Su Yu was quite diligent in his studies, achieving scores that surpassed the second place by 20 to 30 points. Those at the vocational high school remarked that this version of Su Yu was quite different from the legendary figure they had heard about. The earnestness with which he criticized her resembled that of Zhao Xuanli. Chang Yi leaned on her desk, chuckling, "You remind me of old Zhao." Su Yu frowned. "What are you talking about? I am quite a distinguished individual." Old Zhao's receding hairline pales in comparison. "It seems that Annie's issues have stirred up quite a storm, leading to numerous revelations, even involving you. The online situation hasn't affected you at the vocational high school, has it?" Su Yu paused, recalling the events of the day. He then smiled and replied, "No, her affairs could never impact me. It is quite typical for her to have offended someone. Celebrities may appear glamorous, yet they often live with less freedom than ordinary folks like us." Chang Yi nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on her childhood aspiration of becoming a star, enchanted by their beauty and charisma upon the stage. However, upon hearing your perspective, she realized the challenges inherent in such a profession. "If you can become a star, then I must strive harder," she said. Perplexed, Chang'e inquired. What are you working so hard for? Su, with a playful grin, replied, to earn money, establish a company, become your boss, and then keep you under wraps, ensuring no roles for you unless I choose to. Chang'e shook her head. I would never want a boss like you. You would be exceedingly fortunate with someone like me as your boss, he retorted. Fortunate? Not in the slightest. Every night is a delight. With a blush, Chang'e bit her lip and said, let's leave it at that for today. I'm off to sleep. Good night.